Chapter 495, Qin Yang. I'm about to start. The young cultivator took a deep breath, let out a low drink, and punched him slowly. Lu Xian pouted, and suddenly became angry. I'm afraid he didn't even show his 3 successes. Qin Yang himself is in the realm of the king of gods, and his perception of everything is naturally 100 times more sensitive than that of the stars. The field was also shouting dissatisfaction again and again, but Qin Yang's next punch made everyone shut up. Qin Yang punched the empty space beside him. Everyone thought that the punch was a casual punch, but the young cultivator who was about to rush over turned red, and his figure flew out. This is the real fight across the mountain, Qin Yang said. The young cultivator looked horrified, which was a bigger shock than Lu Xian gave him. Lu Xian was imitating himself and using his abilities to defeat him, but facing Qin Yang, he felt like he was asking his teacher for advice. Lu Xian is only superficial, but Qin Yang knows the essence. It's impossible. Have you also practiced my power of rules? The young cultivator's eyes were full of incredible. Qin Yang shook his head and said, Don't care about this, all you need to care about is how I make moves. Immediately, Qin Yang explained, the power of your rules is similar to the rules of space, but different from the rules of space. You must be very clear about this. All you need to do is to find ways to display the strongest attack, then. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, then transfer your attack to the opponent. Hey, who wouldn't say this? What are you showing off? Lu Xian was not convinced. The young cultivator cupped his hands and said, I have been taught, although. He scratched his head and said, I don't know what to do. Qin Yang took a serious look at the young cultivator. He didn't think much about it before, but at this moment he was suddenly stunned. You. Qin Yang frowned and said, What's your name? The young cultivator replied, Lu Qingshan. Qin Yang had already looked at Lu Qingshan with admiration and said, If you practice well, your potential will be enough to catch up with Zhou De. Zhou De, who is it? Lu Qingshan asked in confusion. The 8 Shinto clans, the young master of the Zhou family. Qin Yang said, Not just to catch up with him, but to catch up with him who used the super god-level magic weapon Tianmen seal. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Some people were surprised that Qin Yang had come out with the names of the 8 Shinto clans, and even knew the seal of Tianmen. More people doubted that the simple boy really had such potential. It's a pity. Qin Yang shook his head regretfully. Lu Qingshan was very excited. If the old master hadn't died early, he wouldn't have been so mediocre. The old master once said that his power potential is enough to compete with the favored son of heaven. What a pity. Lu Qingshan asked humbly. Qin Yang said, Unfortunately, you are a little too old, otherwise I will give you a token and let you go to the Sky Academy to hone and hone. Accompanying the pride of heaven, the vision and strength will be rapidly improved. The main thing is vision. Only by seeing more, can you know how to go. And Lu Qingshan's biggest problem is here. Lu Qingshan was also a little disappointed, saying, It's a pity, although my family's ancestral home is in Beiyuan, but I can't afford the travel expenses to go to Zhangqiang College. Stop dreaming. Are you the only one who is still in Zhangqiang Academy? Do you have the qualifications? Lu Xian shouted from the side with a look of contempt. Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and said, This is our test, are you digressing? Lu Qingshan pursed his lips, and put on a self-deprecating smile on his simple and honest face, and said, Although I lost, but admitting defeat like this will make people think that I deliberately released water, please use your real skills and use my strength beats me to convince others. Qin Yang glanced at Lu Qingshan again, this kid actually knows how to think about himself? This other refers to Lu Xian. Well, I'll let you come to see in advance, your true power. Qin Yang said. It's just that these words sounded so strange to everyone's ears. Lu Qingshan opened his stance again, but what Qin Yang just said was what Qin Yang had just said: how to transfer the attack to the opponent, isn't it through various martial arts? Staring closely at Qin Yang's every move, he saw Qin Yang walking to the table and flicking his fingers lightly. You have to be careful, it might hurt a bit. Qin Yang reminded. Everyone looked inexplicable, and even Jiang Chengwei couldn't see the mystery. Magic Ape Long Fist. Lu Qingshan attacked again. Qin Yang used his hand to break off a corner of the table. At the same time, Lu Qingshan screamed and fell directly to the ground, clutching his arms. In just a split second, his arm actually broke. Everyone in the audience stood up in shock, and even the head of the demon hunting ground widened his eyes. Those who got closer were shocked even more, especially Jiang Chengwei, who even felt that her scalp was numb. Huang Quan's expression also became unnatural. How do you see it? The power of this rule must be stronger than the mirror image, right? This is. The corner of the table was transferred to Lu Qingshan's arm. Since this can be done, it is natural to transfer the damage to Lu Qingshan's neck. Wouldn't it be possible to take someone's life by simply breaking a corner of a table? Huang Quan touched his neck and looked at Jiang Chengwei. They are really following an incredible person. Lu Qingshan's eyes were flushed, thinking of the dead old master, who showed himself a hand back then, and the same is true. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth to hold back the pain, knelt down, and said, "Please accept me as a disciple." Qin Yang shook his head, and Lu Qingshan looked disappointed. Also, in his eyes, Qin Yang is simply superior. Not afraid of the Dragon Clan, not afraid of the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire, even Tao Piandao, the master of the Wanyao Palace, can be calm and treated equally. Such a person, I am afraid that there will be no second one in the same age group. How could he be qualified to climb? Qin Yang said softly, "My Songqiong Academy does not engage in apprenticeship and apprenticeship. If you want to practice with me, we can be friends." After speaking, Qin Yang stretched out his hand. Lu Qingshan couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to raise his hand to hold it, but he forgot that he was lifting the broken arm, and gritted his teeth again in pain. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, a pill appeared in his hand, flicked his fingers, and directly into Lu Qingshan's mouth. The surging medicinal power turned into a warm current, wandering through Lu Qingshan's limbs. Almost instantly, his arm was healed, and even all the energy consumed was recovered. Lu Qingshan, I am willing to swear to follow, to follow. Lu Qingshan was a little confused. You said your name before, but I didn't pay attention. Qin Yang. Chapter 496. You're welcome, just make friends. Qin Yang smiled and pulled up Lu Qingshan. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were a little puzzled. Does Lu Qingshan really have such great potential? Qin Yang seemed to know what the two were thinking, and said to Lu Qingshan, "Your potential shouldn't be limited to this level of cultivation. Is it because of confusion?" Lu Qingshan nodded, suddenly a little embarrassed, and said, "It's not just because of confusion, but also because." Qin Yang and others looked over curiously. Lu Qingshan was a little ashamed to open his mouth, but he still said, "Because of poverty." Everyone was speechless, and even Qin Yang was stunned. Although he revealed his name, he was once again ignored by everyone. There is no one who can associate this person with Qin Yang, who is 10th on the 4th list. Cough cough, Qin Yang coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, and said, "This is not a problem, it can be solved. But if you don't firm up your own path, you will be worried about the future. In fact, you have already exposed your shortcomings. Has your cultivation base stagnated?" Lu Qingshan nodded again and again, looking at Qin Yang expectantly. Qin Yang commented directly, "Your power of rules is wrong, or in other words, your power of rules is developing in the wrong direction." Lu Qingshan was shocked and said, I just noticed this, so I hesitated. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan had strange expressions in their eyes, their cultivation had stopped, and they still had the strength in the later stage of the star realm? This kid is really nice. It's just a comparison with Qin Yang. Forget it, no comparison. The way of cultivation, for cultivators, comes second in addition to life. Qin Yang watched Lu Qingshan take a detour, and felt sorry to want to pull the other side. Immediately he said, the power of your rules is to fight cattle across the mountain, but this is only the most superficial rule, or it can be said to be a powerful rule, imitation. Because it is not a real and complete power of rules, it will confuse you, right? Qin Yang asked. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qingshan nodded again and again. He was slowly researching according to the power of the old master in his impression, but unfortunately, when the old master died, he still had no access to the power of rules. Qin Yang smiled mysteriously, his voice seemed to be full of magic. The power of your rules shouldn't be fighting cattle across the mountain, this can be considered a good martial skill at best. The real power of rules is called Li Daitao is stiff. Lu Qingshan was completely thrown to the ground, and even his soul was a little creepy. This name, he racked his brains countless times to study it, but there was no way. Qin Yang said simply, Li Daitao is stiff, the damage can be transferred to the enemy, just like my previous hand. This is just one of the ways, you can also transfer your own injuries. Having said that, not only Jiang Chengwei was shocked, but Huang Quan was also shocked. This is another invincible power of rules. As long as there is still a breath, as long as there is still a little strength, it is enough to fully recover. If coupled with Qin Yang's ability to resurrect the dead, this is simply another yellow spring. However, Lu Qingshan's Li Daitaozong was a little less domineering than Huangquan's going to Huang Quan. Huang Quan's trip to Huang Quan is to end his life directly and ignore everything. As for Lu Qingshan's Li Daitaozong, even if he commits suicide, the fatal injury to Lu Qingshan may not be fatal to his opponent. But even so, the power of this rule, Li Daitaozong, is enough to amaze the world. If the strength is enough, Lu Qingshan's combat power should not be underestimated. What's so great? Who knows if you're right or wrong? Lu Xian said, I think you're talking nonsense? Although Lu Qingshan recognized Qin Yang in his heart, not only Lu Xian did not believe it, but other people also did not believe in such a mysterious thing. The power of cultivators to cultivate rules is almost different. There are thousands of different representations of the same rules. If a cultivator comes out, Qin Yang knows the power of the rules of his cultivation like the back of his hand. It also looks too fake. However, Qin Yang's previous beating cattle across the mountain still shocked everyone. As far as the competition is concerned, this is obviously better than Qin Yang. Lu Xian said directly, this is the first round, we count as a draw. I don't believe that you have such good luck every time. From Lu Xian's point of view, Qin Yang was just a blind cat and a dead mouse, who happened to know some of Lu Qingshan's power of rules. And his idea is more recognized by the majority. Lu Xian pointed to the other two young people who were cultivators in the star realm, and said directly, the second round of the competition, start. This cultivator is a little unremarkable, and his exercises and martial arts are also quite satisfactory. Some of them are pretentious and look good, but in fact they do not have the combat power to match the momentum. Lu Xian succeeded in returning the same way to his body and defeated him. The audience was also convinced. When it came to Qin Yang's side, Qin Yang's shot was not only powerful, but even more powerful. His combat power was even more outrageous, and the real power was perfectly displayed. Come out. At first, the cultivator didn't believe Qin Yang's advice to Lu Qingshan, but when it came to himself, he knew Qin Yang's strength. This is really his own martial arts, and it's better than his own. But in the eyes of the audience, they suspect that Qin Yang used other martial arts, but if they say no, they can't pick it out. You cheat! Lu Xian shouted loudly. How did I cheat? Qin Yang was puzzled. Although the martial skill you used looks the same as the one he used, the power is too different. Lu Xian said. Qin Yang had a headache, and said, he has only cultivated his own martial arts to the point where he has achieved a certain level of success. Do you blame me? The proficiency of martial arts is divided into first glimpse, small success, pure fire, and pinnacle. This is the information that all practitioners can know when they are new to martial arts. After the realm of the gods, martial skills can even be derived from supernatural powers. If it wasn't for Qin Yang holding back, or what he just played was directly a magical martial skill, which is even more different from the one displayed by the other party. He didn't cheat, he did use the same kind of martial arts. The steward of Doyao hunting field was very knowledgeable and said. Lu Xian felt a severe sense of crisis, and he used his own way to use his own famed skill, but Qin Yang seemed to be much smarter than himself. The last cultivator had no chance to play at all. Lu Xian pointed directly at Qin Yang and said, if that's the case, how about we come to the field to learn from each other? Chapter 497. The two competed by imitating each other's martial arts and martial arts. Now that the two are fighting, the audience immediately applauded. Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang coldly, and was sure that he would win without a doubt. Over the years, as a star realm who can open the pseudo-realm, there are too many martial arts and martial arts stored in the mirror world, and he does not believe that Qin Yang can take all the tricks. Qin Yang was non-committal, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, this kid is only in the star realm, and copying it by himself will not count towards the advanced progress of the copying system. Otherwise, if one inadvertently advances directly to the God Emperor, wouldn't he miss the Qianlong contest? Of course, you can only use the power of the star realm. You can't suppress me with the realm. Lu Xian said. Of course. Qin Yang nodded. The two stood facing each other. Lu Xian snorted lowly and said, look at the move. A mirror slowly rose, and the image in the mirror was a little blurry. Lu Xian went straight through the mirror, took a stance, and displayed a set of martial arts. Capture the dragon palm. Qin Yang pouted a little bored, and used the same trick. The movements of the two are very different. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that Qin Yang's dragon-catching palm is much stronger than Lu Xian's. However, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Lu Xian's dragon-capturing palm sublimated in an instant, and he was no different from Qin Yang's. The performance of the two people's martial skills made the audience exclaim constantly, and the sound of admiration resounded endlessly. Capturing the dragon palm is not a unique skill, and many people in the audience at the demon fighting field will use it, but when they see the dragon capturing palm displayed by the two in the field, they are immediately ashamed. Lu Xian was calm on the surface, but a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. The opponent was actually able to perfectly imitate the martial arts and skills. And it directly raised the proficiency to the pinnacle. After all, he also took advantage of Qin Yang. When he stored the dragon palm, he only had a first glimpse of the door, and it was just used by Lu Xian to test it, but he did not expect such a huge gain. The same martial arts, the same proficiency, although Qin Yang suppressed the strength, but the background is strong. Lu Xian is not stupid, and naturally, he will not continue to consume it. With a move of his spiritual sense, another mirror rises up, Lu Xian escapes into it, and then walks out. This time, Lu Xian's aura has completely changed, it has become much colder, and he has used a rare martial skill, the snake swallows the elephant. This is a martial skill that can be transformed into the power of rules, and it is already considered a top-quality martial skill. If you really study it patiently, this martial art is comparable to the swallowing of blood skeletons and the shelter of shadows. Qin Yang frowned. He didn't want to copy anymore. This obvious way of sending the other party to upgrade made him very uncomfortable. But in order to compete, but had to do so. With a pinch in his hand, his arms were like pythons, and suddenly a sky-swallowing momentum spread out. It is as if Qin Yang's snake-swallowing elephant is like a dragon, while his opponent is like a little chicken. Lu Xian's eyes lit up, and the mirror image copied it, another martial arts masterpiece. Lu Xian seems to have forgotten the competition. This is a godsend. If he can display all his stored martial skills and use Qin Yang's hand to reach the pinnacle, then his combat power will increase in a straight line. Martial arts are constantly changing, and in the same way, the exercises are also constantly changing. All the audience were stunned, even Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan were dumbfounded. It was as if two martial arts masters were sparring with each other in martial arts, as if there was no martial arts in the world that they could not master. Lu Xian can understand, after all, the power of other people's rules is like this, but Qin Yang, how did you do it? No matter how much you copy, it's not your own power. Qin Yang sighed. Just imitating, at most, just becoming the other party. If you don't have your own will, you can't become a real powerhouse after all. Why so much nonsense? Come again. Lu Xian completely regarded Qin Yang as a tool. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, I found another weakness in you, and this weakness is deadly enough. Lu Xian didn't care what Qin Yang said at all, and was still immersed in the road of constantly improving his martial arts proficiency. Jiang Chengwei looked at it with all her attention, and there was a guess in her heart, but this guess was a little unrealistic. But if you put it on Qin Yang, I'm afraid it will become very realistic. Lu Xian slapped over with a majestic momentum with a move of slap the mountain palm. This time, Qin Yang did not copy the palm of the mountain, but pointed at it like a sword, and pointed it out with a wind-breaking finger. Lu Xian cried out in pain, and this finger almost pierced his palm. This is because Qin Yang suppressed his own power. You lost. Lu Xian shouted loudly. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, Why did I lose? I used the palm of the mountain, and you used the wind-breaking finger. Lu Xian said. At this time, Lu Xian was quite unhappy in his heart. He still had too many martial skills to advance, and such a good tool had not been fully utilized. The audience was amazed again and again, and someone said, even if you lose, it's amazing. To be able to do this step is simply unprecedented. Everyone is not blind. However, it can be seen that Qin Yang is more powerful. After all, everyone knew what level of martial arts Lu Xian had just displayed. In the final analysis, it was Qin Yang who let Lu Xian take a big advantage. No, Qin Yang didn't lose. The steward of Douyao hunting grounds said. Lu Xian looked at the steward and questioned, What? The always fair fighting union is blatantly taking sides at this time? The steward of the Douyao hunting ground blew his beard and stared angrily, Don't pour dirty water on my fighting guild. Isn't the broken wind finger Qin Yang used one of the martial arts you just used? Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, and the whole audience was stunned. There are too many martial arts, no one really remembers them, and everyone is shocked. Just think it is a gorgeous performance. It is only the stewards of the demon hunting grounds who are responsible for their duties, always remain sober and rational, and take this competition seriously. As a referee, he naturally wants to record all martial arts, although there are too many martial arts, it is a bit difficult to remember. Only in this way can a fair decision be made. The fighting union will naturally not take sides, and it is truly fair and just. Lu Xian's face became embarrassed, and he said loudly, he couldn't imitate the Shanzhong just now. Qin Yang smiled and said, What are you in a hurry? Let's see if this palm is right. After speaking, he directly slapped the empty space. With a bang, the entire demon doe hunting ground seemed to tremble a bit. Lu Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly stored this martial skill. Okay, come again. Lu Xian opened his mouth and kicked over. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flicked and pulled, and directly threw Lu Xian out. You lose. Lu Xian got up in embarrassment, just about to continue shouting, but his face was as if he had eaten a fly, and he couldn't shout. That's right, Qin Yang's understated move is another feng pushing hand that Lu Xian used before. Jiang Chengwei laughed again and again. What he thought in his heart really showed in Qin Yang, and it looked more perfect than he thought. Chapter 498. There were constant boos in the field, everyone was still curious, both of them were imitating exactly the same, how to tell the winner. Now it seems that the judgment is high and low. Everyone looked at Lu Xian, and immediately showed contempt. They didn't know what to do. Even if they had more martial skills, what was the use? In contrast, Qin Yang's breaking move was even more exciting. Some people can't help substituting themselves into it, but it is difficult to have such a keen insight as Qin Yang. Come on, continue. Qin Yang looked at Lu Xian quietly. I sneered in my heart, if this kid is not afraid of being embarrassed, then go ahead. However, in Qin Yang's opinion, Lu Xian's best way is to learn how to break tricks from himself. You can also continue to improve your martial arts. If you give up this opportunity for the sake of face, you will lose too much. Obviously, Qin Yang underestimated the value of the four young masters of the imperial city. Lu Xian clenched his fists and said, imitation of martial arts, regardless of level, this is just a draw. Let's compare. The field was immediately filled with scorn, and it was fortunate that Lu Xian had come to his senses early, otherwise if he continued to fight, if he refused to admit defeat, he would be looked down upon by everyone. Lu Xian, who had calmed down, suddenly became flustered, turned his head to look at Qin Yang, his eyes were burning, his pupils shrank sharply, as if he saw a devil. He just calmed down from the previous excitement, but after calming down, he discovered a very terrifying problem. Qin Yang really knows all martial arts. And every martial skill has been cultivated to the pinnacle. For a while, Lu Xian was a little hard to breathe. Qin Yang was like a big mountain, pressing down in front of him. It's amazing. Lu Qingshan couldn't help but admire. Compared to Tao Xiaoyao, she only clapped her hands and applauded, and thought it was wonderful and beautiful. There are many more powerful ones. It's your honor to follow Qin Yang. Xuanhuan said calmly. Lu Qingshan nodded again and again, facing these two big men, he sincerely respected them. The faint coercion emanating from that body made Lu Qingshan feel frightened all the time. Just standing next to these two big men, even Lu Qingshan himself thought he was just a little brother. What's next? Alchemy, weapon refining, talisman, formation? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. Lu Xian took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, took a bite, and said, compare the formation. The way of alchemy, Li Fengdao failed before. The way of refining weapons, Xuanhuan Laima failed. If I try these two again, I am afraid that I will directly hit the two brothers in the face, and I can only choose from the talisman and the formation. And Lu Xian directly chose the most difficult formation. The rules have been changed. Lu Xian said, this time, we each set up a formation, and then let the other party rearrange it again. Whoever uses the faster time wins. How? The steward of the demon hunting ground nodded, there was nothing wrong with this rule. The whole audience also agreed. The way of the formation is mysterious and unpredictable, but it cannot be learned at a glance. One mistake, and the whole thing collapses. Bad luck can hurt yourself. In this way, the comparison is who has the stronger formation and can stymie the opponent, not just the ability to imitate. It is natural for everyone to accept the outcome. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, I don't agree. Why? Lu Xian said displeased. What? Could it be that you can't come up with a decent formation? Qin Yang chuckled, looked at Lu Xian, and said lightly, you don't deserve to learn my formation. Just as Lu Xian was about to get angry, Qin Yang said again, I know your ability. What? Are you addicted to learning and stealing? How could I stealthily learn your formation? Lu Xian sneered, even if the abacus in his heart was seen clearly, he would not admit it, and said, you still steal my formation. Of course, you have to have that ability. Just do it. Qin Yang shook his head and said, change the rules, otherwise, you will die. Lu Xian snorted coldly and said, are you threatening me? What I'm saying is the truth. Qin Yang said seriously, it's really inappropriate to sacrifice your own life for a competition. That's all I said. If you insist on doing things your own way, don't blame me for not reminding you. Qin Yang is already looking at the Xuanhuan ring, and the materials are complete and sufficient. Lu Xian's eyes flickered, and everyone didn't believe what Qin Yang said. But Qin Yang must have his reasons for saying this, but no one can figure out what the mystery is. Is it so magical? Tao Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Chengwei suspiciously, and asked, is there any formation that Qin Yang arranges will be fine, and others will die if they arrange it? Lu Qingshan couldn't understand it, and asked, it seems that there is no such formation, right? Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and Xuanhuan said, there really is. Jiang Chengwei nodded seriously. Death Realm. If you are not the god of the underworld, you will die if you arrange it. The door to the world of death that was called out, the strong death aura, is simply not something normal people can bear. Only Qin Yang can not only be unaffected, but can also control the death qi, making it look like a simple fog. If a normal person arranges a great formation in the world of death, even if they can hold the aura of death, they cannot control the souls of the dead in the gate of the world of death. It is more likely to enter the gate of the dead world and become a real dead person. Are you ready? Qin Yang asked. Lu Xian jumped in his heart and began to feel uneasy. He also paid attention to Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan's 3 words really there made him suddenly nervous. Wait. Lu Xian still couldn't bear the fear in his heart and said, then change the rules and let me arrange the formation. If you can arrange the formation faster than me, you will win, otherwise you will lose. How? Dare to compare? As soon as the voice fell, the audience suddenly exploded. This rule is shameless. Your 4 young masters in the imperial city are really thick-skinned. Do you want others to set up your own formation faster than you? Even a master formation master can't do it, right? Lu Xian said firmly, what if he happens to be able to do this formation? Everyone was silent for a while, and in normal times, there would definitely be more doubts. But the appearance of Qin Yang's martial arts master made everyone really suspicious. At this moment, Qin Yang nodded and said, okay, yes. Jiang Chengwei reminded, you know Lu Xian's ability, he must have some strange formations. Qin Yang raised his brows and was about to speak. Lu Xian was the first to speak and said, you have agreed to the rules, it is impossible to go back on your terms unless you admit defeat. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, I mean, you have to prepare a formation material for me as well. It's natural. Lu Xian snorted softly, and the Xuanhuan ring flashed a ray of light, and the same spiritual materials were spread on the ground. The amount of spiritual materials is staggering, and there are many rare spiritual materials. The attributes are even more gathered together, and when you look at this spiritual material, you also know how complicated this formation is. Chapter 499 4 Seasons Formation. 4th, are you sure? This is our last chance. Li Fengdao said solemnly. Lu Xian was very confident and said, there is no second person in the world who can set up my formation. This is what I have printed in a secret realm ruin. Oh? What kind of formation is this called? Li Fengdao became curious. Lu Xian smiled and said, "It's called the Four Seasons Array." Four Seasons Formation? Li Fengdao had never heard of it. Not only him, but the entire demon fighting ground was also discussed, and no one knew what the Four Seasons Formation was. Even the stewards of Douyao hunting ground, Jiang Chengwei, etc., said that they had never heard of it. In a private room, a smile appeared on the face of the Dragon Clan alchemist. He had heard of this formation. Lu Xian explained, the Four Seasons formation is not actually an attacking formation, but a formation that can change the environment. The influence of the formation expands with the level of the formation, and anyone who is within the influence of the formation can control the rotation of the four seasons. Warm winds in winter and snow in summer are all possible. The formation is magical, but so useless. That's right, everyone's first reaction was that this formation was useless. Is it necessary to change the seasons? As a cultivator, which one is not immune to cold and heat? On the contrary, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. What Qin Yang wants is not the warm wind in winter and the coolness in summer. What he wants is the four distinct seasons. The empty island base itself is bound to win. If such a formation is arranged on the empty island, wouldn't it be beautiful? The paradise of Songqiong College, the four seasons are like spring, it is not bad. But if it goes on like this, it will be too monotonous. After listening to Li Fengdao, he suddenly laughed. This four seasons formation, he is sure Qin Yang will not. Not only Qin Yang, even anyone who knows the formation method will not study the four seasons formation. Who would waste energy on this? In other words, Lu Xian was able to mirror and imitate directly, effortlessly. It's over, this Qin Yang will definitely lose. I thought Qin Yang would have the last laugh, but he would be defeated by a useless formation. It's not easy to change the environment. With so many spiritual materials, you can see that 1, 2, and 5 elements are gathered together. If you haven't touched this formation, it's impossible to arrange it successfully. There was a lot of discussion about the Four Seasons array, and some even doubted whether Lu Xian could arrange it himself. Look carefully. Lu Xian stared at Qin Yang, wanting to see the unease on Qin Yang's face, but unfortunately, he was disappointed. Qin Yang's face was only calm. Lu Xian started to arrange it, but he didn't believe that Qin Yang could imitate such a complicated formation. Even if you can imitate, can it be shorter than your own time? Almost as soon as Lu Xian raised his hand, Qin Yang selected from a pile of materials. He only glanced at Lu Xian's array arrangement, and then stopped reading it. Qin Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Chengwei asked, while looking at Lu Xian. Although Jiang Chengwei is not good at arranging formations, she still knows a thing or two about the basics of formations. Write it down at this time, and she will be able to help Qin Yang later. Check whether the materials are complete. Qin Yang said. Everyone is confused, can't you arrange this formation? How do you know if the material is complete? At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly said, what about Hanfeng Liu? Hanfeng Liu? Everyone is full of question marks. Is this a spirit material or a spirit medicine? Lu Xian shook his hand, and the formation in front of him exploded. A turbulent air wave scattered, mixed with fire and water mist, and burst open. Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, and blurted out, how do you know that this formation requires Hanfeng Liu? Qin Yang looked at the formation materials in front of Lu Xian, TSK, and said, in order to save trouble, you threw the most important step away? Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, as long as the formation can be successfully arranged, what steps do you use? This willow with wind is a kind of spiritual material that looks like a wicker, but it only has the effect of attracting the wind. It is obviously not very useful, but it is almost the same. The most difficult level to control in the Four Seasons formation. Speaking of this, Lu Xian suddenly fell silent. Being able to say Hanfengliu proves that Qin Yang also knows the formation of the four seasons. For a time, not only Lu Xian, but the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and then looked at Qin Yang. This Qin Yang really can do everything? Jiang Chengwei breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that she didn't need to bother herself. At the same time, there are some doubts. How much stuff is in Qin Yang's mind? You have a mirror world, are you still afraid of difficulties? Qin Yang smiled and said, you deliberately removed this step to save time, right? It seems that you don't know anything about the game, and you can remove Hanfengliu. It can also be arranged into a formation, which is a bit of a skill. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Li Fengdao was startled, and Divine Sense sent a voice transmission, what's going on? Didn't you say that no one could arrange this formation? How could Qin Yang know about Hanfengliu? Lu Xian Shenyan replied, don't you also say that Qin Yang is absolutely impossible to arrange successfully? How do I know how he knows? Li Fengdao pondered and said, this is the last match, our last chance. Lost, can you change the formation? After thinking about it, Lu Xinzi firmly said, only this formation can win our hope. For other formations, let alone Qin Yang, I am afraid that we will find and arrange them in this game. Li Fengdao fell silent. Lu Xian continued, this Qin Yang must be cheating me, he must not arrange this formation. He must have learned the formation material from some ancient book. Lu Xian took a deep breath and continued, even if he takes 10,000 steps back, he knows how to arrange it, but he can't be faster than me. Speaking of this, Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang and sneered, don't you want Hanfengliu? I'll give it to you. Immediately, a wood-based spiritual material was taken out from the Qiankuan ring, which was shaped like a willow branch. As soon as the windy willow came out, a breeze suddenly swept up in the field, which made one's heart suddenly open up a lot, like a spring breeze. Qin Yang, it seems that he gave you Hanfengliu on purpose, but he still doesn't use it. Since you know this formation, you'd better not use this Hanfengliu. Jiang Chengwei saw through Lu Xian's mind, reminded. Qin Yang smiled disapprovingly and said, don't worry, I know it. After getting Hanfengliu, Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. This willow with wind is the essence of this four seasons array, otherwise, the four seasons clearly have a fart. There is no wind at all, what is the difference between the environment and the dead? Lu Xian started to move his hands again, this time he poured into the whole body, and it was bound to be completed as quickly as possible. At the same time, exclamations suddenly sounded in the field, because Qin Yang also started to arrange the formation at the same time. Chapter 500 Am I still famous? My God, Qin Yang can really set up this four seasons array? Isn't it impossible? How could Qin Yang study this kind of garbage formation? If he has studied it, he is too boring, right? Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Compared with Lu Xian's concentration, Qin Yang seemed very casual. Time goes by slowly, say it slowly and quickly. Just when Lu Xian was halfway through arranging the formation, there was a sudden boom in the field. It was like a thunderous sound, startling everyone. Lu Xian was also quite frightened, and the spiritual material of the formation was almost placed in the wrong place. A little scared, he wiped his cold sweat. Lu Xian glared at Qin Yang and said, how dare you make trouble? You are blatantly violating the rules of the competition? Everyone looked at Qin Yang with dissatisfaction. It seems that everyone understands that Qin Yang deliberately started to arrange the formation at the same time in order to disturb Lu Xian. Suddenly, everyone felt that the light was a little dim, and I don't know who was the first to shout, why are there such thick dark clouds in the sky? Everyone raised their heads. The originally sunny weather was extremely sunny, but why was it suddenly gloomy? It seems like a heavy rain will start right away. Someone realized something, swallowed, and looked at Qin Yang in the field. More and more people also noticed that in front of Qin Yang, a mysterious and unpredictable divine light lit up in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang fiddled with the formation, the gloomy dark clouds dissipated immediately, a cold wind blew, and everyone shivered unconsciously. In the audience, someone touched his forehead, and the sudden coldness made him stunned. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually snowing heavily in the goose feather hunting ground. Everyone turned into a snowman almost instantly, and there was a backlog of snow on the ground. Everyone's strength is not low, just a thought can evaporate the snow. Even someone could evaporate all the snow in one move, and even the clouds in the sky were scattered, but everyone was so shocked that no one responded to the strange snow scene that suddenly appeared. Could it be impossible? How many meetings is this? The Four Seasons formation was successfully arranged by Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the snow, scratched his head, and said to himself, so the size of the snow can also be controlled. The next formation was adjusted again, and soon the clear sky appeared again, and the temperature in the field began to gradually increase. The snow slowly melted and merged into a stream of water, which was drained along the drainage channel of the Doe Demon hunting ground. A gust of warm wind blew, making everyone feel extremely comfortable. This wind not only has temperature, but also makes people feel extremely fresh, and it seems that there is aura. This Four Seasons formation is a good thing. Qin Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Four Seasons formation that Lu Xian knew was the simplest one. And the Four Seasons array arranged by Qin Yang is a top-level perfect four-season array. Not only can it change the four seasons, but there is also a spirit gathering array hidden in it. The reason why Hanfeng Lu is important is to drive the flow of spiritual energy. Even if you don't practice within the range of this formation, just standing in it will make you feel very comfortable. In a short period of time, Qin Yang took everyone to appreciate the true effect of the Four Seasons array. The changing of the seasons is unbelievable, and the fresh air is refreshing. Didn't you say that it is absolutely impossible for him? Didn't you say that he only knew the spiritual materials needed for the Four Seasons formation from ancient books? Li Fengdao's expression changed, and he roared loudly. Lu Xian's face was sluggish. He used the rules of the mirror to imitate the formation, and only then did he know the mystery of this formation. Even if he arranges it and gives him 3 times the time, he may not be able to be as relaxed and comfortable as Qin Yang. Qin Yang's ability has completely made Lu Xian give up. However, Li Fengdao looked at Qin Yang and said savagely, "This competition is not considered. You are not imitating Lu Xian to arrange the formation at all. You already know this formation." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No, the rules say that Lu Xian came to arrange the formation, I just need to arrange it faster than him." Looking at the semi-finished product in front of Lu Xian, Qin Yang laughed and said, "This kind of garbage formation is not worthy of me to imitate. It's snowing, I'm going to build a snowman." Tao Xiaoyao shook Qin Yang's arm and kept coquettish. Qin Yang was helpless and started the formation directly, only snow fell on Tao Xiaoyao's head. The little peach demon was playing happily, her face flushed red. The steward of Monster Hunting Ground announced, "In the 4th competition, Qin Yang wins." Li Fengdao felt a chill in his heart and almost collapsed on the ground. Lu Xian didn't know how he took off the Quanhuan ring and handed it to Qin Yang, and the whole person was a little lost. If you offend the 4th young master of the imperial city, you won't have good fruit to eat. Li Fengdao glared at Qin Yang and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you can return everything we lost, I can consider letting it go." "You." "I offended a lot of people, the 4 young masters of the imperial city? Sorry, but I still can't rank you," Qin Yang said seriously. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan burst into laughter. Just a Tiangang emperor and not counting other god emperors who took the opportunity to resurrect, I don't know how many streets are left in this imperial city. Perhaps. It shouldn't be said, because it's not a world class at all. Li Fengdao threatened, don't think that you can make alchemy, you can set up a formation, it's amazing. Qianlong competition, I'm afraid you can't even save your life. Qin Yang's expression was indifferent. Facing such a threat, he really felt nothing. Lu Xian came back to his senses at this time, and said, you want to be famous, you have achieved your goal now, returning our things back, this is only good for you. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, do I still need to be famous? Isn't my Qin Yang's name loud enough? Everyone was stunned suddenly, and some people whispered, it seems that this name has really been heard before. Qin Yang looked around the arena, and the faces of Qin Yang were all on the screens on all sides of the demon hunting ground. Qin Yang smacked his lips, and said, without the Skynet formation of Songqiong College, your news is really stuffy. Even the country bumpkins have seen the 4 major lists that are currently in the limelight, right? Everyone in the audience was a little stunned, and someone said, looking at his strength, he is at least a high-level god king, so young and so capable, he must have a name on the Qianlong list. The 4 major lists, the battle list is divided into 2 parts, the 10 people in the battle star list, and the 10 people in the battle god king list. Tianjiao list, a list of 100 rich and powerful young people. The Qianlong list is 100 talents who are purely based on strength. Billboard, a list of the top 100 people of the older generation. Based on the strength of Qin Yang's high-level god king alone, there is at least a place on the Qianlong list. Everyone in their own way, some took out a piece of jade slip to look at, and some took out a few pages of paper. What's more, it turned out the previous heavenly mystery news. Everyone found the list of Qianlong list and counted from the back to the top. That's not right, I've counted 50, and I haven't seen Qin Yang's name yet? Could it be that his ranking is so high? Qin Yang frowned, he was ranked 10th on the 4 lists, is it so hard to find? Suddenly, someone exclaimed for a lifetime, startling everyone. I found it, he is the 10th Qin Yang on the Qianlong list. Everyone was shocked, and the Qianlong list was 10th. Those who can rank in the top 10 are all vying for the existence of many strengths, and their own potential is enough to prove everything. However, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became eerily quiet, and the quiet needle drop could be heard, which was a little scary. The 10th place is not just as simple as being at the top, because when the 4 major lists came out, the first place was not as eye-catching as the 10th place. Without him, because of this 10th place, in the 4 major lists, they are all ranked 10th. Chapter 501. Quick, look for the Battle God King list. And the Arrogance list. Also, have a look at the ranking list that only evaluates the older generation of powerhouses. Everyone hurriedly confirmed that they couldn't believe that Qin Yang, who was ranked 10th in the 4 rankings, was the one in the field. Lu Xian was stunned, Li Fengdao was also stunned, Xuanhuan, Lai Ma, and Ji were no different, and their faces were dull. The 4 young masters of the imperial city just randomly provoked good guys at the inn. They thought they were just ordinary young powerhouses who came to participate in the Qianlong competition, but they didn't expect it to be such a hard iron plate. Even Li Fengdao thought about it, this person's origin is not simple, after all. He is the same age as them, but has the strength to crush them, and it is impossible to be simple. In fact, at the beginning, they were a little jealous that Qin Yang had such strength. But now, when he knew that this person was the 10th Qin Yang on the 4th list, his mind went blank. Everyone also knows why the name Qin Yang is familiar to everyone, but they can't think of where they have heard it. Qin Yang smiled. It seems that these people have found their names? Immediately, Qin Yang asked again, do I still need to be famous? In the entire demon hunting ground, everyone shook their heads in unison. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan looked at this scene and felt incredible. They don't think Qin Yang's ranking is high, but they think Qin Yang's ranking is low. Qin Yang's strength is only 10th. I think he's fake. Someone suddenly said a word. It quickly got the approval of most people. At the beginning, everyone was really fooled by the 10th on the 4th list. But after all, this is too tiger. It makes people think this is not real. Qin Yang himself is not fake, but I think his ranking is fake. Yes, why is he ranked 10th in all 4 lists? And it's the 10th by default? If the rankings of the 4 major lists are different, that's all. This is all 10th place, which is simply an insult to the IQ of the cultivators in the world. I wouldn't believe it if I said there was no shady inside. That's right, if nothing else, the billboard is the list of the older generation's powerhouses. How can he, Qin Yang, enter? Isn't he our younger generation? Everyone began to complain about their dissatisfaction. In the demon fighting ground, there were many cultivators who were above the 4th list, especially their favorite. The final decision on the 4 major lists is just around the corner. The location, it's also in this imperial city. I think it's the right place to come to this hunting ground. Qin Yang said slowly, looking around, saying, if anyone doesn't agree, come here. Whenever possible, come and challenge. The old man will come to destroy your prestige now. An old man flew straight out of thin air, came to the center of the fighting demon hunting ground, looked down at Qin Yang, and said angrily, this old man is the 10th god of fighting god, and he is on the 4th list. Before the announcement, it has always been. But after the announcement of the 4th list, you squeezed onto the list out of thin air and squeezed the old man out of the battle god king list. I want to see, what ability do you have? Everyone was shocked, this old man turned out to be the god of war. In the battle list, in each realm, only 10 people can make the list. Everyone has to challenge to get on the list. But the appearance of Qin Yang obviously broke the rules again. Facing the ranking list of the entire sky continent human race, it is naturally a symbol of strength. Those who are on the list, and even all those who are not on the list, regard fighting titles as the highest honor. The battle for the battle list can start as long as it is witnessed by the battle union. The final decision on Xuanhuan Imperial City can start now without waiting. The old man looked at the steward of the Doyao hunting ground. The steward didn't know Qin Yang either, but only knew some deeds, but he knew this old man very well. Zui Yuba, he has just finished the 4 competitions at this time. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to challenge directly? The steward of the Doyao hunting ground frowned. Zui Yuba, a practitioner of the rules of the water system, once competed with the Dragon Clan, and did not fall behind. It was also the battle with the Dragon Clan, hence the name. This person has been famous for a long time, and has been occupying the 10th position on the God of War list all the year round. It is called the goalkeeper of the God of War, and the threshold of the list of the God of War. Everyone thinks that this person is not necessarily very expressive. There are countless god kings who challenge him, but no one can defeat him. Zui Yuba snorted coldly, don't think I don't know the relationship between your fighting union and the Qin family, why? You want to favor him? The steward took a deep breath, but Qin Yang came over, looked at Zui Yuba, and said with a smile, you are not my opponent, why make such a show, humiliate in front of so many people, and come to an old and strong like you? Say, I'm afraid it's too risky, right? Even if I squeeze you out of the Battle God King list, can't you still be on the list? It's okay not to mention the billboard, Zui Yuba even blows his beard and stares. I'm also 10th on the billboard, and you pushed me down. Zui Yuba roared. Qin Yang was speechless for a while, and even thought it was a little funny. There were also laughter in the field, no wonder Zui Yuba wanted to strip Qin Yang alive. Unfortunately, both lists were squeezed down by the same person, and they were airborne. Who can swallow this bad breath? Zui Yuba's eyes narrowed, and the air suddenly tightened. All the moisture seemed to be under its control suddenly, just following its orders. Some people with low cultivation base even feel that their blood is controlled by the other party. The discussion suddenly disappeared. Xuanhuan, you should know what you're doing. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground said, the final decision on the fourth list is imminent. Although you are right, the battle list can be contested at any time, as long as it is witnessed by the fighting union. It's okay. But at this special season, if you do this, it means that the Battle God King list will start the war in advance. The sentence of starting the war in advance made everyone's heart tense, and then the blood boiled. The Qianlong contest has been brewing for a long time, and the final decision of these 4 rankings is a major event before the competition. For the event that affects the entire Sky Continent, everyone is eager to try it out. Even those who are not qualified, there are places provided by their respective forces, and they can also rely on the strong to participate in the event. No matter how bad it is, even being an ordinary audience is enough to open your eyes. This will see all potential powerhouses in the entire continent, veteran kings, and so on. You can even see the Monster Clan and even the Dragon Clan who have always been aloof in the battle. This is also a common event for the human race, the demon race, and the dragon race. Why not start the war in advance? If I don't fight today, how can I swallow this breath? If I don't fight today, how convincing are these 4 rankings? Xuanhuan shouted loudly. War! 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 There was a wave of shouts in the audience, but Qin Yang frowned and repeated lightly, I said, you are not my opponent, you are just looking for yourself to be ugly. Chapter 502. Good boy, the list is not ranked by lip service. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Qin Yang nodded and said, since everyone thinks we should fight, then we should fight. Qin Yang's indifferent attitude irritated everyone. Xuanhuan, let him see the true power of the Battle God King. Also let us see, how can he, Qin Yang, Hineng, occupy the 10th position on the 4th list. The 4 brothers, Li Fengdao, the 4 young masters of the imperial city, looked at each other and sneered. Unexpectedly, someone came forward to confront Qin Yang, which saved them the trouble. Let us be so embarrassed, we can't just let him go. Li Fengdao said fiercely. Li Fengdao pondered and said, 4th, your family has connections with Shadow and Blood Skull. Check this, Qin Yang. I want all his information. Lu Xian also looked at Qin Yang with hatred. The 4 young masters of the imperial city were not even a joke now, and everyone didn't even look at them. Not to mention that they lost almost all their wealth in the previous 4 games. Don't worry, even if this guy is really strong, I will make him regret offending us. Lu Xian gritted his teeth. The 4 of them left the venue, and the focus of everyone in the venue was naturally on Qin Yang. I saw Qin Yang's knowledge of martial arts before, and also saw Qin Yang's formation skills, but these 4 lists are not compared to these, they are compared to real strength. Xuanhuan's appearance was just right. As long as this battle begins, everyone will have a clear understanding of Qin Yang. After all, everyone doesn't know Qin Yang, but they know Xuanhuan. Actually, it's not very cost-effective to take action against me now. At least wait until the Qianlong competition. Qin Yang sighed and said, at that time, all those who are dissatisfied with me, you can focus on it, I'll deal with them one by one, it's really a little troublesome. Such a statement directly offends everyone. With such an arrogant attitude, even Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan smiled bitterly. In fact, this is Qin Yang's real idea. It is not possible to upgrade the level yet, but after the Qianlong contest begins, it will be fine. At that time, the enemies gathered together, and they were directly promoted to God Emperor with 1 copy, and then all the enemies were wiped out in one wave. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Unfortunately, not as expected. First think about how to lose to me without being too embarrassed. Xuanhuan said coldly. He looked at the steward of the Doyao hunting ground and said, "You come to witness, it's better to open the Vientian lock dragon formation." "No need, fight with me, don't waste so many spiritual stones." Qin Yang waved his hand. Qin Yang of the Vientian locking dragon formation is naturally clear, but this formation consumes too many spiritual stones. Moreover, the other party is cultivating the rules of water, and Qin Yang has a way to make the other party unable to exert any strength. Naturally, there is no need for the Vientian lock dragon array to protect the audience. No? Sui Yuba laughed loudly, nodded, and said, "That's right, you really don't need all your strength to deal with someone like you who doesn't know what to do to get on the list." Sui Yuba looked at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan again, they both smiled and stood a little further away. They were extremely relieved about Qin Yang's strength. This is an existence that can compete with Emperor Tiangang. If Emperor Tiangang hadn't left early, Qin Yang could even beat Emperor Tiangang violently. Although the Tiangang Emperor had just been resurrected at that time, he was not comparable to the person in front of him. "There is a good elixir in Lu Xian's Chankuan ring just now," Huang Quan said in a low voice. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, "You mean this one?" "Indeed, this spirit medicine is full of gloomy and cold aura, which will indeed help you regain your strength." The two retreated while dividing the spoils. Qin Yang gave the loot he won directly to the two of them, and they both knew it. If they don't bring up their strength again, even if the two of them are powerful god emperors of the gods, they will not face Qin Yang. It has to be said that although the four young masters of the imperial city are not very powerful, their wealth is extremely rich. The two are alone, and what is needed at this time is precisely these details. "Don't take the elixir first, go back to Qin Yang and see if he can help us make elixir," Jiang Chengwei said. Jiang Chengwei was shocked that Qin Yang's easily refined Zhuyandan of the highest quality was still at the 6th rank. Having such a top-level alchemy technique and such a powerful alchemy technique is simply the greatest benefit, and it would be a waste not to make good use of it. "That's right." Huang Quan nodded. The randomness of the two made Sui Yuba a little unclear. Therefore, the two stood on both sides of Qin Yang before, weren't they Qin Yang's guards? Judging from their attitude, did they underestimate themselves, or did they trust Qin Yang too much? "You can start when you're ready, right?" Qin Yang looked at the steward. The steward was a little unsure in his heart, but in fact he was also a little suspicious of Qin Yang's strength. If Qin Yang had a mistake, how would he explain it to the fighting union? By the way, Qin Yang thought of something and asked again, "Can you use external force?" The steward nodded and said, "Okay, except if you can't ask others to help you, you can fight in whatever way you want." Having said this, the steward reminded him, obviously biased, "The formation method is also fine." Qin Yang laughed suddenly, he could feel the goodwill of the steward, he cupped his hands, and said, "Thank you, I don't need a formation to deal with him, a formation flag is enough." "Boy, you don't take me too seriously," Sui Yuba said, "as long as I defeat you, I will be able to return to the position of the god of war." Qin Yang frowned and interrupted, "If I defeat you, won't it benefit me at all?" Sui Yuba suddenly choked, and the blue veins on his forehead burst out of anger. "Then I'll talk about it if you can win." Sui Yuba took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. No clouds were seen, but it suddenly started to rain heavily. "You are not even as good as a water spirit swordsman." Qin Yang smacked his lips, reached out and flipped, and a flag of the water formation appeared in his hand. Above the array flag, a word "high" appeared unremarkable. Qin Yang waved casually, and the heavy rain suddenly stopped. Sui Yuba's face sank, and he waved his hand again, and Qin Yang also waved the formation flag. "What magic weapon do you have? Why can't my water rule be activated?" Sui Yuba exclaimed. Everyone in the field was puzzled and looked at the array flag in amazement. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan suddenly widened their eyes, Jiang Chengwei's lips trembled and her tone trembled. How did the 12 flags appear in Qin Yang's hands? Who was the entrance to the demon race? Are you suppressing that 8-door slaughtering god formation? You can't control what magic weapon, you just need to know that you are like a mortal in front of me. Qin Yang said with some boredom. No, I'm not convinced. Sui Yuba roared loudly, if it's because of this flag that you can make it to the top 4 rankings, I'm definitely not convinced. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, even if you don't agree, what can you do? There's nothing I can do if you don't agree. Chapter 503, Give you the so-called fairness. The audience was silent for a while. Everyone stared blankly at the flag in Qin Yang's hand, and then looked at Sui Yuba, the former god of war, and was dumbfounded. Array flags are a kind of magic weapon, and of course they are also the combat power of cultivators, but in this way, they won Sui Yuba, who was once famous for a while. For some reason, everyone felt a little strange in their hearts. It seems that he is not convinced, and it seems that he is aggrieved for Sui Yuba. It's not a pity to lose to a powerful person, but if you lose like this, even the audience can't accept it. It was still raining in the sky. It wasn't that Qin Yang didn't mobilize the flag of water, but Sui Yuba broke out to the limit of his strength. Even at the limit, it's just sloppy. Sui Yuba landed on the ground, his water rules left him at this moment, and all his self-esteem and the majesty of the strong were gone. Not fair. Not fair. I don't know who suddenly shouted, and everyone also shouted loudly. Someone is still scolding Qin Yang loudly, so arrogant, but the confidence is only such a foreign thing. Qin Yang looked around the audience coldly and said, fairness? What is fairness? The field was quiet again. Indeed, there is no fairness in this world. Family power, and even cultivation talent, aren't all hammers that break the fairness in people's hearts. Sui Yuba gritted his teeth, stared at Qin Yang, and said loudly, use your true strength to fight with me. Qin Yang looked at Sui Yuba lightly, and said softly, I gave you enough dignity, but unfortunately you don't understand. Sui Yuba smiled sadly, pointed to the water formation flag in Qin Yang's hand, and said, is this the dignity you gave me? Qin Yang's expression was flat, and he nodded, for you, losing on this flag is better than losing to me, right? Without this flag, you are nothing. If I crush you, it is like crushing an ant. Sui Yuba shouted frantically. In the arena, the boiling atmosphere made everyone shout continuously. Even if you win, we will never recognize you. Qin Yang's face gradually turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, what I need has never been your approval. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a dark light, as if he could wipe out everything. Looking at Sui Yuba, Qin Yang said, since you want fairness, then I will give you so-called fairness. Having said that, Qin Yang directly put away the flag of the water formation in his hand. In an instant, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Sui Yuba has been doing his best to mobilize the power of the rules. At this moment, without the suppression of the water array flag, the rain in the sky suddenly turned into a sharp sword and ravaged the audience. A huge rain vortex appeared in the field of the Do Demon Hunting Ground. If the steward of the Do Demon Hunting Ground hadn't activated the Vientiane Chain Dragon formation, this momentary change would have caused heavy casualties to the practitioners in the field. Is this the power of the fighting god king? It's terrifying. No wonder we all feel aggrieved for Sui Yuba. With such a strong strength, we can't lift our heads under the pressure of a flag. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but sigh. Some people have greed in their eyes. Sui Yuba clenched his fists, and the momentary recovery of his strength made him regain his confidence, but the previous feeling lingered like a shadow. There is a deep killing intent in his eyes, and with such a heaven-defying magic weapon, this child must not be kept. If you can grab the array flag, wouldn't your strength be even better? All this was seen by Qin Yang. Facing such a huge rain, it was like being in a huge vortex in the sea. But Qin Yang's body stood still, like an island, like a rock. There are many people who want to kill me, but no one can. Qin Yang said quietly, don't blame me for not reminding you, take back your killing intent, otherwise. Zui Yuba was a little afraid of the formation flag, and said coldly, in the battle for the God King, casualties are inevitable. Unless you sacrifice the formation flag just now, you are definitely not my opponent. Or, you can just admit defeat. Qin Yang didn't speak, but looked at the audience and suddenly asked, why? Everyone was stunned. Qin Yang said again, why did I take out the formation flag, and you are clamoring for unfairness here? And after I took back the formation flag, this guy threatened me like this, and made me admit defeat. Do you think it is fair? Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, if fairness is to do what you want, then I'm afraid I'm sorry. Zui Yuba took a half step back, his expression panicked, and said, what? Are you going to sacrifice the flag again? Apart from the flag, do you have no means at all? Qin Yang chuckled and said, you don't need to provoke me. I said it before. Winning you with an array flag is to give you face. Unfortunately, I give you face, but you don't want it. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. With such a fast speed, even Zui Yuba's spiritual sense was unable to capture it. Half moon slash. Qin Yang had come behind Zui Yuba and waved behind him. There is no need to look back at all, Zui Yuba directly separated the body. The audience exclaimed, and many people were directly frightened. Fighting God King, Zui Yuba, a powerful generation, was killed in seconds. Already? It's interesting. Qin Yang grinned, obviously knowing that he didn't kill Zui Yuba. The corpse of Zui Yuba turned into a puddle of water and merged into the vortex of rain that filled the entire demon hunting ground. Soon, Zui Yuba emerged from the vortex. Intact. The 9 heavens of the God King realm, the rules are complete. Qin Yang muttered to himself. The same rules are complete, although compared with their own rules of annihilation, it is a lower-level rule, but it is enough to resist for a while. The half-moon slash that contains the rule of annihilation is not enough to kill it directly. Zui Yuba had a look of horror on his face. If he hadn't had the means to protect himself, he would have been instantly killed just now. The audience cheered and boiled. This is the contest between the gods and kings. Although it's just a first fight, we can change it. The silence in the field seemed to be infected, and everyone looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. In addition to the flag of the water array, Qin Yang is really powerful. The one who can force Zui Yuba out of the means to save his life is an ordinary cultivator. This Qin Yang is at least in the 9 heavens of the God King realm. Everyone feels like they are looking out of the way. The speed is extremely fast, and the attack power is extremely strong. Zui Yuba's eyes flashed brightly. Those with such abilities are all strong, and he gradually put away his contempt. Zui Yuba snorted softly and said, I want to see how you can attack after limiting your speed. Immediately, his palms clasped together in front of his chest. Qin Yang's body was suddenly shocked, and a black light spread all over his body. Instantly broke free from Zui Yuba's control of the water in his body. If your strength is only like this, you still have murderous intentions towards me. Qin Yang's eyes were indifferent, as if looking at a dead man. Then, you are dead. Chapter 504 Array Flag. You are dead. As soon as the 3 words came out, the atmosphere of the audience reached its peak again. I saw Qin Yang pointing like a sword, pressing it lightly on his chest. Long Wei Juejia. Qin Yang, who closed his eyes, opened his eyes again. His pupils had turned into vertical ones, and the rich darkness was enough to obliterate everything. A black aperture spreads out, and within the aperture, everything is annihilated and nothingness. Different from the previous absolute world, this time Qin Yang used the annihilation dragon eyes, and the absolute world is full of dragon power. In an instant, the rain vortex in the field disappeared, and even Xueyuba's body was wrapped in Longwei Jiujia. Being Longwei, Xueyuba was naturally attacked by divine sense. He had a look of horror on his face, and his eyes were dull. For such a strong person, a momentary absence is enough to decide the winner and the loser, and decides life and death. And Jiujia has a strong power in the first place. It is a complete presentation of the rules of annihilation. Even if the power of the ninefold perfection rule protects the master on its own, Xueyuba, who was shocked by Longwei, could not react at all. Just for a moment, everyone was still staring at the field, what more exciting tricks would be available, but Xueyuba's body gradually disappeared. Putting away Longwei Jiujia, Qin Yang shook his hair. It's a pity that the rain vortex, with great visual impact, did not touch Qin Yang even a drop of water. Where's Xueyuba? What trick did he use? It is rumored that Xueyuba is immortal as long as there is water. Where is he hiding? Could it be hidden in Qin Yang's body? Everyone looked at Qin Yang, strangely, waiting for something. Jiang Qiangwei and Xuanhuan, who had recovered from the mystery of how did the flag appear in Qin Yang's hands, also looked at Qin Yang in surprise. A breath passed, no response. Several breaths passed, and there was no response. Qin Yang kept frowning and looked at the head of the Doyao hunting ground, curiously asking himself, why hasn't this guy announced the result yet? Could it be that there are other processes for the competition for the Battle God King list? The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier, and everyone felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. Everyone has been waiting too long. Finally, someone reacted, and it seemed something was wrong. There was no rain at all in the demon hunting field. It stands to reason that the rain controlled by Xueyuba would never stop, but now, the sky is clear. Qin Yang blinked, scratched his head, and said, well, what are you waiting for? ? What happened? Could it be? Everyone's heart tightened and looked at Qin Yang. Xueyuba? The steward of the Doyao hunting ground tried to call out, but there was no response. He's dead, there's not even ashes left, you can't call him. Qin Yang said. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd suddenly exploded, and the discussions were extremely noisy. What? The head of the Doyao hunting ground widened his eyes. In the previous era of extinction, Qin Yang only wrapped Xueyuba and did not wrap other people in. Naturally, others did not know that his extinction world was a magical skill that was enough to kill the same level in seconds. Regardless of whether it is the fighting God King or not, as long as it is not the God Emperor, Qin Yang's attack cannot be resisted at all. If it is really able to resist, I am afraid that only the God Emperors of the gods and the cultivators with the power of special rules. But obviously, Xueyuba is not. Really, dead? The steward of the Do demon hunting ground looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang nodded and said, don't worry, the blood escape of the blood skeleton and the shelter of the shadow, don't even think about hiding on me. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground coughed lightly and announced directly, Xueyuba challenged the 10th place in the Battle God King, and failed. The winner, Qin Yang, retains his place. With this announcement, everyone stood up unconsciously. At such an age, he is already the 10th of the Battle God King, so it is no wonder that he is qualified to be 10th on the 4th list. No wonder he is the only young generation who also has a place on the billboard. But this battle. Everyone can't understand. It's not that I can't accept this result, it's that I always feel weird. In this regard, Qin Yang himself felt a little weird. But what makes Qin Yang feel weird is that he directly killed Xueyuba, but shouldn't everyone's expression be fear? Why is this strange look? Is this the reason why people have been provoking themselves all the time and never taking themselves seriously? Should I be gentle? Let everyone see the process they want to see? Qin Yang rubbed his chin and thought, then shook his head. Who cares? Lao Tzu is so strong, he is too lazy to do things that waste time. Qin Yang, what's going on with this flag? Jiang Chengwei asked. I didn't use this flag just now, Qin Yang said. I know, I'm asking you, why do you have the flag of the water array in your hand? This flag shouldn't be there. Jiang Chengwei hesitated. What should it be? Qin Yang asked, curiously, explaining the origin of the flags. Jiang Chengwei fell silent after hearing this, and after a long time she said, You mean, this array of flags appeared in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Qin Yang nodded. When did you appear in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Jiang Chengwei asked quickly. Qin Yang thought about it and said, I don't know, I have to ask the Dragon Mother about this. According to my guess, it should have been 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, when the divine calendar began. Jiang Chengwei gasped, 1,000 years ago. Qin Yang asked, what's wrong? You seem to recognize this formation flag. What is this formation flag for? Jiang Chengwei took a deep look at Qin Yang and said slowly, This is the great formation of the demon clan to suppress the entrance to the demon world, the formation flag of the 8 Gates formation. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, blinked his eyes, and said, 8 Gate Array? 12 Slaughtering God Array? 8 Gate Slaughtering God Array? Jiang Chengwei was even more shocked, you know that too? The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and the flag of Shuizihai appeared in his hand. What Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan couldn't believe was that Qin Yang continued to turn his hands, and flags appeared one after another. This? Jiang Chengwei's eyes widened. This was even more unacceptable to him than the Great War. Earth Star Flag. The flag of the earth. Wooden flag. Counting the high flag of the water, there are 4 sides. There are a total of 12 array flags, and 1/3 of them appeared in Qin Yang's hands. Jiang Chengwei originally had a fluke in her heart, thinking that if it was just one flag, it wouldn't matter, but now it seems that the 12 flags are not in the 8 formations. This flag will be sent to the demon clan immediately. Jiang Chengwei said. Qin Yang shook his head. Why? Without these formation flags, the 8 gate formations do not know how to operate. Even if they operate, they will not have the power they should have. The Devil World. Jiang Chengwei was a little anxious. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, It's not that I don't want to send it over, it's really. What is it? Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang sighed, I am number 1 on the Demon Temple's must-kill list, and I haven't taken any shots. One is because of the 10,000 Demon Temple, and the other is because. Anyway, when I participate in the Qianlong contest, the Demon Temple will definitely come forward. You asked me to send it directly, didn't you throw yourself in the net? This? Jiang Chengwei frowned. He ignored that the relationship between the human race and the monster race is different from before. If this flag is really sent over and used to deal with the human race, then, they will become the sinners of the human race. At this moment, the field suddenly fell silent. A golden glow came from the palace, and the colorful chariot slowly approached. Emperor Xuanhuan is here? No, it looks like a woman. Could it be the princess of the Xuanhuan Empire, Xuanhuan Guqing? Chapter 505. The gorgeous and noble Luan flew in the sky, and Qingqing's appearance was not as green as before, but instead had a majesty full of oppression. It made people feel unattainable when they saw it, and they bowed their heads in shame. Humph! Qin Yang hummed angrily, this Xuanhuan Guqing actually blessed her with the mighty rules of Qingming. Qingming is mighty, the rules of the king, Qin Yang said before, this is simply a hooligan rule. The result of blessing on him is that when people look at her, they feel that she is noble, and that he is inferior to her. Xuanhuan Guqing's indifferent eyes are very in line with the temperament of the empress, and she glanced at Qin Yang lightly, and then opened her tender lips. The competition for the fourth list will be opened in advance, and the location is within the demon hunting ground and the palace. The demon hunting ground is responsible for the competition for the battle list. The other 3 lists will be hosted by me and will be held in the palace. After the announcement, everyone's faces showed excitement. The steward of the demon fighting ground frowned. This was obviously a fight for fame and fortune. This was a competition between the Xuanhuan Empire royal family and the fighting union. It's just that the Xuanhuan Empire's royal family has the right time, place and people, and there is no way for the fighting union to do so. Great, it's a good opportunity to enter the palace, to compete for the ranking. If you can be recruited by the palace, then the future will be very smooth. The royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire, even a strong man like Chu Jiansan, is willing to follow, not only because of their strong power, but also because of their close relationship with the Dragon Clan. On Songqiong continent, after all, it is only the world of the God King, and the East China Sea is the best destination for the God Emperor. As long as there is a way to get close to the Dragon Clan, everyone will squeeze their heads to fight for it. The early opening of the final decision of the fourth list also made many people rush to pass the news. After all, many people are still on the road. Cousin, why did you come here in Alwan? You are so majestic. Xuanhuan Laima flew up to greet him as usual. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes turned cold, which made Xuanhuan Lima's heart tighten. Xuanhuan Laima hurriedly bowed his head and saluted, Gong. Her Royal Highness. Xuanhuan Lima is a relative of the royal family, and Xuanhuan Guqing is the orthodox royal family, the only bloodline of the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. What is even less known is that Xuanhuan Guqing is the reincarnation of the ancient empress. I am afraid that only Qin Yang and others know this. Ignoring it at all, Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, Would you like to surrender to me? Everyone looked at Qin Yang with envy, and it was everyone's dream to be able to directly recruit on such an occasion. I laughed very low, haha. Qin Yang laughed. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flashed coldly, You mean? Am I making you laugh? Qin Yang shrugged, That's the truth. Your world is very small. Xuanhuan Guqing spoke slowly. Your world is not necessarily that big. Qin Yang retorted mercilessly. My God, is Qin Yang crazy? How dare you talk to Xuanhuan Guqing like that? Xuanhuan Guqing represents the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. It's okay to refuse such a solicitation, and you still don't give face like this? Even though Qin Yang is from the Songqiong Academy, the Songqiong Academy has always been a neutral force, how can there be a Xuanhuan Empire royal family? That's right, even the people of Sky Academy have their own identities. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly laughed, nodded, and said, I knew you would do this. Qin Yang was non-committal, but he didn't understand, since Xuanhuan Guqing knew, why did he do it? Jiang Chengwei coughed lightly, stood up, and said, Isn't it? Obviously, Jiang Chengwei knew Xuanhuan Guqing's deep meaning, which was sending a signal to the entire Sky continent. That is, Qin Yang has nothing to do with the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Refusal to solicit also means Qin Yang's affairs, the Xuanhuan Empire royal family, don't care. Master, come with me, I have a suitable position for you here. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Jiang Chengwei had a faint smile on her face, looked at Qin Yang, then at Xuanhuan Guqing, and shook her head. The audience immediately exploded, and they finally faced the attendant beside Qin Yang for the first time. Can Xuanhuan Guqing be called a strategist directly? Can it be an ordinary person? For Qin Yang, it may be a solicitation, but for this strategist, I am afraid it is an invitation from an acquaintance. You don't need to stay to monitor him, the future world will be without him. Xuanhuan Guqing said directly. I'm not surveillance, don't get me wrong. Jiang Chengwei said helplessly. How could Qin Yang's mind not see through such a provocation? Qin Yang frowned and said, "No one told you, are you annoying?" Jiang Chengwei suddenly laughed and seemed to realize that it was not good to laugh like this, so she hurriedly stopped. Huang Quan suddenly spoke from the side and said, "I haven't had time to say it yet, she is really annoying." Xuanhuan Guqing didn't care, looked at Huang Quan, and said, "I also have your place here. Is it the culprit?" Huang Quan said, rather than angry, "Huang Quan's scheming, I don't like it. Obviously, a lot of not-so-happy things have happened before." Ginger. Changwei explained, Huang Quan slaughtered a world, and Xuanhuan Guqing put the black pot on Huang Quan's head in order to win people's hearts. Qin Yang nodded clearly, disgusting Xuanhuan Guqing even more. "It's all about fighting, and following me is the right way," Xuanhuan Guqing said. Jiang Chengwei said with great interest, "Actually, if you walk the right way for a long time, you will get tired of it, and it may be easier to try another way. As you said, you have to fight anyway, so why bother with who you are with? Woolen cloth?" Xuanhuan Guqing was a little puzzled. What kind of magic does Qin Yang have, so that both of you can follow willingly? As the Empress of the Ages, she can naturally see through it. Qin Yang did not use reincarnation to enslave the souls of the two of them. This is the decision of the two of them independently. I have never imagined that there is anything more reliable than someone who controls the rules of annihilation but only wants to protect them, Jiang Chengwei said sincerely. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Huang Quan. "How about you?" "Give him his life," Huang Quan said. Xuanhuan Guqing laughed suddenly, and even Jiang Chengwei looked sideways and pouted. Huang Quan changed his mind and said, "I want to kill people." But he added in his heart, "Kill all the people who should be killed." Perhaps only Jiang Chengwei knows Huang Quan best. Huang Quan's thirst for killing is just an appearance. Like Qin Yang, he is a principled person. It's just unfortunate that Huang Quan's rule power is too terrifying, and it's the world that fears him and compares him to a devil. You can do it yourself." After Xuanhuan Guqing finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. Luan Jia rode directly on the colorful rays of light and went far away. A conversation, there is something in the words. No one in the audience understood, but they understood something. Qin Yang and the two servants beside him are not easy. Moreover, they rejected royal solicitation, which is the most important thing. That being the case, one person in the field stood up directly and said slowly, "The final competition for the 4 rankings will start ahead of schedule, so here, I will challenge Qin Yang, who is 10th on the Battle God King ranking." Chapter 506. I'm busy. This person is. I don't know, but Zui Yuba's battle just now is obvious to all. This person dares to challenge. I'm afraid he is not good. Everyone looked at the man who stood up, a middle-aged man with a plain appearance. The clothes are also very ordinary, and they don't even look like a cultivator, and they don't exude the should-have power of the Battle God King. Qin Yang became impatient and said, "I'm very busy and don't have time. I think if you want to challenge the Battle God King list, maybe someone else?" The steward of the Battle Demon Hunting Ground said softly, "The battle for the Battle God King list must be witnessed by the Battle Union." "Then what?" Qin Yang asked. "According to the rules, you have to start the challenge step by step from the 10th place," the steward of the Doyao Hunting Ground said. Qin Yang suddenly opened his mouth wide. Doesn't that mean that whoever wants to fight for the title of God of War must challenge himself first? Did you become a goalkeeper? I'm afraid that I want to save the trouble once and for all, and I have to challenge from the 9th place, which is afraid that it will be more troublesome. Why didn't the Fighting Guild give me the 1st place directly?" Qin Yang asked. The steward of the Demon Hunting Ground was a little embarrassed, his voice was very low, and finally he simply transmitted his spiritual sense and said, "It has been an exception to give you the 10th place, and to give you the 1st place, I am afraid that the Fighting Guild will be harassed." It's turned upside down. Qin Yang didn't want to let go of this title. Looking at the middle-aged man, Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I accept your challenge." Qin Yang's eyes gleamed. This battle was almost a waste of time for him, and it didn't do any good. However, if there is no benefit, Qin Yang has to find some benefits for himself, or at least let others challenge him not so casually. In this battle, we must stand up. If everyone wants to mention his Qin Yang's name, they will not dare to fight. Before killing Sui Yuba, the process was too fast. I'm afraid you didn't see it clearly. This time, Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth, smiled, and said, "I will satisfy your curiosity and let you see enough." Saying this, the audience became a sensation, and everyone roared in unison, looking forward to it. The middle-aged man who wanted to challenge heard it and burst out laughing. The laughter got louder and louder, and it overwhelmed the sound of the audience. Everyone's face changed. This guy is really not a good stubble. I don't know the heights of the sky. The hairy boy is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. You don't know my name if you know. So what if you know? Qin Yang didn't care. The middle-aged man snorted softly and said, "If you know my name, I'm afraid it will scare you." For a time, everyone looked curiously at the ordinary middle-aged man who could no longer be ordinary. At this time, the middle-aged man stepped forward and appeared directly in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned. This person really has two brushes. Next, the middle-aged man said slowly, "Xing Xiao." After speaking, Xing Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly. Qin Yang blinked and looked left and right. Jiang Chengwei rolled her eyes, and Huang Quan smiled dryly. The two of them don't even know the history of forgetting and awakening. Do you expect them to have heard this name? The fifth and first battle with the god of war, the Xing Xiao who won't win or lose, the steward of the Dou monster hunting ground asked suspiciously. Is he Xing Xiao? Who is Xing Xiao? The audience looked weird, and the name was really unfamiliar. Famous and powerful in the domain of rules. I don't know who said it. Everyone fell silent. The Sky Continent, not only Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is divided into several regions. The realm of freedom represented by the Sky Academy, the City of Freedom is the core. The rest are the Xuanhuan Empire in the east and the Qishou Empire in the west, as well as the small principalities that depend on them. The most fertile land is also the core heart of Zhongzhou Continent, and it is the domain of rules. The Temple of Heaven, one of the peak forces, is the representative of the domain of rules. How famous is it? Someone asked. One of the generals of the Temple of Heaven, said a cultivator from the domain of rules. When it comes to the generals of the Tianjin Temple, everyone is shocked. There is a clear measure in mind. If the status is converted, it is equivalent to the Jade Shadow in the Shadow, the 12 blood gods in the Blood Skeleton, the royal general of the Xuanhuan Empire, the strongest teacher of the Sky College. The steward of the demon hunting ground reminded, if this person did not violate the rules of the challenge, he would have the strength to become the god of fighting king. It's just that when the fighting guild invited him to continue to participate in the challenge, he was rejected. Qin Yang nodded. If the Dozhan Guild invited him to challenge himself from the 10th place, would he refuse it? If you don't really care about the name, who wants to be so troublesome? Qin Yang smiled dryly, looked at Xing Xiao, and said, I'm sorry, I'm ignorant, I haven't heard your name. Xing Xiao snorted coldly and said, it's good to know, but from today, everyone will remember my name. Oh? Are you so confident? Qin Yang looked at Xing Xiao playfully. Why? Because you can beat me? Xing Xiao laughed sensually. Today's battle is a matter of life and death. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone was puzzled. People in the realm of rules have always regarded people in other places as hillbilly, with a look of disdain. Even if it is two big empires and a large college, it is not in his eyes. When I see it today, it really lives up to its reputation. It's just that everyone doesn't understand one thing, that is, what kind of grievance does Xing Xiao have with Qin Yang? To decide to die? Qin Yang also didn't understand, but he didn't care. There are many people who want to kill me, but most of them are like Sui Yuba before. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, even if some of them slip through the net, they will be delivered to the door sooner or later. Just like you. Qin Yang looked at Xing Xiao quietly. Aren't you curious, why should I kill you? Xing Xiao asked. Qin Yang shook his head, I don't care about the thoughts of the dead. Xing Xiao was instantly angry, dare to look down on me so much, I want to see if you are really so expressive. I'm rarely soft on the enemy. Qin Yang looked at Xing Xiao's panel and said with a smile, so I want to remind you, it's best not to underestimate the enemy. Although I have already decided, this will be an exhibition match, but you don't want to fight in disgrace, do you? Xing Xiao gritted his teeth, his face was full of anger, but his eyes were calm. It's useless to talk too much, let's fight. Xing Xiao said. Please. Qin Yang made a gesture of asking. Xing Xiao choked for breath, and said solemnly, you asked me to shoot first? Qin Yang scratched his head, with an even more exaggerated surprise on his face, what? Do you dare to let me take the shot first? Chapter 507 Only you like playing with shadows. In the same sentence, Qin Yang added the word dare, which is enough to prove that Qin Yang doesn't take Xing Xiao seriously at all. Xing Xiao laughed angrily, and the cold light in his eyes became more and more bright. Okay, if you are directly punched by me, you will be asking for it. Qin Yang, don't underestimate the enemy. Divine Sense Voice Transmission, the steward of Doyao Hunting Ground. At the beginning, the battle between Xing Xiao and Fighting God King No. 5 ended in a draw, but it was rumored that Xing Xiao won, but he finally stopped attacking. Fighting God King, although not all peak God Kings will participate in the competition, but there are only 10 titles in the entire continent, and the gold content is definitely not low. Qin Yang nodded lightly, his expression did not change, but he was looking at the other party's panel, and he always felt something strange. Cultivator, Xing Xiao. Strength, Divine King Realm, Juzangshan. Exercise, Swallow the Dragon Elephant. Rules, the power of the dragon elephant. Domain, Longting Jiuxiao. There is no problem with the exercises, rules, and fields, but Qin Yang feels a hint of familiarity. Qin Yang smacked his lips. In order to suppress the realm, he did not copy the opponent's power, so he could only understand it from the literal meaning on the panel. Eat me a punch. Xing Xiao dodged and punched him. The ordinary punch did not have much power, as if he was not conspicuous before. Qin Yang frowned and punched him. With a strong physique, Qin Yang did not use any martial arts. Boom! The shock wave directly caused 1,000 layers of waves. Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan's expression suddenly changed, and they retreated. The steward of the Doyao hunting field also quickly propped up the Vientiane lock dragon formation to lock the space in the field. Qin Yang was shocked, but Xing Xiao stepped back a few steps before stopping. Xing Xiao looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, then looked at his red fist, and exclaimed, "What a powerful strength, so your strength is really unfathomable." Although it was amazement, there was no fear at all, but a feeling of ecstasy. This made Qin Yang feel a little evil in his heart. "Your strength is not bad," Qin Yang responded. The two directly used their physical strength to shake it up, and their figures turned into countless phantoms, appearing and disappearing in every corner of the field. The weaker audience can't even catch the traces of the two, and can only judge based on the afterimage and position, who has the upper hand. My God, it's just a competition of physical strength. Qin Yang actually suppressed Xing Xiao steadily? Qin Yang didn't show the slightest physique in his previous battles. Isn't this too outrageous? In the end, is Qin Yang too strong? Or is Xing Xiao too weak? Someone who can match the fifth and first points of the god of war can't have only this method, right? Both of them obviously did not use their full strength. As the battle progressed, Qin Yang always felt that something was wrong. With another hedging attempt, Qin Yang exerted all his strength and punched Xing Xiao to the ground. The entire demon fighting ground shook for a while, and everyone was so scared that their backs became cold. This punch. I'm afraid it can kill the king in seconds. Everyone was stunned. Ha ha ha, good, good. A long shout came out, and Xing Xiao climbed out of the human-shaped hole on the ground. Blood bleeds from the corners of his mouth, and a terrifying dent in his chest. He took out the porcelain bottle, poured out an elixir and swallowed it, and the injury healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Can Bidu still take medicine pills? Someone asked. Of course, the competition for the battle list is only based on winners and losers, and there are no rules. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground said. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. If he read it right, the medicinal pill Xing Xiao just took was Tong Tian pill. This kind of elixir, which can only be refined by the wind-refined swallowing gourd, would actually appear in Xing Xiao's hands? Qin Yang seemed to have figured out something, and there seemed to be more mysteries. Shaking his head gently, Qin Yang looked at Xing Xiao and said slowly, "Have you tried enough?" What? Was it just a test? Tightness is a temptation, so there is such a strong power? Then. This Xing Xiao really is a little bit heavy. Xing Xiao looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and smiled. I apologize for the previous contempt, but, you're still going to die. Xing Xiao took a deep breath and was shocked. The sound of a dragon roaring like a chirping sound was filled with a sense of wildness. It seems that the phantom of the dragon elephant appears and disappears from time to time, and Xing Zhao's entire momentum suddenly changes greatly. Across the Vientiane locking dragon formation, he seemed to be incomparably small, as if he had seen an ancient giant. My punch can break your body, Xing Xiao said. Qin Yang laughed, raised his fist, and said, I can too. Xing Zhao's face was condensed, and he was not talking nonsense. He stepped on the miraculous pace and rushed to the sky. Xing Xiao is not only powerful, but also not weak. Qin Yang stepped on the dragon step without showing weakness, and his figure became more elegant. Boom! Once again, everyone's eyes widened. This time, the one who flew backwards turned out to be Qin Yang. Interesting. Qin Yang's body directly slammed into the barrier of the Vientiane lock dragon formation, and the frightened audience almost jumped from the seat. Huh? Xing Xiao looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. This Qin Yang was actually unscathed. Qin Yang still only used the initial strength, just to verify the opponent's strength. Unexpectedly, this guy's strength has really improved a lot. I advise you to open the domain, otherwise you will not be able to fight me. Qin Yang pouted. Compared with the indestructible body, Qin Yang didn't believe that the Tong Tian pill of the other party was enough to eat. The corners of Xing Zhao's eyes twitched slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, Longding Jiuxiao. The power of the dragon elephant can't hurt the other party, or on the premise of running the swallowing dragon elephant art to increase its own strength, so it can only expand the field. A mysterious and unpredictable force unfolds in the field. This is another rare field. The power of rules is not rare, but in this field, it is indeed rare. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and felt this field. Gradually, Qin Yang's face turned cold. I said why it feels weird, are you from the shadows? Qin Yang asked in a deep voice. Xing Zhao's heart skipped a beat. This kid has such a keen perception, is he deceiving himself? Looking at Qin Yang's eyes again, Xing Zhao's heart froze. Even if he cheated himself, he succeeded. Because my performance just now is enough to prove it. How do you know? Xing Xiao asked in a deep voice. Previously, you restrained your ability to devour yourself. In fact, the real power of your practice is to devour your opponent's power, not just to strengthen yourself. The power of the dragon elephant is the most perfect cover, which will make people feel that you should be so strong in the first place. Qin Yang said slowly, however, the realm can't deceive people. I can feel that my power is constantly being absorbed by you, and your power is constantly getting stronger. What does this have to do with shadow? Xing Xiao asked. Qin Yang glanced at his shadow and said with a sneer, I didn't notice it immediately because normal people don't usually pay attention to their own shadow. And your ability is through shadows. To do it. Only shadows like to play with shadows. Chapter 508. The frivolous sentence made Xing Xiao unable to control himself again. He finally lost his composure and shouted angrily, what if you find out? Go to hell. Xing Xiao, who opened up the field, continued to soar in strength. As the battle time goes on, his power will become stronger and stronger. In the face of all this, Jiang Chengwei's face was a little dignified. Such a field is simply too shameless. Even more shameless than the ancient female emperor Xuanhuan Guqing. Of course, he only dared to say this in his own heart. Perhaps, against such an enemy, only Huang Quan would have no effect. Huang Quan was indeed expressionless, and even felt a little bored. Boom. 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 The constant hedging of power made everyone in the audience soar. Such pure physical strength is simply too terrifying. Some of the God King realm powerhouses were still eager to try, and wanted to compete for the title of this battle God King, but seeing this, they have completely given up. This physical strength is too strong, and it corresponds not only to strength, but also to speed. If I fight against it. Many practitioners replaced them with their bodies, but found that under such speed and strength, they would be overwhelmed. The powerful supernatural power is afraid that it will be too late to display it, and even if it is displayed, it will be blown up by the opponent. To be able to fight the fifth and first battle with the god of war, this Xing Xiao is really extraordinary. The god general of the Temple of Heaven, is it a false name? Seeing it today is an eye-opener. If this goes on, Xing Xiao will become stronger, and Qin Yang will become weaker. Does this mean that Qin Yang will be defeated sooner or later? There is no fancy supernatural power performance, but instead presents all the audience with the most primitive physical combat. The impact is not only not weak, but stronger. Because the cultivation of the physical body is almost the shortcoming of most cultivators. No, Xing Xiao's power is getting stronger and stronger, so Qin Yang is also getting stronger and stronger. Someone discovered this strange scene, and as time went on, Qin Yang not only did not fall behind, but instead kept improving his strength to be equal to Xing Xiao. I see how long you can last. Xing Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, Longding Jiuxiao, the second level. The pressure on the field suddenly increased, and Qin Yang felt that his strength and speed were a little stagnant. Motivating the immortal body, the black light flashed on the body, and the strength was once again raised to the level of Xing Xiao. Xing Xiao felt astonished in his heart, as if he had cast a fake domain. In fact, if Qin Yang is willing, he can wrap himself with the rules of annihilation at any time. Everyone is the power of the perfection rules of Zhuzangshan. Who is weaker than who? Under the restraint of attributes, Qin Yang can theoretically be immune to the power of all rules. Dragon Fist. Xing Xiao roared, punched out, a dragon roar sounded, and a raptor appeared instantly. Qin Yang drew a circle with his palms, one pulling, crazy dragon palm. Instead of dodging, he went straight ahead. Destroyed the mad dragon, and confronted Xing Xiao's dragon fist. Destroying the mad dragon directly shreds Xing Xiao's raptor, and the trend continues unabated. Idol. Xing Xiao roared again, an idol suddenly appeared, and the ivory headed directly to the destroyed crazy dragon. Gathering all the power to one point, the annihilating mad dragon that formed the martial skill was instantly smashed. It's amazing. Not only are they unparalleled in physique, but their magical powers are not weak at all. The king of fighters is the king of fighters, and every battle is a textbook. Everyone stared intently at the battle between the two, and various martial arts were unfolded. On Xing Zhao's side, the phantoms of dragon elephants kept appearing, and on Qin Yang's side, there were many different kinds of martial arts. Another raptor? Qin Yang frowned, and with a half-moon cut, he directly chopped off the raptor's head. Is it another idol? Qin Yang sighed and grabbed his hands, smashing the monument. The wild giant elephant was directly lifted by Qin Yang, and then fell heavily behind its back. When it fell, the phantom of the giant elephant suddenly shattered. The moves are not too much. Xing Xiao defended himself, making strange gestures with both hands and pinching strange fingers. It was actually calling out an ivory, and the power of this ivory was stronger than the combined power of all the previous wild giant elephant phantoms. If you are stabbed by this ivory, and you change to an ordinary cultivator, even if you transport the magic weapon, you will not be able to resist it at all. Qin Yang stepped up, stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly. It's like driving away annoying flies, the breeze blows the willows. The ivory was directly pulled aside, Xing Zhao's eyes widened, at this time he was the empty door. Qin Yang punched him, and when everyone thought that Xing Xiao was about to be hit, a crisp pop sounded. Xing Xiao actually caught Qin Yang's punch. Xing Xiao trembled violently, and said in a low voice, "Dragon soaring 9 heavens, the 5th level. Domain, Longting Jiuxiao. Divided into 9. With each weight, the strength increases by 1 level, and at the same time deprives the opponent of 1 more point of strength." Qin Yang's figure felt a little heavy, he smiled softly, raised his strength again, and kicked out. Xing Zhao's pride didn't last for 2 breaths, and his figure was kicked away like a cannonball. Xing Zhao's face was extremely ugly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Long Ting Jiuxiao, the 9th level." Just as Qin Yang was about to follow, his body suddenly stopped, as if he was stuck in the mud and couldn't extricate himself. It's not that the power of the surrounding domain is suppressed, but that its own power has been stolen too much. It made Qin Yang feel extremely uncomfortable. But Qin Yang didn't urge the power of the annihilation rule to counteract it, but just stopped the attack and looked at Xing Xiao quietly. "Ha ha ha, I see how arrogant you are now." Xing Xiao rushed over with a big laugh, his body like a ray of light. Qin Yang seemed to have known it for a long time, glanced at his head, and pointed at the front like a sword. An extremely unbelievable scene happened in the field. Xing Zhao's punch was directly empty, and at the same time, his chest hit Qin Yang's finger sword. Although the power has been stolen, the immortal body is still the immortal body. A pair of meat fingers are still extremely tough, stronger than magic weapons, and at the speed of Xing Xiao, the lethality increases in a straight line. Ah! Xing Xiao exclaimed in pain, if he hadn't hit quickly, Qin Yang's finger sword would be enough to pierce his heart. Although it has only been stabbed in the flesh now, it is still a few minutes away from the heart. Xing Xiao felt a chill in his heart at this time, and the severe pain could not resist the fear spreading in his heart. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Qin Yang, but what he saw was the annihilated dragon's eyes that he had everything under his control. There is no emotion, but it seems to be laughing at Xing Zhao's naivety. No matter how strong the power is, what can it be? Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised, not only did he not feel a smile, but his back even felt cold and creepy. Just a fool. The demon fighting ground immediately exploded, and everyone stood up and shouted loudly, unable to control themselves with excitement. Such a powerful Xing Xiao was only a reckless man in Qin Yang's eyes, and the phrase, "just a reckless man," gave everyone goosebumps. Chapter 509, The Strongest Goalkeeper. Strong, too strong. Is this the 10th strength of the 4th list? Someone said with a bit of sourness, this is not the end of the battle, don't get excited too early. Indeed, the battle wasn't over yet. Xing Zhao's scalp was numb and he quickly retreated. If Qin Yang had just urged his energy, even a shred of energy would be enough to shatter his heart. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. His strength has been weakened, no matter how tough his physique is, it won't help. Xing Zhao cheered himself up in his heart, and moved quickly to the blind spot that wanted to reach Qin Yang's line of sight. Coming behind Qin Yang, Xing Zhao punched out. Qin Yang's operation is against the sky, he knew it for a long time, and pointed like a sword, waiting early. Xing Zhao was overjoyed, this was just a feint. But he didn't know that Qin Yang also had a smile on his face. Xing Zhao went around where Qin Yang couldn't see, and Xing Zhao didn't see Qin Yang's expression either. The figure flashed again, came to Qin Yang's side, and Xing Zhao kicked out. Like a dragon swinging its tail, the huge phantom caused a sense of oppression in the field. Xing Zhao looked at Qin Yang proudly, but found that Qin Yang's eyes were still staring at him coldly. With a shudder in my heart, I saw a black half-moon in front of Qin Yang that was released at an unknown time. Destroy the half-moon slash. It was as if Xing Zhao had put his leg on the chopping block, and the severe pain made his mind go blank. Ah! Xing Zhao flew out, clutching his legs, and the dragon came out and beheaded. The dragon swings its tail, docks its tail. Impossible. How can you perceive so sharply? My speed should exceed the divine sense perception of the God King realm. Xing Zhao exclaimed. Perception? Qin Yang shook his head and said, do you know what prediction is? Or, a prophet? I don't believe it. Xing Zhao only had one leg left, and he used his cultivation base to vacate himself and temporarily stop the injury. After taking out the previous porcelain bottle, it was time to pour out another pill. It's still a 6th order Tong Tian pill, it's really extravagant. Qin Yang sighed and snapped his fingers lightly. Translucent light-colored aperture, spread out. Xing Zhao hurriedly mobilized all his strength to resist. This was the trick that killed Zhu Yuba in an instant. The power of rules has just started, and the aperture has already wrapped him in it. It was not as dangerous as he imagined, but Xing Zhao suddenly became sluggish. At this moment, all his power was lost. Only physical strength remains. No, this is not the trick to kill Zhu Yuba. Xing Zhao looked at Qin Yang in horror. Qin Yang spread out his hands and said, if you are not blind, you must be able to see the color clearly, right? Yes, this light-colored aperture is exactly Qin Yang's domain, the ordinary world. Destroy all the power of the rules, leaving only the pure flesh. For Xing Zhao, of course, the remaining physical power does not include the power of the dragon elephant. Only Qin Yang's immortal body will remain unaffected. However, the immortal body is unique to Qin Yang. In this field, restrain all practitioners. There is only one Tong Tian pill left in such a big porcelain bottle? Qin Yang's figure flashed and grabbed the porcelain bottle in Xing Zhao's hand. Xing Zhao didn't even have time to react. Qin Yang felt a pain in his heart when he thought that this guy had swallowed a Tong Tian pill before. This is the genuine version of Hui Tian Dan. A 6th order Tong Tian pill is enough to create a God King realm powerhouse. It can also make a God King realm strong, no matter how big the injury is, he can recover in an instant. The most important thing is that this Tong Tian pill can not only heal ordinary wounds, but also damage the foundation and hidden dangers, all of which can be healed. Even Chu Ying's vitality can be completely cured with Tong Tian pill. I admit. Xing Zhao hurriedly shouted, now he is not Qin Yang's opponent at all. At the same time, he will bring this information back to let his people know about Qin Yang's various abilities and real strength. Before he finished speaking, Xing Zhao felt a pain in his heart. Qin Yang instantly released the ordinary world domain, and a sword of annihilation was directly inserted into Xing Zhao's heart. With the beginning of the heart, as if infected by a virus, Xing Zhao's body is slowly disappearing. Since it's a shadow, it's still delivered to the door by myself. I won't let you leave alive no matter what. Qin Yang said softly and picked it up. Xing Zhao's body was completely wiped out and clean, and what Qin Yang caught was the dropped Qianquan ring. Divine Mind checked it out, and was a little disappointed. She threw it lightly, and Jiang Qiangwei quickly caught it. Jiang Qiangwei also released her divine sense to investigate, and she couldn't close her mouth with a smile. Xuanhuan curled his lips aside and said, "The dignified alliance strategist has become a housekeeper, look at you happy." Jiang Qiangwei retorted with a smile, "It's better than you, just like a thug, still a useless thug." Not useful? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Jiang Qiangwei's face stiffened, and she hurriedly said, No, it's not time for you to take action." Jiang Qiangwei felt relieved, but thanks to her timely response, Xuanhuan was calmed down. It is better not to let Xuanhuan shoot, or not to let Xuanhuan shoot. But think about the previous Sui Yuba. Compared with today's Xing Xiao, Jiang Qiangwei sighed, the result seems to be no different. The 10th place in the Fighting God King, Qin Yang, successfully defended the ranking. Challenger Xing Xiao, die. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground announced. The audience shouted, and gradually quieted down, and many powerful gods and kings had extremely ugly faces. According to the rules of the list, all those who want to be on the Battle God King list must climb over the big mountain of Qin Yang, but Qin Yang's combat power. The final competition for the 4th list will be opened in advance. The 10th place on the Battle God King list is here. Can anyone continue to challenge? The steward of the battle demon hunting ground shouted loudly. This is a great convenience for those who want to get on the list and get the title of battle. Not every time you want to challenge, you just find the right person. Just like Qin Yang, if he wants to improve his ranking, he must first find the 9th place in the Battle God King list. The Fighting Union naturally has contact information. As long as Qin Yang is willing, he can notify the other party. Wait for the other party to confirm the reply, and rush here. Although the whole process didn't take long, Qin Yang felt troublesome when he heard it. There was silence in the audience, and some well-known gods and kings were silent. For the fighting list, they have a place in other lists as well. Anyway, the places for the Qianlong Hegemony tournament have already been settled. If this pass is folded in Qin Yang's hands, wouldn't it be a big loss? Is there no one to challenge? The steward of the Douyao hunting ground frowned for a while, looking at Qin Yang with an indescribable feeling, a little complicated in his heart. In this way, if Qin Yang doesn't challenge for 9th place, the Battle God King list will be closed ahead of schedule, and there will be no further changes. Such a grand event, for the Fighting Union, there is only one battle for the Fighting Star list that not many people will pay attention to. Qin Yang, the strongest goalkeeper, did not have the consciousness of being a goalkeeper at this time, and the battle with Xing Xiao directly dispelled the thoughts of all those who were eager to try. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Since there is no one to challenge, I will leave now." Chapter 510. The battle for the 4 rankings was started in advance, which accelerated the gathering of powerhouses from all sides. Even the team from Songqiong Academy set off ahead of schedule and arrived at the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire in a few days. Fighting the Stars list was more lively than everyone imagined. There is really no way to do it. In addition to the daily show of fighting demons, the only thing left is the battle of fighting the stars. What's your ranking in the major lists? In the inn of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, Qin Yang and others gathered on the top floor. Looking at the familiar figures, Qin Yang felt extremely at ease. What major lists? How can there be so many? We are only on the Tianjiao list and Qianlong list, and the rankings are not high. Lu Mingyu sat gently beside Qin Yang, watching her day and night think of Qin Lang. A pair of eyes almost melted Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei kept looking at the crowd with a look of sigh. These young people are all arrogant, and a feeling of fearful future arises spontaneously. Especially when she sensed some familiar auras, Jiang Chengwei kept looking at some of them. Qin Yang, you are really amazing. I heard that you are the God King of fighting? It's too strong. We are almost all promoted to God King. Wei Qingguo said. At the same time, Wei Qingguo felt uncomfortable. In the corner of the balcony on the top floor, the little white face that was neither male nor female was always staring at him. Take your time, you can always catch up. Moreover, in this hidden dragon contest, I heard that strength does not mean everything. I think that in some cases, practitioners in the star realm are also very important. Qin Yang said. Wei Qingguo nodded and whispered, who is that guy over there? Which one did you say? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan. The whispered exchanges between the two naturally could not conceal the perceptions of Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan raised his eyelids and glanced at Wei Qingguo, who shivered in fright. He? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan. The other one, the one who is neither male nor female. Wei Qingguo said. When Wei Linglong heard this, she suddenly cried out in her heart, and hurriedly pulled her cousin. Wei Qingguo's expression also stiffened, even more like sitting on pins and needles. Qin Yang laughed and introduced, I haven't introduced you yet. This one is a housekeeper, and the other is a thug. With such a succinct introduction, without even a name, everyone felt that Qin Yang was too perfunctory. Jiang Chengwei got up directly and walked over. Wei Qingguo was restless and didn't dare to look at her. Hello, I'm Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei introduced herself and said, I'm good at, management. Yes, it's not wrong to say it's the housekeeper. In contrast, Xuanhuan said directly, I am in Xuanhuan, and I am good at killing people. At the end, he added, if there is anyone who wants to kill, you can tell me. For Qin Yang's sake, it is free. Jin Wanshan said, Qin Yang, where did you find these two, friends? Hearing the word friend, Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and saw the smiles in their eyes. Sure enough, what kind of people will be with what kind of people, this is called clustering. Jiang Chengwei looked at Wei Qingguo, although this kid is not very polite, but everyone has good intentions. He is obviously talented and looks good, but he is not arrogant. Looking at Lu Mingyu, Wei Linglong, Wu Xiaoya, and Yin Linger, Jiang Chengwei stroked her hair, wrapped her hands around it, and said, yes, it's hard to imagine that there are more beautiful girls than me in the world. Pfft. Qin Yang sprayed Jiang Chengwei with a sip of tea, and everyone on the table suppressed their laughter. Qin Yang coughed again and again, changed the subject directly, and said, let's talk about business. Although they said that, everyone was chatting, the so-called business is nothing more than the Qianlong competition, and there is nothing to talk about. The atmosphere fell silent. Jiang Chengwei didn't mind wiping the tea on her face, looked at Qin Yang, and said expressionlessly, 2 Zhuyan pills. Qin Yang nodded again and again, 3. Jiang Chengwei smiled suddenly, looked at Wei Qingguo, and said, boy, is the Overlord's halberd easy to use? Wei Qingguo's heart suddenly burst, and he looked at Jiang Chengwei and Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang also expressed his curiosity, this guy can actually sense the breath of the secret key of the Qin family god realm? A phantom appeared out of thin air, and a majestic man stood behind Wei Qingguo. This person is not unfamiliar to everyone, even if Qin Yang, who has never seen this person, feels it, it is clear. This guy is a super god-level magic weapon, the transformation of the secret key of the god's overlord's halberd. The man didn't speak, looked at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan, and cupped his hands without saying a word, and disappeared again in Wei Qingguo's universe ring. This performance immediately surprised everyone present. Almost at the same time, a beautiful woman appeared behind Gong Sun Ming, put her hands on her waist, gave a female salute, and then disappeared. This is even more stunned and incomprehensible. This is the secret key of the divine realm. How can you salute ordinary people? Although it was just a polite greeting, it was clear that the secret key of the divine realm knew these two people, so the origins of these two people. Well, these two are the god emperors of the gods. Qin Yang. He gave a detailed introduction, and even revealed his ability to resurrect people. Everyone exclaimed again and again, and Wei Qingguo was even more frightened and quickly got up and gave up his seat. Be careful with Emperor Tiangang. Jiang Chengwei did not take the seat. After all, this is a scene of young people, just a reminder, and went back to drink tea. Unlike Xuanhuan, who likes Shiwen Dao, black tea, Jiang Chengwei especially loves Qingming Haodong, green tea. I will win the first prize in this Qianlong competition. Qin Yang said, I want to move the family relics to the empty island. The family ruins of the Qin family are located in the pseudo-secret realm of the Qinling Mountains in Beiyuan. Lu Mingyu had also been there once. Looking at Qin Yang's hesitant expression and eager eyes, Lu Mingyu's heartbeat accelerated a bit. Qin Yang held Lu Mingyu's white and tender little hand. Although he didn't say it clearly, the two of them already knew it. Don't worry, who are we afraid of in this lineup? Jin Wanshan said confidently. Although their strength is still in the star realm, their combat power is not. In addition to the powerful monsters such as the fire dog, the ice bird, and the old turtle left by Qin Yang, there are also Shinjin swordsmen, Suzuxin, water spirit swordsmen, and the flame demon queen. This fighting force cannot be underestimated. Jin Wanshan dared to say so, naturally more than these reliances. With the Liuhe stone given by Qin Yang, although he himself is not the most powerful among the people present, he is the most resistant. Coupled with the indestructible supernatural powers of King Kong and the thorny tortoise, Jin Wanshan is even more disdainful of facing the king of gods. Of course, when it comes to defense, it doesn't count as digging out Qin Yang. Qin Yang was also extremely confident, but he still said, it can't be underestimated, there are too many variables in this Qianlong competition, and the specific rules have not been revealed. And, the opponents in this competition are probably more than you think. The middle is stronger. Everyone nodded, even Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan would appear, what else is impossible? In particular, Qin Yang also said that the god emperors such as Tiangang Emperor joined the Rainbow Collar, and Jiang Chengwei inadvertently mentioned those god emperors headed by Tiangang Emperor, who used to be the 8 gods of war in the sky. Master. There is an invitation. A guy came over respectfully. Jin Wanshan was about to reach out to pick it up, but found that the man handed the invitation to Qin Yang. Jin Wanshan's head is full of black lines, and he wants to cry without tears. Who is your young master? Huh? An invitation from the palace? Qin Yang suddenly became puzzled, would Xuanhuan Guqing invite him? Chapter 511 Invitation. On the invitation, Qin Yang is the first name, followed by other people's names. Lu Mingyu and others, even the names of Gong Sun Ming and Lu Chanru who had reconciled with Qin Yang were on the invitation. Lu Chanru looked a little dodged, as if she knew something. She kept looking at her sister Lu Mingyu and Qin Yang, her face was very worried. Gong Sun Ming reached out and patted her shoulder lightly, soothing her. Qin Yang, I advise you not to go. Lu Chanru still said. Why? Qin Yang fiddled with the invitations, but couldn't find any other valuable information after tossing and turning. There is only an invitation to feast on the invitation. As for what kind of banquet and who else attended, there is no description. Could it be a Hongmen banquet? Huang Quan said in a deep voice. Probably not. Jiang Chengwei shook her head, paused, and added, she knows what to do and what not to do now. The inexplicable invitation, Lu Chanru, who was dodging, Huang Quan and Jiang Chengwei, who were guessing and analyzing, made the atmosphere in the field gradually silent. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle. You might as well go to the palace for a walk. Qin Yang said with a smile, I have been to the palace of the Principality of Qingmu, and to be honest, it is not very good. The palace of the Xuanhuan Empire should be more magnificent. This invitation, I'm afraid it has something to do with you and Sister Lu Mingyu. Lu Chanru took a deep breath and said. Everyone looked at the two of them, and some didn't understand. What does the matter of the 8 Shinto tribes have to do with the Xuanhuan Empire? How could Xuanhuan Guqing's invitation be related to Mingyu upstairs? Lu Chanru explained, these days, you may not know what happened in the clan. There are often guests in the Nangong family, and the clan has repeatedly told me not to come too close to you. Speaking of the Nangong family, Qin Yang's face suddenly turned cold, he snorted, and said, the Nangong family, if they don't know their taste, I will make them regret it. Obviously, Qin Yang would not forget that the Nangong family wanted to marry the Wei family and the Lu family. The marriage between the Lu family and the Gongsun family has long been made public, and only Lu Mingyu is the candidate for marriage. If that's the case, then I have to go to this banquet. Qin Yang stood up. Now that the decision has been made, everyone will set off on the road directly. It has been a long time since the battle between the Battle God King and the Battle of the Demon Hunting Ground, and Qin Yang has also become famous for a while. From the Battle God King list, no one dares to challenge the list, you can know a thing or two. If you want to challenge the Battle God King list and get the title of Battle God King, you must pass the Qin Yang level. Anyone who originally had the confidence to compete, thinking about Qin Yang's 2 previous battles, panicked, how dare he challenge? Not only are they panicked, the top 9 on the Battle God King list are even more panicked. For fear that one day Qin Yang will challenge them one by one and make them all abdicate. Walking out of the inn, Chu Jiansan had already prepared a luxurious carriage and waited, apparently guessing that Qin Yang would agree to the banquet. Yo, let the legendary God Emperor Mo Shenjian escort me personally, this Xuanhuan Empire has given me too much face. Qin Yang said with a smile. Chu Jiansan's face was cold and expressionless. Qin Yang was not polite, jumped on the carriage directly, and said again, is it possible that after the return of the Empress, you no longer need your protection? If it loses its usefulness, can it only be reduced to a coachman? Lu Mingyu gently pulled Qin Yang and said in a low voice, Qin Yang, why do you treat him like this? After all, this is the Xuanhuan Empire. People treat each other with courtesy, so we can't lose our courtesy. Qin Yang suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Lu Mingyu up and down. Lu Mingyu blushed and said shyly, what are you looking at? Qin Yang laughed and said, I see that you are becoming more and more like a mistress. Yes, you are right. Who, Chu Jiansan, is sorry? Having said that, Qin Yang cupped his hands. Dare to speak out so bluntly, I am afraid that only Qin Yang has the courage to do so. Although it was blunt, the apology was still expressed in the words. Lu Mingyu felt warm when she saw Qin Yang being so obedient. This is what she understands. Qin Yang cares about himself very much and respects each other like a guest. Chu Jiansan was originally suppressing his anger, but looking at Lu Mingyu's slightly apologetic smile, he suddenly couldn't get angry and could only retort, boy, your bearing is not as good as that of a woman. I really doubt that you are just a woman. The market is tricking the people, not the powerful gods. It is not easy to hear the word strong from Chu Jian's 3 mouths, although God King is added in front. But Chu Jiansan already knew that he couldn't underestimate Qin Yang. Regardless of his connections, background, identity, and bloodline, this kid is all the best in the world. Moreover, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan, who even Xuanhuan Guqing talked about all day, made Chu Jiansan dare not look down on them. His grievances with Qin Yang should have ended in the East China Sea. But Xuanhuan Guqing directly ordered him to give up taking the initiative to Qin Yang. Maybe Xuanhuan Guqing also attaches importance to Qin Yang, but there must be a relationship between Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan behind this. A group of people walked out of the inn, and Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan walked at the end. The two gods and god emperors, the same level as Xuanhuan Guqing and Tiangang Emperor. The existence of, but willing to live behind a group of young people, it made Chu Jiansan impressed again. Chu Jiansan stood with his sword in hand, showing respect. Jiang Chengwei smiled and nodded without saying a word. Xuanhuan was even more stern, and he didn't even glance at Chu Jian 3 times out of the corner of his eyes. Chu Jiansan frowned a little embarrassedly, and directly ordered the convoy to rush to the palace. On both sides of the street, passers-by saw this battle and immediately retreated. Whether it was Chu Jiansan or Qin Yang, they were not offended by passers-by. "Can't you sit in the back?" Qin Yang frowned, looking at a little pink fox in Lu Mingyu's arms. The little fox is really cute, but no one dares to provoke him if he knows his identity. A burst of pink mist filled the air, and the little fox turned directly into a human shape. It was the little peach demon. "With such a big frame, can't you drive me?" Tao Xiaoyao pouted. "Of course, don't listen to him," Lu Mingyu said with a smile. Qin Yang turned his head away, raised the invitation card, and said, "Your name isn't on it." "I don't care." Tao Xiaoyao shook his head willfully, and once again transformed into a cute little fox huddled in Lu Mingyu's arms. Looking at Qin Yang, he went crazy for a while, but he lost his temper. The convoy drove towards the palace without any haste, and the streets became more and more lively. The gate of the palace is open, except for the harem, which is already half open to the outside world. Many practitioners come and go, and there are many who usually live in seclusion. Tianjiao list, Qianlong list, Fengyun list, the competition for the 3 lists is in full swing, and at this time the royal family is also constantly showing favor to the powerhouses in the world, and everyone knows how to win over them. Not only the human race, but the demon race powerhouses also temporarily put aside their grievances with the human race and began to compete for the Qianlong list and the Fengyun list. For the Tianjiao list, which relies on the power behind the competition, the demons disdain to compete. The names on the initial list have been changed a lot, and the palace at this time can be said to have recruited almost all the powerhouses under the god emperors in the world. Chapter 512 Banquet. The 100th person on the billboard has been replaced, and the powerful monsters take their place. The 100th person on the billboard is replaced, and the strong human race replaces him. The 36th member of the Hidden Dragon list has been replaced, and the powerful monsters take their place. With a loud announcement, names that had never been heard resounded throughout the palace. The top 100 lists of the Qianlong list and the Fengyun list are the most fiercely contested, especially the Fengyun list. The demon powerhouse and the human powerhouse seem to have turned the competition for this list into a war. You chase after me, and the battle never stops. There are still 10 days to compete for the 4th list. 10 days later, the Qianlong competition will officially kick off. All the powerhouses seized this last chance, and one more place meant one more chance of winning in the Qianlong contest. Outside the gate, Chu Jiansan led Qin Yang and the others, slowly entered the palace, and went straight to the palace hall. "How are things going?" Qin Yang asked Jin Wanshan. "I have already told you what you said." 9 days later, an auction will be held in the imperial city to auction the places in the Qianlong competition. Jin Wanshan replied. Qin Yang nodded, but he didn't forget to reserve places for Chu Qingga and Chu Ying. Taking advantage of this auction, Qin Yang can also hand over the Tongtian pill obtained from Xing Shao to Chu Ying to completely heal it. The arrival of a group of people caused quite a stir. Chu Jiansan led the team, and Qin Yang was juxtaposed with them. Their identities attracted the attention of the powerhouses. Especially the demon clan, each with blood-red eyes, extremely greedy, eager to slaughter them directly. Qin Yang just glanced at it and grasped the attitude of the demon clan towards him. The chat between Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan was not concealed. There were strong people present, and they were paying attention to Qin Yang. Qin Yang was 10th on the 4th list, and he directly had 4 places, which made countless people jealous. But Qin Yang actually wanted to auction the quota at the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce in the Jin family? Some powerhouses felt resentful, and the demon clan even scoffed. But for some cultivators who are a little weaker, but don't want to miss this opportunity, this is a great boon. In the black market, there are quota auctions, but most of them are liars. Many people have already been fooled, but as Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan, the places auctioned by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce are 100% true and absolutely not false. Moreover, this auction is scheduled to be held in 9 days, when the competition for the 4 rankings is over and the Dragon Clan issues the hegemony order. Are they going to directly auction the hegemony order at the auction? If that's the case, we seem to have a chance, but at a cost. The powerhouses from all sides were secretly calculating, but Qin Yang smiled lightly. That's right, Qin Yang did it on purpose. Who wants the most places in the Qianlong competition? Who can get the most at all costs? Not the person on the list, nor the person who didn't make the list at all. But those who are only 1 step away from being on the list. The huge regret will make them crazy, and at this time in the palace, almost all of these people are gathered here. In other words, all buyers are concentrated here, and in one sentence, the most effective advertisements are made. Aren't you going to reserve a spot for us? Jiang Changwei looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said angrily, the 2 of you will fight for yourselves. Is the quota very valuable? Jiang Changwei glanced at Xuanhuan helplessly, and competed with these, junior, for the ranking. Is this too detrimental to your identity? 11th on the billboard, with personnel replacement, Tiangang Emperor, the strong human race, ranked 11th in the banning of the demon race strong. A voice came out, and everyone looked at it. 11th place. This is already very advanced. If nothing else, take a step forward, the challenge is. Qin Yang. Emperor Tiangang? Good guy, this person is so loud, he has already thought of the emperor name for himself. It's not easy to be able to rush to the 11th place. I heard that when he first appeared before, he was in the 7th heaven of the God King realm. 7th heaven is hanging on 9 heavens, this combat power is really staggering. It seems that it's not just him, there are several other dark horses who appear out of thin air. The realm is not high, but the combat power is outrageous. It's just that I heard that these people are fierce. After each victory, they will take everything the loser has for themselves. Those who lose to them are directly equivalent to losing everything. Qin Yang and others stopped directly. Across the crowd, Qin Yang saw a ring on which Tiangang Emperor looked at him quietly. There was a raging war in his eyes, and there was endless anger. After the real battle, Emperor Tiangang discovered that they were all deceived by Qin Yang. What kind of bullshit is Qin Yang? Qin Yang's strength is already in the top position within the same rank in the entire continent. Reaching out his hand and making a gesture of wiping his neck, Emperor Tiangang pointed at Qin Yang. Everyone also looked at Qin Yang, but Qin Yang smiled and turned his head to ask, "It's only been a few days, has this recovered to the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm?" Jiang Changwei said, "For us, only breaking the level and attacking the God Emperor will delay a little time. As long as there are resources in the God King realm, it is not a problem." Wei Chengguo narrowed his eyes and said with a fighting intent, "This is. Is it the Tiangang Emperor you made me watch out for?" It seemed that he was going to compete with him, but he was suddenly out of the limelight. It's a pity that he was handsome but blinked, and with a pop, Jiang Chengwei slapped him unceremoniously, hitting the back of his head directly. What are you thinking of, child? Jiang Chengwei squeezed Wei Qingguo aside and said, let's not talk about other things, just in terms of your current cultivation, you are in the star realm, and they are the king of gods. Your fighting spirit is too brainless. Wei Qingguo wanted to defend himself, but Jiang Chengwei's divine sense transmitted a voice, he doesn't have a weapon in his hand right now, and your Wei family's overlord divine halberd has long been missed by him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too arrogant back then, the 8 Shinto clans would have even thought about it. There may not be your Wei family. Wei Qingguo pouted and lowered his head honestly. No matter how strong people are. Emperor Tiangang successfully challenged and is now the 11th on the billboard. He slowly walked towards Qin Yang, not only him, but also a few people from all over the ring. Take a closer look. It turned out to be the God Emperor who was reincarnated in the secret realm of the temples. 8 gods of war in the sky. No, 7. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the 7 people headed by Emperor Tiangang, and greeted them without showing weakness. The 8th is Gong Yeqian, the Lord of Tianhong, the Aurora God Emperor. You want to challenge me now? Qin Yang looked at Emperor Tiangang with a faint smile. Emperor Tiangang smiled disdainfully, it's easy to beat you. It's just that we're going to a banquet now, and we don't have time to clean up you. Banquet? Are you also going to attend? Qin Yang suddenly became puzzled. Chapter 513 Sky Alliance. In the palace hall, a banquet has already been set up, and the delicacy of the delicacy is exciting. At this time, the hall was already full of guests, but those who are qualified to sit here are not only as simple as their strength, but the forces behind them are even more terrifying. Qin Yang, you can make us wait. An indifferent voice came. Xuanhuan Guqing did not sit on the throne, but sat on the single master table under the throne. Following this voice, everyone also looked towards the temple gate. Pillars of coiled dragons prop up the hall, magnificent and majestic. Huh. Qin Yang was stunned, his eyes scanned the audience, and from the few people he knew, he could infer how high the status of this guest was. Patriarch Liu. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. The patriarch of the Liu family of the 8 Shinto clans is actually only one of the first-row seats, and next to it is the mother of the Nangong family, Situ Qingji. Seeing how the two were whispering closely, Qin Yang also knew why Lu Qianru reminded him and advised him not to come. Further to the side, there must be all the major stewards of the 8 Shinto clans, among which the old man of the Gongsun family has also met on the Xingqian Tianlu. What made Qin Yang laugh was that Feng Lian, Shi Feiyin, and Zhou De were also present. They even had their own table, as if they were the representatives of the 3 major families. It's not me who made you wait. Qin Yang didn't care about such a scene at all, and said calmly, I'll come when I receive the invitation, and Chu Jian will take the road. If it's too slow, it's too late for you to give the invitation. The audience was silent, and everyone was looking at Qin Yang and the others. Where's my seat? Qin Yang frowned, looking at the seats in the first row, closest to the center. Come to my side. A familiar voice called out to Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at it and smiled. Father? Jin Wanshan was taken aback. Jin Lianqing explained, I also received the invitation temporarily. I didn't expect it to be like this. Facing the circle of the head of the Jin family, Qin Yang bowed his hands, walked straight to the table of the 3 Feng Lian, and stopped. The 3 Feng Lian looked embarrassed, but the head of the Liu family was the first to say, I really don't understand the rules. As a guest, I was rude to the Xuanhuan royal family first, and now I want to make trouble again? Qin Yang laughed and said, rude? Well, let's talk about this word of courtesy today. After he finished speaking, he looked at the three Feng Lian again and said, "Are you the patriarch of the Feng family, the patriarch of the Shi family, and the patriarch of the Zhou family?" Feng Lian said, "Of course not, we are the representatives of the family and can make full decisions about the family." Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand and said, "If that's the case, then in front of me, you are only juniors, the same level as my son. Although, not yet." Those words shocked everyone. I had heard that Qin Yang was always frivolous, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Feng Lian suddenly became angry and said, "Are you humiliating my Feng family?" Qin Yang laughed and said, "In another occasion, you still pretend to look like a dog? Why, are you playing some kind of face-to-face trick with me as a politician? Qin Yang, you deceive people too much. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous." Zhou De stood up and accused loudly. "You humiliate us like this, do you think you are really lawless?" Shi Feiyin was also furious. "Shame? Bullying too much?" Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "I'm just telling a fact." The voice resounded in the hall, slowly echoing, and everyone looked at each other. "Fact?" Qin Yang said, "I am the head of the Qin family. You are just the sons of your own head. Is it wrong to say that you are on the same level as my son?" There was a burst of laughter in the field, which seemed to be true. "Enough is enough, today is not the time to settle your personal grievances," Xuanhuan Guqing said. "What? Don't even have our seats?" Emperor Tiangang frowned, also furious. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep look at Emperor Tiangang, and then glanced at the head of the Wei family and Wei Qinggu behind Qin Yang. She frowned slightly and said directly, "Add a seat." "No need, make me a table, we have a lot of people." Qin Yang looked at the seats added at the entrance of the hall and said directly. The palace maid looked at Xuanhuan Guqing anxiously, and Xuanhuan Guqing nodded lightly. After everyone was seated, Xuanhuan Guqing directly announced, "I invite everyone to come over today, mainly to discuss this matter." "What's the matter?" Lu family patriarch asked. Others were also very curious. This banquet is probably unprecedented in the entire continent. The guests who came were all representatives of the major forces in the mainland. In particular, the 8 Shinto clans came to visit together, and there were also unprecedented appearances of powerhouses who were hidden from the world. Establish the Sky Alliance to resist the Demon Clan, Xuanhuan Guqing said. There was a voice of discussion in the field, and someone said, "Aren't we already fighting the tide of monsters in the northern plains together? Why is there such an official alliance?" Xuanhuan Guqing looked around the audience, her powerful aura made her like an empress. Although she is the queen. Because after the demon clan, there is the demon world. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Each has great. The origin, the word devil, naturally knows more than the average person. Especially the 8 Shinto clans know the details. Unlike the silent representatives of the 8 Shinto clans, the others were discussing in a low voice, and their expressions were a little flustered. The demon clan guarding the entrance to the demon world not only failed to perform their duties, but instead fought against humans. In this season, we can only rely on us to save the common people. Xuanhuan Guqing said loudly, beyond the main hall, in the palace, there are no longer a few strong monsters. They did not continue to suppress the entrance to the demon world, but they continued to compete with us for the Air Island base, in order to fight against our human race in the future. After a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing said again, "So I propose to establish the Human Race Sky Alliance. Only by uniting together can we defeat the powerful enemy." Speaking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing continued, "By the way, the Dragon Clan has joined the Sky Alliance. But in this way, didn't we directly tear our face with the Demon Clan?" Someone questioned. Xuanhuan Guqing said indifferently, "If the Demon Clan does not repent, it will happen sooner or later." Of course, if they repent and are willing to unite with us to defend against the demon clan, then the Sky Alliance will still have their place. After saying this, all parties in the hall were communicating nervously. Someone asked again, but if the demon clan is willing to unite with us, it also means that they will continue to suppress the entrance to the demon world. The demon world cannot invade, so why should we defend against the demon clan? Xuanhuan Guqing was silent for a while, and then said slowly, because of the entrance to the devil world, it can't be suppressed anymore. What? It's impossible. If it can't be suppressed, the demon world has already attacked. How can there be current stability? Although you are Princess Xuanhuan, you can't just talk about it. Xuanhuan Guqing stretched out his hand, and a formation flag appeared in his hand. This is the best proof. Qin Yang raised his brows and looked at the word Wei on the flag. This is another flag of the soil formation. Chapter 514. Why should I listen? This is? The owner of the Lu family didn't seem to recognize this formation flag. But some of the strong people present, who liked to study history, stared at the flag and trembled. The entrance to the demon world is sealed by an 8-door formation. The 8-door formation is in the hands of the demon clan, and the demon clan suppresses the demon realm. Xuanhuan Guqing said slowly, now the 12 array flags at the core of the formation are not in the formation. In other words, the seal that suppressed the demon world has long ceased to exist. As for why the demons have not attacked so far, I want to come. Is it because the formation remains, or the demon clan doesn't want to let go of the entrance to the demon world too early? But Xuanhuan Guqing's voice changed, and he continued, the invasion of the demon world is a matter of time and cannot be avoided. We can only suppress the demon world once again if we are united to form the Sky Alliance again. 2 consecutive again made many sensitive people aware of something. Some people know a little about Xuanhuan Guqing, just a carefree princess. But this time, from hosting such a grand banquet to the various speeches today, all of them tell everyone that she is no longer her. Could it be? Could it be? The hidden world powerhouses present looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, and then looked at Jiang Chongwei, Huang Quan, Tiangang Emperor and others who made them feel a little weird, and they were shocked. I'm not alarming, and I'm giving you time to think about it. Even if you wait until the demons invade before joining, I still welcome you. Xuanhuan Guqing said with a smile. The patriarch of the Lu family pondered and asked, if I join the Sky Alliance, will I be restricted? Xuanhuan Guqing looked at it and said quietly, it's not restrictive, but for the sake of the whole human race, and defending the world, many things must be based on the overall interests. A big picture is the most important thing, so that everyone present knows what to do. The patriarch of the Lu family tentatively said, if there is a personal grudge. It depends on the situation. Xuanhuan Guqing said. The Lu family's patriarch showed a happy expression on his face, as if he was relieved, and said directly, okay, I am the Lu family of 8 Shinto clans, willing to join the Sky Alliance. The sworn voice made everyone stunned. So a decision was made? Qin Yang laughed, looking at the many delicacies served by the palace maids, and directly greeted everyone to eat. What are you laughing at? Lu Chanru asked in a low voice, is there any problem? Qin Yang shrugged, looked at Lu Mingyu, and said, I'm afraid it's not good to say it. It seems that Patriarch Qin has some unique insights. Why don't you tell everyone? Patriarch Lu asked directly. In the hall, everyone, including Xuanhuan Guqing, turned their attention. Qin Yang looked at the patriarch of the Lu family, shook his head gently, and the eyes that saw through everything made the patriarch of the Lu family panic. Qin Yang didn't say it, everyone was guessing in their hearts and hesitating secretly, should he express his position now? Although Xuanhuan Guqing said that even after the demons attacked, they are still welcome to join, but the treatment of joining sooner or later is naturally impossible. At this moment, the patriarch of the Lu family stood up, cupped his hands in the four directions, cleared his throat, and said, "Since today is the day of the establishment of the Sky Alliance, I would like to take this opportunity to announce a major event." Situ Qingji, the mother of the Nangong family at the table next to her, had a smile on her face. Feng Lian, Zhou Da, and Shi Fein sneered at Qin Yang. At Qin Yang's table, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Lu Mingyu squeezed her little hand uneasily. Qin Yang's big hand shook directly. Lu Mingyu looked up, and it was Qin Yang's gentle and firm eyes. "What's the big deal? Could it be a happy event?" someone asked. "Of course it's a happy event," the owner of the Lu family said. "My Lu family wants to connect with the Nangong family." Snapped. A crisp sound came, and everyone was startled, looking at Qin Yang puzzled and angry. In front of Qin Yang, a teacup was shattered. Qin Yang smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, my hand slipped." The 10th dignified battle god king, the existence that makes the entire battle god king list tremble, can he slip? Looking at the traces of the broken teacup, every fragment pointed to the owner of the Lu family. There is an intriguing look on everyone's face, there is a story in it. The patriarch of the Lu family's face was stiff and his face flushed with anger. When he looked at Qin Yang, those eyes full of murderous intent made his heart feel cold. He was certain in his heart that if he really dared to say it, Qin Yang would really dare to do it. Cold sweat rolled down from his forehead, and the owner of the Lu family was a little panicked. Situ Qingji on the side sneered, "The Qin family is the only seedling, are you really not afraid of the extinction of the Qin family?" Such vicious and contemptuous words would make ordinary people furious, and the obvious smell of gunpowder seemed a bit pungent. What's the use of a clan of trash, no matter how many people there are? As long as I have a thought, the number of people is almost the same. Qin Yang said with a smile. The people present didn't feel anything at first, but after thinking about it carefully, they suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Qin Yang is veiledly threatening Situ Qingji. The 8 Shinto clans are the same, are they already so similar? Most of the people didn't know what happened to the Qin family, the Lu family, and the Nangong family. To be able to be so tit for tat on this occasion, I am afraid that it is difficult to grudge. "You bastard!" Situ Qingji was furious, and slammed the table. "Don't think that you are the only seedling left in your Qin family, and consider yourself the owner of the family. You are still far behind." "Really? It seems that in addition to the Feng family, Zhou family, and Shi family, your Nangong family will also become mortal enemies with me?" Qin Yang said calmly. As soon as he said it, the hearts of everyone present tensed. Feng Lian's faces were ashen, but they did not dare to speak. "You're already dying, you don't know it yet, it's ridiculous that you are still jumping around so happily." Situ Qingji sneered. "Someone's dying is imminent, and it is indeed very happy, but it doesn't seem to be me." Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he walked straight over. Above the hall, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. When he came to Situ Qingji, Qin Yang looked at her coldly and said softly, "Everyone present represents their own family and has all the right to decide for the family. I hope you can understand what you are talking about." The blatant threat made everyone stunned. Qin Yang really had the guts. The blue veins jumped on the forehead of the head of the Lu family, which seemed to threaten Situ Qingji and the Nangong family, but in fact this sentence was addressed to him. The patriarch of the Lu family opened his mouth and said, "Don't use your title of fighting god king to show your prestige. During the Qianlong contest, no one is allowed to take action against people of low realm." "Oh? Who made this rule?" Qin Yang laughed. "The Hidden Dragon tournament is held by the Dragon Clan, of course it is the rules of the Dragon Clan." Lu family patriarch said firmly, "Now that the human race has established the Sky Alliance, this is also the rules of the Sky Alliance." Qin Yang nodded. Everyone thought he was going to give in, but unexpectedly, one sentence made everyone unable to sit still. Oh, you made the rules, but why should I obey them? Chapter 5:15. You are going to be the enemy of the Dragon Clan, and the Alliance of the Sky. Lu family patriarch pointed at Qin Yang and said angrily. Qin Yang laughed, looked around the audience, and said, I know why you want to join the Sky Alliance, and I also know why you want to curry favor with the Nangong family. Why? The patriarch of the Lu family narrowed his eyes showing a cold light. Because you are afraid, you are timid and cowardly. Qin Yang said directly, you are afraid of getting involved with me, so you are estranged from the Nangong family, the Feng family, the Zhou family, and the teacher's family. So you go over and over again. I'm going to post Nangong's cold ass. You treat your clansmen and juniors as bargaining chips and tools for your Lu family. People like you are simply not worthy of being the head of the family. Now you have joined the Sky Alliance and colluded with the Nangong family. Do you feel at ease? Qin Yang looked at Situ Qingji and said with a smile, to be able to represent the Nangong family, the power of the Temple of Heaven should not be underestimated. A sudden turning point left everyone at a loss. Someone thought about it carefully, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The relationship between the 8 Shinto clans is intricate. Nangong's mother, Situ Qingji, was born in the Situ family, and the Situ family was the family of the Heavenly God Emperor. At the same time, the Heavenly God Emperor was once the son-in-law of the Feng family, so he naturally vented his anger from the same nostril. The Feng family, the Zhou family, and the Shi family have always attacked and defended the alliance, and their relationship with each other is indestructible. As long as the marriage with the Nangong family is successful, the Lu family will have both sides. You are talking nonsense. Lu's head trembled in anger. He didn't expect Qin Yang to actually see all this. Qin Yang looked at the head of the Lu family coldly, and said with a smile, I have to say, your choice is indeed very wise, but it is also very naive. It's wise that you make the Lu family invincible, and the naive thing is that you despise me too much. You said earlier that during the Qianlong hegemony competition, contestants are not allowed to shoot at people of low realm. Qin Yang looked at Lu family patriarch and Situ Qingji, and chuckled, then I want to ask, you guys, how many god kings have participated in the competition? Everyone gasped, what does this mean? Do you want to? Enough, Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing said, the 8 tribes of the Divine Way are the pillars of the sky. For the sake of the world, harmony must come first. Harmony? Qin Yang laughed and looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, you pushed me to the opposite side, and now you want to oppress me with the rest of the world? Looking around, Qin Yang said quietly, what the hell do you have to do with me? Well said. Huang Quan slapped the table, causing Jiang Chengwei to stare for a while. What are you making a mess? First, the solicitation was rejected, and then this banquet was deliberately set up to deliberately expose the contradiction between Qin Yang and the Lu family. How could Qin Yang not see Xuanhuan Guqing scheming? It's just that after the Qiangu Empress has completely integrated her soul, the level of her scheming has indeed improved a lot, and people can't see the traces. Even if I see it, I don't understand it. Tiangang Emperor was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he asked, what is the happy event that Lu family patriarch said before? Yeah, it's up to you to quarrel here. You don't need to quarrel on this occasion. A person behind Emperor Tiangang said with a smile. The patriarch of the Lu family looked at Qin Yang, who was close at hand, with fear, if he said it himself. Situ Qingji said directly, after the Qianlong competition is over, my Nangong family, Nangong Filong, will marry Lu Mingyu of the Lu family. As soon as the words fell, some people who didn't know what to do suddenly understood everything, looked at Qin Yang, looked at Lu Mingyu, and finally got to the bottom. The 3 Feng Lian sneered and looked at Qin Yang, so they were enemies of the world, and they had to see how this Qin Yang ended. Qin Yang's anger, which made people guess, did not happen. Qin Yang didn't even intend to take action. Pacing slowly, Qin Yang shook his head gently, took a deep breath, and said slowly, I ask myself, I have never offended anyone on the initiative. In a word, everyone thought deeply, but they couldn't understand what Qin Yang was thinking. I don't understand either. My Qin family doesn't have any grudges with you. Why? You want to force me again and again? Why? You always treat me as an enemy? Qin Yang swept the faces of Feng Lian and others one by one, and said solemnly, I think I'm easy to bully. I'm a soft persimmon who can recognize people in need. It's you, take the initiative to provoke and be my enemy. So, you can't blame me. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he went straight back to his seat. Everyone is immersed in their thoughts, which means everyone has made it clear. Qin Yang actually declared war on the Lu family, Nangong family, Feng family, Zhou family, and Shi family. Even towards the Xuanhuan royal family, the attitude is intriguing. Not only that, before the battle between Qin Yang and the four young masters of the imperial city swept the whole city, and there seemed to be a disagreement with the dragon clan. What about being your enemy? Emperor Tiangang laughed. Boy, you really opened my eyes. You were even crazier than me when I was younger. Qin Yang smiled and said, you don't deserve to be compared with me, guarding your former glory, who remembers you? What did you say? Emperor Tiangang glared angrily and stood directly. He got up, I wanted to bypass you and let you shine your last light in the Qianlong contest. It's you who didn't cherish it. In this case, I will challenge you as the 11th on the billboard. Okay, I accept it. Qin Yang nodded, even the Emperor Tiangang couldn't believe it. Qin Yang looked at Emperor Tiangang lightly, and said with a smile, today's events have already made me understand. Sometimes, I save face for you and let you go, but you are not rare. In this case, please. Qin Yang made a gesture of invitation directly, pointing to the ring outside the palace gate. There is no good banquet for the banquet. I wanted to join in the fun, but I didn't expect to be angry. Qin Yang took the lead out of the hall door and said as he walked, I hope you won't disappoint me, let me vent my anger. Emperor Tiangang was trembling with anger, the first god of war in the gods' calendar, the head of the 8 gods of war in the sky, actually reduced to venting fire to Qin Yang? How does this make him not angry? The few people beside him were also furious, wishing to tear Qin Yang to pieces directly. Slow. Xuanhuan Guqing opened his mouth to block. Today is the day when the Sky Alliance was established, and the human race must not fight within. If you want to fight, there will be time in the future. Hidden dragons and hegemony are enough for you to toss. The tense atmosphere has not been eased. Qin Yang ignored Xuanhuan Guqing at all, and Emperor Tiangang was also on top of his anger. Xuanhuan Guqing lowered her face and looked at Emperor Tiangang. Are you going to violate the order again? A ruthless look flashed in Emperor Tiangong's eyes. He turned his head coldly, took a deep breath, and said, okay, I'll let Qin Yang go today. Let me go? Qin Yang was about to retort, but an angry shout got stuck in his throat. Qin Yang's eyes looked at Jiang Chengwei. This guy actually opened up the domain when he was talking, and took the second half of his sentence backwards. Jiang Chengwei's scalp was numb, and his eyes full of annihilation made him froze. Jiang Chengwei hurriedly said, if the trouble continues, I'm afraid it will not end well. Everything is based on the spirit of the sky, the air island base is the mainstay. Chapter 516, 29 Places. A banquet almost broke up. However, Qin Yang and others left the table ahead of schedule. Needless to say, Qin Yang wouldn't join the Sky Alliance, only the weak would seek shelter. For the real strong, this is just a bondage. This is just Xuanhuan Guqing's tool to control the forces of the world. The Sky Alliance is not someone's power, as its name suggests, it's just an alliance. Jiang Chengwei explained to Qin Yang. I hope Qin Yang doesn't have too much prejudice. Back at the inn, Qin Yang seemed to have nothing happened. It was time to eat and drink, which made everyone who was worried along the way confused. Don't worry, I know. With her Xuanhuan Guqing, she doesn't have that much energy. Qin Yang picked up a spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. Huh? This is not bad. Come on, you can eat it too. Qin Yang picked up the fruit bowl. Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. This person actually couldn't even see through him. Jiang Chengwei asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin Yang shrugged and said, "It's just to pierce this layer of window paper." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang explained, "Through this banquet, I have made it clear that I don't need to explain so much about what I will be doing in the future." "What, meaning?" Jiang Chengwei frowned. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose, and his face was even more gloomy than Xuanhuan's. "Damn it, don't be soft." Jiang Chengwei took a deep breath and said, "The situation in the mainland is here, and the human race really can't kill each other." Qin Yang disagreed and said, "Cannibalism?" It was the Sky Alliance who did this first. After he finished speaking, he added a sentence and said, "It's not just hostile to me." "What else?" Xuanhuan asked. Jiang Chengwei pursed her lips and said, "Is it because the Sky Alliance directly excludes the demon clan and regards it as an enemy?" Qin Yang got up, stood on the fence and looked down at the imperial city, and said slowly, "First of all, I don't owe the world anything. Second, they insist on going against me. Do I want to be killed for the sake of the world? For the so-called overall situation, I'm going to sacrifice myself?" Qin Yang's eyes flickered with a deep divine light. "Even if all the people in the Sky Alliance die, and all the demons and the human powerhouses are wiped out, the demons." Qin Yang said word by word, "I'll destroy them." The words are sonorous, making people goosebumps all over. Jiang Chengwei was shocked and stepped back again, and even bumped into Xuanhuan. "By the way, you made a slip of the tongue earlier. What you said about the sky spirit, what?" Qin Yang asked, "Is there another name for the empty island base?" Jiang Chengwei hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, it's just that my mind was confused." "Oh, that's it." Qin Yang nodded. Don't say Qin Yang doesn't believe it. Jiang Chengwei doesn't believe it herself. Simply Qin Yang did not take root as an enemy, and Jiang Chengwei also breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Chengwei suspiciously. Even Xuanhuan didn't know what Jiang Chengwei was about to say by mistake before. Could it be that it was really too early to die back then? The one who helped him build a statue in the temples. Forget it, he was not resurrected by Qin Yang. The competition for the fourth list is in full swing. The palace banquet that day was said to have lasted until late at night, and it seemed that the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. I don't know what agreement was reached, but the competition for the fourth list gradually became less rushed. Everyone seems to have suddenly become a family, but when fighting against the powerful monsters, one by one is like a chicken blood, a posture of endless death. For all this, Qin Yang and others naturally wouldn't care, just waited slowly. Finally, the competition for the 4 rankings ended in the middle of the night on the 9th day, and the next day dawned, when the Qianlong competition began. The Dragon Clan sent messengers to distribute the hegemony orders to all those who were eligible to participate. Several families are happy and some are sad, and there are really many people who are only one step away from making the list, beating their chests and feet. However, they still have one last hope. Wanshan Chamber of Commerce auction will auction hegemony orders. A hegemony order is a place in the Qianlong competition. Originally, it was just Qin Yang who took this opportunity to sell the extra places, and secretly gave Chuqinga and Chuing places. However, as the news spread, many people with multiple places found themselves and were willing to sell places. Without exception, all those who sold the quota chose to remain anonymous. Perhaps because of the establishment of the Sky Alliance, in order not to let others talk too much, they can only hide their heads and tails. Brother Zhao, I heard that you are on the Tianjiao list and Qianlong list. You have 2 places, then. What's the matter? I only have 1 place. Don't you have 2 places too? Brother Zhao is joking, I only have 1. Hita haha, the 2 of them tacitly agree. Brother Li, this time you are the only one in your family to participate in the competition, but you have 2 places for yourself. For the sake of both of us being the Sky Alliance, we are of the same spirit. This time we are going to boycott the demon clan together. Can you get that place? Who did you hear that my Li family was the only one in the competition? No? Is there one more person? Who? Well, it's hard to say. Various exchanges continued to ring before the auction began, and the exchange of various quotas was already tacit. Even because there were too many people who wanted to participate in the auction, the venue was temporarily transferred to the demon hunting ground. The demon doe hunting ground also gave Qin Yang face, and it was the first time he lent it to an outsider. At the top level of the demon hunting ground, Qin Yang and others naturally occupied the best position. However, due to the pressure from all parties, this top floor was originally a connected hall, and many powerful forces were also seated at this time. Xuanhuan Guqing, the 8 Shinto clans, were all present. In other words, most of the people at the banquet that day were also crowded here. The difference between Jing and Wei was clear. Qin Yang and others formed a circle of their own, laughing constantly. Xuanhuan Guqing also talked to each other, and the well water did not make the river water. Is it arranged? Qin Yang asked. Jing Wanshan nodded and said, it has been given. On Xuanhuan Guqing's side, everyone seemed to be talking on the surface, but in fact, they all put up their ears. Hearing Jing Wanshan's words, everyone's expressions changed. Qin Yang actually gave the quota out directly? How many places are there in this auction? Qin Yang asked. Jing Wanshan pulled out a list. The list was not anonymous, it had notes, and it was very detailed. The strength, the list, and the family were all clearly recorded. 29. Jing Wanshan replied, putting away the list again. If this list falls into the hands of Xuanhuan Guqing and others, it will inevitably cause chaos. Jing Wanshan naturally knows the rules and will not leak them. The reason why he dared to take it out directly was because he trusted Qin Yang and others and would not make it difficult for him. Xuanhuan Guqing's side, there was a breath of cold air. There are only 302 places in total, and there are 29 places in this auction? It seems that the hegemony orders that were supposed to be traded in the dark also appeared in this auction. What about the rules of the Qianlong tournament? Still no news? Qin Yang asked again. No. Jing Wanshan shook his head. If you want to know, you can ask me. A familiar and gentle voice suddenly remembered. Aoker, who was looking around in the crowd, finally found Qin Yang. He walked over with an unhappy face. Brother Qin Yang, what are you doing? Everyone turned their attention to the past, and the strange aura made one glance more, and turned to the crystal and bright dragon horns on the other side's head. This is the dragon family. Chapter 517. What are you doing? Qin Yang asked. Aoker pouted and said angrily, before you had an awkward relationship with the Dragon Clan alchemist, and threatened to return the Divine Dragon Order. You don't know, this matter will make my mother angry. Qin Yang chuckled and turned his hand to find the Divine Dragon token. Aoker suddenly looked aggrieved and pursed her lips. Lu Mingyu had heard Qin Yang's words, so he stepped forward to hold Aoker and said, he's just joking, he's not angry for a while, that's why he said that. Aoker looked at Lu Mingyu and was shocked. Looking at Wei Linglong, Wu Xiaoya, and Yin linger beside Qin Yang, he was even more surprised. Even if he is a dragon girl, he has no advantage in front of these amazing women. Brother is really lucky to have such beautiful sisters-in-law. Qin Yang hurriedly interrupted with a light cough, before Aoker finished saying men. Aoker said, the Dragon Clan alchemist has a special status and has made great contributions to the Dragon Clan, so he was rewarded by the Dragon Order. And his apprentice Li Fengdao is a member of the Li family in the Imperial City, and it is excusable to lend the token. Are you here to intercede? Qin Yang asked. Aoker was a little embarrassed. Qin Yang resurrected her mother, and the Dragon Clan owed Qin Yang Tianda's favor. The original value of the Dragon Order was enough to prove the importance of this favor, but Li Fengdao. Not only Qin Yang felt ashamed, but even the Dragon Clan was disgraced. That dragon alchemist has inherited the ancient alchemy technique of the dragon, and also has the formula of the dragon's unparalleled medicine. Apart from him, no one can make this medicine. Aoker said apologetically. The implication is, of course, that the big things are reduced to the small, and the small things are reduced. What kind of medicinal pill is so amazing? Is there a finished product? Show me. Qin Yang said. Aoker directly took out the porcelain bottle and handed it over. This is the peerless pill Haiyuan pill. It is of no use to the human race, but it is an essential pill for the Sea clan. If there is no such thing as this medicine pills, the cultivation of the Sea clan and even the Dragon clan will be greatly shackled. It's so amazing? Qin Yang took the porcelain bottle and took out an elixir. The surging ocean breath directly swept the entire top floor, making everyone stand on the waves like a boat. Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan and others also cast their gazes. How could such a medicinal pill be useless to the human race? With this surging medicinal power, I am afraid that it can instantly replenish the cultivation base of the God King realm. If the rules of cultivation are the rules of the water system, with this Haiyuan pill, it can even help people make breakthroughs. Huh? It's really a bit of a trick. Qin Yang nodded secretly, and said softly, this Haiyuan is of high quality and very rare. The waves and sand are even more than 1,000 miles away, and there are not even one or two. Qin Yang looked at the Haiyuan pill, pondered, and said, the refining method is not unusual, but it requires a special environment, and requires a lot of attention when refining. Qin Yang took the elixir back into the porcelain bottle and handed it to Aoker, who had a dull face, and said, no wonder the dragon family alchemist has a divine dragon order, it's worth it. What is the use of this Haiyuan? Jin Wanshan asked in a low voice. With just one medicinal pill, one can obtain the reward of the divine dragon order. Not only Jin Wanshan, everyone is extremely curious about it. Qin Yang didn't answer directly, but looked at Aoker. Aoker said, since brother Qin Yang knows, why don't you talk about it? Aoker was also very curious, why Qin Yang knew so much, especially that sea wave sand. This kind of spiritual material, there is no record in the Sky Continent at all. Only Dragon Palace has the description of this kind of spiritual material. Qin Yang said, Haiyuan, its function is nothing, it is to upgrade the level of the sea monster and help the dragons to practice the rules of the sea. As we all know, the domain of the dragon race is the resonance domain, the Haitian domain. With this Haiyuan pill, all dragon races can directly cultivate the Haitian domain. Because of the particularity of this domain, once the junior practitioners cultivate, they can easily obtain the seniors directly. Legacy of the Strong. Looking at everyone's confused eyes, Qin Yang smiled and said, it's not difficult to understand, I'll put it in another way. For the Kraken, this Haiyuan can be used to break the level and become a god emperor. For the dragon race, this Haiyuan can be directly and quickly promoted from the star realm to the peak of the god king realm, and it can even be used to break the level. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. What is it? What can it be called? Especially, Qin Yang pointed to Xuanhuan and said, the speed of his cultivation can be referred to this group of people. The three words "this group of people" made Xuanhuan swallow. Is this the root of the dragon clan's strength? Xuanhuan Guqing, Emperor Tiangang, and others put up their ears and listened, and were extremely shocked after listening. Break the level to be promoted to God Emperor. Rapidly increase strength. With such Hyuanden, there is not even a single divine dragon token. This is what everyone has in mind. Of course, Qin Yang added, Aokur's Hyuanden is just an ordinary Hyuanden. What I'm talking about is the real Hyuanden. Aokur's eyes widened, and she grabbed Qin Yang's arm. What are you doing? Qin Yang's head was covered in black lines, and he was pulling and pulling with him in front of his wife. What kind of matter would it be? I want to get rid of it, but if the power of the dragon family wants to break free, I am afraid that people will mistakenly think that they are fighting. Let go. Qin Yang feigned anger. I don't. How did you know so much about Hyuanden? Aokur asked, for fear that Qin Yang would run away. The inextinguishable body has seized by Yinzi, and if it were an ordinary cultivator, the bones would be broken. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. There is a record in the clan, of course I know. Clan? Aokur looked puzzled. Jin Wanshan and the others were silent for a while. Xuanhuan Guqing, the other 8 Shinto clans, Emperor Tiangang and others, were all complicated. My Qin family is also of the 8 Shinto clans anyway. It's just Hyuanden. Is it strange that there are records? Qin Yang asked back. Aokur blinked. How could he not be surprised? There are no such detailed records in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. Even if you read all the materials of the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, you can't tell the grade of Hyuanden at a glance. The records of the Qin Yang family must be more detailed. Aokur thought in his heart that the ancestor of the Qin family was once the son-in-law of the dragon family. Although the era is very long, it may even have crossed the era of oblivion, but it may not be impossible. Has the Qin family recorded the pill recipe? The real Hyuan pill recipe? Aokur asked nervously. Qin Yang frowned, looked at the porcelain bottle and said, that dragon alchemist can only refine this kind of Hyuan pill? Aok nodded. Qin Yang suddenly laughed and said, it seems that the situation of your dragon clan. As soon as the words came to his mouth, Jiang Chengwei stabbed him in the back, and Qin Yang hurriedly stopped his words. Chapter 518 Auction. Aokur sighed, his expression confirmed Qin Yang's conjecture. Dragons, there are too many powerful inheritances that have been lost. The pill recipe of Hyuan pill is one of the important ones. Can you refine it? Aokur looked at Qin Yang with hope. Everyone is also staring at Qin Yang. The color in their eyes is like seeing a ghost. All the impossible has come to Qin Yang, and it seems to have become possible. Everyone has an illusion in their hearts, and seems to have heard Qin Yang say, I can. No. Qin Yang said. Why? Aokur asked the question in everyone's heart. But everyone comes back to their senses and thinks, isn't this what it should be? Qin Yang said, why don't I say it? This Hyuanden has extremely strict requirements on the refining environment and refining methods. It can only be refined in very special places. I have no problem with the methods, but this I can't find it anywhere. After a pause, Qin Yang added, let's not say anything else, let's just talk about the spiritual material. The sea wave sand is probably not even available in the Sky College. Apart from the sea wave sand, there is also the ice flame grass. This kind of spiritual medicine only survives in theoretically. There is no environment in which ice flame grass can grow on the mainland. Having said that, everyone nodded in understanding. But suddenly I felt something was wrong. Qin Yang turned out to be unable to refine because the environment and materials were not available. Then if... Yes. Aokur nodded heavily, her face flushed with excitement. What? Qin Yang raised his brows. All. Aoker said again. Everything? Qin Yang asked again, and immediately said, Alchemy environment? Aok nodded. Waves of sand? Aok nodded again. Ice. Ice flame grass? Aok nodded again. My God. This time it was Qin Yang who was surprised. It seemed that he still underestimated the mysteries in the sea. Follow me. Aoker dragged Qin Yang away impatiently. Qin Yang's feet stood still, but Aoker's strength directly dragged Qin Yang up and moved it. It has never been so humiliating since cultivation. Aoker is also the strength of the dignified God-King realm Juzangshan. Although his dragon physique is not as good as Qin Yang's, if Qin Yang really wants to stick to the ground, the floor can be pulled through. Stop. Before Qin Yang could speak, a little fox jumped out of Lu Mingyu's arms and lay directly on Qin Yang's head, staring at Ao with her lovely big round eyes without fear. Kerr. Aoker looked at this little fox strangely. There is no demon clan that can contend against it under the pressure of the dragon clan, not to mention that this little fox's cultivation base is still so weak. Fox. Aoker seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that you are? Where did the dragon girl come from? If you want to pull it away, just pull it away. Are you embarrassed to rob people in front of us? Tao Xiaoyao said angrily. This is my brother, what's your business? Aoker rolled his eyes. The little fox transformed into a human form and rode directly on Qin Yang's neck. His cheeks were bulging. He's your brother, and I'm still his grandaunt. Aoker's face turned cold. You are not only insulting Qin Yang, but also my dragon clan. What, am I wrong? Tao Xiaoyao patted Qin Yang's head, pointed at Aoker and said, Tell her, am I your great-aunt? Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and his face is ashen. He has never been deflated like this before. Aoker's eyes widened in astonishment. She had a suspicious look. After thinking about it, she actually accepted Tao Xiaoyao's words. Accepted. Well, it's not easy to refine this Haiyuan pill. This kind of pill is beyond the scope of ordinary pills. Even if I come to refine it, it will take a lot of time. Qin Yang directly put aside the topic and said, Anyway, the Qianlong contest is going to the East China Sea, so there will be time. This Haiyuandan is very important to the dragon clan. Aoker whispered. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, Then go back and tell the dragon clan. If you are willing to give me the biggest empty island directly, I can consider teaching you unilateral and refining techniques. After speaking, Qin Yang repeated two words, the biggest. Jiang Chengwei's previous slip of the tongue made Qin Yang realize that this empty island base must have another value, a value that even Xuanhuan didn't know. Anyway, Qin Yang's mind is full of empty islands now. No matter what use he has, he will get it first. This? Aoker hesitated. No. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't sit still, and walked over with a cold face. Although the empty island is under the jurisdiction of the dragon clan, it is the wealth of the entire sky world. The dragon clan has no right to give it away at will. This does not belong to the dragon clan. Private wealth. Following Xuanhuan Guqing's words, Emperor Tiangang, the 8 Shinto clans, and the heads of major forces all showed signs of threat. Qin Yang laughed and ignored Aoker's dragon claws, and continued, If you are interested, you can stay and watch the auction. Blinking his eyes, Aoker naturally understood. The deep meaning is that what Qin Yang just said is valid. Aoker thought for a while and said, I came here to apologize. The dragon has ordered you to keep it, which is very useful to you now. After speaking, Aoker said goodbye. There are still many important things in the family. I will not watch this auction. Goodbye. Qin Yang waved goodbye to Aoker. The top floor of the entire demon hunting ground fell into silence. The face of the patriarch of the Lu family was a little ugly. When did Qin Yang approach the dragon clan? Before knowing that Qin Yang would refine Haiyuan pill, the dragon family came to apologize in person? What's the deal with this? Although a dragon clan has joined the Sky Alliance, in fact, the dragon clan itself is the sum total of all non-dragon human races in the Sky Alliance. Is my choice really wrong? The owner of the Lu family felt a little regretful. Situ Qin Ji next to him snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget, the dragon clan is the dragon clan after all." The patriarch of the Lu family was stunned, came back to his senses, and nodded secretly. That's right, the dragon race never participates in continental disputes. Even if the demon world invades, the dragon clan may not participate in the war. Although the power is huge, it is actually not very useful. The most important thing is that without fighting, there is no faith. The cultivation of the dragon itself does not require the power of faith. The auction is in full swing. After some foreplay, the main event is here. Today, as we all know, Xuanhuan auction will auction 27 hegemony orders, that is, 20 places for the Qianlong contest. The auctioneer said loudly, "I won't talk about the extra, please come out today." The first hegemony order of the night. Wait. The previous news was that there were 29 places. Why are there 2 less places before the auction started? Someone asked out loud. The auctioneer coughed lightly and said, "There are 2 places that have been traded out before, so I withdrew from the auction." There was a sudden discussion in the field, and it was extremely noisy. But when the maid came to the center of the stage, holding a hegemony order, the audience suddenly became quiet. Chapter 519, because the first one is mine. I don't want to join other forces, and get the quota of other forces, this will be my last chance. A cultivator with a figure hidden in a black robe, clenched the Quanhuan ring in his hand. There are 302 places in the 4 rankings. Its value is infinitely better than the guaranteed quota of the major forces. Each faction has more or less places, and it will also be attached to outsiders, but the condition is naturally the issue of the ownership of the island. If you want to own an empty island, then you must compete for the 322 places in these 4 rankings. If he thinks like this, he will not say less. But it's not just them. Some powerful forces will also participate in the auction, and even unite to suppress those loose cultivators. In this way, the top 100 Sky Island rewards in the competition will be divided among them. The reserve price is 1 spiritual stone, and each increase must not be less than 1 spiritual stone. The auction is now starting. The auctioneer made a little joke, just to ease the atmosphere. But no one dared to call out the price of a spirit stone. "I'll give out 100,000 spirit stones." With a loud shout, the entire demon fighting field immediately exploded into flames. You want to buy a place for 100,000? What about a dream? I'll give you 1 million. 1 million is only the price of a top-level heavenly magic weapon. Poverty really limits your imagination. I will give 2 million. Immediately aroused laughter all over the place. I thought it was a big boss, but I didn't expect it to be the same level. Asking prices are rising like crazy, each time by a staggering amount. The auctioneer's hands are shaking with excitement. Since his auction experience, this will be the highest auction in his life. There are 10 million spirit stones already. Do you still want to increase the price? The auctioneer shouted loudly. The audience gradually fell silent. 10 million people had already kicked 99% of the people out of the game. It is impossible for a loose cultivator to take out so many spirit stones. So many flowing spirit stones. 10 million low-grade spirit stones can buy top-level magic weapons, super god-level magic weapons. Although they are both super god-level magic weapons, they are separated from each other by the sky, but they are also top-notch, right? Is it only 10 million low-grade spirit stones? Qin Yang frowned and said, as the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Filong, for a god-level magic treasure sea crown, he is willing to give out these 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Is it possible that this empty island base is not as good as a sea crown? As soon as the voice fell, the audience was in an uproar. Sea crown? What is that? The magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan is for the children of the Dragon Clan to play with. It is indeed of great benefit to the practitioners of the water system, but it is useless for us in the realm of the gods. Especially the one who participated in the Hidden Dragon contest was still in the Dragon Clan. Let alone the Dragon Clan, an ordinary sea monster who does anything at will is worthy of the power of the Shanghai crown. 10 million? Rich and powerful. Cultivators from the realm of freedom are no strangers to this sea crown. At the beginning, the sea crown auctioned the sky-high price of 10 million spirit stones, but it caused a sensation in the entire city of freedom. Everyone looked up to the top floor and saw Qin Yang's abusive face, and also saw Sadu Qin Ji's uncomfortable face as if he had eaten flies. Having an empty island means that you have a territory that belongs to you. This empty island itself is a weapon of war. Qin Yang said, casually, in this turbulent world, the empty island is the real place to stand. If you have money, you must have a place to save it, right? Someone in the field looked shaken, gritted his teeth and said, I'll give out 11 million low-grade spirit stones. After Qin Yang's casual remarks, the bidding continued slowly. But soon, it stopped again. After all, this price is too unacceptable. It's not that I don't want to shoot, it's that I don't have so much money. Alas, I lost at the starting line. Qin Yang shook his head. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Someone called for the price again. After this bid, no one answered. The first Qianlong hegemony order was a happy deal. That person was holding the hegemony order, and his face suddenly showed a dull look. This is only the first one, and there are 26 more in the back. Is this too early to shoot? Some people cast sympathetic eyes, and those who can afford 20 million are not ordinary families. But 20 million to buy a place is not worth it. The second hegemony order starts to auction. With the previous base, the bidding price is still crazy, and the price surges faster. Almost 8 million low-grade spirit stones are reached after just a few bidding. This time there are 320 places in the fourth ranking list alone. How many places are there in total, including the major forces? Qin Yang asked. Jin Wanshan thought about it and said, if you don't have 10,000, you should have 8,000. Sky Continent, after all, is vast and boundless. There are countless powerful families and sects, which are still conservative estimates. Qin Yang nodded and said, actually, I don't think this quota is very useful. There are only 100 in the Qianlong competition. Besides, this quota is only a quota, a condition for participation. If it were me, 100 I won't buy it. The conversation was not concealed, and those with strength could hear it naturally and easily when they let go of their spiritual sense. After Qin Yang's analysis, everyone calmed down instantly. Wanshan Chamber of Commerce auction. The teacher has a sad face, and there are really not many people who can see through this. But hope and gain are definitely not proportional, this is a fact. But as long as everyone reacts slowly. After calming down, the bidding price of this second hegemony order failed to break through even 10 million. The auctioneer turned and said directly, I hope everyone can treat it calmly. Those who participate in the auction already have places in their hands, so there is really no need to do this. In this way, it directly created a conscience image of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce for everyone. I have to say that the auctioneer's response was extremely fast. After the second hegemony order was sold, the scene took a sharp turn for the worse, and the price of none of the hegemony orders returned to normal, up to several million. This is also the price that everyone has estimated before. As each hegemony order was auctioned out, those who had previously bid a high price of 20 million for the first hegemony order were not happy. He stood up and pointed at Qin Yang on the top floor and roared angrily, "What do you mean? You didn't say that when the first hegemony order was auctioned." Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and others, even Xuanhuan Guqing and others, didn't understand what Qin Yang was doing. In the demon hunting ground, all the glossy screens are close-ups of Qin Yang. I saw Qin Yang scratching his head. He smiled, and said, "Because the first hegemony order is mine." The voices behind, and the needle drop, can be heard in the audience. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Jin Wanshan, who was beside Qin Yang, didn't react. But then, I don't know who roared, and the audience suddenly overturned the sky, like a volcanic eruption. The person who spent 20 million to buy the first hegemony order spurted out a mouthful of old blood, his face was like tin foil, and he fell to the ground. "Can you still play like this? I don't accept it. Qin Yang is disturbing." Someone shouted in dissatisfaction, and the person beside him immediately pushed him. "What does it have to do with you? He didn't violate the rules, let's talk about it. You didn't buy the first hegemony order. What's your name?" The audience quickly calmed down, but then, those who sold tokens were not happy. Why can Qin Yang's one token sell for 20 million, while they are only a few million? The auctioneer said that the auction order was determined by you, and you all confirmed and agreed. On the top floor, Jiang Chengwei didn't understand Qin Yang's approach and asked, "You really don't hesitate to offend the world, why?" Qin Yang didn't answer, but showed a mysterious smile and asked, "Only under the God Emperor can participate in the Qianlong competition. If you are promoted to God Emperor after participating, it should be no problem, right?" Chapter 520, Selling Medicinal Pills. Qin Yang's calm words caught everyone's attention. Is being promoted to God Emperor something as simple as eating and drinking? It is not that simple to break through and become an emperor. Even the God Emperors such as Xuanhuan Guqing and Tiangang Emperor frequently looked over and looked at Qin Yang with a disapproving expression. It should be possible, but it's better not to do it. Jiang Chengwei said. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Jiang Chengwei analyzed, since there are requirements, the contestants must be below the God Emperor realm, there must be some important relationship. Otherwise, the East China Sea itself is a part of the Xingqian Sea, and there is no fear of rules and turbulence. The God Emperor shot in the East China Sea. It won't have much impact. Why are there such restrictions? Qin Yang was taken aback. Can you guess correctly? Jiang Chengwei was a little speechless and retorted, I'm not calling it guessing, it's called analysis. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Chengwei said again, according to my analysis, this hidden dragon contest, it is necessary to enter some secret realms, and those secret realms should be the God King level and the Star level, which is why there are 2 levels this time. Competitors compete together. Let Jiang Chengwei continue to analyze. I am afraid that the rules that the Dragon Clan has not announced no longer need to be announced. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned slightly and said, Jiang Chengwei, it is meaningless to be by Qin Yang's side. Only when you come to the Sky Alliance can you really play your role. Jiang Chengwei laughed and said, I'm not a tool. The eyes of the 2 people crossed in the air. Xuanhuan Guqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, no one treats you as a tool. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, the Emperor's mind, everything can be used. After he finished speaking, he stopped talking. Jiang Chengwei knew more about Xuanhuan Guqing than anyone else, and he knew that the Queen's mind was unfathomable. I am afraid that ordinary people will not be able to see the 2 hands on Qin Yang before. Even if it were seen, there would be no real evidence. If the solicitation was rejected, any confident cultivator would probably consider it, right? Not to mention Qin Yang? But soliciting in public is not genuine solicitation in itself. The purpose is to draw a clear line with Qin Yang. After that, the Sky Alliance, with the previous refusal to recruit, replaced any cultivator with the same experience. I am afraid that they would not join directly, otherwise wouldn't they just slap their own face? As a result, Qin Yang was directly forced to the opposite of the Sky Alliance. And then, is the opening of the Qianlong competition. It is conceivable that even if it is not Qin Yang's enemy, as long as he joins the Sky Alliance, he will definitely snipe and obstruct Qin Yang, who is not a member of the alliance. This kind of ingenuity is really clever, but it makes Jiang Chengwei very disgusted, just like every time before. Fortunately for Jiang Chengwei, Qin Yang also saw this early, and even did it more simply. It also made Jiang Chengwei not regret following Qin Yang. When the situation changed, Jiang Chengwei knew that she would definitely be useful. It would even be more valuable than staying with the Empress. As time passed, the sky was getting brighter. In just a few hours, the Qianlong contest will begin. With the auction of the last hegemony order, the auction did not end, but entered the following Chamber of Commerce. In this prosperous world, the world is fighting for hegemony. Wanzhong Chamber of Commerce has launched the best concentrating spirit pill and the best Qi Hui pill to help cultivators in the world. The auctioneer had a smile on his face, and as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone who was about to leave the venue stopped. Supplies must be kept up, otherwise how will you get a place in the Qianlong competition? Many cultivators looked at the middle grade and even low-grade medicinal pills in their Qianquan ring, and hesitated. If there is a top-quality medicinal pill of the right grade, it will not only make people feel confident, but if there is a real crisis, this top-grade medicinal pill is enough to reverse the defeat. You are only one medicine away from entering the Hidden Dragon contest. The auctioneer shouted, and everyone immediately became agitated. If there is such a situation, I miss the target because of the lack of an elixir, and I am afraid that I will be sluggish all my life, and I will not be able to raise my head with regret. The medicinal pills needed for the battle are naturally not just the concentration pills and the Qi Hui pills. The Wanzhong Chamber of Commerce also has the explosive Qi pills for all practitioners. The auctioneer said. What? Burst Qi pill? Isn't that a pill with great side effects? Although taking burst Qi pill, the combat power will skyrocket, but who can bear this side effect? That's right, I really want to be forced to use explosive Qi pill. What should I do next after I use it? The auctioneer looked around calmly, and said slowly, don't worry, this explosive Qi Dan is also of the highest quality, and its side effects are not very obvious, but it will only be a little weaker. Even if it's weak, it's not enough. Who knows what will happen in the Qianlong competition? Will anyone take the opportunity to fall into the trap? In this regard, some of the forces who joined the Vault of Heaven Alliance have their eyes brightened. With the alliance behind them, it is the most solid shield. They can fully exert the value of this explosive pill. This will be a trump card. The auctioneer pressed his hand and continued, even if you don't want to suffer the side effect of weakness, the Chamber of Commerce still has something that can instantly restore all injuries. Huitian pill. Huitian pill? What kind of pill is Huitian pill? Recover all injuries instantly? Fake, right? The auctioneer explained, I wonder if everyone knows Tong Tian pill. Saying that, he added, it's the Tong Tian pill of the Feng family of the 8 clans of Shinto. Before the words fell, the audience suddenly became restless. What does Tiandan have to do with Tongshandan this time? It is rumored that Tong Tian pill can live and die, flesh and bones, and even instantly improve people's cultivation, and it is a permanent improvement without side effects. On the viewing platform on the top floor of the Demon Doe hunting ground, Feng Lian and the 3 of them stared at Qin Yang. The Wanzhong Chamber of Commerce could have these top-quality medicinal pills. No need to think about it to know that it was related to Qin Yang. Otherwise, why didn't such a medicinal pill come out before? And this time, Tiandan. The auctioneer said, although Huitian pill can't improve your cultivation, it has a healing function comparable to Tongtian pill. As long as you still have a breath, a Huitian pill can make you live and recover immediately. Saying that, the auctioneer stretched out his hand, and a maid came over with a tray in hand. The auctioneer said, all medicinal pills are finished products. If you don't believe it, you can come and check in person. By the way, the auctioneer looked at the many porcelain vases on the tray and said, this time, the Chamber of Commerce also sells top-grade Xuanhuan and other elixirs, and you can come to consult if you need it. This is not an auction, but a clear price tag. The price is innocent, and the quantity is favored. Of course, because it's a top-quality medicinal pill, the quantity is not large. You have to hurry up if you want it. The auctioneer's eyes shone with golden light, as if he saw countless spiritual stones, like ocean waves, about to drown himself. Chapter 521 Preparations. The recipes you gave have finally come in handy. Xuanhuan said. Originally, it was possible to refine top-grade quality medicinal pills below the 5th order, but Qin Yang's strength has improved rapidly, and he has not started selling the 5th-rank top-quality medicinal pills, and the 6th-rank formula and method have already come out. Wanshan Chamber of Commerce regards the launch of this large batch of top-quality medicinal pills as an opportunity, and has been suppressing it, and now it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the center of the Doyao hunting ground, the temporary booth has been surrounded by water, and people from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce are running back and forth, picking up inventory time and time again. The real medicine is here, and the price is only 20% higher than the quality of the top grade. When the cultivator understands it clearly, he is afraid that he will not be able to grab the same, so he quickly buys it. Especially the top-quality Xuanhuan, there is actually a 6th-order top-quality Xuanhuan in the field. Even if you eat a 5th-order Xuanhuan for a lifetime, you probably won't be able to beat this one. This is enough to drive all female practitioners crazy. It's a good opportunity this time. Qin Yang nodded, and he really admired Wanshan Chamber of Commerce for being so calm that he has only started selling medicinal pills until now. The highest quality medicinal pills, not to mention the heavenly rewarding pills, even Zhuyan pills must go through the auction process. Being able to sell directly is enough to see the heritage of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. After this popularization of top-quality medicinal pills, all cultivators are afraid that they will no longer be able to eat the top-grade medicinal herbs. This price is truly irresistible. Although it is only 20% higher, the profit is far more than that. After all, it was Qin Yang's technique and pill recipe, which was perfect and could not be faulted. The members of the Sky Alliance on the side were a little itchy. Although they knew that it was the medicine pill from Qin Yang and the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, they couldn't resist the temptation. They secretly competed with Qin Yang, and if they bowed their heads to buy it now, wouldn't they admit defeat without a fight? Don't feel embarrassed. Although I don't plan to join the Sky Alliance, we are all human races, and we are all part of the Sky Continent. I am naturally obliged to contribute to the Sky Continent. Qin Yang said. This sentence directly disgusted everyone, and was also slapped in the face. Aren't you called the common people in the world? What have you done for the people of the world? The representative of the Wei family laughed and said, such medicinal herbs are indeed indispensable. I'll go buy some first, everyone. There are quite a few places in the clan, so they have to be prepared. After speaking, he glanced at Qin Yang with admiration. Qin Yang bowed his hands away and responded politely. The old man of the Gongsun family coughed lightly and said, face is very important. But life is more important. I don't want my children and grandchildren to be pulled down by such a big gap in medicine. So big directly made everyone present even more hesitant. Xuanhuan Guqing chuckled lightly and said, that's right, medicinal pills always have to be bought with money, and it's not a favor. To be able to provide such cheap and high-quality medicinal pills, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce really want to buy them. Make a note of it. Even she said so. How can other people insist? One after another figure disappeared in an instant, for fear of being a step too late. As the auctioneer said, there is money but no goods. Qin Yang, what happened to Tiandan then? The three Feng Lian came over with cold faces. What's going on? Qin Yang spread his hands. Feng Lianqi was in a hurry and said, dare to compare it with my Tong Tian pill. Isn't this medicinal pill made by pretending to be my Tong Tian pill? Impersonation? Qin Yang shook his head and said contemptuously, it's just a mere Tong Tian pill. Strictly speaking, it's not even a medicinal pill. Tiandan, but a real medicine pill. You. Feng Lian couldn't refute, although he realized that Tiandan must be related to Tongshandan this time, but there was no evidence. In fact, this time Tiandan was an imitation of Tongshandan. Jiuming Divine Emperor refined the prototype and was still researching, and Qin Yang copied the finished product at a glance. In this link, the God Emperor of 9 lives is the most important. Although it is only a prototype of refining, the name of the first alchemist in the mainland is true. It's getting late, the war is about to start, let's go back to rest first. Qin Yang said, and the group left directly and returned to the inn run by the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Half the rooftop on the top floor, in the luxurious scene, Qin Yang and others sat around a table. Originally overlooking the imperial city, even in the middle of the night, it was bustling everywhere. But now, everyone seems to be preparing, otherwise they will choose goods at the demon hunting ground. This is a great opportunity, and other chambers of commerce have also joined in. In the last few hours, the demon fighting ground has completely turned into a huge cultivator square. I am afraid that this will create another history, the largest temporary market in history. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Everyone should check the supplies. Qin Yang said, what are you missing and what you want? Hurry up and say, once the war starts, I am afraid that everyone will not be able to get together like this. Jin Wanshan also patted his chest and said, don't worry, there are only things you don't want, there is nothing that the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce does not have. After speaking, Jin Wanshan stretched out his hand and waved, and the table was directly filled with various porcelain vases. Everyone can take the medicine pill according to their own situation, try your best to. More, not less. Qin Yang emphasized. Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan looked at each other, looking at so many medicinal pills, their expressions stiffened. Shouldn't this be a top-quality medicine pill? Just those porcelain bottles are not easy. Cough, then I'll. You're welcome. Jiang Changwei looked at the medicinal pills that were placed in the many porcelain vases, and took a bottle of concentration pill. For Jiang Changwei, his power would consume too much spiritual sense, and it would take a lot of effort to use his brain to think of a plan. Gently opened the porcelain bottle, and it really matched the small characters on the outside of the porcelain bottle. Level 6, concentration pill. Jiang Changwei took a deep breath. When he fought in the myriad realms, if he had this kind of medicine, why would he be weak in the later stage? Even almost died of overdraft? High-quality medicinal pills are fundamentally different from high-grade and below. All pills, if swallowed continuously in a short period of time, will have drug resistance, and the efficacy will continue to decrease. However, the best quality will not. Just this, it is decided that the best quality medicine pill is the necessary medicine for large-scale and long-term battles. It's a pity that there were no such strong alchemists back then, and even if there were, they would not have the time and energy to refine them. Others put porcelain vases in their Qiankuan rings one after another, and just glanced at the logo and put them in the Qiankuan ring, with a very natural attitude. Wei Qinggu was a little embarrassed, scratching his head again and again, every time he took a bottle of medicine pill, he carefully looked at the faces of others. Wei Qingguo, why are you acting like a thief? Jin Wanshan frowned, looking at the man grumbling, feeling agitated. Looking at Gong Sunming and Lu Chanru, who never took the medicinal pill, Jin Wanshan grinned and said, don't feel embarrassed, since everyone can sit together, it is a blessing to share. I don't dare to say anything else. Enough medicine tube. Chapter 522. Such a domineering enough is still a top-quality medicine pill. I am afraid that only the Jin family can speak out about the entire Sky Continent. After all, even if other chambers of commerce wanted to refine it, they couldn't refine it. There is a table of porcelain vases, and half of the table is left after most of the meeting. There are several or even a dozen medicinal pills in each bottle, but unlike the ones sold outside, a porcelain bottle only holds one. Lu Mingyu said with a smile, with such a pill to support, I'm afraid that it will consume the opponent's energy in battle. The others also laughed. Come on, there's more. Qin Yang said with a frown. Immediately, Qin Yang stood up and pulled his hands. Wei Qingguo, yours. Gong Sunming, Lu Chanru, you too. Jiang Chengwei, Huang Quan, this is yours. Qin Yang directly stood up and distributed the medicine. He was afraid of trouble by placing a table of medicinal pills like this. It also needs to be divided according to each person's characteristics and needs, but now because some people are thin-skinned, this trouble has not gone away. Simple and rude distribution, let alone Wei Qingguo and Gong Sunming, even Jiang Chengwei Huang Quan's heart was messed up. The wealth are indescribable. This stroke and pull is a hill where spiritual stones are piled up. Hurry up and take up space. Qin Yang urged. Soon, a table of medicinal pills was put away, and Qin Yang gestured to Jin Wanshan. I rely on. No way? Everyone was stunned for a while, and there was actually a table of medicinal herbs. It used to be Huichi pill, Ningxin pill, etc. These are explosive Qi pill and Huitian pill. It's not because the pills are expensive. Qin Yang glanced at Jin Wanshan and said, you know, we are not bad for money. Qin Yang went on to say, Huitian Dan is fine, you can eat it as soon as you eat it. Although it has no side effects, it will be a bit troublesome if you eat it by mistake, so the medicinal pills must be separated. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Do you just open the bottle and pour it into your mouth when you want to take the medicine pill? Qin Yang pointed directly at Gong Sunming and said, get more of this explosive pill. Gong Sunming was taken aback, why? With the whole card plus the whole card, there will be even bigger surprises. Qin Yang smiled mysteriously. For a moment, Gong Sunming seemed to be seen through, and he had no reservations in front of Qin Yang. Thinking about it in my heart, a look of joy suddenly appeared on my face. But then there was a moment of doubt, how did Qin Yang know the power of his own rules? His own trump card was an explosion. Relying on the heaven-patching stone, one of the 8 secret keys of the God realm, ignoring the damage to the body. In fact, he didn't need the heaven-returning pill at all. With the heaven-repairing stone, it was a steady stream of heaven-returning pill. With his own cultivation ability and this explosive Qi Dan, Gong Sunming clenched his fists, his combat power was even afraid of himself. Even. Looking at Qin Yang, Gong Sunming suddenly fainted. It's not a realm anymore, it's really. However, Gong Sunming is more determined. With Qin Yang leading the way, he will catch up sooner or later. At least faster than others. Everyone happily divided up the medicinal pills, but next, it was the highlight. That's it, I rushed together temporarily, and I didn't prepare much. The Wanshan Chamber of Commerce didn't even sell it this time. As Qin Yang said, Jin Wanshan waved his Chankuan ring again. One can't help but wonder, how much is this guy's Chankuan ring worth? I'm afraid that a sex treasure house can't match it, right? This time, it's no longer medicinal pills, but various talismans. The powerful aura made everyone present, including Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan, pay attention. The talismans on the table turned out to be stacked one by one. I am afraid that every talisman is worth a lot of money. These talismans have different functions. Everyone can use them according to their own needs, and they can also learn from each other. Of course, there is no need to be embarrassed. To be able to play better in the Qianlong competition is the goal. Qin Yang said as he introduced, "This is a hunting talisman. Once used, it will put him in a hunting stance and hide all aura. The moment the attack is launched, the aura will leak out." Hunting posture? Why is this name? Jiang Chengwei asked suddenly. Qin Yang replied directly, "Jade Blood Jade Mantis ultimate move is this, so it's called this name." Jiang Chengwei swallowed and spit, looked at Qin Yang deeply. Huang Quan also took a deep breath. Can this kind of talisman be created? Back then, the Jade Blood Jade Mantis was the #1 hunter in the sky, and its power was not weak at all. When it comes to Huang Quan, people will be afraid in their hearts, but when they mention the Jade Mantis, they are even more afraid. There is also this talisman. This talisman is amazing. The effect of using it is to make myself predict everything that will happen in the next 5 breaths in advance. Of course, the duration is not long, and it is very troublesome to make this kind of talisman. The kind you can't teach. So this kind of talisman is the least, and I made it myself. Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan was a little embarrassed. Qin Yang did teach the talisman maker in the Chamber of Commerce, but he really couldn't. Yunlinger was stunned. Could this be counting against the sky? Even this kind of power can be made into a talisman, which is simply incredible. A strange divine light flashed in her eyes, and she frowned suddenly, her eyes aching. Qin Yang glanced at the past, raised his brows, and said nothing, but he was surprised. In the end, she is the descendant of the heavenly secret sect. She taught her the heaven-defying jutsu and the heaven-defying arithmetic, but she herself began to touch the heavenly expansion magic. This is an ability that even Qin Yang cannot replicate. Closer to home, Qin Yang slowly introduced that there are not many real talismans used for attack, but all kinds of powerful and extremely rare talismans, as well as some defensive talismans. The golden talisman is naturally essential. After the medicinal pills and talismans were distributed, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were speechless for the rest of the process. Jin Wanshan is actually distributing spirit stones. What are you doing with the spirit stones? The upper spirit stones are still used in this competition? Jiang Chengwei couldn't understand why. Qin Yang pursed his lips, and Jiang Chengwei discovered that in addition to the Qiankuan ring and the Yaojian ring, there was a strange ring in everyone's hands. Jin Wanshan waved his hand directly and shouted, "The Vault of Heaven Battle Armor." A majestic battle armor light and shadow appeared on his body. This is the 3rd generation of the sky armor, and it is no longer rigid in form, and can even change its shape at will. Its ability is even more powerful and unparalleled, but the only flaw is that it takes too much lingsure. Jiang Chengwei took a breath and stood up in shock. He can feel the power of this armor, which can directly improve the combat power of the cultivator. If you want, go back and ask the college to make a set for you, but you have to tell the requirements yourself. Qin Yang said. Can this be useful to us too? Jiang Chengwei asked in astonishment. Qin Yang nodded and said, in theory, it's still useful. Things like this outside the body naturally have less effect as the cultivator becomes stronger. To say it is useless at all, it is not. Jin Wanshan looked at Lu Qingshan, the only outsider in the arena, and embarrassedly handed over a ring, and said, "This is the 2nd generation sky armor, because the 3rd generation sky armor is customized, so there is no preparation in advance." Lu Qingshan blushed and quickly shook his head to refuse. I have already taken too many medicinal pills and talismans, I can't ask for any more. If you want to take it, you can take it, we have to fight side by side. Jin Wanshan forced it to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan was deeply moved that he had never been so rich in his life. I made up my mind, even if I die, I have to repay this love. Qin Yang thought of something and suddenly said, Lu Qingshan, remember him. The finger pointed to Gong Sun Ming. ? Gong Sun Ming was full of question marks. The others were also confused. Lu Qingshan nodded and asked, in confusion, what's wrong? Qin Yang grinned and smiled very happily, we share the blessings, and he will stop him in any difficulties. No matter what injuries or difficulties you encounter, if you can't bear it, just greet him. Chapter 523. Lu Qingshan's ability is Li Dai Tao Shuang. Although it has not been thoroughly researched after Qin Yang's guidance, but the direction has been established. After the experience of this Qianlong competition, it will definitely be greatly improved. Li Dai Tao is stiff and can transfer all injuries. Lu Qingshan didn't understand. If he really greeted Gong Sun Ming, wouldn't it be obvious that he was cheating? Gong Sun Ming's head was full of black lines, and his face was aggrieved. After knowing Lu Qingshan's ability, he immediately looked at him. This guy can cooperate perfectly with himself. With the heaven-patching stone, Gong Sun Ming has an immortal body. Don't say a single breath, even if there is a ray of spiritual sense left, it can be completely recovered. Qin Yang looked at Lu Qingshan and explained with a smile. After knowing all this, Lu Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Staring at Gong Sun Ming made Gong Sun Ming fuzz all over. Okay, the explanation is almost done, just waiting for the Qianlong competition to start. Let's rest and cheer up. Qin Yang clapped his hands. Everyone also left, to cultivate their spirits and make final preparations. Jiang Qiangwei and Huang Quan looked at their Qiankuan ring and were speechless for a long time. Everyone will say the phrase blessings are shared together, but how many people can really do this? Xuanhuan Guqing has always set out with the overall situation, and is always inseparable from the world. But this is fundamentally different from Qin Yang. Your vision is really not bad. Huang Quan said softly. Jiang Qiangwei laughed. To be honest, these were all things he didn't expect. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the table, causing Jiang Qiangwei to raise her brows. There was also a faint smell of blood in the corner, as if blood had seeped in. Huang Quan calmly picked up the teacup, and his spiritual sense directly locked the corner. Don't be nervous, my own. Qin Yang said. The two figures in front of the table are Chu Qingge and Chu Ying. The two have now penetrated into the shadow, but they have not yet reached the core level. This is for the two of you. Be careful in the hegemony competition. Qin Yang said. A pile of porcelain vases and talismans shocked the two of them. Chu Qingge said solemnly, thank you. Qin Yang shook his head with a smile, walked over and patted Chu Qingge on the shoulder, and said, you are not fighting alone. Chu Qingge's eyes were slightly red, and Chu Ying was a little envious of this sincere feeling. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Qin Yang smiled and said, I haven't told Jin Wanshan and the others. If the rumors leak, I'm afraid it will be unfavorable to you. There must be conflicts after that. I really want to see how you and Jin Wanshan fight. Chu Qingge also smiled. Qin Yang took out another porcelain bottle and handed it to Chu Ying. Chu Ying took it in doubt, her pupils shrank suddenly, this. Feeling the strange medicinal power, Chu Ying didn't dare to guess. Yes, it is Tong Tian pill. Qin Yang nodded. No, this is too precious. Chu Ying refused. Qin Yang shrugged and said, do you want to separate from Chu Qingge? What do you mean? Chu Ying wondered. The two of you are a god king and a star realm. Naturally, the Qianlong competition will not be on the same stage. Having said this, Chuing hesitated. Take it. Chuchinga said softly. Chuing nodded heavily. With this Tong Tian pill, her stolen vitality will also be healed. Qin Yang knew that Chuchinga would definitely find a way to get in touch with Feng Lian, but Tong Tian pill was too precious and would inevitably cause Feng Lian suspicion. With this Tong Tian pill, it can make Chuchinga less risky and more calm. Why are you still hiding? Because of your high cultivation? Qin Yang jokingly shouted towards the corner. Chuchinga and Chuing looked over, and their whole bodies tightened. Blood skull? Chuchinga frowned, but looking at Qin Yang, this man didn't seem to be an enemy. Chuing was also a little puzzled. The grievance between Qin Yang and Shui Skull was inextricable, and they would never die. How could there be a friend of Shui Skull? Could it be? Sensitive, she stared at the figure, trembling all over, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Sister. Xuanhuan's hoarse voice made Chuing unable to hold back her tears. Why are you? Chuing was a little weeping. Breaking into the shadows made Chuing know how terrifying it was to be in the enemy camp, and she had to be careful with every breath. If it wasn't for Chuchinga, she would have died a long time ago. And his younger brother is alone. Don't worry about him. If the plan goes well, now your brother should be the 12 blood gods of the blood skeleton, right? Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan nodded, and things were going very smoothly. With Zhao Kongming's guidance and help, the two were covering each other, but they were really fooled. However, Zhao Kongming has some doubts about me. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang shrugged and said, if he doesn't doubt it, it's strange. Anyone would have doubts, but in order to protect himself, he has to protect you. You two are grasshoppers on a rope now. The fall of the blood god envoy will definitely be taken seriously by the blood skeleton. Especially Tu Tianxiong. He died in the hands of Zhao Kongming. If there was no testimony from Xuanhuan, Tu Tianxiong's apprentice, if Zhao Kongming caused the suspicion of the blood skeleton, Zhao Kongming himself would be a mud bodhisattva crossing the river. See you in the future. I'm afraid that it will be the enemy. After you two brothers and sisters reminisce about the old days, please cherish each other's actions. Qin Yang said. The brothers and sisters hugged each other and wept, and they chose different ways to get revenge, but they also received great help from Qin Yang. Chuchinga stood beside Qin Yang and said softly, I have a bad feeling. Said it was a hunch, but Qin Yang's heart was actually moved. This was probably because Chuchinga launched the Tianyan divine technique to make a prediction. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang said, no matter what the future holds, if you walk on your own path firmly, you will not be afraid of everything. Chuchinga said, I can't perceive it. Qin Yang grinned and said, you can't handle the heat. If anyone can perceive it, how ordinary I have to be. But Chuchinga was so dignified, making Qin Yang a little uncomfortable, and immediately took out a few Tianqing stones and sent them out. This is? Chuchinga looked at the star stone in confusion. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, inject divine sense into it and make a mark. Jiang Qiangwei and Huang Quan looked at each other. Both of them were extremely complicated. The two of them were resurrected because of the star stone. This Qin Yang is really going to go against the sky. Chuchinga, Chuing, and Xuanhuan didn't think about it, they just did it. Qin Yang carefully collected the 3 heavenly star stones. It didn't take long for the 3 to leave, and they all revealed that both the shadow and the blood skeleton will have big moves. This competition for hegemony is more intense than it seems on the bright side. Dawn lit up the entire imperial city, and the large Feng market of the demon hunting ground was also withdrawn. All cultivators have obtained their own medicinal pills, and they are full of confidence in the hegemony competition. On the street, many cultivators are heading east, and the Qianlong competition has kicked off. That kid before. Jiang Chengwei couldn't help but ask, that Chuchinga made him feel too special. Yes, the descendant of Tianjin. In a word, Jiang Chengwei looked sideways, looking at Qin Yang's figure. She was a little stunned. Chapter 524, The Starting Point. I forgot one of the most important things before. Come, one person, one piece, branded with divine mind. Qin Yang said, and distributed the celestial star stones, collected in the secret realm of the temples. Unexpectedly, the Tianqing stone was not reserved to create a statue, but was used for this purpose. However, even if Qin Yang is allowed to choose countless times, he is afraid that he will do so, without hesitation. What a beautiful stone. Tao Xiaoyao held the heavenly star stone as if the entire void was in his palm. Hurry up. Qin Yang urged, this is not a toy. Then what is this? Tao Xiaoyao asked, curiously. I'll tell you when you're dead. Qin Yang said jokingly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Tao Xiaoyao let out a sigh, shook Lu Mingyu's arm, and said, Sister Lu, look at him. The cute little fox is very popular wherever he goes, both men and women, especially when he sticks to Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu glared at Qin Yang angrily, soothed the little fox, and said, for you to do it, there must be his reasons. He doesn't want to say, that is, you don't need to know. Humph. Husband and wife follow, I won't play with you anymore. Tao Xiaoyao's bulging cheeks are even more cute. It made everyone laugh and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Even so, Tao Xiaoyao still branded the heavenly star stone with his divine sense. The others followed suit, albeit with doubts. It's incredible. Jiang Chengwei sighed repeatedly. Xuanhuan deeply agreed and nodded again and again. This is for the two of you. Qin Yang handed over 2 heavenly star stones. Even us? Jiang Chengwei was surprised. He and Xuanhuan's Tianqing stone were used to build their bodies. In other words, Qin Yang's method, this Tianqing stone, is a one-time use. When they die once, they will use the star stone to combine with the undead soil, to create their own body. I may need more. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang was not unhappy, but laughed, it should be. However, the number of Tianqing stones was limited, and only 2 were given to Xuanhuan. Everyone's Tianqing stones were collected, and Qin Yang felt light in his heart. Qin Yang, what the hell are you doing? Gong Sunming asked in confusion. After he asked, he quickly said, it's not that I'm doubting you, it's really. I want to ask. A beautiful woman appeared. It is the metamorphosis of the heaven patching stone. Divine intent branding is too useful. There are many secret methods, which can be detrimental to the master based on the brand of spiritual sense. Qin Yang's divine sense transmitted the voice, and the heaven patching stone was immediately stunned and couldn't believe it. Glancing at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan, he was convinced. With his hands on his waist, he bowed and bowed. The etiquette of greeting Jiang Chengwei is obviously more advanced than before. Qin Yang smiled and said, if there is any accident, run by yourself. Thank you. Buddy and Sher solemnly thanked, and then the figure disappeared. On the contrary, Gong Sunming's mouth twitched, and the Buddhian stone ran by himself. This sentence was not transmitted by divine sense. If the heaven patching stone really ran away, what should I do? Fortunately, Tiantianchi communicated with Gong Sunming. Gong Sunming took a deep look at Qin Yang and was about to speak when Qin Yang waved his hand and said, okay, I don't have time to listen. After leaving the imperial city, you will see all kinds of flying magic weapons emerging in an endless stream in the heaven and earth, and undoubtedly the ones who are out of the list go straight to the east. Everyone's destination is the same, that is the nearest island in the East China Sea, Chuitian Island. This is also a small island for trade between the Dragon Clan and the Xuanhuan Empire, and today is the starting point of the Hidden Dragon contest. The starting point. Let's go. Qin Yang waved his hand and his voice was loud, attracting passers-by to stop and watch. Many people secretly planned, but with the blink of an eyelid, Qin Yang disappeared. Not only Qin Yang is gone, Qin Yang's whole bunch of people are gone. Is this speed too fast? With this one move, if there is a speed competition in the hegemony competition, who can beat him? A cultivator shouted. Hey, in my opinion, this speed is unparalleled in the world, and there is still the Tianhong leader Aurora God Emperor. It is a pity that he has almost just entered the WTO and has been a God Emperor. This Qin Yang shows off his speed. Even if he can't participate, his grandson will inherit his inheritance. Compared with the rules of light, Qin Yang won't be able to take advantage of it. It's a pity that Gong Yifen's cultivation is only in the star realm, so I can't see him competing with Qin Yang. Even what happened to the star realm? The rules of light in the star realm are still. Before the words fell, an aurora flew from the sky, and several figures disappeared in a flash, and the speed was extremely fast. The cultivator who had previously touted Gong Yifen suddenly became embarrassed. Although this light was fast enough, there were still traces to follow. Before Qin Yang left with a large group of people, no one present was aware of it. Let's hurry up, too, we can know the rules sooner if we arrive earlier. Everyone showed their magical powers and flew towards the Sky Island. Unexpectedly, Chuetian Island is just an island similar to a platform, and the entire island does not even have a mountain or even a tree. At this time, the Chuetian Island was very lively. A high platform was built in the center of the island. It's just that no dragons have appeared on the high platform. Surrounding the high platform is the square market where the East China Sea trades with the Sky Continent. Even the Xuanhuan Empire had to come here to trade with the Dragon Clan. In the market, all kinds of stalls emerge one after another and are dazzling. After a closer look, I realized that most of the people here turned out to be those from the Chamber of Commerce in the demon hunting ground a few hours ago. They turned around, and even seized this last chance. Some cultivators had resisted the urge to consume, but the competition was imminent, and when they were excited, they couldn't help but pay. Qin Yang and others appeared directly on the high platform, and seeing that this lively big square was the Chuetian Island, it was inevitable that they were a little disappointed. Brother Qin Yang, you are here. Not long after, Aoker also appeared. As a dragon, it became the focus of the audience as soon as it appeared. A sentence of Brother Qin Yang made everyone's face change slightly. This Qin Yang has such a good relationship with the Dragon Clan? No wonder he dared to offend Li Fengdao so much before, and he didn't even give face to the Dragon Clan alchemist. If I were Qin Yang, I wouldn't save face. Is it a tough relationship or a high level of alchemy? I heard that the top-quality medicinal pills of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce are all pill recipes given by Qin Yang. It's true that they even said the alchemy techniques and precautions. Clearly. Even if it is the inheritance of Dan Dao, it is nothing more than that. Qin Yang looked at Aoker dressed up, with a strange look on his face, and said, "This. Is it you who announced the rules of the Qianlong competition?" Aoker wore a navy blue dress and turned around playfully. The blue stars on the skirt were like a starry sky. "Why, can't you?" Aoker smiled slightly. After a slight cough, Aoker said, "Brave warriors, I've made you wait for a long time." Still inexperienced in the end, his voice was a little stiff, as if he had memorized the lines. The sound spread throughout the entire Sudian island, and at the same time, huge screens of light lit up all over the island. There was no formation, but a light screen appeared. Qin Yang raised his brows. A figure flashed in his mind when a familiar voice sounded beside him. "That's right, it's me." Mr. Qiqiao was still dressed as a scholar. He hadn't seen him for a long time, but this guy looked as good as ever. Chapter 525. This time I will broadcast the whole process, and everyone's performance can be seen by everyone. Mr. Qiqiao whispered to Qin Yang. You? Qin Yang pouted, not looking down on Mr. Qiqiao, even if it is a super god magic weapon, with the power of a god emperor, but there are 8,000 contestants, and there are countless god kings. Can Mr. Qiqiao monitor everyone? Don't think about it, you know it's impossible. Mr. Qiqiao smiled slightly and said, I know you don't believe it, but if someone helps, it will naturally be very easy. Saying that, Mr. Qiqiao looked aside. An acquaintance appeared. It is the Void Compass. The Void Compass recognizes the Lord Aok, and of course, where Aok is, he is there. Aoker finally got to the point after going through the nonsense that he had learned. Long talk from someone I didn't know before. The rules are actually very simple, so you don't have to worry. Before explaining the rules, there are 2 points to note. Please listen carefully. Aoker looked at Qin Yang, obviously a little dissatisfied with Qin Yang's chatting with Mr. Qiqiao on his own. On such a grand occasion, I actually ignored myself. First, keep your respective hegemony orders. This will be the only standard for recording your achievements. If the hegemony orders are lost or damaged, the results will be cancelled, and the qualification for hegemony will be cancelled. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in an uproar. Originally, everyone only thought that the hegemony order was an ordinary token, but I didn't expect it to be so important. Some people even took out the hegemony order from the Qianquan ring and held it tightly in their hands. If it was lost, there would be no reason to. What if someone else happened to pick up the hegemony order? Suddenly, a cultivator shouted loudly. The implication is that it means to snatch the token. Aoker said directly, the points belong to the person who picked up. He deliberately emphasized the word found and answered the question directly. Having said that, the faces of some cultivators stiffened. Aoker looked at everyone's nervous look and said, don't worry too much, I'll talk about the second point of attention next. That is, any cultivator is not allowed to take action against other cultivators, unless within specific rules. After he finished speaking, he added, this time, with the help of Mr. Qiqiao and the star compass, everyone has a position and is not allowed to block. That is to say, in this competition, everyone is under surveillance. And the images will be seen by all. Some lesser-known cultivators believe in some strength, but they have no name. Hearing this notice, his eyes suddenly lit up. As long as the performance is good enough, wouldn't it be famous directly? The hegemony competition does not allow fighting. What are the rules? Some practitioners also questioned, it seems that it was the person who asked about picking up tokens before. Aoker explained, I said, within certain rules, you can do it. If you want to fight. Aoker suddenly laughed, don't worry, it's indispensable. Next, let me talk about the rules of this hidden dragon contest. Aoker paused and said, in the first stop, all the contestants of the Divine King stage will go to Kanglan Island, 500 miles to the east. Enter the secret realm. All-Star Realm contestants head to Wangshan Island, 200 miles to the southeast, to enter the secret realm. The audience was silent, and everyone was waiting for the next chapter. But after a long time, Aoker said directly, if everyone heard clearly, then. Aoker stretched out his hand, took out a magic weapon of gongs and drums, and was about to strike directly. Everyone knows that once it rings, it means that the Hidden Dragon contest has officially started. Wait a minute. Qin Yang asked directly, what about the rules? Are they gone? Aoker blinked and said, it's gone. This. Qin Yang was suddenly confused, not only him, but everyone looked at each other. Did you say the rules? Isn't it just 2 points of attention? Aoker said a little embarrassedly, oh, I forgot, because the process of the Qianlong competition is too complicated and tedious, We decided that after the participants arrive at each station, the participants' tokens will automatically trigger the task. Complete, you will be rewarded with points, and no points will be deducted if you fail. Each mission has its own rules, and you will know when the time comes. If you violate the rules, you will lose points. Dragon Contest Ranking. Anything else? Aoker asked. This time everyone is clear, and their eyes are fixed on the magic weapon in Aoker's hand. With a sound of dang, all the practitioners in the entire Chuitian island suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, and divided into two groups and flew in two directions respectively. Go ahead. Arrive early to take the lead. Quick, the starting point must not fall behind. In a hurry, he flew out immediately, and some people stayed to discuss with their companions. I did research in advance, and most of the previous Qianlong competitions are like this, and the rules are even more bizarre, so I should think twice before. Qin Yang and others did not leave in a hurry, but got together. Jiang Chengwei said directly, usually you can't fight, but once you start each stage of the task, there are rules in the task. Remember, if the rules do not repeat if you mention that you can't shoot at others, then it is considered that you can shoot at others. Such a reminder directly makes everyone's heart tense. They couldn't think of this subconsciously at all. If it wasn't for Jiang Chengwei, I'm afraid they would suffer at the beginning. Jiang Chengwei pondered, and then said, in the Hidden Dragon competition, personal strength is not the most important thing. It is not clear what the mission is, but it is definitely not just a test of combat strength. And, the points of the token can be given to others. Not far away, there was a cultivator who didn't leave. His ears were pricked up like a rabbit's. Isn't it true that the more people there are, the better the advantage? In the end, I'm afraid there will be too many variables when setting the ranking. Lu Mingyu thought. Even the hegemony orders can be bought and sold, and the dragons don't care. In the end, someone must collect points to sprint to the rankings. Qin Yang laughed and said, don't worry, no matter how many rabble there are, it's useless. If they can't complete the task, won't 10,000 zeros add up to 0? Jiang Chengwei said again, in short, everyone remember one sentence, any behavior that is not prohibited in the task is allowed. Speaking of this, Jiang Chengwei was afraid that everyone would not understand, and once again emphasized, it's any behavior. Everyone's heart suddenly felt a lot more at ease, this is simply a think tank. If Qin Yang knew everyone's thoughts, he would definitely be amused. This guy was originally a military advisor of the Alliance, an existence that even Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to recruit again and again. Chapter 526. The people were divided into two groups, and each flew towards their destination. Kanglan Island, 500 miles away, is an instant arrival for Qin Yang and others. If it weren't for the size of Kanglan Island, Qin Yang would even think it was an ordinary reef. That's right, it's more slick than Chuitian Island, and the waves beat up from time to time. The East China Sea is also a part of the Xingqian Sea, and the Xingqian Sea is the most dangerous place in the entire sky world. Even ordinary waves have a mysterious atmosphere. Many cultivators have already come here, not only them, but also the cultivators of the God King realm from the Demon Clan and the Dark Forces. On weekdays, they would die when they met, but now they just stare at each other. If you don't want to lose the qualification of the Qianlong competition, you can only abide by the rules of the Qianlong competition. If you have grievances, wait until you enter the secret realm and take the quest. It was said to let us enter the Kanglan secret realm. Where is the entrance to the secret realm? Someone rushed here in a hurry, but found that there was no way at all. Wait for me to sink the entire Kanglan Island. A monster turned into its own body, and the huge flame lion roared up to the sky, spewing a fireball. As soon as the fireball came out, everyone immediately dispersed and looked at the fire lion with dissatisfaction. A wave came over, and the fireball was extinguished before it even landed on Kanglan Island. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out, and everyone suddenly laughed. The fire lion was extremely embarrassed, and it spewed out fireballs, but they were all extinguished by the waves. The fire lion used his strength one after another, but he didn't do what he said before, to sink Qin Island. He was ridiculed by the human race, the demon race, and the good and evil, which made him go crazy. Roaring again and again, the fire lion turned into a flaming meteor and slammed down. At this moment, a voice resounded like the voice of heaven. Destroy. The flame on the fire lion immediately dissipated, and the fire lion was shocked. Why did his power of rules suddenly disappear? Without the power of rules, this blow is equivalent to a physical attack. With a loud noise of boom, he smashed heavily on Qin Island, causing him to feel a little dizzy, but the Qin Island stood still. It's so amazing? Qin Yang looked at the island in the air, looking at the distant mountain, an old man, standing on top of a boulder. The previous word annihilation also came from the mouth of the old man. I don't even feel the breath of power? Qin Yang wondered, could it be? Jiang Chengwei said, this person may be the descendant of the gods and demons outside the territory, and his rule power is completely different from that of the sky continent. This is why it is necessary to obtain an empty island base, because without an empty island base, there is no way to exercise the power of rules. Confrontation. Not to mention the war in all realms, even confrontation is difficult. Qin Yang looked at the old man thoughtfully and slowly narrowed his eyes. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Nameless old man, extraterrestrial gods and demons. Strength, Divine King Realm, Juzangshan. Gongfa, 3000 scrolls. Rules, say what you say. Field, pen and ink mountains and rivers. Note, God Emperor Realm fell. Weird exercises, strange rules, strange fields. All of them reveal the difference from the practitioners in the sky continent. Especially the fall of the God Emperor Realm is even more intriguing. Pretend to be a ghost, watch me swallow you alive. The fire lion was furious, as if he had found a vent, and ran towards the old man. The old man was not surprised at all, he stretched out his hand to lightly emptiness, and his fingertips outlined two quaint characters. Fall down. It shocked everyone, and even felt a little ridiculous. But then, it turned into shock. On the way of running, the fire lion stumbled and fell to the ground, and its body like a hill slid several dozen meters directly on the ground before it stopped. What kind of ghost power did you use, dare to attack me? The fire lion roared. The old man looked at the fire lion lightly, opened his mouth slowly, and said, you charged at me and swallowed me alive. I cast spells in front of you, but you said I attacked, what's the reason? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, half of the spear tip passed through his chest. He frowned and lowered his head, only to find that a figure appeared behind him at some point, holding a long gun and piercing him through his chest. This person turned out to be Emperor Tiangang. Everyone exclaimed in unison, this person was very close to Xuanhuan Guqing, and some strong people had seen this person and Xuanhuan Guqing very close at the banquet at that time. 11th on the billboard, Invincible and Invincible. If it wasn't for the ultimate goalkeeper Qin Yang who had not yet fought against him, everyone even felt that the momentum of the Heavenly Gang Emperor would be enough to reach the top. Are you going to give up the Qianlong hegemony competition? How can you do this? A cultivator reminded. Emperor Tiangang laughed and said, a contestant can't take action outside the rules, but this guy is not a contestant. Having said that, everyone thought about it, just like the previous attacks of the fire lion, although there was no actual effect, it was indeed not disqualified. Emperor Tiangang clenched his spear and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. There was no blood flowing from the old man's chest, and his body was twisted for a while. Only then did everyone realize that the old man's body was wrapped by a strange force. In Qin Yang's eyes, the old man was like a man in a painting. The gun from Emperor Tiangang was like a little bit of dirty ink, but the dirty ink was slowly disappearing. Emperor Tiangang flicked his spear, and the entire old man's body turned into a cloud of ink and scattered, and soon reconvened in the distance. The old man looked at Emperor Tiangang fearfully, looked at it suspiciously, seemed to think of something, and opened his mouth in surprise. It turned out to be you. There was panic and puzzlement in his tone, and he obviously knew the identity of Emperor Tiangang. Huh? You actually recognize me? Emperor Tiangang was also a little strange. Although it was strange, his face turned cold. Since they recognize it, it must be related to the battle of the world, and it is a foreign god and demon, then it is a mortal enemy. Emperor Tiangang swung his spear, and a spear flower was extremely gorgeous, showing his exquisite marksmanship. Just as he was about to attack, the old man waved his hand and said, "I'm not your opponent. After all, this is your territory. But, don't you want to enter the secret realm of Kanglan?" Emperor Tiangang was stunned for a moment and asked, "How do I enter the secret realm?" For Emperor Tiangang, the top priority is also to compete for hegemony ranking. The old man stretched out his hand and flicked in the void, and a scroll of paintings appeared out of nowhere and slowly spread out. With the action, the picture scroll expands and gets bigger and bigger. When you enter the painting, you can enter the secret realm. After finishing speaking, the figure of the old man turned into a ball of ink and merged on the scroll, showing a figure in the scroll. Qin Yang was a little itchy, but he didn't want to copy his abilities. Once copied, if you are promoted to God Emperor, you will not be able to enter the secret realm. How can you complete the task and get points? Qin Yang stared at the scroll, but the system suddenly prompted a word in his ear. The door is sealed, and the copy is successful. Chapter 527, Void Picture Scroll. Door seal? Qin Yang was puzzled for a while. This is not a practice method or a rule, but a door sealing formation in another world. Although both are door seal formations, this door seal formation is a bit weird. It cannot be cracked with brute force, and the principle of the formation is different from that of the sky continent. Such a door sealing formation can be opened only by matching the password. Entering the picture scroll? Emperor Tiangang hesitated, with a cold glow in his eyes. Some cultivators heard the old man's words, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over to the picture scroll. In order to seize the opportunity, he didn't think much at all. When he rushed to the picture scroll, the whole person also directly integrated into the picture scroll, but he seemed a little confused on the picture scroll, as if he was in another space, like a headless fly. Idiot. Emperor Tiangang cursed secretly and said, "This picture scroll is his domain, not a gate to a secret realm." After hearing this, some cultivators who were about to move suddenly stopped and were afraid for a while. Fortunately, the speed is slower, otherwise, like the monk, he will become a person in the painting. No, this picture scroll is also the door to the secret realm, the old man said while rubbing his beard. If he hadn't integrated his power into the gate of the secret realm, he would not have survived to this day. Although he could never leave Kanglan Island, he was given eternal life in disguise. Since you recognize me, you know the price of blocking me, Emperor Tiangang said quietly. The old man said, "How have I ever stopped you? The door to this secret realm is here. Whether you can enter it depends on your ability. Since this is the door to the secret realm, why don't you just go in directly?" But this is also the old man's domain. Entering his domain and entering the secret realm are two different things. The previous cultivator is still hesitating in the painting. If we go in rashly, I'm afraid we will get lost in it and can't find our way. The human race cultivator hesitated, but the demon race couldn't bear it anymore, and another big demon appeared, stretched out his hand and waved, and transformed into a terrifying claw shadow, which would tear the picture scroll with a single claw. Emperor Tiangang picked up his spear and directly shattered the claw shadow. why did you stop me? The big demon looked at Emperor Tiangang displeasedly, and said powerfully, don't think that you are in the top ranks and your combat power is stronger than me. Not everyone in our demon clan participated in the previous compete for the top 4. Emperor Tiangang snorted coldly and said, if this picture scroll is torn to pieces, the door to the secret realm will also disappear. It's not that I want to block you, but you are blocking all the contestants. The big demon was stunned for a moment, but there was nothing to refute. Anyway, everyone doesn't know what's going on, what the Emperor Tiangang says is what it is. For a time everyone was like the big demon putting pressure on him. Even if the big demon wanted to do it again, he was afraid of provoking public anger. He's right, and if the scroll is torn apart, the person who entered before will also die. Jiang Chengwei said. Emperor Tiangong's eyes lit up and said, why don't you come and solve this game? With the Alliance military advisor, it is naturally much easier to enter the secret realm. The secret realm is still an ordinary secret realm, but the gate of this secret realm has been manipulated by this guy. Jiang Chengwei saw the clue at a glance, and said, I can try it, but it will take some time. At the same time, Jiang Chengwei said to Qin Yang, Dragon Clan made this place the first stop for the contestants of the God King realm. I'm afraid they have already had enough of this old man, and they can't do anything about this guy. It's good to have a secret realm, but it's like the golden mountain that can't be dug away. It was a last resort. Instead of never getting the resources in this secret realm, it is better to open it up directly. Anyway, the competition is only temporary. After the old man is solved, this secret realm will naturally return to the control of the dragon race. Qin Yang nodded, looked at Jiang Chengwei with a dignified face, and wondered, why, is it difficult to crack? Jiang Chengwei said, it's not too difficult, it just takes a lot of my energy. After all, it is the power of different worlds, and being able to decipher it shows that its ability is powerful. All the contestants stood in the void, watching Jiang Chengwei intently. After some latecomers figured out the situation, they were all speechless. I thought it would come soon enough to take the lead, but I didn't expect everyone to be at the same starting point. I thought I was going to enter the secret realm to show off my skills, but I didn't expect that a door at the first stop would block everyone. In the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire, and even among the major forces, the image light screen constructed by the formation method has a picture of Mr. Qiqiao and the star compass jointly broadcasting. Seeing this scene, some of the strong god emperors showed solemn expressions, and some of the weaker ones felt very surprised. When he knew that the old man was a foreign god and demon, and he was a foreign god and demon with a certain threat, his face suddenly became worried. Unknown power will always cause people to panic. If it cannot be solved, it will be a thorn in the hearts of all practitioners. In the image is Jiang Chengwei's figure, and everyone is looking at him, how to crack the door to this secret realm. Xuanhuan Guqing also came here and took a deep look at Qin Yang. She didn't understand in her heart what charm this kid had to attract Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei stepped forward to prepare to break the formation, and directly urged the power of the rules to open up the perfect world domain, wrapping all the gates of the secret realm in it. The old man felt this power, and his pupils shrank sharply. Man, this is definitely the one in front of you. It's just that I never thought that Emperor Tiangang was not dead, but Jiang Chengwei was still alive. With a wry smile on his face, the old man sighed, I didn't expect that my life would end here. Jiang Chengwei looked at the old man and said, of course you don't have to die, but this is your choice. You still have a chance now, why don't you get out of this secret door completely? The old man shook his head and said, I don't know how you have survived until now. I am attached to the gate of this secret realm. If I leave, I will still die. But if you occupy the secret realm like this, you are going to die. The dragons have tolerated you long enough. Jiang Chengwei said. The old man is like this, not only people outside can't enter the secret realm, but also people in the secret realm can't get out. Even if there is no one in the secret realm, it is the key that the resources inside are not available. The old man was a little melancholy, and said, I thought I would drag this secret realm to Barry, but I didn't expect to meet you. Qin Yang listened, and suddenly said, as long as this gate is broken, it is not a problem to get in and out. Why do you have to kill him? The reason why Jiang Chengwei opened up the domain is because of his perfect world domain. After killing the old man, the gate to the secret realm does not disappear with the death of the old man. At the same time, it can save the rash cultivator before. If it doesn't work once, it's 2 times. If it doesn't work twice, it's 3 times. There is always the possibility of success. In fact, Jiang Chengwei's abilities are somewhat similar to this old man. Jiang Chengwei can do everything according to her own wishes. Even if it can't be changed, she can start all over again. And the words of this old man are even more powerful. With a scroll, everything is under control. Chapter 528 Couplet. It's not that the old man's strength is not as good as Jiang Chengwei's, it's just that Jiang Chengwei's domain has the ability to come again against the sky. The old man also knows Jiang Chengwei's strength. Jiang Chengwei is invincible by nature. The power of the two collide. Once the old man loses, he will lose completely, but Jiang Chengwei will never lose. This is why the old man has a low look, knowing that he is destined to die here. It's not that I want to kill him, it's just that I can't kill him. Jiang Chengwei said. The Hidden Dragon Contest is a grand event in the entire sky world, and no one can stop it. If he didn't crack it, the old man would surely die. Jiang Chengwei has no last resort, and naturally knows the reason. If Tiangang Emperor forcibly cracked it, the cultivator who had been reckless before would surely die, the old man would surely die, and the door to the secret realm would disappear forever. Comparing the two results, this is already the best choice. Wait, the door seal formation? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and then looked at the void scroll. Is this the door seal formation? Everyone present, as well as those who saw this scene through the light screen image, scoffed. Even people who don't understand the formation method can see that this is not a door sealing formation at all. Have you seen the door seal formation? Could this be the door seal formation? Tiangang said disdainfully. On the contrary, the old man cast an incredible look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the old man and said, You obviously have the best of both worlds, why not use it? The old man looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, and looked around with contemptuous eyes. You can't crack it yourself, but you want me to open the door, this is a dream. A look of pride appeared on the old man's face. Everyone was in an uproar. This turned out to be really a door sealing formation? What could be more convincing than the old man's own words? Qin Yang smiled and said, just like you don't understand his power, you also don't understand this void picture scroll. Taking a few steps forward, Qin Yang looked at the old man and said slowly, Are you afraid that we will know your strength, or that we will know ourselves and our enemies? The old man looked flustered. Qin Yang said again, Or, you don't disdain our power at all, thinking that only your own power is the best. The old man turned his head away. Or both. Everyone was confused and didn't know what Qin Yang was doing. Jiang Chengwei put away the domain and asked, Do you know how to crack it? Qin Yang chuckled and said, Actually, it's very simple. It's like forming a talisman in the void. Using true qi as ink, write down the answer on the scroll, and the door will naturally open. Oh? Jiang Chengwei's eyes showed a look of thought, and she immediately stretched out her finger and pointed it out. The picture scroll is like a calm water surface stirred up by layers of waves, and the entire picture scroll has also undergone wonderful changes. On the void picture scroll, there was originally a undulating mountain range, and there were cultivators who had rashly intruded in it. With this change, the entire picture scroll became a vast ocean, and above the ocean, the clouds changed. The waves are rolling and the heavy clouds are floating. And the cultivator looked overjoyed, as if he had found a way out, and walked straight out of the picture scroll. Great, finally came out. The cultivator looked terrified. If it wasn't for Jiang Chengwei's finger, the void picture scroll would have changed, and he would not have found a way out. Everyone was surprised by this change, puzzled by the mystery. The gaze that looked at Qin Yang was also full of deep meaning. How the hell did this guy know? Emperor Tiangang was stunned for a moment, did not expect that there is such a way. No matter who it is, seeing this old man and this empty picture scroll, they will instinctively fight against it with their own strength. In this way, this picture scroll becomes an attacking weapon. I'm afraid that I can't destroy this picture scroll, otherwise the secret realm will disappear, and the consequences are too serious. How can I find the right way? Then what? Jiang Chengwei asked, while looking at the void scroll. The scene in this picture scroll is unremarkable, just like the surrounding environment that everyone sees. A sea, a sky. Look. There are words on it. As one person shouted, everyone looked at the void picture scroll. On the left side of the void scroll, small characters appeared clearly. The sea ebbs and flows. It's a confusing sentence, and everyone can't even read it well, and they don't know how to pronounce it. What does it mean? Not understand. What does this have to do with cracking? Everyone discussed with each other, even those who did not participate in the Qianlong contest, expressed their opinions in front of the light screen images everywhere. On the screen, Qin Yang's figure appeared. Qin Yang said slowly, "Cultivation of literacy is also a special kind of power. Literati are underestimated, and naturally look down on cultivators in the world." After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "If you can't even feel the way, you don't even bother to mention it. You really don't want your life, for the sake of your character." The old man took a deep breath. In one breath, panic flashed in his eyes. No one knows what the power of their world is, but this person in front of him knows so much. Qin Yang blinked and suddenly said, "Did I guess right?" The old man almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, trembling with anger. "How dare you deceive me?" Everyone was stunned. How could this happen? Emperor Tiangang couldn't help but look at him. If Jiang Chengwei was said to be unparalleled in strategy, then Qin Yang was simply a genius. What a cunning genius! Although it was a guess, no one did not admire Qin Yang. It is not easy to guess this. At least this void picture scroll is a door-ceiling formation, which was clearly seen by Qin Yang. After so many years, I didn't expect this to be the real method. Aoker appeared beside Qin Yang at an unknown time, sighing on his face. "You're here too?" Qin Yang was a little surprised. Aoker laughed, pointed to the figure standing in the sky nearby, and said, "The world is prosperous, although my dragon clan controls the Air Island base, but if we want to get it, we have to pass the hidden dragon competition." Among the figures she pointed to, there were many figures of the dragon clan, among which the dragon guard Qin Lin was also among them, and bowed his hands in the distance. Even if a method is found, whether it can be cracked or not is another matter. I locked one of your God Emperor level secret realms, and let it finally fall to the God King level secret realm in 10,000 years. Just rely on this door seal I put down, and then pass the for 10,000 years, you can't even try to crack it. The old man said proudly. In this way, destroying a God Emperor level secret realm with one person's power is not a big deal. When everyone racked their brains and couldn't come up with a clue, Qin Yang laughed and said, "If you want to crack it, it will take 10,000 years?" The old man looked at Qin Yang and said, "I don't know how you learned about my power, but if you want to break the seal, you can try. But I don't think you will succeed even if you die of old age." How to break? What is all this about? All the practitioners are still confused, completely confused. Jiang Chengwei pondered, "As far as I know, people in their world cultivate literacy, and they can speak well, and they can kill people. This seems to be a pair they like to make, also called couplets. It's just two neat sentences. Is it just as long as to the next sentence, even if this door seal is broken? Qin Yang nodded. After Jiang Chengwei said it, everyone understood. But another problem has arisen. Everyone can't understand this upper link. How should we deal with this lower link? Chapter 529. In the face of this strange door ceiling formation, all the powerful gods and kings were stunned on the spot. The tide goes up and down. What kind of bullshit is this up and down? A practitioner's scalp was itchy, and he kept scratching his head. When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately laughed. This guy's pronunciation is all one, and those who don't know it think he's a stutter. Let me teach you. The sky is against the ground, the rain is against the wind, the continent is against the sky. A series of rhythms were spoken out by Qin Yang, and everyone was even more familiar with it. To put it simply, how do you come along? Qin Yang watched the excitement, but he became interested in this old man who attached himself to the gate of the secret realm. But he's in the first league. Rao was Jiang Chengwei, and he couldn't see his face. Actually, this is not difficult, let me read it for you. Qin Yang opened his mouth and read out the first couplet. The tide is flowing in the morning, which means the tide. Qin Yang explained. After saying this, everyone suddenly realized and marveled at the mystery of this language. It's just that the practitioners of the sky continent do not study this, and only force is supreme. The rules are also not like the old man's world. Studying the rhythm of words can be enlightened. Although the explanation is so clear, everyone still can't understand the next link. Jiang Chengwei's eyes flickered with a light of thought, and she seemed to be a little confused. Qin Yang pointed to the void painting scroll and said, "Look, there are sea, sky, water, and clouds on this painting scroll. It has been clearly indicated. The secret code of this gate ceiling formation. No, the way to crack it is. The clouds are long, 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 and fading." While speaking, Qin Yang also pointed out that he used true qi as ink to write on the scroll. With the completion of this sentence, the entire void scroll became empty and gradually disappeared. Only the old man looked at Qin Yang in shock, his eyes filled with inconceivable. "Why do you know?" the old man asked. "My God, it's really cracked? It's so easy to crack this strange door seal?" Some people are pondering the second couplet that Qin Yang has written. Because Qin Yang is reading and writing at the same time, everyone naturally understands the meaning. The more I think about it, the more subtle it feels, but at the same time I don't think it's too difficult. All over the continent, in front of countless light screen images, there was a burst of amazement. Qin Yang's calm cracking of the door seal really made everyone's eyes shine. Absolutely, through the ages, it is even more memorable for a long time. Don't care how I know, from now on, your ceiling formation will be useless again. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang has already copied this door ceiling array and wants to change the password unless it is rearranged. Once it is rearranged, it is natural to leave the entrance to the secret realm first. According to the old man's words, once he leaves, he will surely die. You're just lucky, and it's my fault that I despised you too much. I used the simplest one and gave you so many reminders. The old man opened his mouth and said, a burst of regret, regretting the beginning. The void picture scroll disappeared, and the gate of secret realm appeared in front of everyone. The portal to the sky, the huge door of light, looks like a beam of light from a distance, connecting the sky and sea. The surrounding sea area was boiling for a while, and countless sea clan monsters burst out of the air, and they swam directly up this door of light. Huh? Qin Yang looked at this scene in amazement, but before he could sigh, he saw the blue scales in the crowd shouting angrily, reaching out and pressing down. Haitian Holy Land, how can you wait to get your hands on it, and don't retreat? Not only Qin Yang, everyone looked over curiously. This door of light has another mystery? Those Sea Clan monsters were all shot by Qingling's palm, and at the same time, several figures suddenly appeared under the door of light. Taking a closer look, everyone took a deep breath. These people have dragon horns on their foreheads, and they are all from the dragon family. There was no breath on his body, but it made the hearts of everyone present jump violently. God Emperor, all God Emperor. I saw these dragon god emperors team up to set up a ceiling formation, and the gate of light disappeared immediately, and only a small gate of light stood on the island. This is the entrance to the Kanglin's secret realm. Qin Yang looked at the dragon emperors and stared at the formation they arranged, but the level was too high to replicate. After the dragon clan god emperors finished their arrangement, they all looked at Qin Yang in amazement. Apparently, they didn't expect that someone could actually crack the door seal of the old man outside the realm. Good job. A dragon god emperor nodded. Qinglin thought he was complimenting him, and hurriedly said, I shouldn't have made an X in front of the elders. The dragon clan god emperor raised his brows without breaking it, and then said, well, there is a lot of potential, keep working hard. A pun meant for Qin Yang and Qinglin at the same time. Several dragon god emperors disappeared, but the beam of light just now was too amazing, and everyone was still wondering what the beam of light was. Jiang Chengwei licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes twinkling, and he looked at Aoker beside Qin Yang with deep meaning in his eyes. Aoker coughed lightly, obviously not wanting to talk about the beam, nor about Haitian Holy Land. Everyone ignored the extraterritorial old man. The door of light was sealed. It was only 3 feet high, and the entrance was narrowed. You bastard, you're really courting death yourself. Emperor Tiangang clenched his spear, and it was no longer a problem to kill the old man from outside the territory at this time. Want to kill me? I'm afraid you can't do it at all. The foreigner said confidently. The door of light turned into a blank celestial book, and the figure of the old man stood beside him, with no intention of defense at all. Obviously, even if he was attacked, he would turn into ink and come out of the book again. I'll meet you. A cultivator saw that everyone did not make a move, and even the Emperor Tiangang just said it orally, and he couldn't bear it and rushed forward. But he didn't know that Emperor Tiangang didn't want to shoot, but he didn't think of a way to kill the opponent. The cultivator rushed in front of the old man from outside the realm, but he didn't see how the old man moved, and the scroll of the heavenly book behind him directly wrapped it in it. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't break free. At the same time, the figure of the old man disappeared at the same time as the figure of the cultivator, and it reappeared on the top of the book. The two figures were like images. The cultivator first panicked and then forcibly calmed down, and he wanted to attack directly. But he wanted to use a powerful force of rules, but he waved his hand, but there was no hair. What's going on? The cultivator was afraid. Only barbarians can use force. Since you have entered my domain, then you agree to fight with me. Wendo. The non-territorial old man twisted his beard and smiled, looking at the cultivator with disdain. Wendo? What is Wendo? It's not just the cultivator who doesn't understand, everyone is a little dazed. Only Qin Yang frowned, as if he had guessed something, but just because he guessed, he was a little clueless. It's broken, I've almost gone back what I learned before, how can I fix it? Chapter 530. Wendo is Wendo, come. The cultivator was like a reckless man, not afraid at all. But he had no idea how dangerous his situation was. Okay, you and I each ask a question, start answering within 3 breaths, and finish within 10 breaths. If you can't answer, you will fail. The foreigner said, who comes first? The cultivator didn't understand what was going on, so naturally he couldn't start first, and immediately said, you must be the first. The foreigner nodded and said, okay, my question is still a couplet, you can listen. Green water is worry-free, but its face is wrinkled because of the wind. After the non-territorial old man finished speaking, he began to count down. 3. The cultivator looked bewildered, but the old man outside the realm said, "Second." The inexplicable sense of urgency made the cultivator feel uneasy, as if something was wrong. "Qin Shan is not old, but Snow White," Qin Yang shouted immediately. Without even thinking about it, the cultivator instinctively repeated what Qin Yang said. In the celestial calligraphy scroll, faint ripples swayed, and an inexplicable power fluctuation came out from the celestial calligraphy scroll. The eyes of the old man outside the realm stared at Qin Yang. The first time was a coincidence. Could it be a coincidence the second time? People in this world of the sky have such talents? After the cultivator met, the inexplicable sense of depression disappeared suddenly, as if the previous ones were all illusions. He laughed loudly, pointed at the old man from outside the realm and laughed. "You are just like that. What kind of window?" "I don't think farts." The non-territorial old man was not angry, but said, "You got it right, then it's up to you to ask the question. If I don't get it right, I lose, and if I get it, it's the next round." The cultivator frowned. Why is it so troublesome? Where would he give a question? He immediately said directly, "It's up to you to give the question." "Okay." The old man from outside the realm looked at Qin Yang and said, "There were some omissions in window before. This time, the answer will only be answered by the opponent, and no one is allowed to interfere. Hey, feel free to come, I don't think it's difficult at all." The cultivator chuckled. "It's still the same as before, I can't think of it no matter what, but after knowing the answer, I exclaimed the subtlety and sighed that it was so simple. My question, listen to me. Lotus stem and lotus pod platform. The foreign elders have already come up with questions." The cultivator still looked contemptuous, but when it was time for him to answer, he was speechless. The oppression that seemed to be an illusion before reappeared, and the heart beat faster and faster. 3. 2. Wait. The cultivator looked at Qin Yang outside the painting scroll. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the picture scroll. This is the power of the old man's rules, which is different from any cultivator in the sky continent. After all, he is a person from two worlds. Before the old man deliberately said, "There was some omission in window before," I am afraid it is not just a simple sentence. On the contrary, Qin Yang felt that if he reminded him again, it would directly lead to the most serious consequences. 1. The non-territorial old man counted for 1, and immediately snorted. The cultivator suddenly felt that his brain seemed to be split, and his eyes were black, and he fell directly to the ground. Everyone present, and even the onlookers in front of the light screen image, were all staring at this scene. The cultivator turned into a pile of ink in front of everyone's eyes. Dead? How did this die? Originally holding the mentality of watching the lively, everyone is now a little frightened. When Do compares talent, which can be understood as similar to our spiritual power. Xuanhuan, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke up. His face was a little ugly, and said, "It's just that this is different from directly competing with spiritual thoughts, not from their world, you can't fight it at all. However, if you really enter the opponent's rule field, you can only follow his rules, and few people can fight against it. Once you lose, your spiritual sense will be severely damaged." "How do you know so clearly?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. "Because," Jiang Changwei said with a bit of sigh, "it was when he saw Emperor Yin that he gave him a trick to go to Xuanhuan together." Qin Yang blinked, suddenly reacted, and was shocked. Going to Xuanhuan together is Huangquan's big move, and it's a big move to die together. Xuanhuan actually fell because of this? In this way, the identity of Emperor Yin is also generally clear. To deal with them, you must first be strong. Xuanhuan frowned. If you don't start first, the average cultivator is simply a lamb to be slaughtered. Even Xuanhuan can't guarantee whether his rule power can be displayed in the opponent's field. Unless the power of the spiritual sense is stronger than the opponent, but these cultivation talents, in terms of spiritual sense alone, are undoubtedly the strongest in the world. This is also the real reason why Emperor Tiangang hesitated to take action. It seems that the old man from outside the realm came to the world of the sky before the fall of Emperor Yin. He didn't know Xuanhuan, so he was a little surprised at this time. It seems this firmament world still has people who understand their power. The old man looked at everyone with a chuckle, and said, "Since the gate formation can't hold you back for 10,000 years, let me play with you. Who else dares to fight me?" Jiang Changwei looked at Xuanhuan and shook her head gently. The old man opened up his own field of rules, and Xuanhuan could no longer do anything about it. Attaching his life to the door of this secret realm, if you want to seal the door, this realm will not be lifted. And attaching to the gate of the secret realm consumes the power of the gate of the secret realm. In other words, if the old man cannot be solved, the secret realm will still have the same result. Can't you break the seal? Jiang Changwei looked at Aoker. Aoker shook his head without thinking about it, and said, "It's impossible now. To be lifted, we have to wait until the very end." Of course, Aoker knew the secret of the gate of the secret realm. This was not an ordinary gate of the secret realm. It was a special place with only 3 places in the entire sky world. One is in the East China Sea Dragon Palace, one is here, and the other is under Xingchen Road, between Zhongzhou and Beiyuan. The Xingchen Tianlu was built by relying on that beam of light. And this beam of light itself is also a road to heaven, a road to the sky, which leads directly to the holy land of the sea and the sky. How can such a major holy place be opened at will? Jiang Changwei knew something, nodded, looked at Qin Yang again, and asked, "Can you meet me?" Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "This is very simple. The second link is the fragrance of hibiscus and peony. Although not much is known, it just so happens that these famous pairs are familiar. Since you know, why didn't you remind me just now? That cultivator was killed by you." Someone in the distance shouted loudly, apparently a friend of the former practitioner. Chapter 531, Lingbao 1000 Volume Book. Killed by me? Qin Yang laughed angrily, and was too lazy to pay attention to this person. Someone also said, "Since you can get it right, why don't you go and deal with the old man?" Qin Yang hee and asked Xiang Aok, "Is there any reward for solving this old man?" Aoker shook his head and said, "The test that the God King realm participated in was not counted as this, no reward." He almost missed his mouth and gave the answer directly. Yes, the test that the God King realm participated in is not considered this level, and this secret realm is not the starting point of the mission. The reason why the previous rules were announced by Aoker is because if the game still cannot be cracked, Aoker will announce the location of the next level to all the God Kings present. Of course, there was only so much Aoker had to do, and she didn't know where the third pass was. "Since there is no reward, why should I go?" Qin Yang pouted. "If you really want him to go, he will definitely rush over with the help of the world, and destroy the old man with his celestial calligraphy scroll. As long as you don't enter the opponent's rule field, it becomes a field collision. Under the rule of annihilation, everything is a cloud." The Hidden Dragon tournament leaderboard has been updated. Someone has already got points. I don't know who shouted, everyone hurriedly took out the hegemony order, and the spiritual sense was injected into it. As expected, a list was perceived in the spiritual sense. Not only are some people already on the list, but there are a total of 100 places, all of which are full. And the names of the people on the list are constantly changing, people are constantly being squeezed out, and people are constantly rushing to the rankings. Needless to say, on the side of the Star Realm practitioners, everything went smoothly. The faces of all the practitioners of the God King realm were ugly, and the entire Sky Continent, those who were following the Qianlong Hegemony tournament, also had complex expressions on their faces. Strength is not the only criterion for determining rankings. Finally, let everyone understand the meaning of this sentence. All the god kings, because of this old man from outside the realm, have been surpassed by the practitioners of the star realm. The dignified kings of gods, and some of them are the elders of those participating cultivators, and their faces are even more difficult to hang. Shameful, shameful. Qin Yang laughed when he saw that Lu Mingyu and others were all on the list. Others are in a hurry, but he is not in a hurry anyway. I am afraid that the audience is also very happy, and it is none other than the old man from outside the realm. He has successfully made the strongest cultivators in the realm of the gods in the world to be shriveled. Looking at Qin Yang, the foreigner frowned and said, "Since you answered all the questions I asked correctly before, why don't you come and fight with me?" In the face of the challenge of naming the elderly from outside the region, everyone has an attitude of watching the excitement. I don't believe it, Qin Yang will admit it in front of the world. When he was there before, he didn't. Now it's good, but the result is still the same? Have to make a way for us? That is, if he can solve this old man, he will open the way for us. If he can't solve it, I'm afraid it will turn into a puddle of ink, and there will be one less rival in the next competition. Everyone has different thoughts, waiting for Qin Yang to appear. Qin Yang shrugged, looked at Aoker, and said, "If the rules change, call me." Immediately, he wanted to leave. This time everyone panicked, and even Aoker grabbed Qin Yang's arm and said coquettishly, "Oh, brother Qin Yang, please help." This scene irritated all the males present, and all of them stared red. Qin Yang pulled his hand away and said, "Who did you learn this from?" Aoker stuck out his tongue playfully and said, "I heard that your human race likes this trick." "Don't, I'm not an ordinary person, I'm a family man. If I dare to do this again, be careful that your sister-in-law won't spare you," Qin Yang said. "Can't spare me, or can't get around you?" Aoker asked. Qin Yang was speechless for a while Jiang Chengwei on the side said, "This is a big help for the Dragon Clan, and it also makes it easier for us." Jiang Chengwei's spiritual sense said, "No matter how you have to pass this level, even if you change the rules and skip this level, you will still come at the end." "Why?" Qin Yang was puzzled. Jiang Chengwei glanced at Aoker and continued her voice transmission. The Sky Island base is in the hands of the Dragon Clan, and most of the Sky Island bases are in the Haitian Holy Land. The Haitian Holy Land is divided into 3 areas, which are independent of each other. The same. Dragons control one, here is one, and the other is in the center of the dangerous Xingqianhai. I can't go to the 3rd place, the 2nd place is here. Qin Yang asked, "Isn't there an area controlled by the East China Sea Dragon Clan?" Jiang Chengwei's divine sense said, "If the previous Qianlong competition did not have this level, then..." After a pause, Jiang Chengwei said through a voice transmission, "Then there is no air island base in the Sea and Sky Holy Land controlled by the Dragon Clan." Qin Yang was stunned for a while. "Isn't this the Dragon Clan with empty gloves and white wolves? You said that this Haitian Holy Land should be the wealth of the entire sky world. Why is it controlled by his Dragon Clan?" Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei explained, "Because only the dragon race can enjoy the sea and the sky in the Holy Land. There is no obstacle, only the void compass can find the location of the empty island base. Only the dragon race can pull the empty island base out of the Holy Land of sea and sky." "Pull it out?" Qin Yang wondered. Anyway, he understood what Jiang Chengwei meant, that is, this level has to be passed. "Don't you dare to fight," the old man outside the domain continued to shout. For him who has cultivated talent, knowing that Qin Yang has this kind of talent and learning, if there is no difference between the winner and the loser, this will be a knot in his heart. Qin Yang must be completely defeated in order to let the old man outside the territory rest easy and at ease. Qin Yang was still thinking about it, but the old man outside the realm became anxious and said, "As long as you and I decide the winner, if you win, there will be great benefits waiting for you in this secret realm. Benefits? What benefits? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Lingbao 1,000 scrolls. The foreigner said directly. What? Lingbao? Jiang Chengwei's pupils shrank. Spirit treasure is different from magic treasure. It is a completely independent level. To put it in the best understanding, another name for Sky Island base is called Heaven Spirit Treasure. Everyone was at a loss. At first, they thought there was a treasure, but what is this 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? Qin Yang didn't understand either, so he asked, what's the use? The foreign old man snorted softly and said, the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao are the top treasures in our world. What is its utility? Every time you read a volume, your talent increases by 1 point. In your words, every time you read a volume, divine sense increases by 1 point. After reading 3,000 volumes, divine sense increases 100 times. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in an uproar. Even in front of light screens all over the world, it boiled directly. Is this the reason why they are number 1 in the world? Jiang Chengwei was shocked. When Qin Yang heard this, his scalp felt numb. Read? Still 3,000 volumes. Inema. Chapter 532, I don't agree. Want to read, or 3,000 volumes? Qin Yang only felt that his scalp was numb, and this Lingbao 1,000 scroll book actually. Everyone was shocked by the increase of spiritual sense 100 times, but Qin Yang only wanted to swear, and even said the words, I'll go to your uncle. How? The benefits of defeating me are more than Lingbao. The foreigner looked at everyone with a smile. I think this must be fake. With such a powerful spirit treasure, how could you be reduced to this level? Some cultivators questioned, and the old man from outside the realm became angry and said, everyone dies, how can the spiritual sense be strong? Besides, I was severely injured back then. Without saying much, the foreigner took a deep breath and said, if you believe it, if you don't believe it, forget it. Even if it's just a God Emperor level secret realm, no one has taken resources from it for thousands of years, it's just the value of this secret realm, it is difficult to estimate. Having said that, everyone turned to look at Aoker. Aoker knew what everyone meant, and said directly, if this secret realm can be seen again, any resources in it can be used by the contestants themselves. After a pause, Aoker added, only this time. In the sky and the sea, all the gods and kings are overjoyed, even if it is only this time, it is a big pie. What's more, what if there is 1,000 volumes of Lingbao? This old man is really a chicken thief. Qin Yang smacked his lips. However, Qin Yang believed that the 1,000 scrolls of spiritual treasures really existed. Otherwise, the old man had come to the East China Sea, and there were countless secret realms. Why did he choose this one? Not only is it the way to the Holy Land of Sea and Sky, but it was originally a God Emperor level secret realm, although it has now been downgraded to the God King. But this slow downgrade speed, I am afraid that there is a complete array protection in the secret realm. The downgrade of the secret realm is also afraid that the old man has been constantly learning for thousands of years. If there is another 1,000 volumes of this spiritual treasure, whoever becomes this old man will choose to attach himself to the gate of this secret realm. Even if he can't wait for the powerhouse in his own world, he will completely seal this secret realm. However, when it comes to the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao, there are 3,000 volumes of books to be read to have a 100-fold increase in spiritual sense. Qin Yang felt that his head was overwhelmed. The rules of the world of the sky do not require talent to cultivate. If reading is only for improving spiritual sense, it will be too boring. This Lingbao 1,000 scroll book, if it is in the world of the old man outside the realm, is really a top treasure. How are you thinking? You won't really be afraid of me, will you? The foreigner looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang blinked and asked himself to compare culture with the language teacher. Are you kidding me? The previous couplet was because I was lucky, but I remembered only a few of them. If something novel comes up, if I can't solve it, won't I be planted? Seeing that Qin Yang was still hesitating, the old man outside the realm waved his hand, and the scroll of celestial calligraphy rolled up directly, but as long as he moved his spiritual sense, he could still open it at any time. Since you are afraid, then I will put away the field. You and I are still fighting, but there are no consequences. The old man outside the realm regards Qin Yang as his only opponent. If he does not solve Qin Yang, his own literary thoughts will also be hindered, and his heart will be puzzled, which will make him feel stuck in his throat. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm worried that I will turn into ink like the man just now? You underestimate my sky world too." The pupils suddenly turned into pitch black, and the pupils instantly turned into the vertical eyes of the dragon, and the divine light flickered. The terrifying aura of annihilation is overwhelming, not to mention the power of rules. Just this momentum is enough to make the god kings in the world change their colors. The hand of the foreign old man trembled. How could this guy be so strong? What kind of rule power is this? How do you feel that you are like a painting in calligraphy, but the other party is a torch? Contrasting with it, the old man from outside the realm has the feeling that he wants to moth to the flame. What I'm comparing with you is fighting, not fighting. The foreigner said stiffly, in this world of the sky, of course you have taken advantage of it. If you meet me in my world, hum. Don't hum, if there is such a day, I will definitely take the empty island to go. Qin Yang said. The expression of the old man outside the realm changed, and he looked up at the sky unconsciously, his expression a little dim. The door seal was broken, can't you stop it? Looking at Qin Yang again, the eyes of the foreign old man were full of murderous intent. Even if he can't kill Qin Yang now, as long as he can beat him in window, this guy is nothing to worry about. Tell me, how do you compare? Qin Yang agreed to fight with the old man from outside the territory. The foreigner looked at Qin Yang, thought for a while, and said, "It's still the same as before, each question will be answered in 3 breaths." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, you can ask the question first." The old man outside the realm attaches great importance to Qin Yang. This guy is different from other practitioners in the sky world. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly saw a big monster in the distance who was not in a hurry. The eyes of the old man from outside the realm lit up, and he said, "Listen to my first link. The geese from the north fly to the south, and their wings are divided from east to west." Qin Yang's face froze. Wouldn't he really be so lucky? If you think about it, you are right, the famous pairs have been passed down, and there are only so many in total. Unfortunately, I have only seen these more famous ones. Mr. Qiqiao gave Qin Yang a close-up of his face inappropriately, and the dull expression made everyone have mixed feelings. Hostile people. I can't help but slap my thigh, feeling a pity. If the old man from outside the realm still propped up the realm as before, wouldn't Qin Yang turn into ink? Those who were close to Qin Yang exclaimed fortunately in their hearts. Fortunately, Qin Yang was not impulsive before. How is it? Can't you come up? A deep smile appeared on the face of the foreigner. He was thinking about how to trick this kid into his own domain. Qin Yang came back to his senses and looked at the old man with a complicated look. If I had known it was this pair earlier, I shouldn't have hesitated so much. As long as you answer it yourself, and you stump the opponent with another question, then won't you win? Qin Yang didn't answer in time, and the people present and those in front of the screen also began to think. Every time before, Qin Yang gave the answer, which made them feel simple. Now I think about it again, but I can't think of an answer at all. Someone noticed something about this couplet and couldn't help exclaiming, "This couplet is just about killing people." The north corresponds to the south, the east corresponds to the west, and the upper corresponds to the lower. How does one answer this? If they enter the domain of the old man from outside the realm, like the cultivator before, it will be useless for anyone who enters. You lost. The foreigner said. Qin Yang frowned, with a deep look in his eyes, but I'm not convinced. Chapter 533. The phrase "I don't agree" drew ridicule from the crowd. Someone said, I was lucky enough to meet a few before, and I really thought I had ink in my stomach. What's the use of not accepting it? You can't be right if you don't agree. He is clearly a cultivator in his own world, but his position is the same as that of the foreigner. Beside Qin Yang, even Aokir glared at those who made fun of him. If Aokir had permission, she even wanted to directly disqualify these people from the competition. There was also someone beside the Emperor Tiangang who was ridiculed. This person was a contestant of the Xuanhuan Empire, just a small shrimp and did not touch the core. This person completely regarded Qin Yang as an enemy, and shouted directly, if you don't agree, you will also ask the question, but, how dare you stand in that old man's field and ask the question? Such an obvious act of aggression cannot be refuted. This is different from the old man's challenge before. Rejecting the challenge is only a slight loss of face, but this time it is a radical method after Qin Yang goes up. If he refuses again, he will be unable to raise his head in front of the world. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth revealed a faint smile, but on the surface he pretended to be angry. Enter as soon as you enter, do you think I dare not? The foreigner was overjoyed for a while, and he was worried about how to trick Qin Yang into his own domain, but he didn't expect someone to assist him. The foreigner pretended to be calm, but his tone was somewhat contemptuous. It's better to be like this, it won't put you under pressure. Qin Yang looked completely exasperated and said, you open up the field, I'll go into your field and fight you. The eyes of the old man outside the realm flashed with joy, and he pretended to hesitate before opening the realm. Qin Yang was about to go in, but Jiang Chengwei suddenly said, it's too obvious. It turned out that Jiang Chengwei had already seen Qin Yang's intentions, so she hurriedly reminded her for fear that others would notice it. Qin Yang's stupefied efforts made people no longer doubt it. The old man outside the realm was a little anxious, but the cultivator next to Emperor Tiangang wanted to quickly make up a knife. But before the words were spoken, Emperor Tiangong's long spear swept over directly, and the tip of the spear directly touched the man's neck. The man originally imagined that Emperor Tiangang would ask for merit, wanted to draw some closer, and wanted to express his sincerity to Xuanhuan Guqing, but he didn't expect that it was Emperor Tiangong's spear. Why? The man couldn't understand. The cold light from the tip of the gun made his forehead covered in cold sweat. How can I use this method if I want to defeat my opponent? You are insulting me. Tiangang said coldly, if you dare to do it again, I will kill you. The man felt a chill in his heart, and hurriedly bowed his head and stepped back. Emperor Tiangang looked at Qin Yang and said, the world is different, the power is different, and it is not a shame to lose to him. I believe you, you will have a place in the Qianlong competition. After you have an empty island base, you will have the ability to compete with him. Battle. Qin Yang was surprised for a while, looked at Emperor Tiangang, but saw fighting intent in his eyes. This is to recognize his own strength, and he can only lose to him. Qin Yang chuckled and shook his head. The scene of Emperor Tiangang reprimanding the practitioners beside him was naturally also perceived by Qin Yang. Thank you. Qin Yang cupped his hands, looked at the old man from outside the realm, and said, today, I will fight with you, and compete with you. As he said that, he rushed directly into the domain of the old man outside the realm, among the mountains and rivers of pen and ink. Entering it, Qin Yang only felt that this field is not full of literati elegance on the surface, but murderous intentions step by step, not only dangerous, but also evil. Qin Yang could even perceive the practitioner who had just died and turned into a ball of ink. His breath was so real, but now he could only become the ink swayed by an old man outside the realm. Obliterating the opponent is not enough, but also turning the opponent into ink to use. There was anger in Qin Yang's heart. This old guy is simply a hypocrite. It's more abominable than the blood skeleton devouring the opponent directly. Seeing Qin Yang entering his own domain, the non-territorial old man stopped hiding and laughed out loud. Using you to make ink, the articles you write will definitely be more exciting. Mouth and writing, words follow the law. If Qin Yang is killed and turned into a ball of ink, this will also increase the fighting power of the old man outside the territory. Writing with Qin Yang as the ink is naturally powerful. Qin Yang felt that in this field, his own rule power was indeed rejected, but the power of rejection was too weak. It is not even as good as the pressure from the 10 Directions secret realm of Sky Academy when he first obtained the power of the rule of annihilation. This realm of Moshan is somewhat similar in nature to his ordinary world, and it is the exclusion of the power of rules. Since the nature is the same, then if Qin Yang and the old man from outside the territory are fighting, they can completely disobey each other's domain rules, because Qin Yang's domain can directly fight with them. Stop talking nonsense, let's ask the question. Qin Yang said directly. If you can beat it under the opponent's rules, you can win beautifully and completely. For the elders from outside the realm, their power of rules is the competition of talents. Wen Dou looks elegant and calm, but in fact the crisis is even more turbulent. Once both sides have the will to kill each other, Wen Dou will rise to another level. On the losing side, the spiritual sense will inevitably collapse, even if the power of the rules in the domain does not strangle the loser. Just because of losing, the will is enough to collapse. Okay, then I'll come up with the question. My first couplet is, North geese fly south, and their wings are separated from east to west. The non-territorial old man said slowly, and after speaking, he laughed heartily. The whole world was silent, and soon the discussions became noisy. Shameless. Why did you ask the question just now? Isn't this a trick? Are you the only ones who have these topics? There are also people who are gloating at the misfortune. Qin Yang didn't answer, just now, but now the situation is like sending himself to death. It really made me laugh. What can I do if I'm not convinced? People have put away the domain, you have to let him open it again. It's a pity for a generation of heroes, and there are only a handful of people in the entire sky world's favored people, and they will end up like this. 3. The non-territorial old man actually started the countdown. Obviously, Qin Yang can't answer this time, and if he can't answer within 3 breaths, then Qin Yang will certainly die. Jiang Chengwei frowned. If Qin Yang didn't answer when the foreigner called 1, he would immediately rush up and save Qin Yang with the perfect world of his own domain, so that the foreigner would stay at the end forever. In the countdown of 1 breath, by time for Qin Yang. 2. The old man from outside the realm has a winning ticket in his hands and looks confident. But after seeing the smile on Qin Yang's face, the foreigner's heart throbbed suddenly. Just when Jiang Chengwei was about to rush forward, Qin Yang said, "Why is it so difficult? You think I really can't get it right? Listen, my next link is. The front and the rear are rutted, and the 2 wheels go up and down." Chapter 534, Let's write a poem. Pretty. Wonderful. It's amazing. Qin Yang is actually right. There was an uproar in the audience, and some people couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Some people who were waiting to see the joke were dumbfounded, but Emperor Tiangang narrowed his eyes. He even underestimated Qin Yang again. This is really a good opponent. At the same time, Emperor Tiangang made up his mind, if there really is 1,000 scrolls of spiritual treasures in this secret realm, Qin Yang must not be allowed to get it. Because Qin Yang has talent and ability. This 1,000 volumes of Lingbao, in the entire sky world, I am afraid that only Qin Yang can make the most of it. It is even possible to comprehend the world rules of the elderly outside the realm, and then Qin Yang will be even more difficult to deal with. The old man from outside the realm was also stunned. He never thought that Qin Yang would actually come up right. Thinking of everything before, Qin Yang was indifferent, and such a talented person can cultivate to this point. How is it? Good stubble? How could it be possible to make an impulsive move up above? The cultivator who originally assisted himself, now it seems that he was invited by Qin Yang, right? And this scene made that Tua open his mouth too, and he was used by Qin Yang unknowingly. Since Qin Yang's answer is eloquent, then the purpose is obvious, that is to completely defeat the old man from outside the territory and kill him. The practitioners who thought of this were all excited and looking forward to it. Can Qin Yang really achieve the final victory in this form of battle? It seems that your luck is as good as ever, then listen to my next question. The heart of the foreign old man was restless. Qin Yang waved his hand and interrupted, "No, it's my turn to ask the question." The foreigner was stunned for a moment, but his heart became even more chaotic. "Okay, you asked the question." Everyone was staring at the figure on the scroll of the heavenly calligraphy. The cultivator who was turned into ink before would not be able to answer the question, and everyone could not answer the question if he asked himself. Will Qin Yang have a question? It's always the right pair, it's always a little monotonous. How about our poetry? Qin Yang looked at the old man outside the realm. For poetry? The pupils of the old man from outside the realm trembled. Could this guy even know poetry? The foreigner didn't believe it, and immediately said, "Okay, but I have to declare in advance that if your poems don't make sense, it's not a problem, and you will be directly judged to fail." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Of course you can." So, I have a question? Qin Yang asked. What about the rules? The foreigner frowned. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "With your talent for learning, you will naturally know when I read a poem." Oh? The foreigner was afraid that Qin Yang might have some conspiracy, so he still said, "It's better to say it." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "Well, let's talk about spring, summer, autumn and winter. I write about spring, you write about summer, I write about autumn, and you write about winter. How?" The foreigner nodded and said, "Okay. I have already figured it out in my heart. I am proficient in hundreds of poems and prose, and it is not a problem to recite poetry. Listen." Qin Yang said slowly, "Yingti and Lu is in love with spring, and Lu is in love with the moon in the night. The bright moon and night love spring willows, and love spring's willow banks sing warblers." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he looked at the old man calmly. Even if the old man met a summer, there was a winter waiting for him. This is equivalent to Qin Yang directly asking two questions. The old man from outside the realm opened his mouth to write a poem, but his words got stuck. He recalled Qin Yang's poem just now, and he was shocked and trembled. This? The non-territorial old man swallowed and spit, feeling a little terrified. The bystanders didn't know why. Someone repeated Qin Yang's poems, and suddenly discovered the mystery. It turned out that after one of the sentences came over, it turned into another sentence, which was not only catchy, but also had the right meaning. Such a wonderful poem, simply shocking. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and there was a look in their eyes. Weird, yes, weird. Qin Yang can actually write such a poem. On the other hand, Qin Yang himself was waiting for the old man's text, and kept reciting in his heart. After making sure that he remembered correctly, he found that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Isn't it written yet? Qin Yang looked at the old man outside the realm playfully, and said, "Do you want me to remind you?" The old man from outside the realm blushed, and wanted to remind but couldn't hold back his face. Qin Yang shrugged, "If this doesn't make sense, even if you reminded him, this guy probably won't." Immediately, Qin Yang opened his mouth, and said, "This poem has 7 words in total, Yingti and Lu Nong Chen Qin Yi Yu Ming." After a pause, Qin Yang reminded, "What you want to write is xia." Impossible, it's impossible to come out right. The foreigner said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, if your talent is just to read and read dead books, it's useless to read until you die. I think that the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao are not only a treasure, but a great disaster. The old man from outside the realm suddenly became excited and said angrily, bold, how dare you insult my world's treasure? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, if you want to refute, take out your poem. Impossible, you can't get it right at all, at least not in a short time. The foreign old man said. Qin Yang pouted, what if I could get it right? The eyes of the old man from outside the realm flashed, and he said, if you can get it right in spring, summer, autumn and winter, then I will lose. If you can't, you will lose. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and how he would decide. People with discerning eyes are very clear that for Qin Yang, the best choice is to stick to the previous rules. But for Qin Yang, he had already recited these 4 poems several times, so it was naturally the most cost-effective to rely on this old man. It can not only win in one fell swoop, but also completely blow this old man. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, then you're fine, I'm going to write xia now. Scented lotus clear water moves the wind and cool, the water moves, and the wind cools, and the summer is long. The long summer cool breeze moves the water, the cool wind moves the water, and the green lotus is fragrant. The old man from outside the realm kept repeating silently, and after reading it, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled a little. My God, it really is. This one shares the 7 characters of Xuanhuan, clear water, wind and cool summer, and it is the same as the first spring. Some people pondered carefully and found that these 7 words are a poem. As long as you remember these 7 words, you only need to change the order, and it will become a poem. And Qiu and Dong, you haven't won yet. The foreigner's breath became chaotic, but he still didn't believe that Qin Yang could continue to do it. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, then you have to listen carefully, the next is autumn. The Chu Yan in the Qujiang River is located in the sandbar, and the Yansu is in the shallow water. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, this autumn is the shallow water flow of the Chu-Yansu sandbar in the Qujiang River. The old man's face was like tin foil, his face was extremely bleak, he spat out a mouthful of blood again, his breath became weak, and he couldn't even stand still. His eyes were lost, his pupils were dilated, and it was obvious that he had suffered some huge damage. Qin Yang stared at the old man from outside the realm and said, actually, it's not just spring, summer, autumn and winter. It's just that I set the theme for spring, summer, autumn and winter. There are really as many poems as you want. No, I don't believe it. The old man outside the realm roared loudly, losing his previous calmness. Don't believe me? Then I can come up with 2 songs at random? Qin Yang chuckled. What Qin Yang said was not 1 song, but 2 random songs. Everyone felt astonished, and the old man outside the realm stared at Qin Yang, as if he was holding his last breath. Chapter 535. If it weren't for spring, summer, autumn and winter, this kind of poetry would be simpler. Qin Yang was overjoyed, this old man's world doesn't seem to have such poetry. Taking talent as the cultivation base, using talent and learning as the sword, the words and the sword, the words kill people, and this pure peerless poetry, although exquisite, is used to fight without the murderous spirit. In any world, it is only to improve the strength, even the world of the old man outside the territory is no different. The old man outside the territory held his breath, his eyes were round, and he stared at Qin Yang. He was completely unaware of his state, completely unable to stabilize his mind. At this moment, all the god kings in the audience were staring at Qin Yang's figure, and at the same time, everyone in the whole continent who was following the Qianlong hegemony tournament also looked at the screen. Everyone held their breaths, because they all knew that it was not as simple as writing a poem. As long as Qin Yang could write 2 more poems, the old man from outside the realm would definitely not end well. The world is different, the rules are different, and the way to defeat it is naturally different. A sea breeze blew by. Qin Yang took a deep breath, stretched out his hand as if stroking the breeze, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he opened his mouth slowly. The breeze and the moon are long in love, and the moon and night are in love with the rain. Listening to the rain is in the long night and the love is long in the night and the moon is clear. The wind accompanies the dream into the light boat, the dream enters the light boat and the rain falls softly. The soft rain falls into the boat lightly and enters the dream, and the boat lightly enters the dream and accompanies the wind to swim. The 2 poems came directly at your fingertips, and they were extremely relaxed. As soon as Qin Yang's voice fell, the foreigner's face turned ashen, his bulging cheeks seemed to be holding back something, but he still couldn't hold it back. Puff! A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out and sprayed on the painting scroll. In the world of black and white, this color was particularly dazzling. All day long with other people as ink, but now I have to use my own blood as ink. If you are in my world, you must be the overlord. The old man from outside the domain was sluggish and completely defeated by Qin Yang. His eyes gradually dimmed, and a sad smile appeared on his face. It can be seen that even in this world, you are still the most eye-catching child of heaven. The eyes of the old man from outside the realm stared at Qin Yang, with a hint of success in his eyes. No, what means is he going to use? Xuanhuan frowned. Jiang Chengwei also raised her vigilance and was ready to take action at any time. Qin Yang looked around in disapproval, and saw that the calligraphy and painting scrolls were gradually turning into nothingness. It's not a loss to pull your back. The foreigner murmured, his body became transparent like a picture scroll. Pull my back? Qin Yang thought it was funny. He stretched out his hand to stop Jiang Chengwei who was about to rush in, and said word by word, will you try it? Qin Yang didn't use the absolute realm, nor did he mobilize the rules of annihilation, he just looked at the old man so quietly. Jiang Chengwei was a little anxious, but Qin Yang must have his reasons for doing so. The pupils of the old man outside the realm shrank, and the picture scroll of the heavenly calligraphy was about to return to nothingness. In his own domain, Qin Yang could even be immune to this last lore? The nothingness of the painting scroll came to Qin Yang's side, but Qin Yang's body still showed no tendency to lighten. He was in the painting, but not in the painting. It seems that I overestimated you. Qin Yang sighed, you are no more than the 9th heaven of the God King realm now, and your rule power is actually only a little higher than that of ordinary cultivators. Qin Yang's eyes flashed brightly, compared to a real powerhouse, you are still not worth mentioning. Even if you exert your strongest power, you still can't help me. Why? The old man from outside the realm was almost invisible, and the entire celestial calligraphy scroll was about to disappear. Qin Yang looked at the foreigner and sighed softly, because you picked me, but I have. Qin Yang's divine sense sound transmission, the old man's eyes widened when he heard it, and he couldn't react until he died. Qin Yang's voice transmission is immortal body. Heaven and earth cannot be destroyed, nor can they be rejected. This is a true immortal body. Others looked surprised, wondering what Qin Yang said, so that the old man from outside the territory was dead. Just like that, killed? It doesn't seem that difficult. Again, once they see others succeed, they always think they can too. Just like the cultivator who turned into ink before, only when he really faces it can he truly experience it. But this is only for most cultivators, because they simply cannot understand Qin Yang's power. For other practitioners, such as Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor and others, in addition to being deeply shocked, they are also afraid. If Qin Yang used normal means to defeat the old man from outside the territory, it would be fine, but Qin Yang used the opponent's rule power to defeat the opponent. This poetry, but not everyone can know. The door to the secret realm reappeared, and the colorful divine light shone through the entire starry sky. Even if the Dragon Clan God Emperor had previously sealed it, leaving only this small part of the door, it was still eye-catching. The door to the secret realm is open. At this moment, all the God Kings were excited. It's not that they can really start the Qianlong Hegemony tournament, but the treasure in this secret realm. Except for thousands of years. In addition to the precipitation between the countless spiritual materials and medicines, the 1,000 scrolls of spiritual treasures made the hearts of all cultivators hot. Even if it is the power of ordinary rules, let alone 100-fold increase in spiritual sense, even if it is increased 10 times, it is enough to fight against the power of powerful rules. Aoker looked at all this blankly. She didn't need to take out the hegemony order to inform the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan also kept an eye on it. As long as a cultivator enters this secret realm, the cultivator who enters will get the task. But this task has not been formulated at all. Because the dragon family never thought about it, it can be cracked so quickly. Jiang Chengwei looked at Aoker and suddenly said, "What do you think the mission of the contestants in the God King realm will be? It won't be to find the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, right?" Aoker took a deep look at Jiang Chengwei, and a token appeared in his hand, which was the hegemony order. The delicate lips opened but there was no sound. It must be in the communication and token. Jiang Chengwei was stunned for a moment, and patted her mouth lightly, saying that she really shouldn't talk too much. It's just those deep eyes, but Aoker couldn't tell whether he was intentional or unintentional. "Come on," a cultivator shouted. All the participating God Kings turned into streamers one by one and rushed into the secret realm. For Qin Yang, who opened the door to the secret realm, in the eyes of these people at this time, it has become a hindrance. "Get out of the way. If you don't go in, don't get in the way." A big demon flashed fierce light. Even so, he had no intention of entering the secret realm. At the same time, the air between heaven and earth suddenly sank, and countless fierce spiritual thoughts locked onto Qin Yang. Chapter 536 So coincidental. What? Don't you go looking for the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? More and more God Kings have entered the secret realm, but there are not many left. Someone looked at Qin Yang and asked. "I'm thinking about a question." Qin Yang said quietly. There are big demons and human races in his spiritual sense, and Qin Yang of course knows that once he steps into this secret realm, it means that all the previous threats will begin to materialize at this step. What are you thinking about? If it's too late, there's nothing left. A big demon was a little impatient, but he still had to wait for Qin Yang to go in first. Obviously, he or they have more important things than the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Lingbao 1,000 volumes of books, you can let others find them first. Even hegemony orders can be picked up, not to mention this 1,000 volumes of Lingbao. I'm thinking. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and smiled softly. How many people will be killed later? In a word, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly changed, as if a torch was suddenly lit next to a pile of gunpowder. It seems that in a matter of minutes, it will explode in an instant. The big demon was stunned for a moment, and the fierce light in his eyes did not diminish. Some of the human race powerhouses who did not know where they came from did not hide it, and Qiguagua burst out with killing intent. Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor, and others folded their arms and watched it quietly. Watching all this quietly, they wanted to see how Qin Yang would end. Aoker looked at Qin Yang worriedly and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Chengwei. Qin Yang looked around and said, "Well, now you report your name and where you come from." "Why, are you afraid that you don't know whose hands you died in?" "You don't need to know that, as long as you're dead." Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "No, I just want to know who I killed." Everyone was speechless for a while, followed by anger. Everyone is a God King, and they are proud of each other. Although there are 4 lists on the list, no one is convinced. now that he is so despised by a junior boy, who would not be angry if he changed it? It's too late to regret it now. If you quit the Qianlong tournament, you can have a more stable life. Someone said. A big demon with a complicated expression interjected at this time, if you return to the Sky Continent, or return to the Northern Plains, I can keep you safe and sound forever. In a word, everyone present looked at him. Almost all of the people who stayed behind wanted to kill Qin Yang, but this person. No, this monster. Qin Yang stared at the big monster, and with a swipe of his eyes, he knew that its body was actually a monkey. It's just that the blood is not pure, and it is already hard work to cultivate to such a state. Why? Qin Yang wondered. The demon didn't say it clearly, just shook his head and said, you just need to know that if you stay in the Sky Continent, no one can touch you, and don't dare to touch you. As soon as these words were said, the god kings at the scene frowned for a while. Qin Yang raised his brows. Is this really the case? Are you from Wanyao Palace? Qin Yang asked. No. The demon looked towards the north from afar. Some human race powerhouses took a deep breath. Could it be the Northern Plains Demon Temple? Not only Qin Yang doesn't understand, but everyone doesn't understand. Wanyao Palace has already said that Qin Yang is on the must-kill list and ranks first. Although 10,000 demon palaces must-kill list is useless, there is no demon from 10,000 demon palace to attack Qin Yang, but the demon temple is different. Now it seems that there are different opinions in the demon temple? That's the real reason for my thinking. Qin Yang shrugged and said, well, those who want to die, no, those who want to kill me, enter the secret realm with me. Those who don't want to kill me, just wait a minute before entering, how about? Qin Yang looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, Mr. Qiqiao, come with a light screen. A voice suddenly came from behind, I'm here. Mr. Qiqiao grinned and said, don't worry. Immediately stretched out his hand and waved, a huge light screen stood in the void, which was even more shocking than the previous celestial calligraphy scroll. Unfortunately, I can't enter the Wanzhong Mountain, and the Battle of the 100 Kings was not recorded. This time I won't miss it. Mr. Qiqiao said. In this way, everyone knows what this means, and some people who are afraid of Qin Yang's strength are also at ease at this time. Why not take a look first? On the light screen, although Qin Yang hadn't entered yet, the picture had already come out. It was a cultivator who had entered before, and there was no one else beside him. Mr. Qiqiao let out a light snort and changed to another cultivator. The same is true. Could it be? Mr. Qiqiao said with a look of regret, forget it, it's impossible to watch a good show. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. This secret realm will be randomly teleported after entering. Having said that, all the god kings present couldn't sit still. Doesn't that mean that they are wasting time by waiting here? Seeing that the practitioners in the light screen were constantly looking for the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, and the rare and precious medicines, they were even more angry and anxious. You'd better pray that you don't run into me in the secret realm. A human race strong man said harshly and flew directly into the door of light. Mr. Qiqiao displayed the image on the light screen. In response, I don't know where it appeared. It's okay. Qin Yang nodded lightly. It would be a waste of resources to kill these people now. Let's go in too. Qin Yang took out the hegemony order, and the top 100 in the competition order list is still changing. The highest one has more than 100 points. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan nodded, so they could only fight for themselves. On the light screen, the screen turned, followed by Qin Yang. After a while, Qin Yang entered this mysterious realm. The scenery is beautiful, lush, rich in spiritual energy, and the air is fresh. Just take a breath, you will feel refreshed. Such a secret realm is indeed a top secret realm. Ding. The hegemony order came with a prompt, and the task was issued. Task 1, find the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Reward, 30 points. Task 2, find the 5 elements ascension formation. Reward, 20 points. Qin Yang is a little puzzled, whether it is the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao or the 5 elements ascension formation. In such a big secret realm, can you find it if you want to find it? This gives so many points? The task reminder is still being refreshed, and there are still tasks below. Task 3, get the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Reward, 100 points. Task 4, repair the 5 elements ascension array. Reward, 300 points. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that finding and getting are 2 different things. But this point seems to be unreasonable. Qin Yang thought about it for a while, and then he was relieved. The 1,000 volumes of Lingbao are the cultivator's own. However, repairing the 5 elements ascension formation is beneficial to the secret realm and is beneficial to the dragon clan. In this way, it's too easy to be on the list, isn't it? Qin Yang couldn't help but be happy. Beside the light screen, Qin Yang's whispers also reached everyone's ears. Simple? Can this be called simple? Also, this doesn't seem to be a single-player mission. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe is chasing after thousands of miles. Qin Yang was about to show his skills, suddenly stunned, and looked to the left. On the light screen, everyone looked at this scene curiously. What did Qin Yang see? When a figure appeared on the screen, all the audience were stunned. Qin Yang was also stunned. Isn't this the human race cultivator who spoke harshly before? Chapter 537, 10,000 Miles Tracking Technique. The famous cultivator was wandering around aimlessly, wanting to make sure that there was no danger here. He didn't find Qin Yang, but when he glanced here, he seemed to find something strange out of the corner of his eyes, which did not appear in his spiritual sense investigation. Taking a closer look, his whole body tightened. This strange scenario was nothing else, it was actually a person, or Qin Yang. You, why are you here? Why didn't my divine sense lock you in? The man was a little panicked. Spiritual mind cannot be locked, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. The opponent is stronger than you. 2. The other party has hidden skills. But no matter from which point of view, Qin Yang is more than enough. Why am I here? Qin Yang laughed playfully. Maybe I didn't pray before I came in. As for why you didn't lock me, Qin Yang smiled even more happily. Because I controlled it before and didn't use the slightest power. As long as I think about it, the God Emperor doesn't even want to lock me. Sign up. Qin Yang looked at the human cultivator and asked, Shadow? Blood skeleton? Or the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire? Don't say I don't know, I'm shocked when I say it. The audience didn't even know that Qin Yang had so many enemies, and each one was stronger than the other. The celebrity cultivator bit, with cold sweat on his forehead, and said, I'm nothing, I'm from the Nangong family, Nangong town. Nangong family? Qin Yang smiled coldly and said, your Nangong family is really not giving up, can you represent the meaning of the Nangong family? Of course. Nangongzhen said, having you lived for so long, you have given enough face to the Tsangqiong Academy. The feud between you and my Nangong family should be ended today. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and shook it gently. No, it can't be over. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, first of all, Nangong Ling will die. Second, I rescued your family's young master, Nangong Filong. Your Nangong family has to bite me to death. Looking at the sky, he seemed to be looking for a camera. Outside the secret realm, Mr. Qiqiao was a little speechless, so he had to adjust the viewing angle of the screen. Let me state one more thing, I'm very busy, and I don't have time to play with you. If you still hold a will towards me, I may not be patient in the future. This may be your chance to kill me, but it's also your chance to live. As soon as the words landed, all the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Nan Gongzhen snorted coldly, and said, "It seems that the ease of the past has already made you so inflated, so are you waiting for me to pierce your heart with an arrow?" Saying that, Nan Gongzhen turned around and ran away, disappearing into the forest. All the audience sneered, thinking that this Nan Gongzhen had any ability, but it turned out to be swearing again. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the direction Nan Gongzhen was leaving. The guy didn't leave, but hid. Qin Yang sneered and said, "Your Nangong family's archery skills are used as a sneak attack. It's a shame for your archery skills." Hearing him say this, the audience suddenly became curious. The Nangong family's archery skills are unparalleled, and the cultivation methods of the Nangong family's practitioners all focus on spiritual sense. The strength of its spiritual sense is much stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. But an embarrassing thing happened. Nan Gongzhen couldn't lock Qin Yang at all. Even if he wanted to sneak attack, he couldn't find the target at all. The audience next to the light screen also felt the embarrassment and laughed immediately. Nan Gongzhen had no choice but to appear in front of Qin Yang again, bending the bow and shooting the arrow directly. "Divine mind locking is not foolproof. You aim at me with your eyes?" Qin Yang laughed dumbly. "This is simply ridiculous." Qin Yang even wondered, how did this guy cultivate to the God King realm? Nan Gongzhen let out a sigh and said, "What do you know about my Nangong arrow skills? As long as I see you, you can't escape my arrow." Qin Yang said disdainfully, "Hide? Just a mere Nangong's arrow skills, should I still hide?" "Oh?" Nan Gongzhen's eyes flashed, and he said, "Do you dare to hide?" Qin Yang said seriously, "Don't waste your words here, use this boring aggressive method. If you don't want to hide, I won't hide. And I said it, I'm impatient." Nan Gongzhen snorted angrily, "Very good, I don't want to waste time on you either, just die." Immediately, an arrow was fired. Nangong's arrow skills, the 9th arrow. This arrow brought together Nangong Town's strongest blow, and all the strength was integrated into this arrow. Its arrow skills have the power of rules themselves. No matter where Qin Yang goes, he will hit. And the more you escape, the more powerful the arrow will be. Because it will continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth to strengthen itself, and the arrows have countless changes, or it can become a rain of thousands of arrows, or it can change shape. In other words, all the arrow moves of Nangong's arrow skills are contained in it. This arrow, this is the strongest power of the Nangong family. Even if there is no heavenly death bow and heavenly death arrow, this power is enough to disdain all God Kings. The audience sighed. Qin Yang despised it even more. There are 10th arrows in Jinyu's arrow skills. Your 9th arrow has already taken the shape of the 10th arrow. In the Nangong family, you can be considered a genius, right? Nan Gongzhen's heart suddenly burst. How did this kid know? Jinyu's 10 arrows are the top secret of the Nangong family. Because the 10th arrow was lost, the Nangong family hid it. Therefore, the world only knows Nangong 9 arrows. It's a pity, I killed him without asking, clearly. Nan Gongzhen felt a little pity, and turned back confidently. All the audience beside the light screen fell silent. Everyone stopped breathing. Nan Gongzhen noticed that something was wrong. After the arrow was shot, the mountain forest would be shot out of a road, and the mountains in the distance would also be smashed into slag and razed to the ground. Why has the arrow been silent for so long? Turning around, Nan Gongzhen only felt a breath of cold air hitting the back of his head. Qin Yang actually grabbed the arrow he shot, and caught it. Nan Gongling was as confident as you back then. Qin Yang said with a sigh, "You are a little weaker than him back then. But I'm a lot stronger than I was back then." Qin Yang clenched it hard, and the arrow of the unparalleled crown was directly shattered on the spot. At the same time, Qin Yang's figure gradually faded. No, after image. Nangongzhen was extremely terrified. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart. He lowered his head and saw a dark sword passing through his chest. With your eyes? Even if you have as many eyes as Mr. Qiqiao, can you see clearly? Qin Yang chuckled and said, as I said, I don't have the patience to play with you. But as long as you think you can afford the price, I don't mind either. Nangongzhen wanted to resist, but his power had been completely lost. The rapidity of death made him unable to react at all. Even just a few thoughts, his body had been completely wiped out by the power of annihilation. Outside the secret, Mr. Qiqiao coughed lightly, and in order to show that he really saw clearly, he slowed down Qin Yang's movements just now. Everything seemed to stand still. In the picture, Nangongzhen's speed was slowed down countless times, blinking gently. The moment his eyes were closed, before they could be opened, Qin Yang had already used this moment to come to the back of Nangong town. Even Qin Yang circled in front of Nangongzhen, his eyes scornful and boring. Yes, Qin Yang feels very bored. Such a slow release directly makes everyone's scalp tingle. That look seemed to be etched into everyone's heart, making everyone hairy. After solving Nangong town, Qin Yang directly put away the other party's Qianquan ring. It's a pity, a 0-point hegemony order. Qin Yang sighed, put away all the supplies, and threw the Qianquan ring that had been looted. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang made a gesture with both hands, and said something in his mouth. The sky and the earth are infinite, the universe is thousands of miles of tracking art. In front of the light screen, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Qin Yang has a secret technique and can directly search for treasures? In this case, doesn't it mean that the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? When everyone was staring at Qin Yang in the image, wanting to see the magic of this secret method, Qin Yang actually scooped out the ring of demons and threw out a ball of white things. The thing stretched out in mid-air, and slammed into a tree in the distance with a pop. The treasure hunter was sleeping soundly, but was dazed by the fall and glared at Qin Yang with a look of grievance. Hey, I thought it was some kind of magical technique, but it turns out. Hi. Treasure rat. This is so much better than any treasure hunt secret method. Chapter 538 Spirit Material Transformation. Don't look at me like that, I brought you to a good place. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved lightly, directing the treasure-hunting mouse to look around. Squeak. The treasure hunter sniffed its nose, and 2 lasers seemed to shoot out of its eyes, and the light seemed to be much brighter. The treasure rat looked left and right in surprise, and immediately forgot about Qin Yang's previous roughness, and Sayazi was about to run away. Before he even took a step, Qin Yang pulled him up by his tail. Don't be in a hurry to hunt for treasure, find someone for me first. Qin Yang said. The treasure hunter said reluctantly, squeak. Look for, little peach demon. After thinking about it, only Tao Xiaoyao has no ability to protect herself. He had only been promoted to Xingchen, but he insisted on sticking to Qin Yang's side. He would rather not have the points for this first level and follow up. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and patted his forehead. She's also a monster. Why did I forget to put her in the ring of monsters? If Tao Piantao finds out, he is afraid that Qin Yang will be beaten all over the place immediately. The treasure hunter was almost drooling, but he was looking for Tao Xiaoyao. His face was full of grievances and greed, but he still obeyed Qin Yang's orders. From the appearance of the treasure-hunting mouse, it can be seen that there are no more treasures in this secret realm. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe is thousands of miles tracking technique. The treasure rat stood on the ground, fingers pinching with both hands. The audience next to the light screen discovered that this tracking technique really exists, and it is the ability of this treasure-hunting mouse. I closed my eyes, my black nose trembled, I smelled left and right, and gradually my saliva couldn't stop. Be serious. Qin Yang reached out and flicked the back of the treasure hunter's head. The treasure rat complained in his little Jingtai's voice, seriously, but there are too many treasures, and it is too difficult to distinguish them. After casting the spell for a long time, the treasure rat finally discerned the breath of the little peach demon from the temptation. The little hand pointed in one direction, and suddenly the whole body disappeared. It turned out that Qin Yang took him by his tail and flew away quickly. 6th Order Elixir. 6th Order Spiritual Material. 7th Order Elixir. However, it is suppressed by the Secret Realm level, but as long as the Secret Realm is brought out, it will immediately become 7th Order. Hey, did you hear that? And the 7th Order Spiritual Material. The treasure hunter scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, and kept muttering beside Qin Yang's ears. What's the hurry, find someone first, Qin Yang said. His eyes turned to the mountains and forests below. After the mountains and rivers, there was still a sea area. Qin Yang's speed was extremely fast, and he stepped on the dragon step to call out the dragon jade. Over the mountains, across the mountains, rivers, and seas. Swamps, deserts, all kinds of landforms emerge in an endless stream, and all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures are countless. The treasure-hunting rat even proposed to part ways with Qin Yang and go down to hunt for treasure first. Qin Yang chuckled, is this possible? Here it is. Treasure hunter said, and finally found the location of Tao Xiaoyao. In a dark jungle, Qin Yang landed. It was discovered that every tree here is 100 feet tall, and a small wooden house can be built on any branch. The ground is even more soft, and stepping on it has an empty feeling, not like being down to earth. This site is close to the sea, is this not land? Qin Yang guessed in his heart that the rich moisture seemed to be no different at sea. What about the specific location? Qin Yang asked. Instead, the treasure hunter became puzzled and said, I sensed her breath just now, but it's gone now. Qin Yang was startled and said, no way? Could it be that he had an accident and died? Treasure rat shook his head and said, no, there are too many spiritual materials here. Because of your appearance, their breath burst out, and Tao Xiaoyao's breath was covered up. Qin Yang looked at the treasure rat suspiciously, and the treasure rat pointed to the big tree behind Qin Yang and said, well, this is one. Qin Yang turned his head in confusion, he just sensed a strong wood aura, but he didn't expect the tree behind it to be a spiritual material. While staring at the doubt, a face suddenly appeared on the tree, full of anger. The greedy human beings dare to come to our holy land, they are simply asking for their own death. With an angry shout, the giant tree was like a giant, and a branch seemed to be chopped directly from the sky. Lingji was born. Qin Yang frowned, pointed like a sword, and stroked lightly. The branch was directly cut in half, and Qin Yang was naturally unscathed. If that's the case, then this island, let's call it an island, it's dangerous. Qin Yang is naturally not afraid, but the key is that Tao Xiaoyao is also here. Ah! The giant tree suddenly shrank and turned into a tree man with a height of 30 feet. He clutched his broken arm in pain, unable to believe that this tiny human being in front of him had such a powerful force. The tree man looked at Qin Yang with hatred eyes, while Qin Yang was looking away, feeling the breath of Tao Xiaoyao. Shen Yan, let it go. It didn't matter if he let it go, Qin Yang was startled all of a sudden. This island really is floating on the sea, and the soil is supported by vines with intertwined branches in the ground. Not only the tree man in front of him, but all the trees here are spiritual materials that can be transformed. Qin Yang just swept over this spiritual thought, and suddenly it seemed to activate the entire island. Not only the tree man, but also all kinds of strange and unseen elixir, also transformed into one after another, and swept over with a spiritual sense no weaker than Qin Yang's. Why are they all so strong? Qin Yang frowned. Behind him, the tree man's arm grew out again, and he threw out another punch. While wondering, Qin Yang clapped his hands behind him. Destroy the Mahamudra. With one palm, half of the tree man's body was turned into nothingness. This time, the tree man no longer screamed in pain, he was completely frightened and lost his soul. If the source was not still there, this palm would have killed him. I can't afford it, run. The tree man turned around and ran. During the run, his body became smaller and smaller, and at the same time, the part of his body that disappeared was growing back quickly. Stop. Qin Yang said. The tree man froze, turned into a small tree, and stopped in place. Qin Yang walked around the slightly smaller tree and asked, I don't mean to offend, I'm just here to find someone. If you see a little fox, please show me where she is. I haven't seen it before, it's impossible for people who come here to get out alive. A face on the tree looked at Qin Yang in horror, but the roots were wrapped around the vines of the island. As long as the other party made a move, he could use the roots to move the place. Of course, the price will be a cultivation base. If you don't say it, you will die. Qin Yang said bluntly. Glancing at the root of the tree, Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Maybe you can try, can you escape? The tree man was about to cry without tears. Don't think that your cultivation is more tyrannical than me, I have only cultivated for 5,000 years. On this wood spirit island, my strength is considered the worst. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not be good. Die. The tree man said firmly. Chapter 539, Have you ever seen a fox? It's your own choice. Qin Yang also pointed like a sword, and a sword of annihilation condensed. A happy expression suddenly appeared on the face of the tree man, and he looked behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang was still indifferent. When a figure behind him was about to make a successful sneak attack, Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. A pure white sword passed through the phantom of Qin Yang's body and nailed it directly to the tree man. Looking at Qin Yang again, he didn't know when he came to the back of the sneak attack. The slender figure, the jade-like smooth back, and the tight white floral dress could not hide the good spring. Peony flower? Qin Yang raised his brows. Judging from the sense of breath, this guy should be some kind of peony elixir. It's incredible, this secret realm is weird. Qin Yang thought to himself. In the world of the sky, there are also spiritual medicines and spiritual materials. Jade Soul Water Spirit, Purple Bamboo Swordsman, Shinjin Swordsman, all are like this. However, this does not mean that spiritual material transformation is very common, but it is extremely rare. Strength conditions are easy to achieve, and the biggest shackle is wisdom. Even if there is spiritual wisdom, it is impossible to transform into success. In addition to chance, the level of the spiritual material or the medicine itself also determines a part. At least it must be similar to the human race's spiritual wisdom, and it is possible to transform into a successful form. The girl in front of her was actually a peony elixir. As far as Qin Yang knows, there is no peony elixir with a grade higher than the 6th rank. It's impossible to change shape at all. Bold human race, dare to trespass on my wooden spirit island, holy land, you are impatient. You dare to hurt my fellow race. The peony girl scolded and glared angrily, and the pure white sword in her hand was full of strange aura. As I said, I'm here to find someone. Qin Yang said. I've heard this excuse 10,000 times. The peony girl was about to slash with her sword. Ding! Qin Yang pointed and directly clamped the sword, and even though she tried her best, she couldn't pull the sword out at all. Only God Emperor level spiritual materials and elixir have the ability to transform. Your transforming is perfect. You should have transformed 10,000 years ago, right? Qin Yang asked. And that tree man, after transforming, still looks like a tree man, with 5,000 years of cultivation. I'm afraid the secret realm has already been downgraded. What's the matter with you? Let go. The peony girl's eyes lit up with divine light, and the sword also glowed brightly. A huge force came, but Qin Yang couldn't hold it. What? It didn't even hurt. The peony girl shuddered, and paid attention to Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned. If it was the tree man from before, kill him. But isn't it a pity to kill the peony girl in front of me? Although Qin Yang didn't want to do anything to her, he really didn't. Forget it, I'll find it myself. Qin Yang sighed and disappeared. The peony girl's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly said to the tree behind her, "Hurry up and inform all the clansmen, there are people who have invaded." At the end, he added a sentence, "The strength of the Comer is too strong, do not easily confront him." The tree man's face was solemn, and he quickly followed suit. The peony girl recognized the direction and rushed towards the center of Muling Island. No matter where that person went before, he must not be allowed to enter the Wood Spirit Hall. The news spread all over the entire Wood Spirit Island in an instant, and all the people of the spirit race were angry. Yes, it's anger. This group of greedy humans, despicable and shameless, are now starting to attack again? As for the warning that the peony girl let the tree man convey, the Eldar people simply ignored it out of anger. Despicable human race, our spirit race kindly shared the 1,000 scrolls of spirit treasures with them. Now it's not enough to forcibly occupy them. We are always thinking about our 5-element spirit orb. I heard that the fire spirit orb of the fire spirit race and the golden spirit orbs of the golden spirit clan have been taken away, and even the people of those 2 clans have suffered annihilation. Hoof, taking advantage of the fire spirit clan and the golden spirit clans unprepared for a sneak attack, first grabbed the fire spirit clan's fire spirit orb, and then used the fire spirit orb to attack the golden spirit clan. Now they are eyeing us again. This time, to avenge the fire spirit clan and the golden spirit clan. The 2 tree men were talking, and suddenly a voice sounded between them. "Then what, have you seen a fox?" Qin Yang asked. "Fox? Where did the fox come from? I haven't seen it before." Now everyone is looking for the invading human race. If you want to kill them, you still care about the fox. The words came to an abrupt end, and the 2 tree men clearly discovered that this guy beside him did not seem to be a spiritual race. Although he can't feel the breath, the clothes on his body are definitely not transformed by the body of the spirit race. You are that human race?" A tree man's eyes widened, and he slapped him with a slap. The other tree man did the same. Qin Yang didn't hide, the branches of the 2 tree men were directly slapped together. After 2 screams of pain, Qin Yang helplessly shook his head and walked away. "Why did you stop me? Why didn't you let me slap him to death?" "Nonsense, it's obviously you who got in my way." While arguing, they didn't know when Qin Yang would leave, so the 2 rushed. Busy to inform other clansmen. Qin Yang's figure shuttled across the Wood Spirit Island, which felt quite large. There is no smooth road, only through the branches. Anyway, if Qin Yang didn't reveal his aura, these spirit race people couldn't find him either. There is talk about the invasion of the human race everywhere, and Qin Yang has a general understanding of it. However, this doesn't make any sense to Qin Yang. He doesn't even know what this spirit race is. He instinctively regards these spirit races as spiritual materials and spiritual medicines. No intention to disturb. Have you ever seen a fox? No. Didn't you say that the human race broke in? Why did you get involved with the fox? No, you are the human race that broke in. After a while, another place. Like a field of flowers, many beauties of Ying Yin Yin formed a circle, chatting and discussing. If this scene appeared outside the secret realm, it would cause the practitioners all over the world to bleed from the nose. Could it be that the transformations of the spiritual race are so handsome? A thought flashed through Qin Yang's mind, but he still didn't forget the business. Have you ever seen a fox? Qin Yang interrupted the girls' chat. Some of these girls have no clothes on their bodies, but their long hair covers key parts and looks extremely attractive. Qin Yang didn't know that, outside the secret realm, Mr. Qiqiao always had a screen showing Qin Yang's image. And all the people beside the light screen, the women are all jealous, and the men, even more jealous. It's just that women are jealous of the beauty of the spirit race, and men are jealous of Qin Yang Yen. My God, there are still spiritual races in this world? Why is it never recorded in ancient books? It's not recorded much. How many strange things can be encountered in this Qianlong competition? The practitioners in the sky world communicated with each other. In the light screen, Qin Yang was still waiting for a reply. Chapter 540, Those who have read books are great. A green-haired girl looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and the other girls directly surrounded Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned. The last time he was surrounded by women, he was surrounded by all the girls in the Heavenly Girl Pavilion in Songqiong Academy, and scolded him for a long time. Since that time, Qin Yang has already decided in his heart that he can be surrounded, but he must not be surrounded by women. Qin Yang dodged and left the place directly. Just after his forefoot left the surrounding, an enchantment was formed between the girls. Damn, I didn't even catch him alive. The green-haired girl pouted and fluttered her hair. Her charming green eyes were as pure as jade. Little brother, don't rush to run. Have you seen a fox? Qin Yang asked repeatedly with a headache. Originally, Tao Xiaoyao was only regarded as a pendant, but I didn't expect this pendant to make me so troublesome. Qin Yang looked around. There was a blank space in the distance, and there were no trees around. With a wide field of vision, Qin Yang also saw the existence of the most powerful aura that he had been sensing in the divine sense. The surrounding trees are as high as 100 feet, and there, a giant tree full of purple flowers is as high as 1,000 battles. There was an air of fear in Qin Yang, and he couldn't treat him with an ordinary mentality. If there is no place here, I'm afraid there is only one place to go. If you go there, it's no wonder you can't feel it. Qin Yang thought to himself. Following his gaze, the expressions of the green-haired girl and other girls changed drastically. The green-haired girl was about to stop her, but found that Qin Yang's figure had disappeared. Oops, he went to the wood spirit hall. The green-haired girl exclaimed, and the girls hurriedly chased after them. It's just that the green-haired girl has doubts in her eyes. Since she is an intruder, what does this question mean? What does it mean to have seen a fox? What a strong aura. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here is as strong as the deep sea bottom. The breath of the purple giant tree did not target Qin Yang, but it made Qin Yang feel that he was struggling. The divine sense is severely squeezed here, like a magnet. The closer it is to the purple giant tree, the stronger the sense of repulsion. On the contrary, the farther away, the less pressure there is. Even in the extreme distance, spiritual sense can still detect it. If it's Tao Xiaoyao, I'm afraid it won't be able to go this far. Qin Yang stopped and was about to walk back when an old voice came from his ear, like an old woman. You finally came. Who? Me? Qin Yang looked at the giant purple tree. It doesn't have to be you, it could be him. Qin Yang was confused. What a mess. Qin Yang thought about it. Since this guy is so powerful and this is someone else's territory, wouldn't it be easy for her to help find Tao Xiaoyao? Immediately, Qin Yang asked, have you seen a fox? The purple giant tree was silent for a while. Just when Qin Yang thought she was unwilling to answer, she said, that fox is with Mu Xingzi. Who is Mu Xingzi? Also, who are you? Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly. Mu Xingzi is the ruler of the rules of the wood system, although his breath is still mixed and impure. As for the old body is the wood saint. You? Qin Yang was a little incomprehensible. Is that Mu Xingzi your son? Fei Yi, like you, is a person from the sky. Oh? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then the so-called Mu Xingzi is also a contestant in this hidden dragon contest. A wood-type cultivator, if Qin Yang remembers correctly, Zhao Kongming from the Aoki Principality is a pure wood-type cultivator. Although there are many people who practice the rules of wood, Zhao Kongming has always practiced with the help of the flag of the wood formation, and the practitioners of ordinary wood rules are not as good as him at all. As a result, Qin Yang felt relieved. Everyone knows that Tao Xiaoyao is by Qin Yang's side, and Tao Pianjiu also appeared in person and entrusted Tao Xiaoyao to Qin Yang. Even if Zhao Kongming wanted to be detrimental to him, he would never dare to touch the little peach demon's hair. Thanks. Qin Yang cupped his hands. If you can, tell me Zhao Kongming. Where is Mu Xingzi? I'll go look for him. Speaking of this, Qin Yang also smiled softly. I think he will bring Tao Xiaoyao, and he also wants to meet me. I sensed murderous aura from your breath, and I won't tell you where he is. Wood Saint said slowly. Then I'll go find it myself. Qin Yang turned around and left. Suddenly, the giant purple tree trembled lightly, and the purple flowers fell down, and the sky rained purple flowers, gorgeous and beautiful. The flowers gathered together like a long dragon flying over and landed in front of Qin Yang, forming a figure that blocked Qin Yang's way. You, don't leave. It was an old woman with a cane in her hand. You can't stop me. Qin Yang said lightly. The old woman's eyes flashed purple, and she suddenly trembled, exclaiming, "The Lord of Destruction. It looks like it's not you." The old woman shouted angrily and waved her hand. Qin Yang is also very angry. What kind of bird place is this? And he will act if he disagrees. What's mine is not mine. If you want to do it, I will accompany you. Qin Yang pinched his fingers to his chest. In front of it is a large palm print composed of purple petals. Qin Yang shouted in a low voice, "Extreme." The absolute world was opened, but the rules of obliteration did not obliterate the palm print. Every petal contains an extremely powerful spiritual sense, and it is difficult for the upper-level rule power to suppress it. Disperse. Qin Yang punched out. A huge fist shadow condensed, and the palm print of the petals was directly scattered. Qin Yang's face did not show a happy expression, instead he gently shook his head. A petal, like a hidden weapon, rubbed his ear and flew over, his spiritual sense surging, and it exploded directly. Compared with me? Is it great to read a book? Qin Yang snorted lightly, and his eyes had already turned into the eyes of the annihilated dragon. A mere God-King level secret realm, even if you bring the coercion of the secret realm to me, what can you do to me? Qin Yang gritted his teeth, and sweat appeared on his forehead. The wooden sages means reach the sky, and a petal is like a world. The entire Kangland secret realm also seems to regard Qin Yang as an enemy, and the pressure directly forms a vacuum around Qin Yang. To be able to mobilize the power of a world, not to be underestimated. No wonder Qin Yang felt apprehensive in his heart. If things go on like this, even if he is not squeezed into patties by the huge pressure, he will not even think about doing anything. Not to mention going to Tao Xiaoyao, whether it can continue to participate in the Qianlong contest is a question. Okay, you can. Those who have read books are amazing, can't I just leave? Qin Yang pouted, this is probably the first time he has given up in his life. Such a powerful divine sense is simply incomprehensible. I'm afraid the only explanation is that the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao really exist. This old woman's method is the biggest proof. But after leaving like this, Qin Yang was not reconciled, and he had to say harsh words anyway. You can force me away, you are the first one I meet. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang Shenyan communicated with the divine dragon Jade, and a divine dragon phantom disappeared in a flash, and Qin Yang's figure also disappeared. Mother Z? The green-haired girl and the peony girl appeared at the same time, looking at Granny Z in shock. I can't remember exactly how many years Granny Z hasn't manifested. Granny Z looked at the two young girls lovingly, just like her granddaughter. She looked into the air with fear and worry in her pupils, and her heart also set off a storm. Granny Z secretly said in her heart, I can escape from my subordinates on Muling Island, and you are also the first. Chapter 541, Don't you need to cultivate? On the edge of Wood Spirit Island, Qin Yang gasped heavily. The previous attack by Granny Z didn't look like a show, but it was actually terrifying. It is already extremely difficult to bring the pressure of the entire secret realm together to form a circle of scope similar to the realm. But Granny Z's method was even better. She actually condensed the pressure of the entire secret realm and all the power of Wood Spirit Island into a petal. It looks like just a petal, but Qin Yang can only say that it can be broken up, not broken. If it can be broken, it is equivalent to Qin Yang's ability to directly shatter the secret realm. And it still shattered into a large piece, at least a bit bigger than Muling Island. Is it possible? Totally impossible. This secret realm is different from other degraded secret realms. Qin Yang has already seen the clue. Although the secret realm has been degraded on the surface and everything is suppressed at the God-King level, it is not weak at all. In other words, in this God-King level secret realm, it can still withstand the fight of God-level powerhouses. This is why Qin Yang was forced to retreat. After all, the pressure was a bit more than the meaning of the King of Gods. Sitting on the grass, Qin Yang stared at the sea in a daze. Spiritual sense is so strong, my annihilation rules can't take advantage of it. Although she can't hurt me, I can't hurt her either. Qin Yang rubbed his chin, suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Granny Z is so powerful, but she still uses martial arts, there must be a reason. Ordinary martial arts, after comprehending the true meaning of martial arts, they will break through the shackles of levels and become supernatural martial arts, which can fully exert their power. The stronger the practitioner, the greater the power. The reason why the divine sword called out by my original Jinghong sword has become the destruction sword is because my own strength has changed. But whether it is the Jinghong sword or the destruction rule, it is too powerful, so that I overlooked the power of the combination of the two. The rule of annihilation is displayed with the sword of Jinghong, that is, the sword of annihilation. Its power should be far beyond my imagination. Jie failed to take advantage of it before, because I have always ignored the contest between real masters. I always felt that as long as there were rules of annihilation, it would be enough to crush everything. Qin Yang's heart became more and more transparent, as if he was suddenly open. Jie cannot be regarded as a martial skill in the final analysis, let alone a martial skill like Jinghong sword finger. It was just a ball propped up by the rules of obliteration. Recalling the battle with Granny Z just now, the flower petal Big Madra was shot directly into the absolute world, but it was blasted away by oneself with one punch. Qin Yang stood up and laughed. Martial arts? That's how the title of Qin Yang's fighting master came from. Just as he was about to go back to compete with Granny Z, Qin Yang suddenly looked towards the sea. Divine intent swept away, and suddenly found that there was a magic weapon warship parked in the far distance. The warship looks hideous, and the mottled traces prove that it has experienced countless wars. Like a sea monster floating on the sea, there seems to be some hidden formation. If the hidden formation was not closed and opened for a short time, Qin Yang would not even be able to perceive it. Qin Yang is very curious. This secret realm has a spiritual race, so what is the human race in this secret realm? The spirit race and the human race started fighting when they met. It was useless to explain it by themselves. Obviously, the spirit race couldn't communicate. If you want to know some information in this secret realm, you really have to find the human race in this secret realm. Anyway, Zhao Kongming doesn't dare to tell Tao Xiaoyao, go and see first. Qin Yang made up his mind and flew over in a flash. As it approached, Qin Yang's figure also attracted the attention of the human race on the battleship. These human races are no different from the human races in the sky world, but the power rules are different. And everyone's dress is also polite, just like some civil servants. Could it be? Qin Yang glanced at these people, guessing in his heart, shouldn't this be the clan of the old man outside the territory? Just as Qin Yang was looking at the human race on the warship, everyone on the warship was also looking at Qin Yang. One by one did not host Qin Yang, but seemed to welcome them. It's a great pleasure to have a friend from afar. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, with colorful clouds embroidered on the golden edge of his robe walked onto the deck. Hearing this sentence, Qin Yang felt very cordial immediately. The hidden formation of the magic warship was closed, and the defensive formation was also closed. Qin Yang boarded the warship directly, and then the formations were activated again. As a result, didn't someone board the ship just now? Has anyone been here before? Qin Yang asked. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "You are the third wave." Qin Yang was stunned. 3 waves so soon? The middle-aged man introduced, in Xiao Luzhou, who is the last name of the little brother. Qin Yang. Qin Yang cupped his hands. He glanced carefully at Luzhou, this gentle middle-aged man with a smile that was like a spring breeze, stretched out his hand to invite Qin Yang into the cabin hall. Qin Yang nodded in thanks, and the sound of the system came from his ears. The detection is successful, the panel is generated. Cultivator, Luzhou. Strength, 9th level of the God King realm. Sky. Skills, none. Rules, mantras from the Bible. Field, heavenly calligraphy scroll. Qin Yang's footsteps stopped. A picture scroll from heaven? Qin Yang's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Before, the domain of the old man from outside the realm was pen and ink, mountains and rivers, but when he displayed it, it was like a painting scroll from heaven. And this Luzhou, his domain is directly the scripture scroll? I am afraid that it is a step lower than the field of the elderly outside the domain. But this at least shows one thing, this Luzhou is related to the old man from outside the realm. Not only that, but the mantra of the power of rules that Luzhou comprehends is also a low-level version of the old man from outside the realm. What's the matter? Luzhou asked with a smile, very hospitable. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's okay, I suddenly lost my mind." Glancing at the other human races on the battleship, one by one the panels were generated, but Qin Yang discovered something even more bizarre. Everyone's rules and fields are almost the same. Even if they are different, they are only high and low, but fundamentally, they are all of the same kind. And the weird thing was something Qin Yang didn't notice before. On everyone's panel, the column of exercises is none. By the way, don't you all need to practice? Qin Yang asked suddenly. After asking the question, Qin Yang regretted it for a while. It's too abrupt to ask such a direct question. And how do you explain why you are asking this question? Sure enough, this question aroused suspicion. Not only Luzhou, but other human races on the warship also looked over. Just when Qin Yang thought there would be a fight, Luzhou laughed. Pointing at the other people who were watching, he said angrily, "Look at how lazy you all look, and you can be seen at a glance." Chapter 542, Savage Villager. Qin Yang was relieved, and at the same time more curious. These people really don't need to practice. So how did their strength increase to such a level? Just thinking about it, he has entered the cabin hall. The layout here is magnificent and has a scholarly atmosphere. On the side of the hall is the dining room and dining table, and there is a cultivator sitting on one table. On the other side of the hall, there are various bookcases and table cases. All kinds of books fill the bookcases, and the pen, ink, paper and inkstone are all on the table. There are handsome men and beautiful women reciting poems and books, and they also imitate literati and elegant guests by reciting poems. Qin Yang. A familiar voice came. It was the cultivator sitting in the restaurant. Qin Yang looked at it suspiciously, and immediately became happy. Isn't this Xuanhuan? It's so coincidental? Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Do you have any means to sense each other's position? Xuanhuan nodded and said, Blood Skull has such a method, and I came here after Zhao Kongming. After I learned that he had taken up the task and went to Muling Island, I will wait for him here. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and said with a smile, It seems that you are also friends, so I will not disturb you to catch up with the old days. If you want to eat and drink, just ask the servants. After Lu Zhou left, Xuanhuan shouted that it was not good. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan looked around and said, These people all know that we are friends, in case Zhao Kongming comes back, and the video surveillance of the hegemony order. Qin Yang blinked and said, Mine has been blocked, how about yours? Xuanhuan said, Mine is also blocked. He has joined the blood skeleton, and even with the help of Qin Yang, he approached Zhao Kongming and became a grasshopper on a rope with Zhao Kongming, and thus obtained the identity of the 12 blood gods. Even if it's just because he is a blood skeleton, this hegemony order must be blocked. People from the 3 major dark forces, but no one wants to be seen by others. As for Qin Yang was blocked before he fought with Granny Z. If someone saw him running away in a daze, wouldn't it be a shame to be thrown all over the world? Even so, if Zhao Kongming comes back. Xuanhuan frowned. Although he is a blood god, he has not yet been able to reach the core of the blood skeleton. It was not even clear who the Lord of the Blood Skeletons was. If it is exposed like this, everything will be for naught. Qin Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't let him come back. Since Zhao Kongming dared to catch Tao Xiaoyao, he would naturally block Tao Xiaoyao's hegemony order. When he killed Zhao Kongming, the blood skeleton did not know who did it. You said just now that Zhao Kongming took the mission to Muling Island, what's the situation? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan scratched his head and said, I don't know, I just came with my forefoot, and you followed me. I'll say it straight, I'm looking for Zhao Kongming. It was Lu Zhou who told me just now that he went to Muling Island to do the work. Mission. Mission, what kind of mission can there be? Qin Yang rubbed his chin. From the few words he heard on Muling Island before, Qin Yang could roughly guess something. It should be to steal something. Qin Yang was thinking about it, and suddenly remembered Granny Z. Granny Z was a wooden saint, but she said that Zhao Kongming was a wooden saint. In this way, this Zhao Kongming can not only complete the task, but also very likely to become an important person in Wood Spirit Island. In this case, to kill Zhao Kongming, wouldn't it be necessary to destroy the Wood Spirit Island first? What are you thinking? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang's changing expression and asked, in confusion. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, It seems that things have become a bit complicated. Forget it, let's eat something first. It has to be said that it is really wonderful to be able to build the restaurant and study together, and it is still on the magic warship. After ordering a few dishes, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan ate and chatted. Xuanhuan kept looking at the study next door. After all, it was divided into 2 parts in one hall. He's looking at them, and they're looking over here. Obviously, it seems impolite to eat while they are reading and painting. You can also recite poetry, right? The previous scene was simply too exciting. Would you like to play with these people? Xuanhuan said with admiration. Qin Yang took a sip of tea and said, Forget it, I'm not interested. Hey, this fish is not bad. Then give me 2 more dishes of this fish. Qin Yang greeted. The cook looked a little embarrassed, but he had to listen to Lu Zhou's orders before, and immediately looked at the group of handsome men and women with some concern. Where did the savage villager come from? This unicorn jade crucian carp is a spiritual fish raised in Xuanhua Pond. It is baptized by talents day and night, and it is extremely precious. You can eat 1, do you want to eat 2 more? The country bumpkins from outside, I'm afraid they don't know the benefits of this unicorn jade crucian carp at all. Xuanhuan looked at the plate of fish suspiciously. Isn't that an ordinary fish? Although the taste is indeed very good, it is not too good. Benefits? What benefits? Qin Yang asked. Immediately, caused a roar of laughter. A young man came over with a volume of books in his hand, and the book looked elegant in his hands. Said loudly, the benefit of this unicorn jade crucian carp is that it can grow. Talent, enhance strength. His expression was suddenly exaggerated, and he made a sudden realization, and said, I forgot, you hillbilly from outside, I'm afraid you don't know what talent is at all. Immediately, the young man instructed the cook, saying, the unicorn jade crucian carp can't be eaten by them anymore, it's like feeding a pig. Xuanhuang's face became cold. Before entering the blood skeleton, he was also a violent temper. How could he be so useless and be compared to a pig? Qin Yang looked at those handsome men and beautiful women in amazement. The previously elegant faces were now saying such vulgar words. This feeling of drop is like a waterfall of 3,000 feet. Where have you read this book? Stopping Xuanhuan, who was about to explode, Qin Yang said, it's not just a few fish, isn't it? Although this fish is somewhat useful, if it's precious, how precious can it be? This is like a cultivator in the sky world eating monster meat, which can improve his strength and strengthen his physical strength. If it is calculated according to this, isn't it that the monsters are all treasures? Brother Lu Jun, why are you wasting your time with a savage like them? Come and see my newly written poem? A beautiful girl came over with a piece of paper. Lu Jun opened his mouth and said, Sister Tan Qing, you don't understand this, these savage villagers have to be educated. Otherwise, they will always be frogs in the bottom of the well. I am saving them and changing their fate. Tan Qing's face was blushing, his heart beat faster, and he shouted loudly, Brother Lu Jun, you are so great. The others also gave thumbs up and their faces full of admiration. Qin Yang was stunned, turned his head to look at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also opened his mouth wide and his eyes were round. Chapter 543. If it wasn't for people from their world to help us with the task, this meal would be redundant. Someone spoke. Lu Jun's face was flushed from the praise, and he pretended to be unhappy, and said, Brother Li, what are you talking about? Even cats and dogs, we can't see them hungry, right? Read the Book of Sages and do sages' deeds. Brother Lu is really a sage. Brother Lu, are you still taking a concubine? I am willing to serve you together with Tan Qing, said a girl nympho. Go away, Brother Lu, and I already have a marriage contract, you should give up. Tan Qing said defensively. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan looked at each other, holding back their smiles. Xuanhuan was suffocated in his heart, and he wanted to have theories with them. But now I found out that these people's brains are not normal. If you care about this group of people, wouldn't you be a fool too? It's a pity. Qin Yang shook his head. What a pity? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang glanced at the young men and women, and said, it's a pity that the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao are used as a tool to gain strength without training. Zhongko is a sage, but he does vulgar things, and speaks embarrassing words. This Ling Bao 1,000 scrolls book is really here? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Qin Yang nodded and said, of course. Previously, Granny Z's spiritual thoughts turned out to be like hooligans when these people held the scrolls in their hands. Only the Ling Bao 1,000 scrolls books could make such a phenomenon appear. What are you two whispering about there? Lu Jun looked displeased and came to the two of them arrogantly. Looking at the whole unicorn crucian carp that had been eaten up, Lu Jun's eyes showed anger. This unicorn jade crucian carp has won a total of 10 rewards from the Xuanhui Empire during this expedition, but you have eaten one directly, and now you are still thinking about the idea of hitting the remaining 2. Lu Jun said angrily. Xuanhuan waved his hands again and again, and said, I didn't know before, it was our fault, we don't have the remaining 2 ideas, really. Qin Yang thought it was ridiculous, he had already seen it. Xuanhuan completely treated these people as fools, for fear of getting involved with these fools. But even with such concessions, Lu Jun was even more aggressive. Don't think that the person who risked his life to help us before will get you all. This unicorn jade crucian carp completely cancels out all the rewards. Lu Jun said. Xuanhuan nodded again and again and said, well, okay, yes, it's fine. Lu Jun didn't see the teasing in Xuanhuan's words, but felt that he was very powerful and said, however, since we are guests from afar, we will not lose our hospitality. Well, let's make you honored. Watch my poems. Whether you can get good luck depends on your own chance. Everyone praised them for a while, shouting at Lu Jun Xingxian, and at the same time saying that Qin Yang and Xuanhuan had great luck. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and there was no smile in their hearts, but a sadness. What is it that these poor children have been poisoned to become like this? From afar as a guest, the way of hospitality. Good fortune. Chance. I don't know, I thought I was instructed by the emperor to practice. Even if the god emperor stood in front of Qin Yang, he was not worthy to point Qin Yang at all. What Qin Yang could only think about was how to turn the other party over. Xuanhuan couldn't hold his breath anymore and was about to turn his face. Qin Yang said, just bear with it. Listening to what he said about the Xuanhui Empire before, it can be seen that these people have a lot of backgrounds. We are just here to hunt for treasures and participate in the hidden dragon contest. If we provoke them, we can't guarantee that they will give we mess up. After speaking, Qin Yang added, people like them, as long as we don't conflict with them, they will become our helpers. Help? What do you mean? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang said, think about it, if you were to change to other cultivators, Tiangang Emperor, Xuanhuan Guqing, those people, who pretended to be sages in front of them, and were called by a savage villager, what would the result be? Xuanhuan blinked his eyes and thought for a while, and immediately became happy. Don't talk about them, if you change to any cultivator, I am afraid that you will turn your face on the spot. How dare you two be distracted? Why don't you cherish such an opportunity here? Lu Jun looked at the two of them incomprehensibly. Qin Yang coughed lightly and held back his smile, and said, no, seriously. As if he had given him a great gift, Lu Jun picked up the paper that Tan Qing handed over and began to read it. The other women looked envious, while Tan Qing himself was so happy that he was about to faint. The poor girl is 23, and I feel sad when I think about it. Every day I want to come and I look forward to it every day. Good days and auspicious days come slowly. Lu Jun shook his head as he read it, and nodded approvingly, not bad, very well written. It's great, it's catchy, and it also writes about the tenderness and expectations of my daughter's family. Tan Qingzhen is worthy of being a talented girl of our Xuanhui Empire, and only marrying Lu Jun is a match made in heaven. Ouch. Qin Yang leaned on the table and almost threw up the meal he just ate. I didn't think much of it at first, but it's just 4 sentences, and it's not a poem at most. But seeing everyone's serious touts, he was immediately stunned. The more I listen to it, the more disgusting I feel. The stimulation to Qin Yang's heart is probably 10 times stronger than that of Granny Z's spiritual sense. No matter how inexperienced people are, you can know what Qin Yang's intention is. The faces of Lu Jun and the others suddenly turned cold, and Tan Qing said angrily, you savage, you don't have this chance at all. It's fine if you don't understand, you're going to ruin our yaxing. Qin Yang waved his hands again and said, no, I have a question I want to ask. What's the problem? Lu Jun asked in a deep voice. Qin Yang said, didn't Lingbao Thousand Scrolls teach you how to write poetry? Everyone's expression changed in unison, and Lu Jun even looked like he was facing a great enemy. It turns out that the reason why you outsiders came here is to seize the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Lu Jun shouted loudly, I didn't expect that with such malicious intentions, you would even dare to throw yourself into the trap. Lu Jun looked at the people who kept coming, and his father Lu Zhou also appeared. Everyone glared at him, as if they were going to kill Qin Yang and shoot Xuanhuan. I guess you can't escape. You'd better explain honestly how many of you are here and where are they? Lu Jun asked. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, you haven't answered my question yet. Knowing what happened, Lu Zhou said, only Emperor Xuanhuan is qualified to read the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and no one is qualified to touch it. Qin Yang's expression became complicated, then who did you learn this poem from? Lu Zhou did not answer, but asked Qin Yang, looking at your appearance, you can also write poetry? When Lu Jun heard this, he immediately sneered and said, just him? Let him write a song for us to see? If the writing is smooth, my father will save him from death. Qin Yang laughed and opened his mouth to come directly. Arya has read poetry and books since childhood, and has written casual articles with ease. How can madness make people laugh, and the cold window of midnight is the holy way? After a pause, Qin Yang said again, this is a hidden poem. After speaking, Qin Yang put his hand on Chu Xuanguang's shoulder, and the two disappeared immediately. Everyone was pondering this poem, and Lu Jun wondered, what do you mean? It sounds pretty good. Lu Zhou wrote the poems directly in the void, with deep shock in his eyes. Poems with hidden heads. Lu Zhou couldn't understand, he just looked at the first word of each poem, and then unconsciously connected it. Wait, a lunatic? Lu Zhou's complexion suddenly changed, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Everyone was horrified and angry at the same time, and they were scolded by the other party, but the other party was still Yamano villager from outside. Chapter 544, The Prophecy Period. How did we go? I haven't looked at their expressions carefully. Chu Xuanguang asked with a smile on his face. Even those who don't understand poetry clearly know that Qin Yang is playing tricks on them. A hidden poem, they have to react for a while, before they notice it. I think they are not only lunatics, but also fools. Chu Xuanguang said. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right, they have already reached the point of morbidity. I only know that they don't know why, they only know that they can improve their cultivation by shaking their heads by relying on the thousands of books of Lingbao, but they are not even the source of talent's strength. Do not know at all. That fish is not bad. If we can get the Lingbao 1,000 scrolls, it would be good to use it to raise fish. Qin Yang thought to himself. Chu Xuanguang smiled bitterly, fearing that only Qin Yang would have such an idea. This is Wood Spirit Island? Chu Xuanguang's heart tightened. In this sea, there is only this island. The continent where the indigenous people of the secret realm live is still far away. Yes. Qin Yang said, you don't know, then Zhao Kongming is afraid that he will become Muxingzi now. Muxingzi? That's right, there is a powerful existence in this Wood Spirit Island. She seems to have used the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Although she didn't speak poetry, her spiritual sense is really strong. She doesn't know where she got the news from. I know that there is a Muxingzi among the outsiders. And Zhao Kongming happens to be a cultivator of the rules of the wood system, so I believe that Zhao Kongming is the Muxingzi. Qin Yang explained. What does Muxingzi do? Chu Xuanguang asked. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. You ask me, who do I ask? How do I know what this Muxingzi does? Qin Yang is still confused about this. All the information gathered together can be wrapped into a ball of wool. Just like what Grandma Z said, what you are finally here, what is yours and not yours, Qin Yang is too big to think about it. Should we separate? In case Zhao Kongming finds out. Xuanhuan said with some concern. Qin Yang said, what are you afraid of? Let's find a chance to be him. Xuanhuan said hesitantly, kill him? Didn't he become Muxingzi? And he has connections with the indigenous people here, what tasks did he receive from them? You don't need to worry about those natives are not to worry about, this Muxingzi. Qin Yang frowned and said, I may not be her opponent on this island, Granny Z, even if there is Muling Island. Back up, I don't believe I can't kill him. The two have made a decision to sneak into the island. In the Wood Spirit Hall, the green-haired girl and a group of girls surrounded Granny Z. When they heard that Muxingzi had arrived, everyone's faces showed joy. As long as the Holy Sun comes, the crisis of our spiritual race will definitely be resolved, the green-haired girl said excitedly. The peony girl had a solemn expression, but she was thinking about Qin Yang, who had escaped before. Even Granny Z has manifested her human form, yet she still let the intruder escape? Granny Z's strength is at the peak in the entire secret realm, especially on this Wood Spirit Island. She is an invincible existence. As long as the Wood Spirit Orb is there, no one wants to make trouble on the Wood Spirit Island. But just before, that person not only invaded Wood Spirit Island, but also offended the Wood Spirit Hall. Grandma Z showed up and couldn't keep him? Mother Z, I'm sorry. The peony girl lowered her head. It was the dereliction of duty for the entire Wood Spirit Island spirit race to let the people invade the Wood Spirit Hall. The green-haired girl said, Sister Peony, this time it was just an accident. That kid has done a great job of hiding. If he didn't speak up in front of us, we wouldn't have been able to find him. Next time we see him again, let's join forces and insist on killing him. Catch it alive. Peony frowned and said, Lulua, you can't underestimate him. When there was news of Muxingzi's arrival, Lulua was obviously not worried and said, even if we can't catch him, Muxingzi will definitely be able to. Lulua looked at Granny Z and said coquettishly, Mother-in-law, now that Muxingzi has come to the island, the legend should be told to us. All the girls looked at Granny Z, the legend of this nearly 10,000 years has come to the front. Granny Z looked at the girls kindly and said slowly, my spiritual race has been trapped in this secret realm for 10,000 years, and now, after 10,000 years, is the period of prophecy. The girls listened carefully, the important thing is behind. It was also a prophecy that Granny Z never finished speaking. There is a hint in the prophecy that my spiritual clan will be wiped out 10,000 years from now. Now this prophecy has begun to come true. First, the Fire Spirit clan's Fire Spirit Pearl was stolen, and the entire Fire Spirit clan was destroyed. The Golden Spirit clan was immediately exterminated because of the Fire Spirit Orb. If the Golden Sage hadn't sealed the Golden Spirit beads and sent them out with the power of self-destruction, if the Xuanhuan Empire used the Golden Spirit beads to deal with my Wood Spirit clan again, my clan would not be able to escape this disaster. In this way, the 5 elements are mutually restrained, and we will directly wipe out our spiritual race. This is the catastrophe of the spiritual race. Granny Z took a deep breath and said, even if Saint Jean blew himself up, it only eased the process of the destruction of the spirit race, so I ordered to strictly prevent the invasion of the human race. Mother Z, what about Muxingzi? Lulua asked, curiously. Granny Z said, the prophecy is not detailed, it means that the Holy Sun will come, and the Spirit Clan will turn around. Grasp this opportunity, and the Spirit Clan will be doomed. Sun? Not Muxingzi? Asked Lulua. The difference is huge. Granny Z nodded and said, that's right, it could be Holy Son of Fire, Holy Son of Gold, Holy Son of Earth. As soon as the voice changed, Granny Z said again, but, the Muxingzi has already appeared. I can feel the pure and powerful power of the wooden rules in his body, which is extremely pure. Then it must be him. I'll pick him up now. Lulua was about to pick up Zhao Kongming. Peony grabbed Lulua and shook her head gently. Lulua looked at Granny Z, but saw that Granny Z was lost in thought. A turnaround. What exactly is a turnaround? Granny Z thought of Qin Yang, since it doesn't have to be Mu Xingzi, it doesn't have to be Wu Xingzi either. In other words, the holy son of the human race can do anything. As long as one of the human race stands at the peak of the situation, he can be called a holy child. That kid is so powerful and can escape from his own hands, there is no need to question whether he has the appearance of a holy son, he is simply better than that. But, that kid is practicing the rule of annihilation. The rules of annihilation that only the Lord of Destruction can master. The control of the rules of destruction is not worthy of being called the Lord of Destruction. Because, the rule of destruction is just the same subordinate rule as the rule of annihilation. It is also for this reason that the controller of the rules of obliteration is called the Master of Destruction. The Lord of Destruction, it is impossible for me to become the savior of my spirit clan. Granny Z sighed, which would mean that there would be another disaster in the calamity of the spirit clan. Chapter 545 Mu Xingzi. What a surging wood-type spiritual power. Cultivating here is no less than using the flag of the wood formation. Zhao Kongming breathed greedily, and every time he took a breath, he felt that the power of his rules was strengthened. No matter how much you practice, it's useless, Qin Yang will definitely kill you. Tao Xiaoyao struggled and said. She turned into a little fox, but there was a cane tied around her neck, which was locked by Zhao Kongming and could not escape. She only has the power of a star, whereas Zhao Kongming's opponent at the peak of the God King realm. Big and round eyes, full of anger and grievance. Zhao Kongming's mind moved, Tao Xiaoyao's neck hurt, and the rattan wrapped her neck tightly, making her breathless. Just when he was about to faint, Zhao Kongming stopped. Zhao Kongming said coldly, "Don't worry, I will let you Qin Yang watch. How can I kill Qin Yang? Take back everything that belongs to me." Tao Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with mist, and she was just praying in her heart, hoping that Qin Yang would appear soon. It's like popping up every time you're in danger. But she waited for a long time, but still did not see Qin Yang. There are wood-type spiritual materials and wood-type spiritual medicines everywhere. Zhao Kongming's face was full of greed. What kind of holy land is this? Take back your flag. It is not difficult to become the Lord of Blood Skeletons. Supernatural powers, overgrowth. Zhao Kongming clasped his hands together, and then slapped a palm on a giant tree with strong spiritual energy. The giant tree burst out with infinite vitality, and a refreshing groan sound came to mind. Zhao Kongming was taken aback. This giant tree turned out to be a life with intelligence? With a ruthless heart, Zhao Kongming continued to exert his strength. Excessive growth can stimulate the vitality of wood-type spirit materials and spirit medicines, unleashing all potentials, and then, being swallowed and absorbed by Zhao Kongming. When Bai stimulated his potential, the tree man was of course very comfortable, but then, he felt panic, extreme panic. Zhao Kongming was robbing him of his vitality and devouring everything from him. Mu Xingzi, spare your life. The tree man shouted in horror, wanting to call for help, but he couldn't do it at all. While his power was being stimulated, he was already out of his own control. It's no use calling me anything, Zhao Kongming said indifferently. It didn't take a moment for the tree man to be swallowed up, and the 100 tree disappeared without a trace. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became colder and gloomier. Zhao Kongming looked around vigilantly, and under careful perception, there were actually many creatures similar to the tree man just now. With wisdom, I can gain more power. Zhao Kongming is not only not afraid, but more happy. Just when Zhao Kongming wanted to continue devouring, the ground was suddenly covered with green radishes, and the tender green leaves grew bigger and bigger. One of them is like the palm of a giant, and it is about to be slapped directly. Zhao Kongming snorted disdainfully, clenched his fists in his hands, and shouted loudly, "Supernatural power, Tree Cage Heaven Prison. This is not only an auxiliary supernatural power, but also a powerful supernatural power for offense and defense. The roots of the trees broke out of the ground directly, piercing the leaves of the radish, forming a cage barrier, protecting Zhao Kongming in it. As Mu Xingzi, how can you kill the wood spirit people? Lulua appeared and looked at Zhao Kongming angrily. Zhao Kongming snorted, why is it Mu Xingzi again? Thinking of the task he received from the indigenous people, Zhao Kongming rolled his eyes and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Lulua pointed to the place where a tree man disappeared just now, and said, you killed a wood spirit just now, I saw it with my own eyes. Lulua continued, you are Mu Xingzi, you are obviously here to rescue our spirit race, why do you do this? Mu Xingzi? Rescue the spirit clan? Zhao Kongming sneered in his heart, but he said, I just gave him eternal life. He will become part of my strength and walk side by side with me. Ridiculous. Lulua was furious. Zhao Kongming waved his hand and summoned a wooden giant directly. Deliberately urging the power to inject the just swallowed into the body of the wooden giant, the breath is exactly the same as that of the tree man just now. Lulua was puzzled, is this really the case? The spirit clan has always been keen to perceive the aura of the same clan, and the aura of this wooden giant is indeed that of the tree man. Still wanting to feel it carefully, Zhao Kongming lifted the call. What did you mean by Mu Xingzi? Zhao Kongming asked. Lulua looked at Zhao Kongming suspiciously and said, you will know when you come with me. With that said, he led the way ahead. Zhao Kongming frowned, a little dreaded. Could this be a trap? But it doesn't look like. Whether it's the tree man just now, or the Lulua girl in front of him, they all call themselves the Holy Son of Wood. Could it be that if you practice the rules of the wood system, you still have a supreme status in this wood spirit clan? Zhao Kongming's eyes showed a look of joy. As a result, it might be easier to steal the wood spirit orb. As long as you get the wood spirit orb, you can go back to hand in the quest and climb to the Xuanhuan Empire. Those natives who are here, try to find a way to steal the 1,000 scrolls of spirit treasures. After some calculations, the script is perfect. Zhao Kongming hurriedly followed, not forgetting his divine sense, forcing Tao Xiaoyao to go along with him. Lulua turned back from time to time and looked at Zhao Kongming curiously. When she didn't see it, she was full of expectations. After seeing it, she was a little disappointed. The rules of the wood system are indeed extremely pure, but there is an illusion that makes him panic. Out of the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the fox with a pitiful look on his face, who might cry at any time, and his expression suddenly froze. Lulua thought to herself, could this be what the intruder was looking for, a fox? At the Wood Spirit Hall, the Wood Spirit clan gathered and surrounded the place. Everyone knows that Mu Xingzi is coming, and we welcome him here. Zhao Kongxian was obviously also shocked by this big battle. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity to enter this secret realm. When he looked at a big tree with purple flowers in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. Such a powerful aura, as if he were a small boat standing on the boundless sea, if he could swallow this. Zhao Kongming's heart suddenly tightened, and a bad look stared at him. It was the wooden sage, Granny Z. This old woman is the transformation of this purple tree. Zhao Kongming's heart suddenly burst, too strong, really too strong. At the same time, Zhao Kongming was extremely afraid. The same kind of rules, this old woman has absolute suppression on herself. The old man welcomes the Holy Sun, and he is exhausted, and please enter the Wood Spirit Hall to rest for a while. I have something to ask for advice. Granny Z said politely. The people of the Wood Spirit clan cast envious glances one after another, and being able to enter the Wood Spirit Hall is simply something they dream of. Even the peony and green dill, which are the most favored by Grandma Z, did not have such an honor. Chapter 546, Chasing and Killing. Mu Xingzi is here, our spirit race is saved. Unfortunately, we have to remain vigilant, otherwise we can also go to see the demeanor of the Holy Sun. The two treants communicated in low voices, and their words revealed their worship and admiration for the Son of God. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan stood behind the two tree men and looked at each other. This Zhao Kongming really had a bad luck, and even picked up a Holy Sun's name in vain. Where is Mu Xingzi now? Is it the Wood Spirit Hall? Qin Yang interjected between the two treemen's conversation. Nonsense, where else can you be if you are not in the Wood Spirit Hall? A tree man responded. Where is the Wood Spirit Hall? Xuanhuan asked. Are you kidding me? A tree man turned around and glared. Xuanhuan laughed outright, and heard Qin Yang say that these wooden figurines are slow to respond. As long as you hide your breath well, if you talk to them, they will treat you as their own. Tried it now, and it really does. The tree man was stunned, and the other tree man was also stunned. Xuanhuan waited eagerly, waiting for another joke from Qin Yang, that the two tree men were likely to quarrel among themselves. Sure enough, the two tree men clearly saw that Qin Yang and the two were humans, and immediately attacked. Before the attack, it turned into the body, and they were all towering trees. The strength of the huge branches is overwhelming. I am afraid that a mountain can be shot directly. However, despite their huge size, they also became obstacles to each other. The branches of the two tree men were really entangled together, and then the two tree men quarreled. Let's go to the Wood Spirit Hall. Qin Yang said with a smile. These people from the Wood Spirit clan are so stupid? Xuanhuan asked, with contempt in his eyes. Qin Yang shrugged and said, the Wood Spirits are not only tree people, but also some peony, lulua, peony, etc. They are much smarter than tree people. They also know how to capture alive, how to use beauty tricks, and so on. Beauty plan. Xuanhuan whispered. Snapped. Qin Yang slapped the back of Xuanhuan's head with a palm, causing Xuanhuan to stagger. What are you thinking? Is it still romantic to die as a ghost with peony flowers? Qin Yang feigned angrily scolding. Xuanhuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Qin Yang reminded, don't forget, our goal is to rank in the Qianlong competition. More important than killing Zhao Kongming, there are 2 tasks. 2? Isn't it 4? Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines, and he said, get the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao and repair the 5 elements ascension array. As long as these 2 are completed, the search for the pre-tasks will naturally be completed. Let's not go together later, no, let's go together. Qin Yang revealed his plan and said, I'll chase you all the way, and then you escape. Xuanhuan nodded again, and after listening to the plan, he couldn't help but be speechless. With Qin Yang around, he naturally has a bottom line in his heart, but let's just kill their Mu Xingzi in front of the Wood Spirit clan, isn't that good? Xuanhuan hesitated. There's nothing wrong with me. When I hunt you down, Zhao Kongming will definitely use the power of the Wood Spirit clan to stop me. As long as you don't do anything to Zhao Kongming, the Wood Spirit clan will treat you as a friend. Qin Yang said, you have only one mission, to ensure the safety of Tao Xiaoyao. When the time is right, give Zhao Kongming a surprise. Speaking of this, Qin Yang thought for a while and said, by the way, don't devour his power yet. Are you worried that you will be promoted to God Emperor and won't be able to participate in the subsequent Qianlong competition? Xuanhuan asked. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan said, don't worry, the promotion of a God King to a God Emperor needs to break through. It's not enough to have enough strength. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, I'm worried that he will leave seeds in your body, and then your cultivation and even your life will become his wedding dress. Xuanhuan was taken aback, no way. Why not? The rules of wood are endless, and there are too many evil methods of blood skeletons, so we have to guard against them," Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan nodded, trusting Qin Yang's admonition unconditionally. "Are you ready?" The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. "Ah? Open now." Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but before he could regain his senses, a huge force was slapped on his back. "Although there is no harm, this power is too strong. Begin." The long "L" word was getting farther and farther away. Qin Yang knew the location of the Wood Spirit Hall, so he naturally patted it there. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang shouted angrily, "The blood skeletons are smashed, where can I escape?" The sound was like thunder, and the whole island could hear it clearly. In the Wood Spirit Hall, Granny Z frowned, and he felt the evil aura from Zhao Kongming. This is not the nutrient required for the normal growth of all things, but forcible plunder. These are two different concepts. Even, Granny Z also sensed the panic of the clansmen dying in vain from Zhao Kongming. Wood Spirit Hall, the purple giant tree is also the trunk of the mother-in-law purple. A large hall is located in it, and it does not appear to be a small hall at all. In the main hall, Zhao Kongming's eyes kept turning to the floating green sphere above the hall, in the middle of the roof. The power of the rules of the wood system is a bit stronger than the flag of the wood formation. The people from the Xuanhuan Empire asked me to steal this bead. Zhao Kongming hesitated, and the fire of greed in his heart grew stronger and stronger. How can such a precious wood spirit bead be given away? After a brief exchange, Zhao Kongming already knew his mission as Mu Xingzi, and at the same time, in order to gain trust, he readily agreed, promising to rescue the spiritual race. Granny Z still had some doubts, but the crisis of the spiritual race made her not dare to think too much. Even if it is to build confidence for the Eldar. At this moment, a thunderous roar from the far side of the island came over. A look of fear flashed in Granny Z's eyes. "Is that kid here again?" Zhao Kongming recognized the voice, and his whole body tightened. Blood skeleton smashed? Where to escape? Could it be? Zhao Kongming immediately thought that Xuanhuan, who had come to find him, was being chased by Qin Yang. A light flashed in Zhao Kongming's eyes, and he always suspected Xuanhuan in his heart, but the two of them were grasshoppers on the same boat, and they had to protect each other to be safe and sound, and to not be suspected by the blood skeleton. Now it happened to be removed by Qin Yang's hand? It is also an explanation. But just thinking about it, the outside of the Wood Spirit Hall was in a mess. "Envoy Zhao, save me!" Xuanhuan's cry for help came to his face. Hearing this title, the Wood Spirit people did not stop it. Although this is also a human race, the human race related to Mu Xingzi is naturally not an enemy. Granny Z did not stop Xuanhuan, but let him approach. The figure flashed and led Zhao Kongming to the outside of the hall. Zhao Kongming's face was as ugly as eating a fly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Qin Yang, it's Qin Yang." Xuanhuan looked panicked. Looking around, he found the peach little demon with a pitiful face behind Zhao Kongming. Tao Xiaoyao was instantly overjoyed and said, "Qin Yang is here, just wait to die." Lulua was stunned for a moment, so that person was called Qin Yang? He immediately looked at Muten and said, "Sister Muten, let's join forces this time, we can't let him escape." Peony nodded, and a pure white sword condensed out of her hand. All the wood spirits are waiting for Qin Yang to throw himself into the net. Chapter 547. It's a big battle, it's very lively. Qin Yang looked around the audience, there were countless strong spirits, and they were eager to try. "Zhao Kongming, we meet again. Let me tell you good news, your daughter Zhao Qingya has won the approval of the people and is now the queen of the Aoki Principality," Qin Yang said. Zhao Kongming narrowed his eyes. Of course he knew about these things, but when he thought of the fact that a dignified lord of a duchy was driven away, his face suddenly became very ugly. Are you here to tell me these things? Zhao Kongming said solemnly, in my opinion, are you here to steal the wood spirit orb? As soon as these words came out, all the spirits suddenly became furious, and everyone's eyes were red, as if they had encountered a mortal enemy. Mu Lingzhu? Qin Yang blinked and said, if you say yes, that's it. Haha. Zhao Kongming laughed directly. This Qin Yang was really reckless. He knew that he had dug a hole for him, but he still wanted to jump in. Now that there is no need for him to do anything, the spirit clan will not let Qin Yang go. Last time I let you run away, this time I want to see how you can run. Lulua shouted and slapped her palm. Lu Yingying's big handprint was photographed on the head, full of vitality. Although there is no killing energy, but being caught by this palm, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. It turned out to be because of this. Qin Yang looked at Lulua and understood why this girl always wanted to capture her alive. You have to learn from the peony beside you, you are a little worse than her. Qin Yang pointed to the girl peony. Peony clenched the pure white sword and snorted, you can call peony too? Immediately kill with a sword. Before the palm of his hand came, this sword came first. Qin Yang's attention was on Granny Z and Zhao Kongming, but with a wave of his hand, Lulua's big handprint was smashed away, and then he stretched out his hand, and the pure white sword of peony was controlled by Qin Yang again. The cooperation is pretty good, but the strength is too poor. Qin Yang shook his head gently. Lulua's attack is mainly to contain, and peony is the real killer. Dare to be presumptuous on the Wood Spirit Island, and even more dare to fight against the Spirit Clan in the Wood Spirit Hall, you will know the price. Mu Dan said, and when he loosened his hand, he released the pure white sword directly. Huh? Qin Yang stared at the pure white sword in his hand, and in an instant it turned into countless petals flying away, unable to hold it. These petals are even more severe than Granny Z's, and they also have the scent of Granny Z. It's Granny Z's spiritual blessing. Qin Yang saw through the mystery and no longer despised it. If that's the case, then I'll accompany you to have a good time. Qin Yang turned to Xuanhuan, who nodded slightly. Qin Yang shouted violently, clenched his fists, and immediately raised them high. Divine ability, destroy the earthquake fist. A Tenjiang statue suddenly appeared, and the fist charged down, the frequency became faster and faster, and the power became more and more fierce. The shadows of fists in the sky smashed down, like a bomber flying over. All the spirits hurriedly avoided. Lulua held up the defense, and was also scattered by a punch. If it wasn't for Peony's quick action to take it away, this series of divine fists would be enough to directly smash Lulua, who underestimated the enemy, into annihilation powder on the spot. Boom boom boom. A loud noise shook the ground. The flowers of the giant purple tree were also shaken off, forming a rain of flowers all over the sky. The purple flower rain gathered into a torrent, washed over, and the statue of the giant was washed and shattered directly. The trend continued unabated, and the purple torrent rushed towards Qin Yang again. Qin Yang smiled and put his palms together in front of his chest. Divine ability, Eye of the Storm. A sky-reaching tornado appeared directly, and no matter how strong the purple torrent was, it couldn't rush into it. The huge tornado formed by the jet-black color of the annihilating power was directly dyed purple. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the entire tornado. Supernatural powers, big smashing monument. Using the tornado as a weapon and using another magical martial skill, the power is even stronger. The tornado hit it directly, and Granny Z showed a solemn expression on her face. She hurriedly used her spiritual sense, and a purple barrier defended all the spirit races. Is he so powerful? Is this the true power of a monk in the world of stars? Peony muttered to herself, with such power, it is enough to crush them, and only Granny Z can compete with it. Zhao Kongming took a short breath. How could this kid have so many martial skills? Have you realized the peak of excellence? At this moment, Zhao Kongming finally understood why Qin Yang was so powerful. Previously, I always felt that I could defeat Qin Yang, but that was a complete illusion, and even Qin Yang's supernatural powers and martial skills were not forced out much. Without showing so many supernatural powers and martial skills, it will naturally make people feel that Qin Yang's power is just the power of comprehension rules. Qin Yang himself did not expect the martial arts to be displayed so well. Crazy Dragon Palm. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth, pulling his palms. Under the urging of strength, 100 Zhang Shenlong appeared out of thin air. I want to remind you that my annihilation rule can be break the defense. Qin Yang smiled softly. If it was a one-on-one confrontation, Granny Z would still be his opponent. If you are tied down because of so many spiritual races, and the defense you use to protect all spiritual races, then Granny Z is simply vulnerable. Ow! A dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and Shenlongjiu was wrapped in endless annihilation power and directly rushed through the barrier. Just as the wild beasts broke into the sheepfold, all the spirit races forgot to resist in horror. Under the suppression of this pure force, they were like lambs to be slaughtered, without the ability to resist. Luoweijian. Peony's voice was extremely clear, and the white petals flew high into the sky, pointing directly at Qin Yang, who was stepping on the dragon's jade head. Although the strength can compete with me, if it is compared to martial arts, you are far behind. Divine ability, meteorite drops. Qin Yang raised his left hand high, as if guiding something. Thousands of miles above the sky, it was like a meteorite landing in the sky. 1, 2, 5, 10. Each meteorite produced flames due to its speed, and fell down with a long tail of flames. Peony's face was ashen, and the power of this martial skill was too great. Grandma Z was extremely shocked. If this kid used so many martial arts before, she might not be his opponent. At the same time, there is some regret. This kid is obviously inexperienced in combat, and he only fell into his control before. Why didn't he kill him directly at that time? Thinking of this, Grandma Z felt helpless in her heart. She couldn't trap him, so how could she kill him? This trick of falling meteorites completely restrained Granny Z. Because Granny Z's body and even the entire Wood Spirit Island couldn't move at all. The accuracy and speed of the meteorite's continuous descent is actually extremely slow compared to most martial arts, but its power is beyond that of almost all martial arts. It is indeed the best martial skill to use in such a situation. Even the small flower sea. The Peony girl shouted loudly, and all the Wood Spirit tribesmen gathered their strength together, and a sea of flowers stood up, fused with the strength of Granny Z, and defended together. Thousands of trees grow. The tree people also took this hand and exerted all their strength. All the tree people turned into their bodies at this moment, and a tree giant stood tall. Chapter 548. I am not a butcher. In the waters outside Muling Island, a magic warship hides its aura. Lu Zhou, who was dressed as a middle-aged scholar, shrank his pupils sharply, looking at the 10 huge meteorites above Muling Island. His heart skipped a beat. All the people of the Xuanhuan Empire also boarded the deck of the battleship, watching this scene like the end of the world. Could it be that the Terran who took the mission just now did it? What's that person's name? Zhao Kongming? Is he so strong? Everyone whispered, and it didn't take long for the meteorite to land on Muling Island. One after another, the shock waves set off a wave of the weather, and the sea was also rolled back into waves, constantly slapping on the defensive array of the magical warship. Lu Zhou was overjoyed and immediately ordered, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime fighter plane, ready to attack Muling Island." Lu Jun, Tan Qing and other young men and women looked tight and hurriedly gathered together. Lu Zhou muttered something in his mouth and summoned a scroll. The scroll was opened, and the fighting spirit Ling Tian was actually hiding 1,000,000 army in the scroll. And young people such as Lu Jun and Tan Qing entered another scroll. Each of these scrolls is actually like the entrance to a pseudo-secret realm. Millions of troops flew out of the painting scroll with countless magical warships, and then overwhelming the sky and rushing towards Muling Island. Why did you stop? Granny Z looked at the despairing wood spirit clansman and looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. As the Lord of Destruction, destroying everything is a matter of course. As a result, Muling Island was destroyed, and Granny Z was not surprised. However, Qin Yang finally withdrew his hand. Although the momentum was great and the Wood Spirit Island was devastated, there were not many Wood Spirit people who were really hurt. No one has fallen. I'm not a butcher. Qin Yang frowned. There is no deadly feud with the spirit race, and Qin Yang doesn't want to waste his experience on the natives of this mysterious realm. It is better not to do anything. Besides, Qin Yang is not a bloodthirsty person. With such meteorites falling in succession, the meteorites condensed by the power of annihilation smashed down, and with various bonuses, the power was too powerful. Even if Granny Z wanted to be alone, it might not be easy, let alone to keep all the wood spirit people. With such martial skills, even Qin Yang felt a little too bullying. I also fight for protection, and I appreciate you all very much. Qin Yang stepped on the jade head of the dragon, high above, like a god, overlooking all living beings. Just now, everyone joined hands to resist without fear of death, which made Qin Yang feel moved. The powerful ones stood at the forefront, while some weaker ones, some young wood spirit races, were under heavy protection. Let me ask, in such a scene, how can Qin Yang really do it? Respected Lord of Destruction, what do you want to get? Granny Z lowered her head. Peony, Lulua, and the others were shocked. Did Granny Z, who has always been invincible, admit defeat? Peony's eyes were flushed, and she said, Mother Z, we're the ones who have implicated you. Granny Z shook her head and said, Silly child, what's the matter? We're a family. He looked up at Qin Yang, waiting for Qin Yang's reply. Qin Yang was looking for Zhao Kongming's figure, but found that Zhao Kongming actually slipped. Chu Xuanhuan's spiritual sense came, Zhao Kongming didn't dare to fight you, he ran away, and I ran away with him. Tao Xiaoyao was thrown away by my excuse, and she is still on Muling Island. Qin Yang's voice transmission replied, okay. Looking at the numerous wood spirit clansmen, and then at Granny Z, Qin Yang said, I want to find a fox. ? Almost all the wood spirits on Muling Island looked astonished. What does this sentence sound like? Find a fox, which has been known by all the wood spirit races before. This is what the intruder said, and it was asked by everyone. But now, you are still looking for a fox? Granny Z's aura was too strong, her divine sense was too strong, and there were all the members of the wood spirit tribe here. Granny Z looked somewhere, stretched out her hand and waved, and the purple petals would fly directly into the distance, picking up the bewildered peach little demon. Qin Yang, you've finally come to save me. Woohoo! Tao Xiaoyao jumped over and threw herself into Qin Yang's arms. Qin Yang looked at the rattan collar on Tao Xiaoyao's neck, stretched out his hand and pinched it lightly, cutting it directly. Gently rubbed Tao Xiaoyao, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing, what a sad child, I can understand why your sister won't let you leave her. Recalling the past, almost all of Tao Xiaoyao were in a captive state, and they were all rescued by Qin Yang. Let's go and find someone else. Qin Yang said. At the same time, a treasure hunt mouse was released, indicating that the treasure hunt avenue can be started directly. The treasure hunter squealed excitedly, stretched out his little finger, and pointed to the wood spirit hall. Qin Yang's head was covered in black lines, and the people of the wood spirit tribe were also shocked. Could it be that Qin Yang has his eyes on the wood Lingzhu? Under the perception of Granny Z's spiritual sense, her figure trembled. No, the wood spirit pearl has been stolen. Qin Yang looked at the treasure-hunting mouse in surprise. The treasure-hunting mouse nodded, and then pointed to the distant horizon. At this time, there was a magic weapon warship, and 1,000,000 troops, directly attacked. The hearts of all the spirit races are cold. Qin Yang is in front, and the army of Xuanhuan Empire is in the back. Could it be that the demise of Wood Spirit Island is just today? Crack! Qin Yang flicked his fingers, making the treasure hunter's brain full of gold stars. Qin Yang said angrily, "It's almost a monster of the God King level, and it's so squeaking, why don't you translate it for me?" The voice of the treasure-hunting mouse Kotaro resounded aggrievedly, and said, "Zhao Kongming stole the wood spirit bead just now in the chaos, and now he is in those magical warships." The treasure hunter stared at it with small eyes and said, "On the penultimate magic weapon ship." Qin Yang immediately looked at him. "Is this little thing more accurate than radar? Even Granny Z couldn't sense it, how could this treasure hunter lock so easily?" Under the fearful gaze of all the Wood Spirit clan, Qin Yang stepped on the dragon jade and disappeared directly in place. Is he really gone? Isn't he really here to attack us? Isn't he on the side of Xuanhuan Empire? The people of the Wood Spirit tribe looked at each other in dismay, and before they could think about it, they were all preparing for the battle. In the distance of Muling Island, several practitioners from the sky world were investigating with their spiritual senses. There is actually a war in this secret realm? I really don't have a clue as to where the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao and the 5 elements ascension array are. Why don't we join in the fun? Alright. Several people discussed it and flew over directly. Those who can participate in the Qianlong Hegemony tournament can naturally walk sideways in this God King level secret realm, and naturally they are not afraid. Hegemony Order can not only record points, but also see other people's surveillance images. The premise is that the other party is not blocked. At the same time, it can also be used as a means of communication, although it can only communicate text. But the news of the war here soon spread, and more cultivators from the sky rushed over. Chapter 549. How could there be a war between the spirit race and the human race? Xuanhuan Guqing held the hegemony order, puzzled. Emperor Tiangang had already reconciled with her, and immediately snorted, "If you are not my race, their hearts will be different. Listen to me earlier, and kill all these alien races. Why is it so troublesome? It's very simple for us, but we have made so many variables." Xuanhuan Guqing was silent. Emperor Tiangang said, "Jiang Changwei is too soft-hearted, as an alliance military advisor, but not for the sake of the alliance." Xuanhuan Guqing shook his head and said, "Let's not mention the past. His achievements cannot be erased." Emperor Tiangang was speechless. Xuanhuan Guqing said, "The 5 elements ascension array, the core of which is the 5 element spirit orbs, which are controlled by the 5 element spirit clan. Now that the spirit clan is fighting against the human race, these 5 element spirit orbs must not be lost." After speaking, Xuanhuan Guqing added, "Even if it's just to complete the task to get points, the 5 elements of spiritual beads must be refinished, and even the 5-element ascension formation must be rearranged." Emperor Tiangang took a deep breath, obviously unhappy in his heart. If it wasn't for Jiang Chengwei's insistence on keeping these spiritual races, with their identities, it would be just a matter of words to complete the task with their convenience in this secret realm. "Would you like to summon the god of war to assist the Xuanhuan Empire in attacking the spiritual race?" Emperor Tiangang asked. "Of course not." The divine light in Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes disappeared. "Go directly to the Xuanhuan Empire. I would like to know how this Xuanhuan Empire dares to call itself an empire." Back then, Xuanhuan was only a duchy, a vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire, stationed in this secret realm. Unexpectedly, today, 10,000 years later, these people dare to call the empire. For Xuanhuan Guqing, this is an offense that is never allowed. Have you got the wood spirit orb? Lu Zhou asked eagerly. Zhao Kongming and Chu Xuanguang boarded the battleship, and everyone was gnashing their teeth towards Chu Xuanguang. Qin Yang, who had previously traveled with Chu Xuanguang, humiliated everyone present, and a hidden poem called everyone crazy. But in front of Mu Lingzhu, everyone temporarily suppressed their anger. There are only Lu Zhou and a group of soldiers on the magic weapon warship. These people will naturally focus on the overall situation, and the previous things have not been mentioned much. Zhao Kongming hesitated for a while, but still took out the wood spirit bead. Lu Zhou was overjoyed and reached out his hand to grab it. Zhao Kongming quickly put it away. Lu Zhou said displeasedly, "Brother Zhao, what do you mean?" "Brother Lu, don't get me wrong. This wood spirit orb is only temporarily placed with me. After you recommend it to me, I will personally present it to Emperor Xuanhuan," Zhao Kongming said. Both of them are cunning and cunning, how could they not know each other's thoughts? It's nothing more than a credit grab. Lu Zhou sneered in his heart, it's just a foreign savage, even if you hand over the wood spirit beads to the Xuanhuan Empire, isn't the credit still mine? Immediately, Pai Sharo said without a smile, okay, just do as Brother Zhao wants. As soon as his voice changed, Lu Zhou asked, the previous powerful attack was Brother Zhao's method? Zhao Kongming raised his brows and said, no. Lu Zhou was surprised, who else could that be? The enemy. Zhao Kongming said coldly. The biggest reason for not handing over the wood spirit orb is to fight against Qin Yang. The wooden array flag is now in Qin Yang's hands. If there is no resistance from the wood spirit orb, he will have no chance of winning. It was not because of fear that he left before. But on the wood spirit island, he stole the wood spirit bead, which is equivalent to having two great enemies, Qin Yang and the wood spirit clan at the same time. How is the enemy stronger than you? Lu Zhou asked tentatively. If you want to come, this person must be a foreign savage. The power of that martial skill was too frightening, and such a strong enemy still had to be taken seriously. Of course not as good as me, Zhao Kongming said confidently. Chu Xuanguang pouted again, and Lu Zhou noticed the small movement. Lu Zhou asked with a bad expression, where's the guy named Qin Yang from before? You two made fun of us, how come you are here, but you don't see him now? After the business is over, it is natural to calculate the previous account. Zhao Kongming was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chu Xuanguang suspiciously. Judging from Lu Zhou's tone, this Qin Yang was with Chu Xuanguang before, and it didn't seem like a chasing and killing relationship. For a long time, there has been a knot in Zhao Kongming's heart. That is, Qin Yang Mingming could kill Chu Xuanguang directly, but he did not do so. Can kill Tu Tianxiong, one of the blood gods, but still can't kill Chu Xuanguang? On the contrary, Chu Xuanguang gained the great benefits and became a God King Realm 9-level powerhouse. Even under mutual cover with himself, the suspicion of the blood skeleton was avoided, and Chu Xuanguang once again benefited, and directly became the blood god. After thinking about it, Zhao Kongming was in a cold sweat. Could it be? Chu Xuanguang looked at Lu Zhou blankly, and asked, what do you mean? Why did we play tricks on you? That has nothing to do with me, and I don't know how to write poetry. Having said that, Zhao Kongming suddenly became confused. He just went to Muling Island by himself. What happened here? This time, I don't. We'll let you go. A faint voice sounded, and Qin Yang's figure appeared directly on the deck. Lu Zhou was instantly furious and shouted, come on the sword. Following the words, a divine sword flew from the sky and killed Qin Yang directly. Even if Zhao Kongming pleads for you, I won't spare you, Lu Zhou said. The reason why he was so excited was not only because of the previous humiliation, but also because he pondered Qin Yang's hidden head poems carefully. Qin Yang's talent for talent and learning simply made him unable to believe it. More because of fear? Question mark. Zhao Kongming looked bewildered. I beg for mercy? I beg for him? I wish he died quickly. In an instant, Zhao Kongming figured it out. This Xuanhuan was indeed a deliberate arrangement by Qin Yang. Rongtian fist. Xuanhuan didn't hide it. The Rongtian fist that Qin Yang had passed down had already been cultivated to the pinnacle by him. Rongtianquan, the stronger the enemy, the stronger the fist, the more you fight, the more courageous, the more you fight, the stronger. I learned the exercises from Tu Tianxiong, and the bloody battles of the 8 wildernesses complement each other with this Rongtianquan. Xuanhuan's strength is not weak at all. Tree Cage Heaven Prison. Zhao Kongming directly exerted all his strength and used his supernatural powers. The entire magic weapon warship was immediately wrapped into the heavenly prison. Brush. A slashing voice sounded, and Lu Zhou's sword came in and stabbed Qin Yang. Boom. Xuanhuan punched the tree root, directly smashing a piece of the tree cage into slag. At the same time, a half-moon annihilation slash seemed to cut through the space, and the entire tree cage was divided into 2, neatly cut, and even the flying boat with the magic weapon was cut in half. Regarding Lu Zhou's offensive, Qin Yang just twisted his body and escaped. The battle was about to start, and the power that erupted here also made the army of 1 million suddenly stagnate. Lu Zhou, here, is the commander-in-chief of this battle. The headquarters was beheaded. How can we fight this battle? For a time, millions of troops, magic warships all over the sky, gathered and surrounded, and the core battle circle was surrounded by water. Chapter 550. I advise you not to court death. Wood Spirit Island, all the Wood Spirit clansmen are waiting. The Xuanhui Empire has great ambitions, and its strength should not be underestimated. Now that the Wood Spirit Orb has been stolen by the Muxingzi, while all the spirit races are annoyed, they are also a little worried. Could it be that the Wood Spirit clan will be destroyed like the Fire Spirit clan and the Golden Spirit clan? It's all my fault, I saw the wrong person. Granny Z blamed herself. Among the human race, few people can practice such pure wooden rules. It's not Granny Z's fault. Peony said. Up to now, all the spirit races are also very curious, how exactly Zhao Kongming cultivated the power of the wood system rules. If they can add the wooden array flag in Qin Yang's hands, they may be able to understand. Since Zhao Kongming is not the Holy Son of Wood, who is the Holy Son who really came to rescue our spiritual race? Lulua asked. Granny Z shook her head, saying that she didn't know. Looking at the millions of troops in chaos on Muling Island, thinking of Qin Yang's figure, he began to feel uncertain. The wood spirit beads were stolen, and the people of the wood spirit tribe were not panicked. Because the wooden sage, Granny Z, is different from the fire sage and the golden sage, Granny Z doesn't rely on the wood spirit beads. Grandma Z's strongest strength is divine sense. If the Xuanhui Empire thinks that stealing the Wood Spirit Orb will destroy our Wood Spirit clan, I must make them look good. The pure white sword in Peony's hand lit up. Field, Wood Realm. In the army, a loud shout came. The sea surface was ups and downs, and towering trees grew directly, one after another, like another Wood Spirit Island. The magic warships were all farther away, and all the Xuanhui Empire powerhouses left the magic warships and rushed in. Qin Yang, now I have the Wood Spirit Orb, and my strength is stronger than before. I will even kill you today with Xuanhuan. Divine ability, thousand-handed wood god. On the new Wood Spirit Island, Zhao Kongming directly summoned a wooden man of 100 feet in the wood world, with nearly 1,000 arms growing out of his back. Lu Zhou watched from the side, startled. This Zhao Kongming really couldn't underestimate him. What a big tone, I want to see who you killed today. Xuanhuan did not show weakness and opened his own field. Domain, Savage Blood Fury. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and blood-colored mist rose directly around him, and endless blood water seeped out from the ground of the wood world, like a sea of blood. This is a variant domain of the blood realm, which is more powerful than the blood realm. The sea of blood seemed to be boiling, bubbling straight, and in the sea of blood, a shadow of blood formed a figure. It was Tu Tianxiong. Zhao Kongming's pupils shrank, staring at this figure, then at Xuanhuan, and took a deep breath. You swallowed Tu Tianxiong, but completely controlled his power. However, if you think this can compete with me, is too naive. Standing above the thousand-handed wood god, Zhao Kongming stretched out his hand and waved. The 1,000 arms behind the wood god waved in unison. Blood Shadow Tu Tianxiong displayed his magical powers to fight against him. After a battle, the blood skeleton's ability was directly displayed incisively and vividly. Xuanhuan's blood energy penetrated into the wooden god's body, and the wooden god's fist turned into his own power. Zhao Kongming was also unequivocal. He waved his hand and broke the arm. At the foot of the wood god, he was also absorbing the power of the sea of blood, and the battle was actually stalemate. The Luzhou catalog is different. Is this Xuanhuan so strong? Suddenly remembering that he seemed to have forgotten something, he looked up suddenly. Qin Yang was watching a play there. It's not that Qin Yang doesn't intervene, it's just that he doesn't get involved. Although Xuanhuan and Zhao Kongming have completely different powers, their fundamental nature is the same. As soon as the fight started, you have me, and I have you. If you go down to the absolute limit, whether you will cause harm to Zhao Kongming or prevent Xuanhuan from swallowing. Remembering Qin Yang's exhortation, Xuanhuan did not incorporate the swallowed power into his body, but directly urged him to attack. It seemed to be 1 point stronger than Zhao Kongming in terms of combat power, but his ability to fight for a long time was too weak. Qin Yang is looking for an opportunity, so Zhao Kongming will always focus on himself. In this wood world, Zhao Kongming's body is not the one standing on the head of the wood god. Qin Yang will naturally not attack stupidly. That's what Zhao Kongming intended to release the realm directly. If you want to kill him, unless you destroy the entire wood world. You humiliated us before, let me see, what skills do you have? Lu Zhou said, reaching out and waving his hand. The power of talent is attached to a certain place, and it has acquired a powerful power of heaven and earth. Directly condensed a giant sword and slashed it down. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and raised it to block the mighty-looking giant sword. His body was under the giant sword, giving people the feeling of a mighty beetle shaking a tree. However, Qin Yang's figure did not move at all, but the huge divine sword could no longer cut down half a point. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He followed his words and shouted, "Thunder!" Boom! Thunder exploded in the clear sky, and a purple thunder burst into the wood world like a thunder dragon. Hey! Qin Yang still did not dodge or evade, and was stunned by the electricity. She was numb, and her hair was standing up. Only the body trembled and returned to normal. Lu Zhou swallowed and spit. This thunderbolt was enough to crack a mountain and crack a rock, and bombard a mountain into powder. Qin Yang was actually unscathed? I advise you not to seek death. I just want to kill Zhao Kongming and take away the wood spirit orb, that's all. Qin Yang's eyes turned into annihilating dragon eyes, and the terrifying power made Zhao Kongming in the battle attack. Looking at Lu Zhou coldly, he said, I don't want your army of millions to die, so it's best to step back. Lu Zhou was in a hurry and said angrily, you still know that I have an army of millions? Now that you are surrounded by an army, you have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Do you think you are an emperor? Why would I listen to your orders? After a pause, Lu Zhou looked at Qin Yang and said, if you can help me fight, maybe I will spare your life. Qin Yang raised his brows, you spare my life again? Immediately his face was calm, and he asked indifferently, are you going to be my enemy? Joke, you are only one person. Your companion will die under Zhao Koming's hands sooner or later. How dare you shout like this? Under my army of millions, you are nothing but ants in front of a cart. Qin Yang nodded and said, okay, I see. Lu Zhou's heart suddenly jumped. Why is this kid a little weird? There was an ominous premonition in my heart. By the way, I have to remind you that the number of people means nothing to me. Qin Yang fiddled with the hegemony order and received the signal again. At the same time, Qin Yang rushed out of the wood world, and Lu Zhou naturally led the strong men to chase after him. As soon as you put down your harsh words, you turned your face and fled? Can you escape? Lu Zhou laughed. Pursue after the victory. Chapter 551. The foreplay is too long. Outside the secret realm, the pictures of the contestants are displayed on the major light screens. The progress of the contestants in the star realm is extremely smooth, and the points are already a lot ahead. In contrast, after entering the secret realm after experiencing the closed door at the beginning, none of the contestants in the realm of the gods actually got points. All the Divine King stage contestants were scattered everywhere, but at this time they seemed to be heading somewhere inland. The picture changed and came to a sea. All viewers are curious, who is this? In the picture, Qin Yang was surrounded by millions of troops, and the magic warships were overwhelming. A group of powerful gods and kings are chasing Qin Yang? My god, Qin Yang is actually being hunted down? What the hell did he do? Most people are on land, why did Qin Yang go to sea? Someone noticed two mewling islands from the picture. One of them, the aftermath of the battle made it impossible for the magic warships to approach. Who is fighting? Don't care who is fighting, Qin Yang stopped. Everyone was staring at the light screen, and the audience who felt bored at first suddenly cheered up. Lu Zhou frowned, a feeling of being spied on in his heart, which seemed to be an illusion again. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Yang's stopped figure, and sneered, what? Not escaping? Did you know that he couldn't escape? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't want to run away, I just want you to die for something worthwhile. Qin Yang immediately raised his head and looked around for the camera. As a last resort, Mr. Qiqiao sent a divine sense to Qin Yang's token. I don't know what you're looking for, but I have to tell you that the angle is controlled by me. Don't worry, I won't miss Renjing. Qin Yang snorted, looked at Lu Zhou, and said slowly, I warned you, but you didn't listen. There was no conflict, but you insisted on meddling in my personal affairs. After a brief explanation, Lu Zhou and other Xuanhuan Empire powerhouses were completely confused. What is he doing? How do you say so much nonsense? The audience in the sky are also very curious. This Qin Yang seems to be a little different from the Qin Yang they know. At the same time, in the secret realm, the contestants of the God King also came up with the hegemony orders, and the precise formation was urging them. One side of the screen appeared in front of everyone, and they also saw the scene. Jiang Chengwei had a headache, and Huang Quan, beside her, was speechless. I said, he will definitely not go to any Xuanhuan Empire. There are treasure hunters, and he may go to find treasures. Huang Quan said. Jiang Chengwei turned out to be wrong and said, as long as you inquire a little, you will know that the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao are in Xuanhuan. Why doesn't Qin Yang go? Huang Quan said again, what do you think Qin Yang is doing? Jiang Chengwei thought about it for a while, and suddenly her face was full of shock, her eyes fixed on the light screen. You said it. Huang Quan urged. Qin Yang blocked the hegemony order before, but now he suddenly opened it again, and said so much nonsense. If I guess correctly, this may just be foreplay, telling all the audience why he did this. Jiang Chengwei analyzed. In the picture, Qin Yang's generals are inseparable from the cause and effect. It is indeed these soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire, seeking their own death. Seeking a dead end? Huang Quan scratched his head and suddenly reacted, could it be? Enough, are you finished? Lu Zhou shouted, stopping Qin Yang. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, "It should be very clear, so I will ask you to change. Do you really want to die?" Lu Zhou laughed loudly and said, "Courting death? Who is courting death? I see that you have good strength, but I really don't want to kill you. I will give you another chance. If you surrender, be my slave and serve me. Fight, I can spare your life." Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, "I hate what others say to spare my life, as if it could kill me. If that's the case, then don't blame me." Lu Zhou's eyes flashed with coldness, and with a single order, more than 10 soldiers of the God King realm rushed towards Qin Yang. In midair, they began to use various means. Just uttering a single sentence lightly can attract the response of the power of heaven and earth. Obviously there is a new training system, but you still use the original fighting method. Qin Yang said contemptuously, "It's so nondescript, you dare to challenge me." Qin Yang closed his eyes gently and opened them again. His eyes were extremely indifferent. Everything he did before was just foreplay. As I said earlier, it is valuable to let these people die, and this value is to let everyone know the end of Qin Yang's enemy. Domain, Ordinary World. Divine Ability, Long Wei Jujia. 2 voices sounded in succession, one behind the other. The translucent mask opened, instantly enclosing the dozen or so soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire. Their faces showed contempt, but when they were shrouded in translucent light, their expressions suddenly changed greatly. In an instant, they lost all their power, just like scholars who were powerless. Then, the lacquer black light. The hood lights up, the ordinary world domain is cancelled, and the momentary transformation, before they can regain control of their own power, ushered in a devastating blow. Under the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm, Qin Yang can kill everything in seconds, by only using the absolute realm. Even more so? After the black light, the world became clear and bright, and the dozen or so soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire had disappeared. What happened? How is this going? What about those people? Everyone was at a loss, only those who had played against Qin Yang knew what was going on with those people. One move kills in seconds, and there's no scum left. Huang Quan tooted in admiration, but it was a little strange. It's not a deterrent to kill people like this. Sure enough, Lu Zhou didn't understand what was going on at all, and thought that Qin Yang had changed the trick and made those people disappear. All the soldiers obey the order, kill Qin Yang, and reward them. Lu Zhou ordered, and his voice resounded throughout the world. It also spread far to the real Wood Spirit Island. Both Granny Z and the Wood Spirit clan heard this sentence, and Peony said in surprise, "Could it be that Qin Yang is fighting a million army alone? Is he rescuing our spirit clan?" Lulua said in disbelief, "Could this Qin Yang be our holy son?" Qin Yang watched the magical treasure ship rushing towards him. He let out a long breath, and said, "Handan is a learner. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao made you accustomed to comfort and gain for nothing, and made you arrogant but without the strength to match it. Since it's wrong, let me correct it for you." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, his left hand held the sword, and his right hand stretched out his palm. As the right hand swiped, the swords of annihilation were formed behind one after another, and there were nearly 1,000 swords. Chapter 552 Killing Zhao Kongming. Surrounded by divine sword, like a black lotus flower. At the same time, the aura of annihilating the power of the rules is all contained in each divine sword, but people can't feel the fear of powerful power. Jinghong Sword Finger. This is the stunt of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. In the world of the sky, all the audience did not expect that the first person from the 8 Shinto clans to show their stunts in front of the world turned out to be Qin Yang. And it's a stunt that has been lost for thousands of years. Hey, isn't that the sword? My sword is even bigger. Lu Zhou shouted, "The sword is coming." The soldiers of the Xuanhui Empire also shouted, "Come on the sword!" At the same time, countless colorful divine swords were condensed, like a sea of swords. Qin Yang grinned and waved his right hand gently, as if to say hello. The thousand-handed extinction divine sword shot out directly from behind. At the same time, Lu Zhou also ordered, "Kill." The two waves of sword rain collided directly. Although the Xuanhui Empire was more powerful, the moment they touched it, they were killed by Qin Yang's divine sword. A sword of annihilation is invincible and invincible. A soldier of the Xuanhui Empire was still aware of the annihilation after being struck by the sword. But as the sword was hit, the body slowly disappeared, and the panic was not even expressed, and the whole person disappeared. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally knew why the dozen or so soldiers had disappeared. The cold air poured through his back, causing his eyes to widen in horror. Too many. Qin Yang frowned, and the sword in his hand changed. Every extinction divine sword burst apart and turned into a small sword that filled the sky. Between heaven and earth, it seems that black rain is falling, but every drop is a reminder. As Qin Yang's sword pointed, everything returned to nothingness. Lu Zhou thought that Qin Yang's sword move was changed, because the sword was broken due to lack of strength. Instead, he ordered with great joy, "Listen to all the soldiers, he can't hold it anymore, kill him for me." Frightened his volume, but just after announcing this order, Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on him instead. A drop of black rain shot at him. Lu Zhou's pupils trembled violently, and he didn't realize until he got closer, where was the previous divine sword broken? This is completely transformed into thousands of small swords. This drop of black rain is not a raindrop at all, but a small sword the size of a raindrop. To be able to control the power to such a degree, this control is enough to make him fear. Cut. Lu Zhou called out a giant sword that radiated divine light, and looked directly at the small sword. The giant sword shattered instantly, starting from the point of contact, and gradually vanishing. Lu Zhou kept urging his strength to break the small sword away. Lu Zhou was overjoyed, it's not impossible to deal with. But when he saw that the sky was full of these little black swords, he was suddenly desperate. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong in his chest, and when he lowered his head to take a look, he was so frightened that he lost his mind. I don't know when, my chest was actually pierced by a sword. And the chest turned out to be nothingness, and this nothingness is still spreading. Speechless, he finally began to regret before dying. None of the soldiers of the Xuanhui Empire could understand Qin Yang's attack. They only had one thought in their hearts, and that was to kill Qin Yang. The army of millions, if seen from a distance, is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed slowly, and in the secret realm, all the God King contestants were silent, and those who were on their way stopped. Outside the secret, all those who watched this scene in front of the light screen were as silent as death. When there were only a few magic weapon warships left in the picture, everyone realized that in the line of sight, those magic weapon warships disappeared immediately. In the world, Qin Yang is the only one left. Only the Muling Island that is still at war in the distance. Let everyone know that all this is not an illusion. Broken. Qin Yang patted his forehead. Everyone was taken aback. In the light screen, Qin Yang's image was talking to himself, Kiran Jade Cushion Carp. Qin Yang scratched his head, it would be a waste of food to lose such delicious fish. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang blocked the hegemony order. Unicorn Jade Cushion Carp? What is that? Sounds like a fish? Everyone was confused by Qin Yang's last sentence, but the shock was still unquenchable when one person killed an army of 1 million before. Inland, Xuanhuan Guqing and Emperor Tiangang stood in the same place. Emperor Tiangang snorted softly and said, "There are not many real powerhouses, or none at all. I can do this too." Xuanhuan Guqing said with a profound meaning, "You can destroy 1 million troops with a single shot." What's strong is not just the means. The atmosphere fell silent, and the two continued on their way. Wood Spirit Island, all the Wood Spirit clansmen cheered. Such a great enemy was destroyed like this? The Wood Spirit tribe's crisis was instantly resolved. A strange brilliance flashed in Granny Z's eyes, and she thought to herself, could it be that our holy son, the one who can save the spiritual race, is the one who controls the power of the rules of annihilation? On the other woodling island, Xuanhuan's face was a little pale, but his eyes were still very firm. Qin Yang dodged and came above him. Zhao Kongming's eyelids twitched, his spiritual sense swept over, and he was stunned. The Xuanhui Empire has withdrawn? In the whole world, where is there a single hair of a million army? Qin Yang smiled, but said, they're all gone. Zhao Kongming was immediately furious. Didn't this sell himself? Zhao Kongming believes that Qin Yang has the ability to deter millions of troops. If it is really on land, he can do it himself. But Zhao Kongming would never have thought that what Qin Yang said was gone. It was not the withdrawal of troops, but, all were killed. You better take care of yourself. Xuanhuan shouted angrily, Wrong Tianquan. Zhao Kongming sneered and reached out his hand to grasp supernatural power, overgrowth. Although Xuanhuan has been guarding him, can it be possible to guard against him once, but 100 times? He had already planted his own seeds in Xuanhuan's body, and this move was to stimulate the seeds. When Jiasher, this Xuanhuan is just his nourishment. After swallowing Xuanhuan and fighting Qin Yang again, it will be more certain. Xuanhuan showed pain on his face, but his fist continued to smash the head of Qianqiu Mushin. A scream came, and Qin Yang's eyes were full of strange colors. Xuanhuan's punch actually hit Zhao Kongming's body? Zhao Kongming, who was originally standing on the head of the thousand-handed wood god, suddenly turned into a wooden man. You think the victory is in your hands, but in fact everything is under my control. If you don't plant the seeds, how can I detect your true body? Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and was shocked. The light flashed, and the wild blood rage devoured the entire wood world in an instant. All of this was carried out when Zhao Kongming's body was beaten in the air, and all the power of the wood world had now turned into the power of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan has been planning the battle for a long time, and the blood energy that was previously absorbed by Zhao Kongming was also intentional. Zhao Kongming's body was in the air, like a rootless tree, and he could only watch his wood world being swallowed up. Zhao Kongming calmed himself down, took out the wood spirit bead, and said angrily, Do you think you won? There's a wood spirit bead. Suddenly, Zhao Kongming looked at his arm, and the whole arm disappeared. In the distance, Qin Yang was playing with a wood spirit bead as pure as an emerald, and looked at him playfully. You, how dare you attack me? Zhao Kongming was furious, and then he felt a chill in his heart. Did you say you want to fight Xuanhuan one-on-one? Didn't you say so? How could this be called a sneak attack? Qin Yang laughed. Zhao Kongming forced himself to calm down, looked at Xuanhuan, and said, It's better to be planted in your hands and swallowed by you than to die in Qin Yang's hands, come on. Xuanhuan remembered Qin Yang's warning, looked at the untraceable look of expectation in Zhao Kongming's eyes, and sneered, I have swallowed all of your strength, leaving you with a broken body, sorry, I'm not interested. With a direct punch, Zhao Kongming's body was shattered by the rules of wild power. Zhao Kongming has no more vitality, and there is no future trouble. Chapter 553 Wizard. Zhao Kongming can't rest his eyes. Xuanhuan has already won, but he is still wary of himself. Before dying, he shouted, Qin Yang, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. But after Qin Yang heard it, he laughed, Don't worry, you can't help me if you are a ghost. Zhao Kongming was finally beheaded, and Xuanhuan also took a long breath. Next, his path will be even more difficult. Thank you. Xuanhuan said. No, if you continue to fight, this is the result. This is your own strength, Qin Yang said. Indeed, as Qin Yang said, even if Zhao Kongming had the wood spirit pearl, Xuanhuan had already found a way to deal with him. No matter how much consumption, devouring the wood world once will make up for it all. However, in this case, this battle will be protracted, and I don't know what year and month it will be fought. There are a lot of blood skeleton contestants this time. I'm going to find them now. Xuanhuan bid farewell to Qin Yang, and the two separated. Qin Yang was playing with the wood spirit orb. This bead, I am afraid, is not much more than the wooden array flag. The most important thing is that the wooden array flag can help the cultivator to control the rules, and this wood spirit orb can directly improve the cultivator's strength. On the Wood Spirit Island, the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were shocked. Lulua and the other women's faces turned pale. Was this the person they were surrounded by before? I was still thinking of capturing Qin Yang alive, but now it seems to be too whimsical. Qin Yang is lucky not to kill them. Granny Z was thinking about something when suddenly a person appeared in front of her. Peony and Lulua stopped in front of Granny Z with a look of horror. It seems, it's really you. Grandma Z came back to her senses and looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, "Don't talk to me about these mysterious things, it sounds hard." Granny Z nodded and saluted slightly. "I have seen the Holy Sun." All the wood spirits were shocked, and Peony and Lulua looked at each other in dismay. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "I am not your Holy Son, you misunderstood." "You are." "I'm not." "Yes." "No." Qin Yang had a headache and said, "I still have my own things to do. I wasn't saving you before, but they were courting death themselves." After speaking, Qin Yang reached out and turned over the wood spirit bead. All the wood spirit tribesmen held their breaths. "This thing should be very important to your clan, right? I want to ask, where is the 5 elements ascension array?" Qin Yang asked. Granny Z took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, "The 5 elements spirit island where the 5 elements spiritual clan lives is the eye of the 5 elements ascension array." Qin Yang raised his brows and looked around, but did not see any traces of the formation. Looking at the ground, the deep divine light seemed to pass through the layers of space, but Granny Z's divine sense was too strong, and the roots of the wood spirit tribe were intertwined, and the divine sense could not penetrate at all. From the wood spirit hall, you can enter the formation platform. In other words, the entire wood spirit island is built on the formation platform. Granny Z explained. Qin Yang nodded clearly. Granny Z pointed her finger at the Wood Spirit Hall and said, "The Wood Spirit Hall is part of the formation of the Wood Spirit Island." Qin Yang thought about it and said, "You mean that this Wood Spirit Orb in this Wood Spirit Hall is the normal appearance of the 5 elements ascension array?" "Yes." Granny Z affirmed. Qin Yang sighed and said, "Okay, I'll give it back to you." Qin Yang also knew that the 5 elements spiritual race is the existence that guards the 5 elements ascension formation. But a key problem is that I don't have points reward. After thinking about it, Qin Yang said, "Can you let me see this formation?" Everyone in the Wood Spirit clan was extremely nervous, but Granny Z seemed to let go of all her vigilance against Qin Yang and invited Qin Yang to enter the Wood Spirit Hall. At the same time, Peony and Lulua were also invited in. The Wood Spirit Hall is unremarkable, just like an ordinary treehouse. The groove at the top of the hall is exactly where the wood spirit beads are embedded. With the thought of Granny Z, something seemed to be activated, and the scene in the entire Wood Spirit Hall changed for a while. The mysterious blue divine light lingered around, and at the same time, the sound of the system also sounded in Qin Yang's ears. Ding, the formation level is higher than the host and cannot be replicated. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Although the system could not be replicated, he could not repair the 5 elements ascension array by himself, but now, Qin Yang already knew how to repair it, that is, put the 5 elements spirit orb back into the 5 elements spiritual hall. How many of the 5 elements spiritual clan were destroyed by the Xuanhuan Empire? Qin Yang asked. 2. After Granny Z finished speaking, she added, there are 2 now, the Fire Spirit Clan and the Golden Spirit Clan. On the hegemony order, points are indeed given. Qin Yang is the first one to get points among all the contestants of the God King realm. Although there are only 20 points, all the conjectures in Qin Yang's heart have been confirmed. The problem faced now is that if you want to repair the 5 elements ascension array, the battle between the spirit race and the Xuanhuan Empire in this secret realm seems to be inescapable. Qin Yang took a deep breath and loosened the wood spirit bead in his hand. The wood spirit clan exudes a green light and automatically floats to the top of the hall. The atmosphere of the entire wood spirit island changed suddenly. After losing the wood spirit orb earlier, the wood-type aura on the wood spirit island has been slowly diminishing and fading. If things go on like this, the wood spirit people will be defeated and their strength will be greatly damaged. And there will never be any new clansmen who can transform, and the strength of the original ones will slowly regress. With the recovery of the wood spirit orb, the changes in the wood spirit island seem to be unaware of most of the wood spirit people. Thank you, Holy Sun, Grandma Z said. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, you don't need to thank me, I'm just doing the task and I'm getting paid. Granny Z smiled bitterly, watching Qin Yang want to leave, looking directly at Peony, and then looking at Qin Yang, and said, in this secret realm, it will always be difficult for outsiders to walk. Many times, trouble can be avoided. Qin Yang looked at Granny Z curiously, not knowing what she wanted to say. Granny Z said, I want Peony to follow you and be your guide. Mother-in-law Z. Peony was anxious. Granny Z looked at Qin Yang and said, with her as a guide, if you meet other people from the spiritual race, it will be much more convenient. There was something in the words, but Qin Yang couldn't hear what Granny Z wanted to say. I have a treasure hunter, although the target is not worried, it will inevitably be a bit like a headless fly. The most important thing is that most of the trouble in this secret realm is probably related to the Xuanhuan Empire and the spiritual race. Having a guide can really make things easier. If she wants to, of course I'm grateful. Qin Yang said. Peony looked at Granny Z with a gloomy expression on her face, but Granny Z had made up her mind, looked at Peony lovingly, and said, you are different from other wood spirit people, this task. You can only come. Granny Z's voice trembled slightly. Qin Yang caught a strange emotion. It's just a guide for myself, as for such a separation of life and death? Chapter 554, The Thoughts of Emperor Xuanhuan. After leaving Muling Island, there was no Xuanhuan around Qin Yang, but more beautiful scenery. The Peony girl reluctantly looked at Muling Island, but unfortunately Qin Yang's speed was too fast, almost in the blink of an eye, even divine sense could not detect Muling Island. Where are you going? What are you going to do? I'll accompany you to finish it, so that you can get back to Muling Island. Peony said. Qin Yang looked at Peony playfully, and said with a smile, you said that Zhao Kongming was Mu Xingzi before, and everyone was very respectful to him. Now you say that I am Mu Xingzi, but why do you treat me like this? Differential treatment is unfair. Qin Yang said jokingly. Peony suddenly choked, maybe it was very unpleasant when they first met. Turning around, Peony didn't answer, but she was thinking about this question in her heart. Why did Granny Z think that Qin Yang was the Holy Sun again? Is it just because the wood spirits are in danger? Mother-in-law Z said before that you are different from other wood spirit people, what's the difference? Qin Yang looked at Peony curiously. Apart from the fact that the clothes are transformed into more human races, there is not much difference in the breath. Peony shook his head and said, I don't know very well, but I just heard from Granny Z that the original owner of Muling Island was Peony, and Granny Z was just a tree planted by Peony. After speaking, Peony added, the Peony I said is not me. Qin Yang blinked, and when he looked at Peony again, his eyes had changed. If Granny Z can say that, then the life experience of this peony is probably not simple. Even a tree like Granny Z can be planted, this peony is simply the strongest gardener. Reaching out and rubbing his chin, a thought suddenly flashed in Qin Yang's mind. If Peony was to be a gardener on his own island, wouldn't that be? The smile is getting wider and wider. Cough. Peony also looked at Qin Yang cautiously, reaching out to cover her neckline. This is not the end. Peony quickly used spiritual power to transform the white clothes more strictly. Originally, it was like a tights, and it couldn't cover the spring light. Now it has suddenly changed. The scenery is completely covered up, but it still can't hide the exquisite curves. Don't be afraid, I just think about it. Qin Yang said. Peony looked disgusted. Bah, you humans are so dirty. Qin Yang was covered in black lines, and explained, I don't think what you think. But what he just said is really easy to misunderstand. The two stopped talking directly. In fact, it was Peony who looked like he was ignoring others. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang nodded secretly. Compared with other wood spirits, such as Lulua, this Peony seemed to be more like a person. Birth of intellect is a limit. But whether or not spiritual wisdom is similar to human thinking is another matter. Just like in Qin Yang's ring, temporarily following Qin Yang's gods Jinsun and Zizuksun in the first leg of the competition, they have no human heart at all. If you dare to put them into the demon ring, they will dare to stay there, just like ordinary spiritual materials. But on the way, Peony always looks at the surrounding scenery curiously, and has a strong interest in new things. If the peony is also stuffed in, I am afraid that the peony will suffocate in it. From this point, we can see the extraordinariness of Peony. This is her peculiar side and her potential side. The atmosphere fell silent, and Qin Yang was thinking about the task of the hegemony competition. The key to repairing the 5 elements ascension array, the method that is now known, lies in the Spirit Island where the Fire Spirit Clan and the Golden Spirit Clan are located. Why did the Xuanhuan Empire destroy your spirit race? Is there any conflict between you? Qin Yang asked. This is an unavoidable question after all. Peony said angrily, it's because of the greed of the human race. Qin Yang asked in a different way, what do they want from you? 5 element spirit orbs? What is the use of these 5 element spirit orbs? It may not be a problem for them that the 5 elements ascension array stops running. Good thing? Peony frowned, thought for a while, and said, I heard Granny Z said that Emperor Xuanhuan has ambitions and always wants to lead the secret realm and regain the throne of God Emperor. Leaving the secret realm? It should be very casual now, right? Qin Yang said. Indeed, at the beginning of the Qianlong contest, this secret realm has temporarily become an open secret realm. Even if the natives inside want to go out, it is not difficult. Peony said again, I heard that Emperor Xuanhuan not only wants to lead the secret realm, but also wants to lead with all his subjects. This? Qin Yang was taken aback. Doesn't this mean that Emperor Xuanhuan is a great leader? Peony shook his head and said, I don't know if he is great or not. I only know that he killed the Fire Spirit Clan and the Golden Spirit Clan among our Spirit Clan for his own selfish desires, and his methods were despicable. Qin Yang is really confused. Could it be that the Xuanhuan Empire is not a bad person? With a flash of light in his mind, Qin Yang asked, if you want to leave with all the people, why do you want the 5 elements spirit pearl? Set up another 5 elements ascension array to expand the pseudo-secret realm in the palace into a real secret realm. It's not enough to ban this secret realm, and it will even come to the sky continent. Peony said, these. I've heard what Grandma Z said, but I don't understand what's going on. Qin Yang was shocked. If he did this, the entire Kanglan secret realm would be completely destroyed. The arrival of the secret realm to the mainland is not just as simple as the overlapping of space. The size of the secret realm is equivalent to the destruction of the sky continent. If the land of a country descends on the sky continent, then at least one country in the sky continent will be wiped out and replaced by the secret realm of this palace. Just like the former site of the Qin family in the pseudo-secret realm, of course, the 5 elements ascension array can be used to stabilize it and move it away. It can also come to the sky continent, but if it is moved out directly, the entire Qinling Mountains will probably be wiped out. Another 5 elements ascension formation. Qin Yang's eyes were full of light. This formation was useful to him. The 5 elements ascension array in this secret realm cannot be replicated, so can the 5 elements ascension array in the pseudo-secret realm in the palace be replicated? I originally thought that I would need the help of the Dragon Clan Starry Sky Compass. If Qin Yang was promoted to God Emperor with this 5 elements ascension formation, he would be able to move the old Qin family site to the empty island base. And it will not damage the old Qin family site. Which side do you cultivators in the sky world stand on? Peony asked. This may be the concern of all Eldar races. Qin Yang thought about it and said, only stand on his side, or on the side of the sky world. Then, Peony began to hesitate. If the cultivators in the sky were as powerful as Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, don't worry, if you look at the interests of the sky world, this Emperor Xuanhuan's idea will not come true. Why? Peony asked. Qin Yang smiled without saying a word. Not to mention the quest rules of the Qianlong Hegemony Tournament, just say that the Xuanyue Empire wants to destroy this secret realm and let its own empire come to the mainland. First, the dragons would not agree. All contestants in the hegemony competition will not agree. After all, this is the passage of the sea and sky field, and the air island base has to rely on the gate of the secret realm to enter the sea and sky field. Secondly, when the Xuanyue Empire came to the mainland, how could the Xuanhuan Empire agree? Chapter 555 Mining. The appearance of such a neighbor face to face is afraid that the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire will be violated. Not to mention that, what if the Xuanhuan Empire came to cover the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire? This is very likely. It is also impossible for the Dragon Clan to let an empire suddenly appear in the place where the secret realm is located. After all, it's too much of a hindrance. Don't worry, someone will stop him. Qin Yang looked at Peony with a worried expression and said, if others don't say it, will Xuanhuan Guqing sit back and watch? Squeak. Squeak. The treasure-hunting rat's spiritual sense entered Qin Yang's ears, causing Qin Yang's brain to be blinded by the noise. How many times have I said that, speaking in human words? You are also calling me a mouse with your special spiritual sense, can I understand it? Qin Yang got angry and released the treasure-hunting mouse from the demon ring. It's not as good as when the realm was low before. In the past, the treasure hunter couldn't speak human words, and it would be interesting to express it in the spirit, through the equal contract between the two. But now, the treasure-hunting mouse can speak, but only the mouse is left in the mind. There is a baby, a big baby. A big baby. Treasure-hunting rat jumped up and down on the head of Shenlongjiu anxiously. Shenlongjiu was immediately furious. If you dare to jump again, I will swallow you. The treasure rat immediately wilted, but he was the only one who was not afraid of Shenlongjiu, because he was a ghost and knew that Qin Yang was the master. Hearing the threat of Shenlongjiu, the treasure rat jumped directly on Qin Yang's shoulder. What babe makes you so excited? Qin Yang was also interested, and with a thought, he turned around and flew back. Squeak, it's here. The treasure hunter pointed to the ground. Peony looked down, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, this is the inland. The territory of the Xuanyue Empire. What's the matter? I can't walk on the sea all the time, right? Qin Yang didn't care, he landed directly and came to the ground. Qin Yang has almost touched the map of the Kanglan secret realm. The previous flight of Shenlongjiu was actually a visit here. It sounds unbelievable, but Shenlongjiu is the secret key of the gods that can freely travel through the secret realm, and this speed is still a piece of cake for him. Qin Yang waved his hand, and the array function of the sky order cast a light screen with a three-dimensional map model on it. In the sea, there are 5 huge islands, which are regularly distributed. It is the place where the 5-element spiritual race live. And what surrounds it is what Peony said inland, the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. Qin Yang found his position, and Peony also found Muling Island from above in surprise. Which island is this? Qin Yang pointed to the side of Muling Island, which was also the closest to their current location. Golden Spirit Island. Peony's expression was a little down, remembering that the Golden Sage did not hesitate to blow himself up to protect the Golden Spirit Pearl. Qin Yang scratched his head. If the 5-element Spirit Island were marked separately and turned clockwise from the top, it happened to be gold, wood, earth, water, and fire. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes metal. But the ordinary 5-element array diagram should be arranged according to gold, water, wood, fire, and soil. Metal produces water, water produces wood, wood produces fire, fire produces earth, and earth produces gold. This 5 elements ascension formation is actually arranged in accordance with the 5 elements, but the mutual growth is gathered in the center, that is, the inland. Why is this happening? Qin Yang pondered carefully. He copied quite a few formations by himself, and even had the true inheritance of the old man Baji God Emperor of the formation, and he knew a lot about this formation. The formation of the 5 elements will stabilize the secret realm and make this secret realm indestructible. The 5 elements are the foundation of the formation. Although it can stabilize the secret realm, the power of the secret realm will be concentrated. In essence, this point of concentration is to deprive the power of the entire secret realm. But what is the purpose of depriving the secret realm of power? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, thinking of the previous road to heaven, the road leading to the holy land of Haitian. So it is. Qin Yang nodded secretly. Such a 5-element phase-defying formation base, with the 5-element spiritual beat as the core, is actually no different from a normal 5-element phase generation formation base. Because of the huge power of the 5-element spirit orb, it stabilizes the secret realm and also creates the road to the sky. All the problems were figured out in an instant, and Qin Yang's heart was clear for a while. Qin Yang looked at the inland center. The Dragon Clan had previously sealed the road to the sky. If there was no seal, there would definitely be a beam of light leading to the heaven. And when everyone entered the secret realm, they were sent out randomly, and it should be the ghost of Emperor Xuanhuan. Because that beam of light is also the gate of the secret realm. I really don't want to see us. Qin Yang laughed. Just as the indigenous people used to call the sky practitioners savage villagers, Emperor Xuanhuan didn't even want people from the sky world to come to the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire. It's kind of interesting. If this can make Emperor Xuanhuan succeed, wouldn't the Haitian Holy Land on the road to the sky also be destroyed by Emperor Xuanhuan? Qin Yang was stunned for a while, and destroying the road to the sky means that the Haitian Holy Land will lose a place. It means that the Air Island base will disappear, which is undoubtedly an unbearable loss to the sky world. But who is this good for? Outsiders. Lingbao 1,000 Scrolls. Qin Yang said to himself, is the indigenous human race in this secret realm the human race in the sky world, or the human race in the old world outside the realm? Squeak. The treasure hunter gently tugged Qin Yang's hair. Peony also stared at Qin Yang, curiously. What is this guy thinking about? Qin Yang came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and then remembered the most important thing. There's baby here. To make the treasure hunter so excited, I am afraid of extraordinary creatures. Qin Yang looked forward to it. Tianqing Quarry. Treasure hunter said. Qin Yang nodded, but did not respond. Well. Suddenly, Qin Yang's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Tianqing quarry. Treasure Rat affirmed. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and said, is it this kind of Tianqing stone? The Treasure Rat rolled his eyes. The celestial stone is the celestial stone, what kind of it is? Qin Yang suddenly burst into laughter. This star stone is too important to Qin Yang, and it is an indispensable material for him to establish a resurrection point in the future. However, this star stone is a consumable item, and it will be useless after one use. Although for cultivators in the world of the sky, the more important role of this star stone is to build a statue of faith and improve the cultivation level after the God Emperor realm. But it still can't change Qin Yang's plan to keep enough stock first. Even if he couldn't find any more Tianqing stones, Qin Yang wanted to find those statues, and then demolished them. Great! Put everything aside for now, and go mining. Qin Yang laughed, and at the same time found out the hegemony order, cancelled the blocking, and sent a message from his spiritual sense, come here quickly. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan were startled. Could it be that Qin Yang was in danger? What's so urgent? Jiang Chengwei sent a message. Mining. Qin Yang sent a message. What? Mining. Chapter 556, Tomb of the Statue. Are you sure you're right? Call us over to mine? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. If they were called to attack the Xuanhui Empire, or the spiritual race, it would be pretty much the same. Isn't mining overkill? What mine? Jiang Chengwei asked, looking at the joy that could not be concealed on Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang took out a star stone and weighed it in his hand. What do you think? Jiang Chengwei looked at Tianxingshi. The hint was very obvious, but he couldn't believe it. Tianqing stone mine? Jiang Chengwei asked in a low voice. Xuanhuan's face also became serious, and Jiang Chengwei looked at each other with deep meaning in his eyes. Yes, Treasure Rat said that there is a Tianxingshi lode in the depths of 800 miles underground. Qin Yang said with some pity, it's just that we have too few people. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, I have almost understood the 5 elements ascension array, and I have obtained the points for finding it. It is not an easy thing to repair. As for the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, I almost know that it is in the hands of Emperor Xuanhui. It's not a matter of time and a half to get it. So we don't have to worry about this task points. Xuanhuan was dazed and asked, what do you mean? Jiang Chengwei sighed helplessly and said, Qin Yang means, let's put everything down now, and focus on mining. As for when we will dig, just pay attention to other people's rankings. Xuanhuan's face was suddenly full of bitterness, and the dignified gods and emperors, did they actually have to do coolies? Are you ready? Let's go. Qin Yang waved his hand and was taken away with Peony. Everyone just felt a flash in front of them, and suddenly a heat wave hit. Peony's face changed, and she quickly urged her power to protect herself, and a white barrier wrapped her in it. Looking at the others, Qin Yang, Jiang Chengwei, and Xuanhuan all didn't hold up their shields, and they couldn't even sweat at this temperature. Mass? Qin Yang looked at the fire in front of him doubtfully. The heat of this molten slurry was stronger than that in the underground palace of God Emperor Duobao. It seemed to contain the power of peculiar rules. Moreover, the power of this rule seems to be familiar. Hellfire? Qin Yang raised his brows and waved his hand again. The red flame 3-headed dog, the thorny rock turtle, the 9-legged ice phoenix bird, as well as the flame queen, the god gold swordsman, the purple bamboo swordsman, and the water spirit swordsman also showed their figures. The 3 big monsters are huge, and if the 3 of them didn't react in time, they would have exploded the lava cave in an instant. It's so comfortable. The flame demon queen stretched out and took a greedy breath. The red flame 3-headed dog also turned into a fire dog taller than one person, squinting his eyes to enjoy. At the same time, Jiuling Ice Phoenix Bird and Water Spirit Swordsman looked disgusted. Since they are going to start mining, how can these 3 monsters and 4 spiritual materials be let go by Qin Yang? After a brief explanation, Qin Yang asked Xiang Treasure Mouse and said, "Where is the Tianqing stone mine?" "Where is it?" Treasure Rat sniffed and pointed to the lava. The crowd moved deeper along the land on the edge of the molten lava, and after a while, a sea of lava appeared directly in front of them. On the other side of the ocean, there seems to be a passage. The passage is obviously thought to be built, and there are mottled traces on both sides, as if carrying something that has moved in this passage. "Isn't it in this sea of lava?" Qin Yang asked. "It seems so." The treasure hunter nodded. "Then what, I want to ask, what are you calling us to do?" The Flame Demon Queen looked at the sea of lava, looking at Qin Yang teasingly. Li Yan's red lips gently parted, and she gave a wink. "Are you taking a bath?" The charming and moving figure made Xuanhuan blushed, and his eyes were full of strangeness when he looked at Qin Yang. The Flame Demon Queen looked at Peony again and walked to her side, almost sticking to it. She stretched out her fingers and gently lifted Peony's chin. "This girl may not be able to bear it." Peony immediately blushed with embarrassment. Xuanhuan secretly said in his heart, "This kid is beautiful. Blessed is not shallow." Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines, and he said, "Take a bath? Think beautifully. Mining." After a brief introduction, the 3 big monsters and the 4 spiritual materials were all dumbfounded. "What? We didn't need us in the previous battle, but mining reminds us of us?" The Flame Demon Queen instantly turned her face. The Xuanhuan swordsman chuckled, looked at the Jiuling Ice Phoenix, and said, "It seems that we are no longer needed here. Even if you want to enter the demon ring again." Qin Yang stretched out his hand, bared his teeth, and said with a smile, "It's useful, I believe in your strength." The Water Spirit Swordsman twitched his face and looked at the magma sea. Suddenly he thought of a brilliant idea, and suggested, "The swallowing beast can swallow everything in the world, and this hellfire is just a piece of cake for it." "Fuck you." Panda growled angrily. Originally, Qin Yang was worried that he would steal the Tianqing stone, but now it's better to pull it out. As a result, none of them ran away, and a group of people stared at the lava sea in a daze. "There is a lot of Tianqing quarry here, many, many, many." Treasure Hunter gestured again. "Everyone, what are you still doing? It's time for you to show off your magical powers," Qin Yang ordered. Everyone looked at the panda in unison. Panda's face was full of depression, but looking at the sea full of hellfire, he still smacked his lips. His black eyes were rolling, and he was about to open his mouth to take a breath when his stomach suddenly stood up. Qin Yang patted Panda on the shoulder suddenly, with a harmonious smile on his face, and said, "You know what to do. I believe that your control of power will not make any mistakes that shouldn't occur, right?" The panda suddenly slumped, and with a sharp suction, the entire magma sea set off huge waves, converging into a vortex, and was sucked into the stomach by the panda. The magma sea lowered the water level at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the first star stone was exposed. It's a bit strange to say that it is a piece. This piece of Tianqing stone is very large, and the carving is very round. It seems to be a hat. With the panda's movements, the star stone gradually revealed its full picture. Everyone gasped. This turned out to be a celestial stone, a god statue. I don't know how many years the hell flames have corroded it, but it can still be vaguely recognized. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and both remained silent. The temperature of the heat wave is slowly decreasing, and the lava sea is almost bottoming out. One statue after another emerged, some were corroded by hellfire, and some were directly turned into a pile of rubble. Some of them are well preserved. At first glance, it looks like a mountain of corpses on a mass grave, which is creepy. The hell flames of the lava sea were swallowed up, and it looked like a mass grave in front of him, except that the giants were buried. Arms and legs are everywhere, the head of a god statue is leaning alone next to someone's broken arm, and the godless eyes seem to be staring at everyone. Where is the Tianqing quarry? This is simply a tomb of a god. Chapter 557 Nobles. Heavenly Star Stone is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed without force. According to Qin Yang's understanding of the ore veins, it is a hard work to dig for Tianqing stone. Even Qin Yang himself couldn't guarantee how efficient he would be, so he called everyone together. But looking at it now, all these celestial star stones can be collected into the Qianquan ring with just a wave of the hand. But this scene in front of them made everyone think deeply. Why? Who threw these statues in here? The purpose is obvious, to destroy these idols. If the statue is destroyed, what effect will it have? Qin Yang asked. As the God Emperor of the gods, he knows the statue even better than the God Emperor in the sky world. Jiang Chengwei pondered and said, reduce the power of the God Emperor. The God Emperor of the sky world needs to rely on the power of faith to improve his realm. The power of belief is through the star stone as a medium and storage. Destroying the statue is indeed destroying the source of the God Emperor's power. This is just a God King level secret realm, is there no point in destroying the statue? The Flame Demon Queen said. Jiang Chengwei said meaningfully, it's a God King secret realm now, but it wasn't before. Those who can create idols are all practitioners in the sky world, and only practitioners in the sky world need to build idols. But those who want to destroy the idols are not just cultivators in the world of the sky. Do you know something? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei. From the first time I heard about the Tianqing quarry, this guy was mysterious, and the Xuanhuan, who seemed to be hesitant to say anything. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, there is absolutely no Tianqing stone mine in this world, just like the 12 flags, no one knows their origin, even we only hear the legend, this is the realm above the 5 realms of the God Emperor. From Jiang Chengwei said, seeing this, I have already made up my mind. I am thinking, who is the lord of the Xuanhuan Empire in this secret realm? Qin Yang thought he would get an answer, but it turned out to be this, and immediately said, I also have some doubts, the answer can be learned from the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire. My speculation has 2 points, 1, the Xuanhuan Emperor himself, its people from the realm of the old people outside the realm. Second, the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. The second point is not detailed, but Jiang Chengwei knows. But all Lingbao are extraordinary. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao is the treasure of Wensu continent where the old people from outside the territory are located. Who knows if it has spiritual wisdom? If there is, it is too easy to fool all beings in the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the war has already started from the Qianlong competition. Jiang Chengwei sighed a little. Xuanhuan's eyes were shining. With so many heavenly star stones, he was the biggest beneficiary. Don't think so much, anyway, gods block killing gods, and demons block killing demons. Anyone who stands in front of us will die. Xuanhuan said. The Flame Demon Queen directly gave Xuanhuan a blank eye, while Peony was startled. What kind of people are around Qin Yang? Haha, that's right. With these celestial stones, not to mention the small Xuanhuan Empire, what if it is myriad realms? Qin Yang waved his hand and put the celestial stone statue directly into the Qianquan ring. Even the god-level Qianquan ring, given by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, can't be collected. The entire universe ring was filled with Tianqing stones. Panda quietly wiped his saliva, his face full of anticipation, and then he was disappointed. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan also collected Tianqing stones one after another, and their rings naturally became Qin Yang's spare warehouse. The Tianqing stone was collected cleanly, not even a slag was left. Facing the resentful eyes of the panda, Qin Yang said, don't make trouble, you can't eat this stuff. Every piece is a life. Panda also knows the meaning of this, but he is greedy. Suddenly, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and a stone statue of Tianqing was thrown back. When Panda thought that Qin Yang had changed his mind and let him have a taste, Qin Yang pinched his fingers and pointed forward. A barrier envelopes everyone. Jiang Chengwei felt this barrier and was shocked. This is not a simple barrier, but more like a formation, and there is a more esoteric power in the formation. At this time, outside the barrier, Qin Yang and others could not be seen at all, let alone their breath. Someone is here, Qin Yang said. Without hellfire, this is just an ordinary underground cave, and spiritual sense is no longer hindered. After a long time, the sound of footsteps came from the passage on the other side, accompanied by a few complaints. It's us doing this coolly again, this lava sea is a little careless, I'm afraid we won't even have bones left. Stop complaining, just be more careful later. This time I was ordered to find the whereabouts of the Jin Ling Zhu. Let's take some Tianxingshi back by the way. We are the strongest in the entire army, who won't we come? Do you want if the general came to pick it up in person? Or do you want the supervisor to come? Hearing the words of the supervisor, the previous man hurriedly defended, No, I would never dare to think like this. The supervisor is a noble in the imperial city, so don't hurt me. If this word spreads to the nobles, it's all over. It's good to know. But I also wondering, why did the nobles suddenly use the star stone? We haven't used Tianqing stone for nearly 10,000 years, right? If I had known today, why should I throw all these statues away in the first place? No. What's wrong? Do you feel something wrong? Why is the temperature so low? The two figures walked out of the passage and looked at the place where the lava sea was originally, but at this time it was just a huge basin, and the two were stunned. Where's lava sea? Hellfire? It's over, if we go back empty-handed, the nobles will definitely not spare us. Even if you explain it to him, he will never listen. The faces of the two were pale with fright. Although their auras were tyrannical, they were both cultivated in the 9 heavens of the divine king realm, but when they mentioned the nobles, they shivered in fear. There's another god statue that hasn't melted. One of them was overjoyed. The other person also breathed a sigh of relief and said, In this way, take this statue back and explain by the way, our little lives can be saved. Immediately, one person was about to collect the idol, but the idol suddenly disappeared. Then, a voice sounded in this empty underground space. It seems that all the heavenly star stones are here, but it saves us a lot of trouble. Qin Yang said. Who is talking? The two are like enemies, and even they can't find the enemy's breath, it's not easy to come. At this moment, Jiang Chengwei's voice sounded, So you want to use this statue as bait? I thought you wanted to inquire about their purpose. I'm not interested in what purpose they have. Qin Yang shrugged. Bold, dare to steal the celestial star stone, and accept your life. One person shouted loudly, although he could not detect the breath, but he could sense the direction of the sound. The other person also rushed over directly, muttering words in mid-air, and a scroll of paintings slowly opened. In the scroll, there is actually an army, at least several thousand people. Chapter 558 Reading Articles. Good job. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and was about to walk out of the barrier to face the army, but in a flash, the scene changed, and everyone was brought out by Qin Yang. Why didn't you let me kill them? Xuanhuan's hands were itchy. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, Since we don't need to mine, let's get down to business. Guess what I found when I just collected Tianqing stone? What? Everyone looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and took out a golden bead. The beads are extremely round, but at a glance, it seems that the eyes have been pricked by needles. Golden Lingzhu. Jiang Chengwei exclaimed. In the eyes of the Shinjin swordsman, the divine light flourished, such a treasure, pure metal, if it could. The Xinjin swordsman sighed and directly entered Qin Yang's demon ring. The other monsters and the flame demon queen also returned to the ring of demons. Only Qin Yang, Treasure Rat, Peony, Jiang Chengwei, and Huang Quan were left at the scene. It's one step closer to repairing the 5 elements ascension array, Qin Yang said with a smile. As for the underground army and the so-called nobles, in front of the ranking of the Qianlong contest, they are nothing at all. My God, Jin Lingzhu is actually here? Peony covered her mouth and exclaimed. Saint Jean blew himself up and sent the spirit orb away. Everyone and even other spirit races thought that the golden spirit orb was sent to a very far distance, but they didn't expect it to be in the inland closest to the golden spirit island. Thinking of the tomb of the idol before and the lava sea full of hell flames, I am afraid that there is no second place in the entire secret realm that can completely hide the breath of the golden spirit orb. The golden spirit pearl exudes brilliance, and the seal placed on it by the golden saint has long since disappeared under the corrosion of hellfire. It turned out that the seal was also deliberately done by Saint Jean to deliberately mislead the Xuanhuan Empire. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, the wood spirit pearl is still there, the Shui Lingzhu and the earth spirit pearl should also be in their respective spiritual clans. Now that the 5 elements ascension array is repaired, only the Jin Lingzhu and the fire spirit pearl are left. The Jin Lingzhu has been obtained. As long as the fire Lingzhu is found, the task of repairing the 5 elements ascension array will be completed. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It doesn't take much effort to get it. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, the Golden Spirit Island has been destroyed, let's go directly to the Xuanhuan Empire. Put away the Lingzhu, Qin Yang has a clear goal. Xuanhuan Guqing and the others should have arrived. Jiang Chengwei said suddenly. Then what? Qin Yang asked. The Xuanhuan Empire was once a vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire, Jiang Chengwei said. Qin Yang blinked and smiled, not now. Everyone went straight to the road. Qin Yang did not fly with everyone, but drove slowly. If the treasure-hunting mouse is not allowed to hunt for treasure, this guy will really have no end with Qin Yang. Squeak. The treasure hunter pointed in a direction and said, there is a treasure pavilion there. Qin Yang is no stranger to the description of the treasure-hunting mouse. The Tianxingshi mineral vein that was promised turned out to be the tomb of the idol. In short, as long as there are treasures on the line. According to Jiang Chengwei, after obtaining the empty island base, it will cost a lot to build, which is equivalent to building an empire out of thin air, and the wealth required is also staggering. And Qin Yang is now accumulating these wealth. Although he has the support of the richest man in mainland China, the Jin family, he is always embarrassed to speak about it. A mere monster, dare to compete with me? A young man in a golden robe looked at a big bull demon with disdain. Death. The bull demon didn't talk nonsense with him, and turned into a body as big as Mount Tai. It's not certain who will die. The young man in the golden robe looked at the powerful bull demon, his expression remained unchanged, and he spit out golden lotuses, pouting solves the bull. With the words out of the way, the big demon bull demon with the means to reach the sky, like an ordinary livestock, suddenly appeared with a huge butcher knife, and even dismembered it in the air. The screams were terrifying, and the golden-robed youth watched all this with cold eyes. It was pouring rain in the sky, but the rain was bloody. The bull demon as big as Mount Tai was deboned and skinned alive, and then piled into a pile. Haha, in this way, the army can have a good meal. The young man in the golden robe said, send someone to cook and reward the 3 armies. Order. A soldier came out respectfully, spread out a scroll, and put away the corpse of the bull demon. Thank you for the army. The golden-robed youth did not respond, and was extremely arrogant. Just looking to the other side, Qin Yang and the others are watching from a distance with the dragon jade. Another one, not bad. The golden-robed youth laughed. Qin Yang pointed at the young man and asked, "What kind of noble are you?" The golden-robed youth squinted his eyes, revealing a cold light, savage in the sky. "Listen well, Yu Qingfeng is next. I'm in a good mood today. I'll leave you to sit down on the dragon, but I can spare you all. Did you hear? He wants to eat you," Qin Yang said to Shenlongjiu jokingly. Shenlongjiu was too lazy to pay attention to this noble named Yu Qingfeng. "Sorry, he doesn't want to be eaten by you." Qin Yang laughed. The golden-robed youth snorted angrily, "That's why you are courting death." Qin Yang scratched his ears. "I believe that no one will dare to talk to me like this in the future." "Good boy, you have a big tone? Since you know me. It's a noble, do you know the price of messing with me?" Yu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang was amused. "The price for messing with you? What's the price for messing with you?" "But, do you know the price for messing with me? It's really useless to talk too much with you, savage." Yu Qingfeng's eyes showed strong contempt, as if chickens were different from ducks. Yu Qingfeng stretched out his hand, one arrow pierced the heart. Immediately behind it, countless arrows flew towards Qin Yang. Between the heavens and the earth, the power of the mysterious rules ripples, and every arrow seems to have the will of the heavens and the earth. "I understand." Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Chengwei looked at the rain of arrows in the sky and waved it casually, but she didn't see anything from him. This is Jiang Chengwei's method, perfect world. Everything will come according to his will, and reversing the direction of the arrow rain is just a piece of cake. Jiang Chengwei asked, "Understand what?" Qin Yang looked at the panel of the noble and said, "It can be confirmed now, that the so-called nobility is the person from the old man's world outside the realm you mentioned." Just now, this Yu Qingfeng came out with a word, which was completely different from the Lu Zhou he had encountered before. Moreover, the treasure hunter has just detected the breath of the treasure. According to treasure hunting rat, he has never felt such a powerful treasure, and it is no weaker than Ling Zhu and array flags. In this secret realm, what else could there be other than the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? People from Wensu continent? Jiang Chengwei frowned. Yu Qingfeng's pupils trembled. "How do you know?" Immediately afterwards, the killing intent was overwhelming. "Since this is the case, it seems that I can't keep you guys." Before he could finish speaking, a voice sounded in his ear. "Do you know the difference between us?" What? Yu Qingfeng's eyes widened. How could this person be so fast? The scenery in front of him began to swirl. Yu Qingfeng's thoughts were suddenly extremely cold, and his head was chopped off. Qin Yang's half-moon cut slashed directly across Yu Qingfeng's neck. Yu Qingfeng's last spiritual sense questioned, "How could I die in your hands?" "Why?" "Because I am instant, you have to read the article." Chapter 559 Treasure Vault. "It doesn't seem right for you to kill him so directly?" Jiang Chengwei said, "This noble's status should be higher than we thought." Qin Yang flicked his fingers, and Yu Qingfeng's body was directly annihilated into scum. No, not even scum remained. Qin Yang said casually, "It's nothing good or bad, he's blocking my way." Jiang Chengwei suddenly choked, and Xuanhuan laughed in agreement. Xuanhuan patted Jiang Chengwei on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "You just think too much. Your ability is to change the result, but many times, the result cannot be changed." Jiang Chengwei fell into deep thought, and immediately laughed. Isn't this his original intention to follow Qin Yang? Now that you have decided to take a new path, naturally you can no longer have the same mentality as before. A scroll of painting fell in the air, and Qin Yang copied it. This is the magic weapon of Wensu continent. There is a world in the scroll, which can be used to rescue soldiers and store objects. Huh? It's not a space inside, but a space door? Qin Yang frowned, and with a swept away, there was indeed no army stationed within a few hundred miles around. The so-called army is on the other side of the drawing axis. Qin Yang's eyes showed a strange divine light, and then his hand shook, and the picture scroll was directly shattered. You don't want the treasure house? Squeak. The small eyes of the treasure-hunting mouse were rounded. The treasure house he felt was the breath coming from the door of this picture scroll space. Qin Yang shrugged and drew in the void. Void becomes a talisman. Jiang Chengwei was startled, and even Xuanhuan looked sideways frequently. How could Qin Yang's talismanship attain such a level? As the mysterious lines were outlined, a huge rune formation appeared in front of everyone. Go, and see how many treasures there are in the so-called treasure house. Qin Yang said with a smile. After the rune formation disappeared, the figures of everyone disappeared. The screen turned again, and he had come to a military camp. Here is a huge peak camp with countless troops. In the center of the camp, a huge palace was built. There are soldiers patrolling the door, and there are servants and maids in the palace. It's really enjoyable. Qin Yang looked at the palace, and under the guidance of the treasure hunter, he came all the way to the depths of the hall. The throne above the main hall is the entrance to the underground treasure house. This is the same as the seal of Heaven's Gate. Jiang Chengwei looked outside the hall, and the ability to transfer the army in this way was comparable to that of the seal of Heaven's Gate. Of course, it can only be compared in this secret realm. Jiang Chengwei was stunned for a moment and said, "No, since they can transfer the army like this, then the army will definitely not be scattered, but..." Everyone looked at Jiang Chengwei, but Qin Yang nodded and said, "Yes, most of the entire Xuanhuan Empire's army is here." Qin Yang glanced at the throne and copied all the organs directly. It was easy to open it. Cast the Dharma on the throne, and recite words in your mouth. Immediately afterwards, the throne was removed, revealing a passage entrance. Everyone stepped down, and the throne returned to its original state again. A maid curiously walked through the hall and looked at the throne, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. After taking a look, she found that the noble hadn't come back. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and walked away quickly. "We're going straight to Huanglong," Xuanhuan said. "If you don't enter the tiger's den, you can't get a tiger's son. For us, there is no danger at all in the secret realm of the God King realm," Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei wanted to remind Qin Yang not to underestimate the enemy, but she didn't know what to say. After all, even he himself thinks so. As you go deeper, the concentration of spiritual energy is getting higher and higher, as if you have entered a sea of spiritual energy. You can feel that your cultivation level has risen by a single point. Peony was also taking a deep breath. In front of Qin Yang and the others, she felt that her power was too small. Obviously the same realm, but the gap is so big. God-level quality, serious, pen, useless. God-level quality, leading the way, it's useless. God-level quality, Qingxiao paper, useless. God-level quality, Qiankuan inkstone, useless. Qin Yang looked at the treasure rat with a slightly menacing gaze. Although these treasures had a strong aura, they were useless to the cultivators in the sky. The treasure rat squeaked, meaning that there were more treasures in this treasure house. Tier 6 pills, 1 quan pill? Good stuff. Qin Yang nodded and found another thing, God-level magic weapon, Winsu fan? Not bad. Qin Yang looked at these magic weapons with satisfaction, which are useful to any cultivator. What are these? Xuanhuan asked, a little surprised in his eyes. Qin Yang explained, 1 quan pill, people in Winsu continent will increase their talents if they eat it, and for us, they will increase their spiritual sense. This directly improves spiritual sense. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, looking at the Winsu fan again, it is enough to resist the attack of the divine sense of the God King realm, and it can also keep the user's divine sense unobstructed. Having said that, Jiang Chengwei couldn't hold it any longer. These were simply the most suitable magic weapons and medicinal pills for him. But there was a question in front of him. Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang and said, "How do you know the usefulness of these things? And can you name them?" Qin Yang was stunned, and said mysteriously, "Want to know?" Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan nodded again, and Peony also turned his attention. Just like killing the nobleman before, if you don't know the opponent's weakness, it is absolutely impossible to kill it so cleanly. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he slowly spit out 2 words, "secret." The 3 rolled their eyes in unison, their faces speechless. However, he was soon attracted by the full house of treasures. "Don't use that scroll to install things. As I said before, this scroll is just a portal, not a ring." Qin Yang pointed at Xuanhuan and said. Xuanhuan put down the scroll in embarrassment. He had already stuffed a lot of good things into it. At this moment, Qin Yang and Jiang Chengwei all looked at the scroll in Xuanhuan's hand. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and frowned. "Since it's a portal, I just threw so much treasure in it, then." Sure enough, the scroll automatically rolled out, and a figure emerged from the painting. "Yu Qingfeng, you are here." A middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone with a displeased expression, but his expression suddenly changed when he saw these 3 strangers appearing in this treasure house. A sword of annihilation was placed directly between the opponents' necks. The middle-aged man felt the annihilation rules on the sword, which made him terrified. "Sign up," Qin Yang said lightly. "Bold." The middle-aged man came back to his senses and looked at these people with gritted teeth. "Savage in the sky, how dare you break into the army's treasure house and steal?" Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged man was stunned for a while, only to see the divine sword of destruction, which was originally on the left side of his neck, suddenly appeared on the right side of his neck. Does it make sense to change the position like this? Could it be? The middle-aged man widened his eyes in astonishment, stretched out his hand to support his neck, but his hand was empty. Chapter 560 The Source of Talent. "I don't know who this person is." Jiang Chengwei was speechless. In Qin Yang's words, that is, there is no need to know who the other party is. Jiang Chengwei walked over, and while the other party's body was not completely wiped out by the rule of annihilation, she quickly took down a token, and her expression suddenly became exciting after seeing it. "What's wrong?" Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei raised the token and said, "You have killed 2 people, but you have killed incredible people." On the token, there are a few big characters, Grand Marshal of the Left Army. Qin Yang took the token and looked at it carefully. Jiang Chengwei thought that Qin Yang had finally reacted, knowing that she was directly declaring war with the Xuanhuan Empire, and thought that Qin Yang would say something too rash, but she didn't expect. Even this token is just a portal. Wouldn't the Xuanhuan Empire create the Qianquan ring? Qin Yang frowned, looking at the treasure trove full of treasures, and then at the token. "Where did you get that scroll just now?" Qin Yang asked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan pointed to the door of the treasure house. On a beautiful wooden stand, a scroll of scrolls is neatly placed. Thanks to Xuanhuan's big heart, the place where he took the scroll just now was marked, the Zhua Army Marshal's house. Qin Yang rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Find a way to get some Qianquan ring. In the past, when I got the Qianquan ring, I directly took away the treasure in the ring, and then threw the ring away, but now." Jiang Chengwei looked at the Yaojian ring in Qin Yang's hands. "No, it's no different from throwing these things into the Yaojian ring. There's still a foodie waiting inside." Qin Yang shook his head and refused. In the demon ring, the space is different. For example, the demon ring where the flame demon queen is located is a sea of hell flames, which is no different from the previous lava sea. Even the statues can be corroded. How long can these treasures be thrown in? The peony girl raised her hand gently, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare. "What's wrong?" Qin Yang looked over. He glanced at the opponent's whole body, but did not find the Quanhuan ring. Seeing this hot gaze, Peony felt uncomfortable, and said bravely, I also have the portable space you mentioned. Jiang Chengwei took a deep look at Peony and suddenly said, Are you a descendant of the Spirit Master? The noun that popped up suddenly, even Peony has never heard of it. What Spirit Master? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei explained, the Spirit Master is the master of the Spirit Clan, just like a gardener. The Spirit Master is the gardener, and the Spirit Clan is cultivated by the Spirit Master, flowers and plants. Saying this, it instantly made everyone understand. Jiang Chengwei continued, the Spirit Lord is also the root and continuation of the Spirit race. As long as the Spirit Lord lives, the Spirit race will not be destroyed. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chengwei said again, since she is a descendant of the Spirit Master, her own power itself contains the Spirit Master space, and the size of the space fluctuates with the strength. Based on the cultivation base of the 9 heavens of the God King realm, her Spirit Master space at least there is. Jiang Chengwei thought for a while, and said, all of us have such a big ring together. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and said, then what are you waiting for? I'll take it all. Qin Yang waved his hand and said. In Peony's spiritual master space, there is indeed an area where spirits are being cultivated. Apart from this area, other spaces are more than enough to store these treasures. The entire treasure trove was suddenly empty, and the empty one could even speak with an echo. Actually, the magic weapons and medicinal herbs in the Wensu continent are not all useless to us. Most of the magic weapons are functions such as spiritual sense amplification and defense, not to mention the medicinal herbs. Even if it is a useless magic weapon, the spiritual materials are also useful to us. Jiang Chengwei said. Qin Yang was overjoyed, it turned out that it wasn't a pile of garbage. However, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei suspiciously and asked, how do you know so much? Jiang Chengwei said directly, because, the spiritual race was brought in by me at the beginning. Moreover, in the Xuanhuan Empire, there are also people who were exiled by me, Wensu continent. You exiled? Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, but now these exiled people have turned their backs on the guests. Jiang Chengwei was a little ashamed and said, I didn't expect that the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao would also be on these people from the Wensu continent. Looking at the entire treasure trove, there are only some portal scrolls left that have not been collected. Qin Yang looked at these scrolls and had plans for the next step. Qin Yang suddenly said, 5 elements Lingzhu, Jin Lingzhu has been found by us, so only the fire Lingzhu is left, right? Yes, you. Jiang Chengwei guessed Qin Yang's thoughts and hesitated. There is a lot of hidden treasures, and trespassing is extremely risky, which is equivalent to being directly surrounded by the army. Qin Yang spread his hands and pointed to the empty environment around him. The echo of Jiang Chengwei's words was not over, which made Jiang Chengwei a little embarrassed. After all, this is the secret realm of the Sky Continent. Even if there are thousands of volumes of Lingbao, as long as they don't appear, it is impossible for the people of Wensu continent to exert their true strength. Qin Yang said. No one knows more about fighting than Qin Yang. From the first viewing of the panel to the fight, Qin Yang has already discovered that the combat effectiveness of these people is not proportional to the panel. Just like the former Grand Marshal of the Left Army, Qin Yang didn't give him time to react, didn't let him have the opportunity to hook up with the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and directly decapitated him. Who is Qin Yang? The battle god king of the Sky Continent. As long as Qin Yang doesn't give him a chance, it's useless for anyone to come. Looking at the picture scroll, Qin Yang found the Grand Marshal of the Right Army and the Grand Marshal of the Central Army, and also had an understanding of the army of the Xuanhuan Empire. Since it was a crusade against the spirit race, they only got a fire spirit orb, shouldn't they be in a hurry to send it to the palace? Qin Yang guessed. Huang Quan's eyes lit up and said, doesn't that mean? Qin Yang laughed and said, "This is just the treasure house of this noble army. Let's take this treasure house of the Grand Marshal of the left army first." The three disappeared together with Qin Yang, and in another treasure house, Peony once again served as a warehouse. The treasures obtained made Peony herself terrified. The Grand Marshal is one person under 10,000 people in the Xuanhuan Empire. Because of the portal scroll, all the treasures will be placed in the same place. It stands to reason that it is absolutely impossible for someone to sneak into such a place. After all, it is surrounded by heavy armies. But Qin Yang found a better way. As long as you enter one of the treasure troves, the door to the other treasure trove is naturally opened. The treasure house of the Grand Marshal of the Zhua army is full of talent spirit stones, and above the talent spirit stones, there is a spring flowing. In the spring water, talent is overflowing. These are just ordinary spiritual stones. Under the watering of this spring, they are full of talents and can be used by the power system of Wensu continent. Qin Yang looked up and saw that the source of the spring water was a picture scroll. At this moment, a pair of majestic eyes suddenly appeared in the picture scroll, staring at Qin Yang. Chapter 561 You are surrounded by me. Who are you? Those eyes wanted to penetrate Qin Yang, but they couldn't see through Qin Yang at all. Who are you? Qin Yang asked, without answering. The atmosphere was suddenly suppressed. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan also looked like they were facing great enemies. The people of the sky can actually sneak into the treasure house of my Grand Marshal of the left army? It seems that I really underestimate you. The voice that caused the pressure to multiply slowly sounded, revealing an aura of being the only one in the sky and the earth. Qin Yang was not afraid, and said with a smile, Emperor Xuanhuan is no different from a normal person. It seems that I really think highly of you. Immediately, Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Take it." Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes widened as he watched helplessly as the peony girl scoured the entire Grand Marshal's treasure trove. "Where is my Marshal of the left army?" Emperor Xuanhuan asked in a deep voice. There was an irresistible aura in his tone. However, these are useless to Qin Yang, and they can only scare Peony. Even Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were indifferent. After all, the pressure was even worse than Xuanhuan Guqing's. "I killed him," Qin Yang said quietly. "You?" Emperor Xuanhuan didn't believe it, as if he was checking something. The mood in his eyes suddenly changed. He was shocked and anxious at the same time. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smile, "It seems that the fire spirit orb is indeed in the treasure house of the Grand Marshal of the Chinese army." After saying this sentence, "It doesn't matter," Emperor Xuanhuan disappeared immediately. The picture scroll no longer flowed with talent, and the entire picture scroll disappeared. Qin Yang was overjoyed and said, "Quick, go to the treasure house of the Grand Marshal of the Central Army, the fire spirit orb is missing." Huang Quan and Peony opened their mouths wide, and Jiang Chengwei was also full of disbelief. It's actually, that Qin Yang was caught out like this? Find the scroll, and everyone teleports again. Fortunately, the action was fast, and as soon as they arrived, the scroll was destroyed directly. If it is a step later, it is not a big problem to get over. In case the scroll is destroyed during the transmission process, I hope that Shenlongju will not know when to find the way back. Just after collecting the entire treasure trove, Peony hasn't had time to check if there is any fire spirit orb. After all, there are too many treasures, and I heard two voices in my ears. Don't worry, Superintendent, the fire spirit orb is absolutely safe with me. It is impossible for anyone to break into my treasure house. A sonorous voice came. Immediately followed by a slightly younger voice, a bit sarcastic, "Foolproof?" Marshal Zhua Jun also said that it was foolproof, but what happened? Fortunately, the fire spirit orb was delivered in advance, otherwise, the price of losing the fire spirit orb, you cannot afford. Yes. The middle-aged voice promised again and again. The fire spirit orb will be kept by me from now on. No, I will present the fire spirit orb first. The young voice said. But when the words landed, there was an echo in his ears. The Grand Marshal of the Central Army's pupils trembled, and his whole body trembled imperceptibly. Echo. Only in an open place will there be such an echo. With a swept away, the Grand Marshal of the Chinese army was completely blacked out, and he could barely stand still. The noble guard hurriedly rushed down the treasure house. Looking at the entire empty treasure house, he slumped on the ground in fright. It's foolproof. What you said is foolproof. The noble guard roared savagely. You bastards, if you lose the fire spirit orb, you will all be severely punished in the army. The Grand Marshal of the Central Army said in a trembling voice, please rest assured that the supervisors, all the teleportation scrolls have been destroyed, and they must not have gone far. Immediately took out the token and ordered, all the soldiers in the entire imperial city were mobilized. In the corner of the treasure house, Qin Yang and others watched the two leave with joy on their faces. Have you found it? Qin Yang asked in a low voice. Peony nodded and excitedly held out a fiery red bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire treasure house set off a wave of heat, like a sea of flames. It's all set. The repairing of the 5 elements ascension formation has been completed. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. I saw the treasure house here before, and the treasures in it seem to be treasures from heaven and earth? Qin Yang asked again. Peony took out some spirit medicines and spirit materials, and said, it's all of this kind. She didn't know how to divide the types, Qin Yang said, so she could only take out the real objects and let Qin Yang compare them. Just a look, Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan also laughed. These are all normal treasures of heaven and earth. These are the real treasures, to Qin Yang and the others. Hurry up. Qin Yang said quickly, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. I thought these normal treasures of heaven and earth would be useless to these people. It's a pity, the other treasure houses haven't had time to go. Qin Yang sighed. Jiang Chengwei seemed to have thought of something, and said, no, Zhongjuan. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei said, if it is the Chinese army, it should be stationed near the imperial city. Generally, the Central Army Marshal's mansion is also in the imperial city. Doesn't this mean that we can even complete the task of Lingbao 1,000 scrolls? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Chengwei was suddenly speechless. Said, I mean, we have to be careful. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, it seems that you are not used to fighting in the secret realm. What? Jiang Chengwei was a little puzzled. Xuanhuan didn't understand either. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I'll let you know now, with our strength, how to behave in the secret realm. With a wave of his hand, the white jade dragon flashed by. Everyone suddenly appeared above the sky, and below, the entire imperial city. Sure enough, it's in the imperial city. Xuanhuan said. But at the same time, I felt a little uncomfortable, and countless Taoist thoughts swept over, and many of them were cultivators from the sky. Xuanhuan Guqing and the others have arrived. Jiang Chengwei looked at the sky above the palace in the distance. Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor and others stood empty. Xuanhuan Guqing and Emperor Tiangang looked at each other, confused. This, Qin Yang, what do you want to do? Not only did they understand, but even Jiang Chengwei didn't understand. Qin Yang took a deep breath and shouted loudly, listen to the people of the Xuanhui Empire, you are already surrounded by me, hurry up and hand over the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, or I will slaughter your imperial city. I rely on my Nima. Sky. In the entire imperial city, all the cultivators from the sky who came here were stunned and uttered foul language. At the same time, outside the secret realm, all the spectators beside the major screens were dumbfounded. Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan had black lines all over their heads, and the peony on the side was trembling with fright. This is the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. Peony whispered in a trembling voice. I know. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes were looking into the depths of the palace. With the same feeling, Qin Yang knew that the one who peeped at him in the palace was Emperor Xuanhuan. Did you loot the army's treasure house, or you stole the fire spirit orb? Emperor Xuanhuan's voice came from afar. What? Qin Yang, he looted the army's treasure house? The fire spirit orb is also in his hands? The indigenous people of the Xuanhuan Empire glared at Qin Yang and others, and the practitioners in the sky world also looked bad when they looked at Qin Yang. Leaving aside the fire spirit orb, the word treasure house of the Great Army is enough to make people on the left and right lose their minds. Chapter 562 God Emperor. I was worried that I had nowhere to look for you, but I didn't expect to find you here. A loud roar came, and a middle-aged man's clothes burst into pieces and turned into his body. The body was huge, crushing countless houses, and a roaring python rushed up into the sky. Emperor Xuanhuan looked at this scene coldly and laughed lightly. It turned out that these savages in the sky were not a piece of iron. There is no harmony between the demon clan and the human clan. In this way, it is to their advantage. Before Xiaotian Python was in shape, the pungent stench had already surrounded Qin Yang and the others. Qin Yang angrily reprimanded, "Interfere with my business, die." Reaching out a finger, a sword of annihilation cut through the sky. Crack! Xiaotian Python smashed the divine sword of extermination in one bite, and the poisonous light above his fangs was dazzling. The mouth is good. Qin Yang chuckled. Qin Yang's figure disappeared instantly, and it reappeared on the tip of the opponent's tail. Xiao Tianmong widened his eyes, feeling a sudden sense of crisis. Immediately afterwards, the body flew upside down uncontrollably. Big smashing monument. Qin Yang shouted lowly, grabbed Xiaotian Python's tail and threw it down. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground of the imperial city burst inch by inch. After one time, Qin Yang swung the Xiaotian Python again and again, as if waving a whip. Brother Python, I'm here to help you. With a loud and high-pitched cry, a sun-swallowing sparrow flew high into the sky, spreading its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Qin Yang opened the Annihilation Dragon's eyes, and there seemed to be a dragon phantom lingering around him. With full strength in his hand, he shook slightly. Xiaotian Python's eyes turned red, and his meridians were shattered in an instant. The internal organs were all ruptured, and the demon pill was even wiped out. One hit, instant kill. After letting go of his hands, Qin Yang raised his hands up and shouted, "Destroy the big Madra." The two handprints are like giant palms, directly catching the sun-swallowing sparrow in the sky. The sun-swallowing sparrow was shocked, but how does his speed compare to Qin Yang? His wings were caught, and he tried his best to resist the annihilation force from the fingerprints. Qin Yang waved his arms and directly tore the sun-swallowing sparrow in half. The two big monsters just met each other, and they were killed by Qin Yang one after another. The blood rained, soaking the entire imperial city, as if foretelling something. Are the demons of your demon temple so vulnerable? Qin Yang cracked the corners of his mouth, but his eyes looked deep into the palace. Emperor Xuanhuan's heart is tight. Is this to use the imperial city as a battlefield? Bold. Dare to be presumptuous in my imperial city. Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't sit still, showing a figure. Qin Yang looked over and heard the sound of the system in his ears. The scan is successful and the panel is generated. Enemy, Emperor Xuanhuan. Strength, the realm of God Emperor. Exercises, the Book of Sages. Rules, 3,000 scrolls. Field, a stroke of the land. Qin Yang raised his brows. Sure enough, only Emperor Xuanhuan had normal exercises and fields. And this so-called normal is only relative to Wensu continent. It's just the strength of the God Emperor's realm that makes Qin Yang somewhat incomprehensible. How can there be a God Emperor level power in a God King level secret realm? Qin Yang, you are ruining the affairs of my Sky Alliance. Xuanhuan Guqing said displeased. Between the distribution of power, it is more majestic than Emperor Xuanhuan. You, shut up. Qin Yang pointed at Xuanhuan Guqing, looked around the audience, and said, there are many people who want to kill me. I'll wait here today and see who can do it. Facing Emperor Xuanhuan, Qin Yang was not afraid, he just wanted to see what Emperor Xuanhuan was capable of. Knowing that the other party is a God Emperor has already gained something. It's just two ordinary monsters, and it's just a million miscellaneous soldiers. I'll let you know today that the battle God King, but you're not the only one. An old man came out more and more, his eyes were as deep as the sea, staring at Qin Yang. The third god of war, Lu Jiuchen. It turned out to be him. It is rumored that he never took the initiative to challenge the battle God King list, but the people on the list always wanted to challenge him, but he was defeated by him, and his ranking went up instead. The battle between the God of War and the King of War will destroy a city at light level, while the sky and the earth will be torn apart at worst. I just don't know who is stronger or weaker. Lu Jiuchen looked at Qin Yang quietly, with no contempt in his eyes. His voice was vigorous and powerful. It is said that you are stuck at the 10th place on the Battle God King list, but you have the strength of the first Battle God King. And we are on the Battle God King list. People who have been in fear have been trembling, for fear that you will continue to challenge. After a pause, Lu Jiuchen smiled and said, today, I will let the world know that the title of Fighting God King we obtained is not a false name. Please. Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense, just made a gesture. Lu Jiuchen was instantly furious and said, okay. You brought it on yourself, but don't blame me for relying on the old and selling the old. With both hands clasped together, a strange power fluctuation came from the heavens and the earth, and a beam of light hit Qin Yang directly. In the beam of light, all the rules and spiritual energy were turned into primitive dust. On one side of the attacker, Lu Jiuchen stretched out his hand and waved, and the corpses of the two previous monsters were also vanished into dust. This hand shocked everyone. Emperor Xuanhuan took a deep look at Lu Jiuchen, and then looked at Xuanhuan Guqing and others. These savages in the sky, their strength should not be underestimated. If they are used well, they are a big help. Everyone looked at the beam of light with fear. If it was wrapped by it, wouldn't it also turn into dust? Qin Yang was instantly covered and did not dodge at all. A layer of black light lingered on the surface of the body, and it was directly immune to Lu Jiuchen's attack. The title of Fighting God King is of course not a false name. But, it also depends on who it is. Qin Yang's eyes stared at Lu Jiuchen coldly, his pupils shrank, and Long Wei Xian was wiped out. In Long Wei, there is a majestic rule of annihilation, and Lu Jiuchen's eyes are suddenly dull and indifferent. This is no longer a shock, but a direct annihilation of Lu Jiuchen's spiritual sense. With the strong penetration of Long Wei, few people of the same rank can resist this move. Everyone is looking forward to this peak matchup, but in front of Qin Yang, it's still an instant kill. Fighting God King number 3 instantly fell. At this moment, Xuanhuan Guqing's complexion changed, as did Emperor Xuanhuan's complexion. This is Qin Yang's ability to kill an army of millions in seconds. In the Divine King realm, Qin Yang's various powers have reached their limit. Qin Yang flew into the air and stood empty, no one dared to attack him again. Qin Yang scratched his head and laughed, is it too straightforward to scare others? Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, you killed the third god of war god in seconds, how can others dare to take action? He looked at Xuanhuan Guqing and Emperor Tiangang, fearing that only strong men like them would dare to confront Qin Yang now. Looking at Emperor Xuanhuan again, Jiang Chengwei's eyes twitched. Divine Sense voice said, I just thought Emperor Xuanhuan had some kind of hidden technique. Is it the God Emperor realm? Qin Yang added. You know? Jiang Chengwei was taken aback. Chapter 563. I didn't know it before, but now I know. Qin Yang nodded. Since you want to obtain the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, this Emperor Xuanhuan is the enemy. Only by knowing yourself and knowing the enemy can you win 100 battles. Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei reminded, God Emperor realm is different from God King. The biggest threat to us is not his cultivation level of God Emperor realm, but, why did he become a God Emperor? What's your opinion? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei said, since Lingbao 1,000 scrolls is also a Lingbao, the effect is probably similar to that of the spirit treasure in the sky. We must not underestimate the enemy. The tone is heavy and the meaning is clear. This is the real estate of other people. Without the spiritual treasure in the sky, I am afraid that it will be difficult to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan, who has the spiritual treasure. What are you afraid of? This is the secret realm of the sky continent. Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei nodded secretly. If it weren't for this, they would not be able to fight against the Xuanhuan Emperor at all. I know your purpose, why don't you join me? I can keep you safe. Emperor Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang and spoke slowly. Win me? Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Keep me safe? Where did you see that I wasn't thorough? Emperor Xuanhuan said quietly, it is enough to prove your ability if you can let me show up. You have many enemies, and your fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. After all, it is impossible for you to be an enemy of everyone. You are wrong, I can. Qin Yang shrugged. Being so conceited made Emperor Xuanhuan very angry, and his face sank as he said, don't eat a toast and take a penalty drink? I'll give you another chance. The repeated solicitations made Xuanhuan Guqing and the others' faces change slightly. She and Emperor Tiangang visited in person, and they did not receive such attention. In the eyes of Emperor Xuanhuan, could Qin Yang have more potential? Hand over the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao, I can spare you from dying. Qin Yang stared at Emperor Xuanhuan and said word by word. Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. This kid seems to know a lot of things. If that's the case, then I won't be able to keep you. Emperor Xuanhuan waved his hand gently, causing the world to change color. Everyone seems to have entered an illusion. It is the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. The power of rules condensed into symbols of words, dripping down like rain. There seems to be a book of ode to 10,000 people in my ears, washing my soul. The people of the imperial city, all with pious faces, sat cross-legged and recited. The practitioners in the sky are resisting this strange rule of heaven and earth. He wants to assimilate us, and he never thought of negotiating with us from the beginning to the end. Xuanhuan Guqing gritted his teeth and reached out to press it. Domain Qingming spread out directly, and everyone's faces were more submissive than pious. Emperor Xuanhuan raised his brows. This woman, not easy. It's not just him, the cultivators in the sky also use their own means. Although Emperor Xuanhuan's move is weird, it is not launched against them. Although it is difficult to resist, it has not been brainwashed. As the center of power, Qin Yang looked at these rain-like poems with curiosity, his brows furrowed. He finally knew why people in this secret realm didn't need to practice. As long as they read silently, they would be baptized with talent and improve their cultivation. At the same time, I also know why the people here clearly know nothing about poetry, but they can also fight with poetry and follow the law. These poems' rainwater will be mastered as long as they are infused into the body and rooted in spiritual thoughts. You don't need to know poetry at all, and the amount of baptism you can accept will give you how strong your ability will be. And this baptism is one-sided, so it caused the phenomenon of ignorance of poetry. Iron Horse Glacier is dreaming. Qin Yang actually read along. All the practitioners in the sky are so nervous that even Qin Yang can't bear it, so how do they get the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? At the same time, everyone's hegemony orders have completed a task of finding the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and all the contestants present were rewarded with points, but at this moment, no one was overjoyed, but rather nervous. Jiang Chengwei was also frightened, and called out again and again, Qin Yang. Qin Yang turned back, looked at Jiang Chengwei in surprise, and said, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chengwei was stunned, all the practitioners in the sky were stunned, even Emperor Xuanhuan was stunned. Qin and Yang Mingming was invaded by talent just now, why is he still awake? Don't send me back to the sea cave in turn, and still leave an arrow to shoot at the Tianshan Mountains. Qin Yang said again. Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei called again. Qin Yang frowned, turned his head and said, "What are you doing?" Jiang Chengwei was dumbfounded again, shook her head, and said, "No, nothing." Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang shook his head again, but his eyes turned to Emperor Xuanhuan. Crack! The clear sky exploded with thunder, and the sky and the earth changed suddenly. Originally, it was peaceful and graceful, like a sacred place of fairy and Buddha. At this time, the scene changed, and the entire imperial city was like a boundless battlefield. In the ears of everyone, they heard the horns of the war between the two armies, countless soldiers fighting bloody, knives and swords screaming, and the meeting was sonorous. At this moment, the pressure on the cultivators in the sky suddenly loosened, and this battlefield made them extremely comfortable, and the man should be so bloody. War. The indigenous people of the imperial city were all flushed, and some even vomited blood before they collapsed. Lingbao 1,000 scrolls, you didn't use it that way. Qin Yang looked at Emperor Xuanhuan playfully. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, "Xuanhuan and martial arts, Xuanhuan is cherishing 9 cloves, and cultivating martial arts is peaceful. If you don't understand education, you are not worthy of using Lingbao 1,000 scrolls. Talk to me about enlightenment?" Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes burst out with endless killing intent. This Qin Yang's mystery was beyond his imagination. He had always been an unfavorable means. When it came to Qin Yang, not only was it ineffective, but the other party was able to use Lingbao Qian. The power of scrolls? Just now, he sensed a trace of approval from the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. This feeling of approval had never appeared in him before. Qin Yang's mouth showed an untraceable smile, his eyes twinkled, and he continued, "Set up your heart for the world, set up your life for the people, follow the sages of the past, and create peace for all generations." Lingbao 1,000 scrolls, how much do you know? I will integrate a world, establish a country, and become an emperor, and make all the people believe in Wenxiu. Isn't this called a past sage and a peculiar study? Emperor Xuanhuan roared angrily, "I am building the 5 elements ascension array, and I want to move the empire to the real continent. Isn't this called peace for all ages? The world is no longer word rain, but it is clear and bright." The shaking of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao made Emperor Xuanhuan truly panic. It is also that Emperor Xuanhuan is constantly suppressed by his spiritual sense, while suppressing the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and at the same time suppressing the fragile sense of identity in his heart. What Qin Yang said, even Emperor Xuanhuan himself felt reasonable. It seems like he wants to be empowered, but if he really obeys this idea, he will be defeated without a fight. No, I am right, I am right. Emperor Xuanhuan fought fiercely in his heart, and paranoid madness gradually appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a voice sounded softly behind Emperor Xuanhuan. "God Emperor, so what? You don't even understand your own strength." Qin Yang snorted softly, his right hand was like a knife, and he slid violently. Chapter 564. What did I see? Qin Yang is assassinating Emperor Xuanhuan? God Emperor. What do you mean? Could it be that Emperor Xuanhuan is in the realm of the God Emperor? The King of God assassinated the Emperor of God, this. Outside the secret realm, next to the major light screens, everyone stared at the image and felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. Is this the true style of the Battle God King? There are also people who admire from the bottom of their hearts, knowing that the opponent is strong, but finding a different way. The combat sense is so keen, after finding the opponent's weakness, he will strike a sharp blow. Xuanhuan Guqing narrowed his eyes. This trick is probably only effective for this Emperor Xuanhuan. But the one who can use this method is none other than Qin Yang. Who can know the weakness of Emperor Xuanhuan? I'm afraid it's only Qin Yang. But how did Qin Yang find out? But it is unknown. The annihilating half-moon slash pierced through the sky, and this picture appeared in everyone's eyes. Sudden. Everything seemed to be still. Qin Yang stopped motionless, and even the Banyu slash in his hand was only half drawn. Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes showed a sinister smile, and his figure was like Qin Yang, and everything became a painting. In the air, a strange scroll of painting slowly spread out, and the scene everyone saw was actually in this painting. However, Emperor Xuanhuan walked out of the painting, looked at Qin Yang's portrait quietly, and praised, "You are very good. Since you don't want to surrender to me, then it will always be my collection." Field, a stroke of the country. Emperor Xuanhuan didn't know when a magic pen appeared in his hand, and it was this that drew everything just now on this picture scroll. "You are the first to force me to use the realm." Emperor Xuanhuan raised his pen to paint, and said softly, "Although you are an excellent collection, you are only the most precious when you are extinct." As soon as the words fell, everyone's heart went cold. You don't need to think about it to know that if Emperor Xuanhuan was painting in the painting, Qin Yang would definitely be affected as well. I saw Emperor Xuanhuan's hand constantly waving the magic pen, and the destruction Banyu slash was completed by him, and at the same time, he continued to outline it, making the destroyer Banyu slash into a full moon. And this full moon completely separated Qin Yang's body in two halves. What a pity, what a pity. Emperor Xuanhuan shook his head again and again, put away the magic pen, and waved it casually. The picture scroll became reality again, and Qin Yang's figure also came out of the picture scroll. At the same time, there is the destroyed full moon slash. Everyone looked terrified. With such power as Emperor Xuanhuan, who could fight against him? Almost everyone is sure that Qin Yang will be cut into two sections by his attack. Buzz. The humming sound of the avenue sounded, and the full moon slash involved Qin Yang's body, but unlike the waist slash that everyone thought, after the full moon slash disappeared, Qin Yang's body was still intact. It's amazing. Qin Yang sighed. I was thinking of using Shenlongjiu to come out, but I didn't expect you to let me go. This. Everyone's eyes widened, even Emperor Xuanhuan himself didn't believe it. How could you still be alive? Emperor Xuanhuan exclaimed. Jiang Chengwei, who was about to shoot, breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time there was a strange color in her eyes. What resisted this annihilating full moon slash was Qin Yang's own physique's own defense. Qin Yang's attack power is extremely powerful, and it is a rule of annihilation, but his physique, is it actually so strong? In fact, Qin Yang knew one thing very well in his heart, that is, although the rule of extinction is strong, it is a little worse than his own immortality. The immortal body is a body tempered by the power of annihilation. Even the power of annihilation cannot be annihilated. What other attacks can damage the immortal body? What's more, the rules of annihilation are constantly improving, and at the same time, there is also the immortal body. The stronger the rule of annihilation, the greater the strength of tempering the body. Therefore, the defense power of the immortal body will always be stronger than the power of the rule of annihilation mastered by Qin Yang. Otherwise, Qin Yang's slag would have been wiped out by his own annihilation power. There are too many impossible things to do. I have to say that God Emperor is really extraordinary. There is no way I can kill you, and I can't even find a way to hurt you. Qin Yang said sincerely. Even if he angered the other party at the beginning and exposed the other party's flaws, that one hand and one stroke of the country is really too perverted, and everything is painted into a picture. Even if he really killed Emperor Xuanhuan, the other party only needs to sketch a few strokes, and can walk out of the picture without injury. If it was the God Emperor Xuanhuan, Qin Yang would be able to let go of the fight, but this Emperor Xuanhuan, especially the Emperor Xuanhuan who was blessed by the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, was directly invincible. However, invincibility is only relative, and the power of rules is far more mysterious and miraculous than anyone thinks. Xuanhuan's eyes showed a strange color, just like the eyes opened by the King of Hell. There was no smile on his face, but he suddenly gave a very gloomy feeling. If you haven't shown your previous potential, I still want to continue to win over you, but unfortunately. Emperor Xuanhuan shook his head gently. Qin Yang could actually resonate with Lingbao 1,000 scrolls, which Emperor Xuanhuan would never allow. Don't always put on a high-profile attitude. It's a pity that you won't be with anyone. Sample. Qin Yang said with a look of pity, and even shook his head, and said again and again, it's a pity. What do you regret? Emperor Xuanhuan was furious. Qin Yang pointed to Xuanhuan behind Emperor Xuanhuan. Look. Emperor Xuanhuan had long noticed that Xuanhuan was flying over, but Qin Yang in front of him was the strongest of all. He wasn't even afraid of Qin Yang. Who else was he afraid of? It's just that divine sense swept away Xuanhuan, but my heart was stunned. I just heard Xuanhuan say, the voice seems to come from the depths of the 18th hell. I killed Emperor Yan at the beginning, but now I want to kill you. It is really overkill, killing chickens. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang and said, what are you killing chickens for? Qin Yang's head was covered in black lines, and he said, I used a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Xuanhuan nodded, and then said, the dragon-slaying knife was used to kill chickens. Qin Yang rolled his eyes immediately. You? Emperor Xuanhuan frowned, reappearing the magic brush in his hand. However, Xuanhuan stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture, which made everyone bewildered. Xuanhuan Guqing and Emperor Tiangang looked at each other, and they retreated a little unconsciously. Even if Qin Yang showed his strength, he never made them so afraid. In fact, the only thing they really fear from the bottom of their hearts is Xuanhuan. Please come with me. ? Emperor Xuanhuan was full of question marks. To Xuanhuan together. Xuanhuan said softly. Hey, boring. Emperor Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan with contempt, and said, want to die together? You are too flattering yourself. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Xuanhuan's heart cast a shadow of death. He hurriedly waved the magic brush in his hand to paint, but he did not draw his own figure in the painting. It can't be drawn, there is only one explanation, that is, it doesn't exist. Not to exist means, he is dead. This. Emperor Xuanhuan's pupils dimmed, and at the same time, a door to the underworld seemed to open between heaven and earth. On a Xuanhuan avenue, Xuanhuan and Emperor Xuanhuan appeared at the same time. No matter how hard Emperor Xuanhuan struggled, he couldn't escape Xuanhuan Road. Xuanhuan laughed aside and said, stop struggling, let's go. After speaking, he did not forget to greet Qin Yang and said, don't make me wait too long. Qin Yang smiled and said, I know. However, the smile was a little stiff. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it even if he went to Xuanhuan together. Shen Longjiu also gave a clear statement, that world can't get out of the shuttle. A generation of god emperors, with 10,000 ambitions, one thought becomes empty. Chapter 565, The Emperor's Son-in-Law. Who is that person beside Qin Yang? How could he have such an ability? My God, It seems that the other party has no chance to resist when they die together with the God Emperor. In front of the light screen image, all the practitioners in the sky continent are boiling. Such an opponent is simply an invincible enemy. Xuanhuan next to Qin Yang shot, what about Jiang Chengwei? Fortunately, the person named Xuanhuan is already dead, otherwise. But they don't know, what if they die? Qin Yang can bring it back to life. With the fall of Emperor Xuanhuan, all the indigenous peoples turned pale and trembled. Bold! How dare you kill my emperor? A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes flew out, holding a scroll of treasured books in his hand. Although his tone was angry and frightened, there was an irresistible look of joy on this man's face. I'm still thinking about how to find it. You just sent the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao? Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. As soon as he said that, all the practitioners in the sky straightened their eyes. Is that volume that exudes brilliance, the Lingbao 1,000 scrolls? As long as you get it, 100 points are secondary, and 100 times the increase of spiritual sense is the most important. Send the book? No, I'm going to send you on your way. The middle-aged man clenched the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao in his hands. It looked like a scroll of ancient bamboo slips, exuding infinite coercion. General Yin Qiu, you must avenge our emperor. Yes, General Yin Qiu. In the imperial city, the calls of the indigenous people became louder and louder, and the light of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao became more and more intense. It can almost be clearly felt that this middle-aged man named Yin Qiu's aura is constantly improving, and his sense of oppression is gradually increasing. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Yin Qiu raised the corner of his mouth and said, I am a relative of the emperor and the son-in-law of the emperor. When I kill these outsiders and ascend to the throne, I will naturally lead you back to the sky, and the king is in the sky. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao trembled slightly, and strange rules rippled. Where can all the indigenous people take care of others and only regard Yin Qiu as the savior? Fart. Emperor Xuanhuan has fallen. The new Emperor Xuanhuan should be chosen from among our nobles. When will it be your turn? Are you going to rebel? An old man's face was furious, and he came out of the crowd. At the same time, many nobles also flew up and surrounded Yin Qiu aggressively. Yin Qiu laughed, raised the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao in his hands, and said, those who have obtained the Book of Heaven will gain the world. I'm already the new owner of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Do I still need you to give me orders? Despicable, it turns out that you have been taking care of the Book of Heaven, not because of your talent in the Book of Heaven, but because of the throne. The old man was shaking with anger. But who would have thought that Emperor Xuanhuan would fall? All the nobles didn't have this thought at all, but Yin Qiu finally got the chance and took advantage of it. The old man looked at the imperial city and raised his voice. Yin Qiu is a commoner, and the emperor only recruits him as his son-in-law when he considers his merits. In terms of identity, he is not worthy of becoming a new emperor. In terms of character, this man has been dormant, and has been dormant since the very beginning. Conspiracy. How can such a person be promoted to the throne? Yin Qiu laughed loudly, and immediately said loudly, if I am the emperor, the first thing to do is to abolish the nobility. The expressions of all the nobles changed drastically. If this is the case, their identities are probably not as good as those of the commoners. Saying this, instead, all ordinary people are overjoyed. Isn't this no longer necessary to be oppressed by nobles? What are you talking about? You don't need to talk to Yin Qiu, just kill him and take away the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. As for these people, they're just ants. Emperor Xuanhuan shouldn't think about rearranging them. The 5 elements ascension formation will bring these people out. A nobleman spoke up. Immediately aroused the hostility of all. Yin Qiu's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered, kill me? It seems that depriving you of your noble status is still too cheap for you. If so, then you nobles should go to Xuanhuan together with Emperor Xuanhuan. With a slight tremor in his hand, Ling Bao Thousand Scrolls once again made the world poetry rain. It's just that the scale is not comparable to that of Emperor Xuanhuan's personal display, and every poem is also a bit vague. Obviously the intensity of spiritual sense is still very low. 5 Elements Ascension Array, want to take all the people out? Yin Qiu laughed and said, the 5 Elements Ascension Array using the 5 Elements Spirit Orbs does have this ability. But do you think Emperor Xuanhuan really has this plan? He is just borrowing, this is just to win the hearts of the people. After that, Yin Qiu paused and continued, although the 5 Elements Ascension Array in the Imperial Palace does not have the 5 Elements Spirit Orbs, do you know what the purpose of the 5 Elements Ascension Array is? All the nobles widened their eyes with panic in their eyes. That's right, you can break through the level of the secret realm and advance, by leaps and bounds. The robe on Yin Qiu's body was automatically windless, and a phantom of a god appeared from the surface of the body and kept getting bigger. This is to be promoted to God Emperor. Jiang Chengwei whispered. Qin Yang closed his eyes and felt it, while Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang with attention. At the same time, the practitioners in the sky also looked at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang seemed to have become the focus of all the onlookers in the entire sky continent. But then, Qin Yang opened his eyes and scratched his head, saying, I forgot, I'm not at the promotion gate, so naturally I can't feel the restrictions of the secret realm, and I don't know if it's here. Can break through the limits. Everyone was speechless. But then, everyone's eyes were empty, and the picture became empty, only Jiang Chengwei looked around, as if looking for something. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao are not yours. Emperor Tiangang stabbed the void with a spear. Clang! With a sound, Qin Yang pointed at the tip of the spear like a sword. Emperor Tiangong's hands were numb, and the battle increased sharply. Qin Yang frowned and said, in whose hands it is better than theirs? Qin Yang's actions also attracted Yin Qiu's attention. Yin Qiu looked over and chuckled, want to attack me? I'm different from Emperor Xuanhuan. Glancing at Emperor Tiangang and Xuanhuan Guqing, Yin Qiu had a strange emotion in his eyes. When I solve the nobles, I will break these dirty rules and clean up you. After Yin Qiu said, he swept his spiritual sense and swept directly to the nobles. The aristocratic old man bore the brunt and vomited blood and died. Obviously, divine sense has suffered a devastating blow. Cultivation talent is ridiculous. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao can increase the spiritual sense by 100 times. If you adhere to the original cultivation method, how can you end up like this? The spiritual sense is so powerful that you can step out of reincarnation with a single thought. Yin Qiu said. On the other side, Emperor Tiangang kept blocking Qin Yang, the first god of war among the 8 gods of war in the sky, and finally fought against Qin Yang. Whoever stops me will die. Qin Yang shouted angrily and punched out, Rongtian fist. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the punch. Emperor Tiangang took the tip of his spear and saw the clue of this punch, and wanted to break Qin Yang's tendon. The breeze is blowing the willows. Qin Yang turned his fist into his palm, grabbed Emperor Tiangong's long spear, took advantage of the trend, and threw it violently. Emperor Tiangang was thrown out directly. Chapter 566, Burning Books. Yin Qiu looked at Qin Yang coldly, the divine light in his eyes overflowed, and the ripples spread out. This is a manifestation of divine sense being extremely powerful. Although your speed is fast, it can't be faster than my divine sense. Yin Qiu said quietly, as long as my spiritual sense is faster than yours, in front of me, you are like an ant. Qin Yang had already rushed to Yin Qiu's side, and reached out to grab the Lingbao 1,000 scrolls. Yin Qiu's eyes squinted, and he said sarcastically, why don't you listen to the persuasion? Divine sense propped up a barrier to bounce Qin Yang away, but Qin Yang was only shaken and remained in place. Yin Qiu's eyelids twitched, and his spiritual sense was activated again. The spiritual mind, which had been enhanced by the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, could not even bear the space and twisted. But Qin Yang's figure still stood still. Yin Qiu retreated, and the figure retreated violently. He looked at Qin Yang with fear. Qin Yang stood in the air and smiled playfully. You haven't been promoted to God Emperor, you haven't finished reading the 3,000 volumes, your spiritual sense is far worse than that of ordinary God Emperor, and it is higher than that of ordinary God King. Last point. Just you, dare to see me as an ant? The Xingshi was what you needed that day, right? Qin Yang looked at Yin Qiu, who was probably the only one among all the aborigines in the entire secret realm who didn't have the talent to cultivate. If you get the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao and ascend to the throne, you will naturally gain the belief of all the people. You are really greedy. You want the increase of the spiritual sense of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and you also want the power of faith. Qin Yang has seen everything. Yin Qiu took a bite and said, so what? The belief in this world can more than allow me to be promoted to the second realm of the God Emperor? Even if it is to attack the third realm of the God Emperor, there is still a chance. Your dream is too beautiful, I can't bear to break it. Qin Yang laughed. The figure flashed and forced forward again. This time, Qin Yang's figure could no longer be locked. When Qin Yang came behind Yin Qiu still didn't notice it. I just wanted to test your abilities, but I didn't expect you to be more paranoid than Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan can at least fully utilize the power of divine sense, how about you? No matter how strong your divine sense is, what's the use? I can't detect my breath. Qin Yang said softly. Yin Qiu was frightened and hurried out. The mind was empty. Where is Qin Yang's figure? Lingbao 1,000 scrolls, I accept it. Qin Yang smiled and stood beside Yin Qiu. After grabbing the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, Qin Yang said again, don't say I didn't give you a chance, it's because of your own weakness. Yin Qiu's eyes were splitting, and he said fiercely, return the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao to me. Qin Yang shrugged and directly wanted to put the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao into the Qianquan ring, but this Lingbao could not be collected. Can only be held in hand. Qin Yang said, this is not yours, how can you return it? The 1,000 volumes of Lingbao's books exuded a magical brilliance, and the light spots of words flowed out, and they were about to wrap Qin Yang's whole body. Qin Yang frowned, could this be a trap? Yin Qiu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Some nobles in the imperial city also looked horrified. Impossible. How could Lingbao Qianzhuanshu take the initiative to recognize the master? Even Emperor Xuanhuan has not been able to obtain its full approval. Yin Qiu said anxiously. Approval? Qin Yang looked at the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, and did not perceive the existence of spiritual wisdom. It seemed that this vision was just the effect of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Qin Yang didn't see it clearly, but others saw it clearly. Even Mr. Qiqiao, who was outside the secret realm, kept holding on to his glasses. This scene was simply too incredible. The light spots of text flowed out, and Qin Yang's feeling suddenly changed. The light spots of these texts were so dense that at first glance, they looked like a treasured garment. The scholar's white robe is embellished with words. The words are constantly changing, and they are all poems in the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao. Qin Yang felt refreshed, and his spiritual sense became clear for a while, as if he had seen another world through the 1,000 volumes of Lingbao. The spiritual sense was washed and increased, and Qin Yang's breath became stronger and stronger. No, no. Yin Qiu is about to collapse. If this goes on, Qin Yang will definitely become an invincible existence in the secret realm. All your plans have come to nothing. After holding back for so long, just for this moment, the fruit of victory was so easily obtained by Qin Yang. Emperor Tiangang hesitated to stop doing it, and Xuanhuan Guqing also had strong jealousy in his eyes. Obtaining the spirit treasure is already a blessing, and gaining recognition is something that ordinary people would not dare to think about. Qin Yang's strength is already strong enough, if there is another Ling Bao, who can fight against it. Qin Yang's eyes gradually deepened, and he seemed to have a different understanding of everything in the world. It was as if the Almighty God was looking down on all beings, and the thousands of volumes of Ling Bao were subtly affecting Qin Yang's psychology. No wonder people who cultivate talent are so proud. Qin Yang said suddenly, and his eyes returned to the clearness of the past. Looking up in a certain direction, Qin Yang looked at the 1,000 volumes of Ling Bao again and fell into deep thought. Countless pictures flashed in my mind, the two armies fighting, but it was a little unusual. People from two worlds are at war, the world is in turmoil, and life is ruined. The voice of the immortal mansion, which was chanting poetry in his ears, was cut off, replaced by a scream full of blood and fire. Qin Yang seemed to have witnessed a piece of history, witnessing the collision between Songqiong continent and Wensu continent. And the connection point of all this is actually Ling Bao. Ling Bao is the bridge connecting all worlds. This is why Qin Yang seems to see Wensu continent. I think I'm the master, but you want me to. Qin Yang looked at the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao with a complex mix of emotions. Forget it. Qin Yang sighed, reaching out and gently holding up the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao. A roll of bamboo slips slowly floated up. This 1,000-volume book of Ling Bao should not appear here. Qin Yang shook his head gently, and said something in his mouth. Bamboo silk cigarettes are sold to the Emperor's industry. The voice spread throughout the entire Kanglan secret realm, not only the Xuanhuan Empire, but all the spiritual races suddenly heard this whisper in their ears. The world seems to have changed in general, but it is difficult to explain what the specific change is. You, how dare you? Yin Xiao rushed over directly, without the blessing of the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao, he was just an ordinary god king. All the aristocrats also looked dead ashes, staring dully in the air. The 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao are gradually burning. Qin Yang actually destroyed the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao. This is Ling Bao. Qin Yang, do you know what you are doing? Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't help it, and scolded her angrily. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I don't have such great ability, it's what he wants to do. Destroying Ling Bao, easier said than done? The recognition of the master of Ling Bao 1,000 scrolls is to give Qin Yang strength and seek Qin Yang's help. Chapter 567. Jiang Changwei was speechless and said, Qin Yang. You are really willing to. It's not just him, all the practitioners in the sky are stunned. The 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao were so burned? No way, I regret it too. But just now my mood has been changed, even if I don't want to do it, I can't control myself. Qin Yang told the truth. Despise the common people, be reckless and independent, and have the world in mind. It was a completely different mentality, but it appeared in Qin Yang's heart at the same time. At that moment, Qin Yang seemed to have been changed. Just because of this change, Qin Yang would never want this 1,000 volumes of Ling Bao. Different from the relaxed look on the surface, Qin Yang was still a little scared in his heart. If Ling Bao 1,000 scrolls did not ask for self-destruction, Qin Yang would no longer be Qin Yang. Qin Yang also finally understood why Emperor Xuanhui established the 5 elements ascension array for all the people, to bring all the people out of this forbidden secret realm. It wasn't that he was originally noble, but he was partially changed by this 1,000 scrolls of spirit treasures. It's just that Qin Yang still has a word in his heart that he didn't say, and that is, in the battle of all worlds, there will be no more Wensu continent from now on. The bridge has been cut, and the two worlds will no longer be connected. Okay, after repairing the 5 elements ascension array, this trip to the secret realm has come to a successful end. Qin Yang has already obtained 100 points for obtaining the 1,000 scrolls of Ling Bao, and now the points are far ahead in all the God King realms. Most of the other Divine King contestants only have 30 points, which is a quest reward for finding the 1,000 scrolls of spirit treasures. Jiang Chengwei has 50 points, which is a reward for finding the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao and the 5 elements ascension array. Qin Yang's points totaled 150 points. After repairing the 5 elements ascension array and getting 300 points, Qin Yang can even directly enter the top 100 leaderboard of the Qianlong competition. All points left behind will be recovered. Destroyed the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao. Do you know what that means? Yin Qiu was trembling all over. Thousands of scrolls of Lingbao were burned from the sky, and countless light spots of poetry and prose scattered. Yin Qiu was also stunned for a moment. These poems entered his body, actually improving his physique and increasing his spiritual sense. What does it mean? It means your dream is shattered. Qin Yang said quietly. At the same time, they are also looking at other indigenous peoples. Almost all of them have gained strength, especially those nobles. There was a middle-aged man with an overjoyed face, greedily devouring these poetic light spots, and his strength became stronger and stronger. The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao was destroyed, but his power was spread throughout the secret realm, and all those who cultivated talents will get the last promotion. The middle-aged man burst into laughter, his divine flame skyrocketed, he stood in the air, pointed at Yin Qiu and shouted angrily, "You white-eyed wolf, you still want to be emperor, and you don't cultivate your talent, but now you don't even have any improvement. I'll let you know now, the fate of the traitor." Reaching out his hand frivolous, a magic pen appeared out of thin air, and along with writing a poem, a god would come out of the picture scroll and rush directly to it. No, it's impossible. Could it be like this? Yin Qiu never expected that such a change would happen. That god will be like a god, with a pair of angry eyes, majestic. Yin Qiu fought the god general for dozens of rounds, and was directly beheaded by the god general. The middle-aged man was extremely happy. With such a divine general, he could summon 10. This strength has increased by at least 10 times. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yang with killing intent in his eyes. "If you kill my son, I won't make you feel better." "Your son?" Qin Yang blinked. "I'm sorry, I killed too many people. Which one do you mean?" "Yu Qingfeng." The middle-aged man said, "I am his father, Yuling Mountain." "Oh." Qin Yang nodded and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. At the same time, one of the nobles in the palace who had fled before also walked out with a red face, and one of them raised their eyebrows and was in high spirits. The destruction of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao turned out to be a great deed for them. A noble old man stroked his beard and smiled, and said, "Yu Lingshan, quickly kill this son." There is a lot of command in the words. The old man's name was Yu Tianlan, and he was a prominent member of the aristocracy. Now that the damned and the undeserved are all dead, the position of Emperor Xuanhuan is naturally regarded by Yu Tianlan as something in his pocket. The situation was changing, and Yulingshan did not directly take action against Qin Yang, but confronted Yu Tianlan tit for tat. Obviously, the struggle for the throne of the emperor will set off a bloody storm again. What should we do? Go or stay? Emperor Tiangang asked in a low voice. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, "The 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao have been destroyed, and the remaining points can only be repaired from the 5 elements ascension array." "Then are we going to find the 5 elements ascension formation?" Tiangang asked. Xuanhuan Guqing shook his head and said, "We are too far behind. If we want to regain a city in this 5 elements ascension array, we must think of other ways." Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath. If Jiang Chengwei was still by her side, she would probably give the best answer directly. Ginger rose. "I was really thinking," and my eyes looked at Yuling Mountain and Yu Tianlan, and their eyes moved on these 2 people. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes lit up. He already had an idea, and Xinyan voiced, "We stay, but we have to drive Qin Yang away. It's very simple to want him to go." A man next to Emperor Tiangang said with a smile. "Oh? Chen Feng, what's your idea? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Chen Feng, one of the 8 gods of war in the sky, is proficient in formation techniques, and has supernatural powers enough to compete with the secret key of the gods, Feng Tian Beijing. Chen Feng said with a smile, remember when we entered this secret realm, everyone was randomly teleported? Xuanhuan Guqing nodded. Chen Feng went on to say, in this imperial city, a formation has been set up. This palace is actually the gate of the secret realm. Emperor Xuanhua didn't want outsiders to come directly to the palace, and he always had ulterior motives, so he set up another formation. The law is to send people directly away. Xuanhuan Guqing asked, do you have a way to motivate it? Yes, wait a moment. After Chen Feng finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. Above the palace, the nobles were divided into 2 camps, facing each other tit for tat. At this moment, from the depths of the palace, there were fluctuations in the formation. Qin Yang was planning to leave this place and go to Huling Island and Jinling Island to set up spirit masters to complete the mission and end the trip. However, when they just arrived at Jiang Chengwei's side, the two hadn't spoken yet. The man disappeared with the peony at the same time. Above the vast sea, Qin Yang, Jiang Chengwei, and Peony suddenly appeared above the sea. The 3 looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little silent. I didn't say not to leave, as for? Qin Yang's face was full of depression. Broken. Jiang Chengwei's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei hurriedly said, Xuanhuan Guqing and the others are still in the imperial city. With her character, she will never honestly look for the 5 elements ascension formation. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked again. Jiang Chengwei thought, he should help the nobles to gain dominion, and then dominate the army of the Xuanhui Empire. What do you do to dominate the army? Qin Yang was puzzled. The 2 spiritual islands that were destroyed, the 2 spiritual beads are in my hands. What's the use of them having an army? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang and said slowly, isn't there 3 left? Chapter 568, The Land of Exile. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and guessed, you mean, she wants to dominate the army and then attack the other 3 spirit races? It should be like this. Jiang Chengwei nodded, paused, and added, now because of the 1,000 scrolls of Lingbao, the strength of the indigenous practitioners in this secret realm has greatly increased. Peony suddenly became anxious, looked at Qin Yang, and said, Qin Yang, you must save our spiritual race. Qin Yang nodded and said, don't worry, repairing the 5 elements ascension array is the general trend. Even if Xuanhuan Guqing wants to attack the spiritual clan, it is only for the sake of the spirit orb. As long as the spirit clan is interested and hands over the spirit orb, Xuanhuan Guqing won't kill them all. But the mission of the spirit race is to protect the spirit orb. It is absolutely impossible for the spirit race to hand over the spirit orb. Peony shook her head and said, it's only temporarily handed over. When the 5 elements ascension array is repaired, the Lingzhu will naturally return to its place. Is there any difference? Qin Yang spread his hands. Peony pursed her lips and said, the spirit race will not believe in the human race. Qin Yang was a little helpless, looked at the boundless sea all around, and said, it's useless to talk, let's act quickly. If we can repair the 5 elements ascension array before Xuanhuan Guqing takes control of the army, then she will not be able to control the army. Use. Calling out Shenlongjiu, the huge dragon body of Shenlongjiu hovered beside Qin Yang and others. Go to Huling Island first. Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu blinked and stared at Qin Yang. What do you see me doing? Qin Yang asked. I don't recognize the way. Shenlongjiu said directly. Qin Yang released his divine sense, and the entire area covered by the divine sense was an unchanging sea, and his head was immediately covered with black lines, and he looked at Peony. Peony was also dazed and said, I can't identify the direction. Several people stared at each other with big eyes, and Qin Yang finally realized why Shenlongjiu always wanted Qin Yang to have a starry sky compass. I do have the coordinates of the sky continent, but... Shenlongjiu said. Qin Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, even if we go out and come in again, we will be randomly teleported. We don't know where we will be teleported, and we will also be separated. That's it. Qin Yang groaned, then pointed in a direction and said, just go this way. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, but Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and said, why not? At the speed of Shenlongjiu, even if it slams like a headless fly, it can quickly find its destination. Everyone went straight to the road, and Shenlongjiu waved its tail, like a long rainbow of divine light cutting through the sky. It didn't take long for it to fly, and it came directly to the land. Is this inland? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He took out the order of the sky, and revealed the three-dimensional map. Around the inland, there are 5 spiritual islands, but when Qin Yang and others flew over, they did not see any spiritual islands. Shouldn't it be? Peony thought of something and was startled. What? Do you know where this is? Qin Yang asked. Peony hurriedly said, in addition to the 5 spiritual islands and the inland where the Xuanhuan Empire is located, there is also a continent in this secret realm called the Land of Darkness. This is the site of the Kraken and some thugs. The sinners of the Xuanhuan Empire will also be exiled here, including the sinners of the spirit race. That's why this place is also called the Place of Exile. Qin Yang nodded and said, since that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Do you know where the Wood Spirit Island is in the Exile Land? We just need to follow the direction and we'll be back soon. Peony shook her head and said, I don't know, I just heard that this place is extremely chaotic and dangerous. Moreover, there is an endless sea around, and the monsters in the sea are extremely cruel. Speaking of this, Mutant became confused again, although the Kraken has no contact with the human race and the spirit race, and they clearly do not interfere with each other, but we directly crossed the endless sea, those Krakens can't possibly not appear. Qin Yang touched his nose, and said, even if they want to appear, they have to catch up. Just kidding, can anyone easily catch up with the speed of Shenlongjiu? If that's the case, then... Qin Yang looked towards the sea, ready to pick another direction. Jiang Chengwei stopped Qin Yang and said, even if there is Shenlongjiu, we can't rush in like this. I think we should find someone to inquire. Jiang Chengwei added, the Xuanhuan Empire and the spiritual race don't know the exact location of the exile, but the people here must know the location of the spiritual race and the Xuanhuan Empire. After all, they were exiled. Qin Yang nodded and said, all right, just to resurrect Xuanhuan first. With that said, several people acted separately. Jiang Chengwei and Peony went to find someone to ask for information, while Qin Yang started the formation directly on the spot. After taking out all kinds of spiritual materials, Qin Yang began to arrange the reincarnation formation and the death circle. After working for a long time, the 2 formations were also arranged. Whether it's a reincarnation formation or a great formation of the dead world, the formation materials can be reused, or you can directly build a formation plate, without having to rearrange the formation every time you use it, but... After Qin Yang arranged the formation, he discovered a problem. It is some of the spiritual materials in the 2 formations, and there is no backup. In other words, if the materials of these 2 formations are damaged, the 2 large formations will no longer be able to be arranged successfully. The void stone that both the reincarnation array and the death realm great array need at the same time. The yin and yang wood needed for the reincarnation formation. The Tying spring water needed by the great array of the dead realm. Qin Yang frowned. After all, he needed a lot of spiritual materials. Moreover, such treasures of heaven and earth are extremely rare, and even impossible to exist on the sky continent. In a place where such treasures can exist, the environment must be extremely rare. The tying spring is only possible in extremely dark places. The yin and yang wood is the heart of a spiritual tree. Half will grow under the scorching sun all year round, and the other half will grow in the darkness all year round. Qin Yang scratched his head. In contrast, the undead soil, which Qin Yang didn't have to worry about, should be the most difficult resource to obtain. Therefore, Qin Yang has always ignored other spiritual materials. It was these resources that Qin Yang thought were not rare, but he had no clue if he wanted to obtain them. Looks like I'll have to pay attention in the future. Fortunately, I found it early. This hidden dragon contest is a good opportunity to find these spiritual materials. Qin Yang nodded secretly, and took out the Tianqing stone with the imprint of Xuanhuan's spiritual sense from the Qianquan ring, and it was still in the reincarnation formation. The hands clasped together, and then slammed and pulled with both hands, which directly opened a door to the world of death. The thick dead aura swept out, and the gray-green mist formed by the dead aura caused all the trees, flowers, and plants in the surrounding to wither, and even the rocks without life breath were covered with a layer of gloomy aura. Thousands of ghosts howled, and as soon as the gate of the world of death opened, all the ghosts scrambled to come out. And in this gate of the dead world, most of the ghosts come from the place of exile. Qin Yang, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. A shrill roar sounded from the door. The figure of Emperor Xuanhuan glared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "You are indeed a ghost now, so why don't you let me go?" Emperor Xuanhuan looked at the gate of the world of death. He thought it was just an accident to see Qin Yang, but he didn't expect it to be the gate of the world of death opened by Qin Yang. Chapter 569. For a time, Emperor Xuanhuan's face changed, and there was a strange emotion in his eyes. "If you can revive me, I can let go of the past," Emperor Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang let out a sigh and shouted loudly, "Huangquan! I haven't shown up yet. Come on." A harmonious voice sounded, and Huangquan's face was full of joy beside Emperor Xuanhuan. For a long time, Huangquan had a coffin face and rarely saw a smile. But this time, Xuanhuan was full of joy. Obviously, Qin Yang's ability has caused a subtle change in Xuanhuan's mood. "Please let me go," Xuanhuan said to the ghosts, and under the envy of all the ghosts, Xuanhuan walked out of the gate of the dead world. A mysterious and unpredictable ray of light came from the Tianqing stone, shrouded the soul of Xuanhuan, and the undead soil was also pulled up, the reincarnation formation, start. Under the gaze of all the ghosts' red eyes, Xuanhuan was successfully resurrected, and his body was freed from the shackles of the undead soil because of the Tianqing stone, and what was condensed was the flesh. "Do you know where this door is?" Xuanhuan said mysteriously. In the previous era of the gods' calendar, when he fell, because of the virtual and real rules of the gods, the soul did not really appear in the world behind the door, but this time it was different. Xuanhuan was really dead. "Where?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. "Underworld." Xuanhuan said excitedly, "I can perceive the power of the rules of that world, which is very suitable for me. But, this underworld is not connected to any world, but at the same time in any world." The back. Qin Yang was almost dizzy, and said angrily, "Since it suits you, why don't you stay?" Xuanhuan shook his head again and said, "No, no, no, it's a world of dead people after all, so I don't want to stay there." "I said this, just to remind you." "What?" Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang with some complexity, and said, "Your gate to the dead world should be considered a forbidden technique in the underworld, and you are not a person from the underworld. What are you trying to say?" Qin Yang was a little impatient. Xuanhuan coughed lightly and said, "I just met a strange ghost and talked to him a little bit. He seems to be looking for someone." "Who to look for?" "Look for me?" Qin Yang raised his brows. Xuanhuan nodded uncertainly and said, he's looking for someone who has exploited a loophole in the rules of the underworld. Qin Yang chuckled and said, my tricks are related to Ming theology. If you want to find it, you have to find the underworld god. After thinking about it, Qin Yang said again, but then again, when he was in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, that guy called himself the god of the underworld. If he was really in the underworld, he might not be the god of the underworld. That's right. What you're talking about is my god emperor in the underworld. He abused forbidden techniques and was the only one who escaped from the underworld. A cold voice sounded slowly. All the ghosts suddenly changed color, as if feeling fear, and avoided them far away. Even Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't bear the power of the strange rules on his body. As if he was a lamb to be slaughtered, and the other party was a butcher with a butcher's knife in his hand. This man can't see his face clearly, his figure is hidden in a huge cloak, his head is nothingness, only two faint green ghosts burn, which seem to be eyes. Hello. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. I don't understand how you mastered this access control technique. Please come with me. Xuanhuan was startled and stopped in front of Qin Yang. But he had a feeling in his heart that he went to Xuanhuan together without any disadvantage, and it had no effect on the other party at all. Sorry, I'm busy. Qin Yang shook his head and refused. He was also curious, how could this guy take him away? This gate of the dead world, but it was summoned by myself. It seems, you want me to do it, the man said. Emperor Xuanhuan looked gloating and said, Qin Yang, I want to see how you get through this level. I said I won't let you go, I won't let you go. Qin Yang looked at Emperor Xuanhuan as if he were a fool, and said with a smile, even if one day you and I really meet in the underworld, you will definitely regret it. Looking at the figure, he continued, you want to invite me to the underworld? You won't do that. Oh? The man became curious. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, you are considered a strong person in the underworld, can't you see anything? What do you want me to see? The voice stopped abruptly, and the two ghost fires on the man's head jumped violently. Lord of Destruction. Quack. The man laughed strangely and said, so, I'll leave you alive. After saying that, he turned around and left. Everyone was stunned, Xuanhuan was stunned, and Emperor Xuanhuan was also stunned. That person was obviously a ghost from the underworld, but he didn't want to take Qin Yang away. Why? Emperor Xuanhuan was not reconciled. Xuanhuan also looked at Qin Yang curiously. Could it be because of Qin Yang's identity as the Lord of Destruction? Qin Yang guessed, maybe he wanted to make a deal with me. I sent him countless ghosts, and he tolerated me taking one or two away. Qin Yang opened his mouth. Said, in this way, he still earns. Emperor Xuanhuan was speechless for a while, and his chest felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Is this how the account is calculated? Qin Yang waved his hand and closed the gate of the world of death directly, and quickly put away the materials for the two great formations. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang wiped the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. What the hell, I almost played too big. Qin Yang was a little scared. When Qin Yang saw the ghost messenger before, he immediately wanted to close the gate of the death realm, but the gate of the death realm was held up by the ghost messenger and could not be closed at all. In other words, that ghost really wanted to invite Qin Yang over, but Qin Yang couldn't resist at all. This is the underworld that even Shen Longjiu can't travel through. Although Qin Yang is confident that he can find a way to come back, after all, the underworld god can come back, there is no reason why he can't. But at this juncture, being invited to the underworld, everything was delayed. And come back again, I don't know when. You, just now? Xuanhuan asked, I thought you were very confident. Qin Yang's heartbeat was still accelerating, and he said angrily, where did I get the confidence? As soon as his voice changed, Qin Yang asked, curiously, is the identity of the Lord of Destruction so useful? Xuanhuan guessed, it may be, because the ghosts are afraid that you will destroy the underworld, and the Master of Destruction. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang with deep meaning. It is not easy to hear the name of the Lord of Destruction. Xuanhuan Guqing has long asserted that Qin Yang is the public enemy of everyone and has always been hostile to Qin Yang. But with Xuanhuan's contact, he found that Qin Yang was no different from ordinary monks. Sure enough, the power depends on who is in the hands. However, after this change, it also confirmed that Qin Yang resurrected people, justifiably justified. Don't even care about ghosts, who can say anything? Chapter 570 Jizhai 12 Caves. What about Jiang Chengwei and Peony? Xuanhuan asked. Going to ask someone for directions. Qin Yang explained. It also explains where they are now, the place of exile. Let's go and find them to meet. Qin Yang said. It's been a long time since we were separated. Jiang Chengwei and Peony haven't come back yet. I'm afraid the progress is not going well. As soon as the two left, a stone not far away suddenly vibrated, a burst of rubble shook down, and a stone man appeared. There was no breath of life on his body, but a pair of stone eyes stared at the direction Qin Yang and Xuanhuan left. Immediately afterwards, the stone man's body shattered and turned into a pile of waste stones. At the same time, in a cottage thousands of miles away, a big bearded man gasped in horror. Master, what's wrong? The subordinate asked nervously. The bearded man had goosebumps all over his body. The stone puppet he set up on the shore had found some incredible news. That kid named Qin Yang had a strange and unpredictable strength. He didn't even dare to look carefully, he just listened with his ears, but even listening to it made him extremely shocked. The subordinate speculated, is there another strongman coming? Is it a solicitation or? The bearded man shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, inform the 12 caves of Jizhai, one of the outsiders is named Qin Yang, don't be an enemy, try to please him as much as possible. The subordinates became puzzled and asked, who is this person? Why do you want to please? If other village owners and cave owners ask, how should they answer? The bearded man sneered, you don't need to answer, they like to hear it or not. At the same time, I added a sentence in my heart, anyway, I have reminded me that I should remind them, it's best if they don't listen. At the same time, another subordinate came to call. Report. There is news from the cave master of Xuanhuan Cave, and everyone goes to the Duanwantai to discuss matters. The bearded man was stunned for a moment, and said, Duanwantai discussing matters? In the place of exile, the forces are divided into 12 caves in Juzhegu, and they are constantly fighting with each other. In order to unite and jointly crusade against the Xuanhui Empire that exiled them here, a decision platform was set up. Once there was a disagreement, all the village owners and cave owners would gather to make a joint decision. What's the matter? The big bearded man asked. This time, not all the village owners and cave owners gathered together, but everyone gathered together, and the discussion must be a major event. The subordinate who reported the letter shook his head and said, I don't know, I just used Duanling. The big bearded man took a sharp breath and decided to discuss matters, so he didn't have to go. Not going is considered neutral, and for some decisions, it is also regarded as giving up the choice. But if you use Duanli, then you have to go. Once they do not go, they will be attacked by all other forces. Although there is a complete set in the center, the 12 holes of Juzhegu are also formed into an offensive and defensive alliance. But every leader and cave owner does not want to annex other forces all the time. The delay in counterattacking the Xuanhui Empire was precisely because there was no unified leader. The bearded man chuckled and said, it seems that there is a big move this time. I just don't know, where did the cave master of Xuanhuan Cave come from? As soon as his voice changed, the bearded man instructed the previous communication subordinate, saying, the previous message is invalid, the one named Qin Yang, don't worry about him. Immediately afterwards, the bearded man ordered, call all of your men and go to Xuanhuan Tai. I'll be there soon. After speaking, the big bearded man dodged and disappeared. In Shinfeng Cave, Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifeng sat on the throne of the main hall of the cave, while Imo Shinfeng, the master of Shinfeng Cave, stood respectfully by the side. It's really unlucky to be teleported to this place where birds don't shit, Zhou De said with a sullen face. Shifeng had already taken control of Shinfeng Cave, and in the name of Imo Shinfeng, she had summoned everyone in the place of exile. Feng Lian said, maybe this is also a good thing. We have an arduous task in this hegemony competition. With these helpers, maybe we can complete a few. At the worst, it is also good for them to help with treasure hunting. Zhou De was still uncomfortable, and said, all the participating god kings have more or less gained points, but only our 3 points are still 0. If this goes on, when everyone completes the task and leaves, we may still be there. In this place where birds don't shit, let alone tasks, we can't even make it to the leaderboard of the hegemony competition. Feng Lian smiled lightly and said, don't worry, someone from the shadows has sent a message. The Xuanhui Empire has now changed hands, and Xuanhuan Guqing controls the army, and will attack the spiritual clan soon. It is impossible for anyone to complete the task for a while. Is there any news about Qin Yang? Shifeng asked through gritted teeth. Feng Lian shook his head and said, no. After a while of silence, Feng Lian continued, this mission, Shadow and Blood Skeleton joined forces. Except for the 3 of us, everyone else is lurking in the Xuanhui Empire, disguised as ordinary practitioners. Wait for us to lead the people in the 12 caves of Juzhegu. Go, we are the biggest force in this secret realm. When the time comes, why should you be afraid of Qin Yang? Speaking of this, Feng Lian added, also, Qin Yang doesn't seem to be dealing with Xuanhuan Guqing. We can also wait and see what happens and reap the benefits of the fishermen. The 3 discussed it, and immediately ordered to go to Xuanhuan Tai. On the other side, Qin Yang has found Jiang Chongwei. And Peony, Jiang Chongwei did not inquire about the location of the Xuanhui Empire. Just now, I learned from the little guys in this gravel village that they seem to be going to Xuanhuan Tai, and I don't know what they are going to do. I only know that everyone in this place of exile will go there, and it seems that there is a big move. Jiang Chongwei said. Xuanhuan Tai. Qin Yang frowned, he didn't care about everything here, all he cared about was where the Xuanhui Empire was. Then what should I do? Or find a random direction like before? What if I go the other way? Xuanhuan said. Before, they were randomly teleported away. Those who can do this must not want to teleport them to a good place. It is this place of exile, and I don't know which corner of the secret realm is in. Peony looked anxious, and for every point of delay, the danger to the spiritual race increased. At this moment, Qin Yang, Jiang Chongwei, and Xuanhuan all looked at somewhere, and a big rock turned into a living person. The bearded man appeared directly, staring at Qin Yang's eyes full of heat and anticipation. The owner of the Xia Shizhai village, Shizhou. The bearded man bowed his hands and said politely, you know me? Qin Yang looked at the big bearded man, strangely. No, I don't know. Shizhou nodded and shook his head again. Qin Yang frowned and asked directly, do you know which direction the Xuanhui Empire is in? Shizhou was stunned for a moment and said, I don't know. You don't even know a village owner? Qin Yang couldn't figure it out now. Shizhou said, although I don't know, someone knows. Who? Qin Yang asked. You can come with me, I will take you to find him. Shizhou said. After 2 steps, Shizhou stopped and said, of course, if you are not afraid. Qin Yang, Jiang Chongwei, and Xuanhuan all laughed. Afraid? Not at all. Qin Yang and others followed directly, and Qin Yang asked, Where is the person you are talking about? Zhou hesitated for a while, then said covertly, it might be a little troublesome to see him. After speaking, he quickly added, of course, for you, it will be very simple. What he said was inexplicable, and it also aroused Qin Yang's curiosity. Who is this mysterious Zhou going to take him to see?